ass on your family name. Eating ass 'cause you're lame. Eating ass on your family name. Eating ass 'cause you're lame. Eating ass on your family name. Eating ass 'cause you're lame. Eating ass on your family name. Eating ass 'cause you're lame. Eating ass. Hi, I hope you're well. Or one. Oh my gosh, where is it? There we go. Eating ass on your family name. Eating ass 'cause you're lame. Eating ass. Not really, by the way, just haha, silly kind. Not legitimately. I would never do such a thing. First off, okay? Check it. First off, I have class and tax and I'd never do such a thing because people are disgusting. And fecal bacteria is also gross. But mostly because people are disgusting. So don't get mad at me, but people are kind of nasty. And you know it. They don't wash their hands half the goddamn time, brother. I don't know what the fuck you want from me. Okay, cool. But for real though, people don't like fucking wash their goddamn hands. So why would I eat ass? But moreover, why would I eat ass on your family name? Okay, cool. Eating ass on your family name. Eating ass 'cause you're lame. Eating ass. Well, it's funny for me. It doesn't have to be good. It has to be funny, and that's what I'm here for. I'm here to enable my own ha-has. God damn it. God damn it. Damn it, God. I'm here to fight you, you fucking bitch. Clearly. Fucking clearly. Eating ass on your family name. Eating ass. Owie. Uh-oh. Eating ass on your family name. Eating ass 'cause you're lame. Eating ass on your family name. Eating ass. Just 'cause you're lame. Eating ass. Again, would never do such a thing. I I mean, I could go with the typical, "I was raised right," but moreover, like, no, how do I put this? Yeah, I'm a shithead. That's our reasoning for most things today. Because 'Cause I'm a shithead. And why would a shithead like me ever do such a thing? Really? Oh, hell no. Hell no, brother. Hell no. Anywho's, hi, I hope you're well. We're doing stuff today. I don't know how to explain the depth of depravity that I, like, plan to drag you down into today. I don't know if I can even begin to, like, rally even my heart to express the depth of bullshit that I plan on exposing you to in the next 5 minutes. But good news, you only live once, so it's not like it's gonna happen twice. I got that good news for you. You only live once, so at least you're safe there. At least you don't have to go through it twice. Unless I can say, "Arise, chicken," to people. Because if I can, and it turns out that that's a thing I can get away with, y'all are fucked. Y'all are absolutely fucked. Just fucked. Just ruined. Just wrecked. Ugh. Mm, eating ass on your family name. Eating ass 'cause you're lame. Eating ass on your family name. Eating ass 'cause you're lame. Eating ass on your family name. Eating ass. No, your face. Your face, city face. Oh my gosh, your face. No, your face. No, your face, bitch. No, your face, you motherfucker. Sorry, I suck. Oh no, I pushed the evil button. God damn it. I'm a piece of fucking goober. Well, today we're goober pilled and ready to go the fuck down. That's nice. That's what's up, duder. That's what I needed to do today. I needed to find even more ineptitude of my own heart to wear everywhere we fucking go. So I guess, inept as I am, useless as I am, and fucking garbage as I may be, because that's cool. My garbage ass. Oh, that's where I put it. Okay. Wait, garbage. I'm a garbage human being, sucking shit every day. Sucking shit 'cause you don't say hey. Sucking shit 'cause it's fucking lame. Sucking shit. Sucking shit 'cause I suck a lot. I know, duder. We're fucked. We're just fucked. We're ruined. Oh well. Hi. I hope you're well. Mm, okay, cool. We're almost done. One sec. I'm doing some garbage shit again. You know me. I'm always garbage. Doing my garbage shit on my garbage tip. Mm-hmm. Always. Eternally garbo. Such garbo. I am such a garbo. That is true. Huh. That is true, though. That is true. How do I wake up like this? Hmm, nifty. Mhm. What? What? What now? Oh, got it. Okay, hi. I hope you're well. Um, did I start the Twitch stream as well? I did. Okay, cool. Um, sucking ass on your family name. Sucking ass just 'cause you're lame. Sucking ass everywhere, dude. Sucking so much. You call me rude. Owie. Morning, duder. Mm, I oh, I'm in the wrong location trying to find some basic shit. What a loser I am. What an absolute loser goober. What an absolute piece of fucking shit. Ah, You know when you think you can find something, but you swear you can't find it where it ought to be? That's me right now. Like what? Lol? Lol. Oh well. Done. Close. Nope. Close. Close to the right. E. Hold on. Live chat, not top chat. Minimize thing dinger. Oh fuck, I forgot to check myself. Oh no, hold on. Hold on. Can't close it yet. Okay, hold on. I need to make sure that the chat for YouTube is like absolutely not failing ass right now. Okay, cool beans. Social stream on the screen. Thank you, babe. Okay, cool. Munimus. Munimus. There's no better way to put this. I'm bringing you to my hell today. But you've got like a tiny reprieve before I do so. The tiniest little reprieve. Just a hair of it. Not a lot. Just a skosh. And just a touch. You have Chilla to save you before I open my goddamn egregious fucking shithole of a mouth. More. Speaking of, I wonder, when is my dentist appointment again? I'm spacing on that. That's a shame because I can't wait to go back. I do love my ass a good cleaning. I really fucking do. Ooh-wee. A beaut. Yee. Did I do that appropriately? Okay, cool. I think I did. Here, go. Hold this.
I'm not asking anybody to help me. No, at all. I'm doing this myself. I will figure it out.
12 seconds later.
That's how some people talk about their fucking, ejaculatory habits. That's weird. I saw you messaged me with some soul memory value you have on DS2. Okay. Here's the thing. You have the calculator, and you know what mine is at. So if you're doing that with knowledge of that, cool beans. If you don't want to, that's fine.
Okay, if anybody wants to help me, you can help me. But I'm not a dry beggar.
I need to be right back.
Jaylyn is a woman in her 40s who spends most of her time either begging online, ignoring her responsibilities as a parent, or conjuring up a scheme to get sympathy donations from her viewers. The longer I watched Jaylyn, the more obvious it was every time she goes live, it's a ploy or a situation she knows she can get money from, such as allowing her daughter to run away, bragging about physical altercations with her son's girlfriend, all the way to her family being featured on a true crime show. The story of Jaylyn is as frustrating as it is tragic, but I think it's important to begin with how she uses her daughters to manipulate her viewers. Jaylyn has twin girls and a son, but for most of the videos, you'll see only one of the twins. They're the only one who ever really interacts with Jaylyn, and that's because her other daughter, who we will refer to as T, has deep-rooted issues with Jaylyn, most likely due to past issues, and that's just a guess due to Jaylyn claiming she's a recovering addict. This has caused T to flee multiple times over the years, running away to different friends to stay for extended periods of time. Jaylyn just allows this behavior. It almost seems encouraged by the fact Jaylyn will just let her stay even though she knows where she's at. Jaylyn also claims the people T routinely runs off with puts bad ideas in her head about her living situation and her family, and whether they're right or wrong, the fact Jaylyn allows this gives credit to the critics who say she's fine with T running off. And in all honesty, probably just as responsible, especially when instead of going over there to mediate the situation, worst case scenario, have the law help her out, she chooses to go live and use this situation to potentially get pity donations from her viewers. And let's not forget that Jaylyn's daughter is also 18 years old and allegedly needs Jaylyn just to take care of her. And since these videos were recorded in the middle of May, Jaylyn's daughter was definitely in high school at the time. So Jaylyn was allowing this during school week, so effectively she was risking the well-being of both of her daughters, since the state would most likely have reason to step in and potentially revoke custody if they wanted to. The situation gets even more tragic when you consider that the other twin, who we will refer to as B, is caught in the middle of all this with no help coming from Jaylyn, who's constantly on lives. You'll hear her asking B to do chores while Jaylyn just sits there on live stream, or B will have to interrupt those live streams to remind Jaylyn of important events in Jaylyn's own life. She was even the one begging her sister to come home, not Jaylyn. Jaylyn seems to place a lot of responsibility on B, and no matter how independent she is, I just don't think someone so young should have to carry such a load, especially since it seems this has been going on for quite some time.
If I try, it's just gonna be a big old fight.
My controller's being a butthole. Rawr. What? Wait, is it actually just not taking power right now? That is so... Oh, okay, now it is.
She's gonna be saying stuff to me that's very inappropriate because of the girl she's staying with. Well,
I mean, see, it's okay to have support needs, but I'm gonna be real here. Why is it getting placed on someone else that's younger than them in their household? That has to, like, carry the weight?
tell her to say that to me.
I had to
My
grab
daughter
water
left a couple
because I
days,
suck.
Quintessa, a couple days ago, and she said that she's not coming back, which she has to come back.
No, she don't. She can do what the fuck she
I'm gonna
wants.
wait about 5 more days.
Grown ass woman. Sounds like.
Just give her a few days. She's keeping in touch with my daughter. I don't know. She just wanted out for a while, so I'm just giving her a couple days. Guys, it don't matter how old she is. I don't care. I'm not that old, and she's not that old, so she is disabled and under my care. And she's not ready yet. That's all I can say is she's not ready yet. I'm on here, like, what time is it, 12 o'clock? What time is it, baby? It's 12:34, and I'm never on this late. Never, ever on this late.
He actually texted.
What has she said, like, about being upset with me?
Sorry, my controller's being a bitch.
Well, sometimes when you are angry or upset, you tend to...
Yeah, Vess, it's 74. 74,000 right now. So, did you go to the... So, there. You know what it is now. I'm gonna help you help yourself. Because I don't really... how do I put this? Okay. You said yours was... Here, it's easy to just do this, right? You have 2 sources of information, where this is and what your thingy doodle is. Hold on. Sorry for making myself... Sorry for AFK reacting to such a lovely creator. I'm a sucky piece of shit-ass human being for that, to be fair, and that I will never get over. I had to pop on Discord again. I was, like, logged the fuck off Discord, because... Fight me. Reasons. I don't like the goddamn beeping sounds, it's fucking obnoxious. Okay, cool. You can pair all through here. With white soapstone, you can pair to 70, right? Okay, cool. Depends on what you do. So, with my controller broken, this is a little bit shitty. And I'm at 74 right now. So, it looks like you're barely in my range. Good job. 74080. Right? Boof. And you can reverse it and look at it that way. Woot. Woot. So yeah, you just kind of went on assumption and kind of almost overdid it again. No, that's fine. My point being, I don't care. I don't really like co-oping to do story, right? I am mostly in this game to crack orbs. I'm mostly here to crack orbs and crack orbs. That's what I'm here for. That's what I like doing. That's all I want to do. I really don't give a shit. Okay, cool beans. Like, I literally don't like playing with other people half the time unless I can, like, go kill things.
You know,
So, and by things, I
Get
mean
mad.
people. And that's fine.
I don't want to hurt your
Just-
family.
Just
Just so
say
you
it.
don't have to worry or give a shit.
Try to make me feel sorry for her.
No, you tend to overreact.
I know I do.
Where is,
I know I do.
Hide?
It's okay. You can tell me
No,
anything.
it's because you're upset. You know, it's just how you are.
I know. I can't help it.
I know.
And I haven't had my medicine today
Wait, why didn't you take your medicine?
because it's at the pharmacy. They haven't filled it yet.
And when are you gonna get our checks, like in money?
Between the 26th and 28th, something like that. I can't breathe. Why did she ask?
No, I'm asking so you can do the money thing properly.
I'm gonna go buy her stuff, take it to her, and she'll get a little bit of money here and there, but it's not gonna happen. It's not going all to her because I'm going to get her in 5 days. I'm taking the cops with me, so it don't matter about that.
What the hell is going on? I'm worried. What the hell?
I'm sad over my kid. 5 days.
I almost
I'm
died
taking the
laughing at
cops
that
with me, so
fucking
it don't
girl.
matter about that.
What the hell is going on? I'm worried. What the hell?
I'm sad over my kid.
I'm dead. Oh shit. This is why I feel bad for AFK reacting. Homie's got this shit together.
No, Savannah, don't leave like that. This is the second time she's done this to me. The only reason she came home the first time is because she had to. But my daughter just told me something about my other daughter, the one that left. I'm not mentioning it, I'm not saying it, but it's bad. It was Philly cheese. I know, my kids call me anytime at night and I'll be there in a split second. If my kids call me and they need me, I'm there. It might take me a little bit, but I'll get there. I will get there. Yeah, I'm just worried about my daughter, George.
Hold on.
I'm not asking anybody to help me, no,
Controllers.
at all. I'm doing this
Stuff.
myself. I will figure it out.
Fixing.
You only paid
Goober.
$75 for rent? What? Okay, if anybody wants to help me, you can help me. But I'm not a dry beggar. I'm not asking for help, Pam. Why would you do that?
During the video where Jalen's daughter ran away, she shortly afterwards came back online just a few hours later, even more distressed, claiming something terrible happened to her daughter. But then just sit on live stream and said basically nothing for a majority of the time and didn't show any emotion whatsoever, which not only would place doubt in anyone's mind, but have them questioning you as an individual. Using their loved ones as sympathy bait is just wrong, no matter how you put it. But when it didn't work like she initially planned, Jalen had nothing to go on, so she sat and hoped someone would feel sorry enough to donate. But Jalen will also use other underhanded tactics to get people to donate to her. Often people like Jalen and Lisa Richards will go online asking for small sums of money, maybe $3 or so, claiming they need just a few extra to get Uber, food, or something like that, hoping that people will donate more to her. And when that happens, sometimes Jalen will just continue to move the goalposts further and further with no real explanation. My only guess, she hopes her audience forgets or just doesn't care. And
Ew. My controller's just not getting detected on reinsert, and I can go and deal with that. It's charging and taking power. Right? So that's fine. But it just thinks it's not connected. That's an easy fix.
there's
I got
never
this.
really a
Hold
good
up.
excuse for why she needs the money. It will always be
Pretty
some
sure it's an
vague
easy
issue
fix.
that came out of
Find
nowhere.
out.
If anybody wants to help $1 here and $1 there, that'd be fine, but you don't have to. I don't want to, seem like what they kept saying I was, a beggar. I'm just trying to figure it out. It's for her too.
Again, I have too much couth and compunction to suck ass, but it is somehow stuck in my head as a bit of a folly of a little jammy doodle stuck in my little heady bop. You know? We're fucked, basically.
You don't understand that? and I'll give her her money back. I did not get no 50 grand. Who in the world? Oh my God. If I had 50 grand, I wouldn't be trying to get $3 right now. Jesus. God, use common sense. Well, my daughter needs it, so thank you very much. Debbie, oh my God, thank you. I think I do. No, I need $3 or $5, I can't remember.
What?
No, I need 3 or 5, I can't remember which one it was. Yeah, I'm trying to, I don't like asking.
Well, what?
My internet's off and my daughter is driving her crazy and
Well, what?
driving me crazy.
Display firmware human interface.
If I can give my daughter her money back, that would be great.
And let's not forget, Jalen is one of the biggest dry beggars on the internet I've ever seen. One of these sympathy grifters who in desperation will just flat out say, give me money. I don't care if you call me a dry beggar. And she's consistent. To this day, it's not uncommon to see Jalen go live at least 3 times a week, multiple times a day, begging her audience for money. This has become a normal part of her routine. Like the rest of us wake up and eat breakfast and prepare for our day, Jalen is waking up, thinking up stories, and going live to see if anyone's gullible enough to believe it. And that's not if she doesn't dry beg one time at the beginning of the stream and just stare at the camera for the rest of the time because she has zero reason to be on there. No stories to tell, no interesting ideas, just a goal to get as many sympathy bucks as possible. And to end off the begging segment, I've got to acknowledge that this is a routine for Jalen. To say that this is the last time she's begging and how much she despises being known as an e-beggar, but immediately memory holds that or go against her word whenever she's in a quote-unquote desperate situation. Jalen will gladly take their money, thank them, say this is the last time, and do it again, maybe the next minute or the next hour. And for sure, the worst case of Jalen begging had to be the time 2 of her friends and her were just casually having a conversation. Well, Jalen was in the corner shaking like a leaf, while our friends were having a conversation about ghosts of all things, when Jalen just disappears. I guess kind of like a ghost for like...
Okay, so I do, and I'm like still trying to get my controller to stop fucking up on me. I see the DualSense controller in some instances fucking up. Okay, anywho's, so... Oh my gosh. Can I just
20 minutes just vanished, only to come back in tears, screaming that her power bill had just arrived, and it was over 6,000.
Okay, so I like cryptid shit and like spooky shit too, but like ghosts are by no means present. Like it is important to know that the typical witchy guidance would be, don't even acknowledge them, because like first off, in the auspice that they were there, that would embolden them, enable them, and root them in your area. But most of the fucking time, you can defer to, no, that's just matey-uppy, and if you engage it, it also kind of drags you down that fucking mire, into which you start, like, expecting it, believing it, looking for patterns and shit, and it really doesn't help you. It doesn't serve you at fucking all. But my little woo-woo silly brain also knows, oh, don't engage the ghosts, dearie. Those will only bring them into your home. They'll root them there. Once they know that you can see them or mind them or even be pleasant to their fucking existence, that you're fucked. You're fucked, brother. Next thing you know, you're the exorcism of Emily Rose and your ass is on the fucking floor getting fucking spittooned by a priest. You don't want that. It's just weird. You deserve better.
$1,000. The scam was so egregious that even her friends who constantly sweep for Jalen instantly called her out for lying. Jalen instantly clammed up, probably realizing how desperate she sounded, but she couldn't help herself but to pretend to break down a few more times throughout the live stream in an attempt to bait a few fans, I'm guessing. And for such a huge bill to a person who gets on live stream almost every other day to beg fans for around $350, magically this $6,000 light bill just vanished into thin air like the Loch Ness monster, never to be heard of again.
I have a stuffed Loch Ness. I love them. Oh, they're so cozy. I like to hug my stuffed Loch Ness monster. Oh my gosh.
Calm down.
$6,313.74. They said if I didn't pay the full amount, my electric's getting shut off.
Couldn't you have begun mentioning that when it was in the hundreds? Like, Hun Bun McFun Run. I'm just saying, like, that's a long time to wait to tell people because people can help you. Also, from experience as a secular ass bitch, right? I, critical of faith but loving of the faithful, could still roll up to a fucking church owned thing. Because, like, who else has had the chance to accrue generational wealth? No one, right? All right, cool. Like, organizations that haven't been, like, poached by credit, most people have been. So, you know, I was fortunate. They hooked me up with made sure I was able to pay my fucking bills and hold my home when I was, let's see, I was in my like early mid-20s at the time. They still took care of me. They made sure I was fine. Thankfully, I needed their help. Things were rough.
They are damn crazy.
Go back in there.
That is a lie. There ain't no way. That is a lie.
Oh. Yeah, they also likely wouldn't, like, I'm just gonna say, like, you gotta be using that a lot real quick, right? Like, what is it? Like, you need to know your kilowatt an hour usage to make it an actual assessment if someone can actually run that up. But, like, god damn, brother. God damn. Okay, I just had it hidden.
No, Yuppie, ain't nobody. I got people friends that live in mansions and their light bill ain't that much.
Yeah, like, you'd have to legit, like, okay, so the company would likely hit you up for higher usage en route to that. And now let's say you're running a grow op in your house. Let's say in addition to your grow op, you've like also got like 10,000 fucking 10 ventilators running. Okay, cool. You should know your fucking wattage usage, but I don't know about you, but my little America ass, my fucking people will call me if my water usage is out of line with the expected. They will be like, hey, bitch tits Mc never shuts the fuck up. Pause champ McDamp. Your shit's out of line with your usual usage. Are you good? You good over there, boo? To which I would sometimes be like, oh shit, you mean my toilet might be leaking? Thank you for letting me know. I was so scared.
I'm talking about 11 and 12 bedroom homes. No.
Just they obviously.
That's a mistake.
Yeah, it has to be.
Okay, here's the thing. It's not detecting dual sense in any capacity.
Jalen also has this odd lack of maturity where she doesn't even try to be the responsible adult in the room, like when she relies on her very young daughter to remember important things in her own life. But she often shows a lack of care for herself and her daughters, like the time when she got into the physical altercation with a girl who was barely 19 years old. For reference, one evening Jalen had got offended by something her son's girlfriend had said and decided to jump on her out of nowhere. After their altercation, Jalen forced her to get out of the house, getting on live later that day bragging about what she had done to a 19-year-old. But after a day or two, Jalen suddenly had more and more injuries piling up from her battle, leading most to believe that she realized she could get far more donations if her audience felt bad for her, so she just ran with that instead.
Look at my hand.
Double checking that I got all the devices
it's not that bad, but
and subsets cleaned up from device manager.
I went back at her 3 times, so.
Oh, you hit her? You hit a whippersnapper. You hit a little thing. Okay, cool. Well, it seems like you've got your compensation already. You got your fucking licks, and they got theirs. Shut the fuck up and get off the internet. Goddamn.
It's fine. I ain't gonna talk about it, guys.
Bitch ass. Okay, I removed the devices. It might fuck up.
Look at this. I got into a fight.
I probably just need to go and change connections that we're utilizing.
I had plenty more come out.
Oh, hold on.
It's in the hallway down there. Yep. You ain't gonna talk about my kid. Say the shit she said about my kid. Yep.
His sound driver's removed.
Oh, thank you, April. Yeah, she checked on me. I really don't want to talk about it anymore. But I stood my ground with my son, for my son. Just got those fighting skills. I didn't think I could still do it. I did. I was expecting to get my butt whooped, but I didn't.
Like, I'm pretty sure I could just, like, lift a a whippersnapper while I called the authorities. Like, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I could just, like, one-armed lift that and then just, like, call the authorities and not be a fucking little bitch about it. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm on some bullshit. But I seem to be under the auspice that I could literally just one-armed lift somebody who's that age talking shit, trying to start a fight with another person that age talking shit, and just hold the aggressor in a single hand and just chill, right? Like, just grab them by, I guess, what's like a handle on a human without them doing the I'm a little teapot song? Basically that. I'm pretty sure that humans have teapot handles. I think so. I don't know. I guess. I could probably just fucking, like, pick up somebody like a board and hold them above my head while I call the authorities. Holy shit. Holy fuck, dude.
I feel better. I got all my anger out that I had in.
Does that matter right now? Like, they're whippersnappery enough, bitch. How the fuck old are you? Would you beat up a 19-year-old? Because if you say yes, we're about to have some fucking... We're about to come to fucking blows, bitch. Holy shit.
Build up inside of me, and I feel better. I ain't gonna lie, I do. I feel so much better. I told her if she wasn't out by tomorrow, that I'm bringing a cop there, and they will escort her out.
Okay. It's probably just the connection. I'm done fiddling with it for the moment.
I don't want to get involved with you guys.
You're not.
It stresses me out.
Give me a sec.
You're not, are you?
It stresses Brandon out too.
You guys don't be in it. You're not in it.
Meh.
And
How?
we live with all of you.
I'm sorry, I took care of it.
I know when you guys argue and stuff.
Vess, this has become very strange now. You're making it very, very weird, homie. Okay, cool.
The
Thanks,
other
bud.
person hears about what it's about.
Don't stress about it. I took care of it. The problem is going to be gone. She's going to be gone tonight or tomorrow.
What do you mean?
Audra. She's the one that did it.
Okay, check him.
But Alabama said that they were all there.
She don't even know what the I'm talking about. I try to explain to her, but she's not listening to what I'm saying.
You could end up in jail for that.
That night I got into a fight. My son found one that night, but we had to rig it up. It is sad. She's got all these people telling her shit. My son's ex told her I was talking about her, so I haven't talked about her in a while. And when I talked about her, it's because she was talking about me, but they got all that stirred up too. They didn't say, but they've not been dilating. Like, guys, you see them, they've been like this for days. I look.
Then go to the goddamn motherfucking shit-cocking assball in hospital, you fucking goober. What?
I've been at the doctor all day and running all day trying to get my son food and get us food, and
Bitch, if you are concussed, if you are fucking concussed to the point of your eyes having inconsistent dilation, social fucking services would have helped you by now. If you're dealing all of that shit with your kid, social goddamn motherfucking services, if they're not, tell the feds. They'll hook you up. No, legit, if you're not getting help appropriately in your area, there's a federal agency that enforces it that would like to know how to help you. Go tell HHS. I don't give a fuck. Holy shit.
I was trying to get the air conditioner back here, and I was trying to do this, trying to do that, and
Just tell HHS.
I had to keep going to the back road because they're working on the main road, so that just made it worse.
Another sign of her immaturity is when she goes on live stream with young adults or just straight up teenagers, allowing them to interject with Jaylen's own dramas that could possibly bring danger to themselves because they try to defend her. As the responsible adult, Jaylen should know better than to allow them to put themselves in that situation. But since they're defending her, she allows it no matter the problem it could bring them along the way. Jaylen understands very well the consequences to these actions. Like the time Jaylen was on live stream with her friend Maddie. She was on panel with a few other creators. They were questioning Jaylen on her
Bro, why is it that every time someone says on a panel, it just goes weird? Like, all I can do is remember that Chilla also covers Cyrax, who says panel up, bitch. In quotes. And that is just wild. Like, if you got shady shit to do, why are you doing it in public? God damn it. Weird.
Morals, such as
Duder.
why she allows her daughter to parent herself, Jaylen's relentless dry begging and sympathy bait.
I mean, latchkey kids are gonna latchkey kid. From experience, latchkey kids are gonna latchkey kid. That said, yeah, no, it was wickedly irresponsible to let me do that. And that one too.
Jaylen had no answers, so she fled to her own live stream and began spreading false information about a panelist named Crystal, a family member of Jaylen's, specifically about Crystal's own parenting skills. And it's not lost on me the hypocrisy of Jaylen criticizing another woman's parenting skills, while at the same time allowing her daughter, who's still in high school, to leave for 5 days at a time and make little to no effort to go and find her. Or when the other twin daughter had to inform Jaylen that getting into an altercation with her son's girlfriend did nothing but hurt the family even more. Even telling Jaylen that this adds stress to her like always. You can tell this isn't the first time she's dealt with this situation, and it won't be the last. And it's so sad that E always seems to see the bright side of stuff and give Jaylen good advice, but it's all ignored either through ego or Jaylen's own desires.
True, LYS.
Well, I think Kristen was talking crap about me because she said something earlier about if we all.
Sorry, I'm just still caught up in that because, like, I'm just thinking if people are talking crap, like, if you're not gonna do so, like, tell them to shut the fuck up if you need to, but why are you gonna talk crap about people talking crap? It seems like it just furthers them talking crap. Like, just eat the dick and shut the fuck up about it, right? Like, holy shit. Just eat the dick and shut up about it. Ignore it or engage it. You pick one. Whichever you do is gonna influence the future.
Live in the same state, she would do something to us, and she didn't finish it because she didn't want to get bananas.
Oh, I dare. I would her. She don't even know. She better ask
What the
Lynn
fuck
before
was
she
that
tries
sentence?
anything on me.
You would want her? That's nasty.
She has 2 kids. Tell her to go take care of her kids. Not too mature speaking on someone's kids. Well, tell her to stop talking about me. She's 23. I was 18. I'm 18 now.
Savannah, do you want to come here and say into the live, tell Lynn that leave me the alone? Well, you ain't got to cuss. She's not a child. She was 20 years old. Don't come at me like that.
What kind of trailer park drama is this? It's not trailer park drama. Thank you, baby girl. And on to the next.
Oh, Lynn's over blasting my business all over the place. If I find out she's still doing it, then I am going to open my mouth. I'm tired of it.
Okay,
I mentally wore out the out. Mentally wore the out. Let Lynn know that she's got me mentally up in my head, and she knows.
Now I'm trying the stock one.
I am her daughter, but not biologically. Now leave it as it is. People just don't know how to start running their mouth about their other people.
Lynn, no, or Marcella, no. I don't know if it's under Lynn, no.
Lexi, can you please go unblock Larissa?
That's what.
Oops, sorry.
I mentally wore out the out. Mentally wore the out. Let Lynn know that she's got me mentally up in my head, and she knows. She knows.
I am her daughter, but not biologically. Now leave it as it is. People just don't know how to start running their mouth about their other people.
Lynn, no, or Marcella, no. I don't know if it's under Lynn, no.
Lexi,
God damn it.
can you please go unblock Larissa?
That's what Julia's trying to do. You think what's Aunt Lynn? Oh, it is, but she changed it to something else. So, give a if you know who I'm beefing with or not. I'm not beefing. I'm over here upset with her over talking about me.
After becoming more popular on TikTok and all of the dry begging she does, some of her detractors began to notice that Jaylynn was beginning to earn a decent income off of TikTok. Normally, this would be a positive for anybody, but for Jaylynn, the situation was a little more complicated, as she began to earn too much money and no longer qualified for government assistance programs. But there was also another problem. The TikTok income was nowhere near the amount she was making with assistance, leaving her scrambling to find a way to still earn TikTok income, but still be on government assistance at the same time. Either way, due to the odd nature of her circumstance, due to her actions, she has put everyone in her family at risk to go broke and lose everything at a moment's notice.
I know. That one girl called the SSI office on me and tell me that's not f***ed up. You don't
Oh
do
my
that
gosh,
shit.
the controller works. Just holy shit. Okay,
I mean,
I
it's
found
not a
it
big
again.
deal. I just gotta go down there and talk to them on the phone. I can't
Got
remember.
him. There it is. Sorry. I
Yeah, they
didn't
called
notice
the
that it
SSI
updated in
office,
the
said
last time
I
I
was
plugged it
having
in.
more income because I was battling.
That's what's up, duder.
I don't know what the done
Also, the
anybody
status lights weren't turning on, so I was kind
for
of like
them to
freaked
keep
out by
this
it.
shit on.
Ugh.
Why would they do that?
They're
Do you
doing
know who done it?
Huh?
Do you know who done it?
Yeah, Kristen.
Hold on.
That's crazy.
I haven't got to talk to SSI about it. I mean, I don't care that they told him. It's just bullshit that she did. I mean, I already... Yeah, it's not even that much money.
People just don't want...
You're supposed to report to them, though, like, when your income changes. Like, that's a thing you do have to do as a responsible-ass adult. Like, as a person who has had a lot of difficulty with my executive function and otherwise my developmental disorder, I can tell you for a fucking fact that the second you can pull yourself up by, and I hate to use the phrase just because it's a meme, but the second you can pull your goddamn self up by your bootstraps enough to do so, you're going to be held to it, and you're expected to report, you know? Like, that's a fucking no shit, duh, brother.
Don't have to stay in their own
Hey,
lane.
what the fuck?
They need to stay in their own lane and leave.
No, it's someone's job to report it to the feds, because that's, not to be too silly, but that's your tax dollars. Like, we are all expected to contribute to the system of which keeps us all afloat. Yeah, boy.
People alone.
Yeah, they do.
It didn't help that around the time of the altercation with her son's girlfriend and getting reported to SSI, her son went to jail, and we seen Jaylynn have the biggest meltdown we've ever seen.
Sorry to the poor lad. That sounds unpleasant for him. No, fuck her. That sounds unpleasant for him. Like, no, fuck her shit. But that sounds really fucked up for him. You know, sometimes people need to go through the rehabilitative phase of justice. That said, a lot of our justice system is still punitive, awkwardly. So, you know, you can just hope that people have a chance to learn and grow. With a bit of regret that our justice system has had such a negative turn for the not greatest ever since, when was it? In the early 1900s? People would actually be able to learn a multitude of vocations for when they came out, and we put more effort into rehabilitation, more so than punitive justice.
And of course, she had to go live and share it all with us. While her daughters, obviously stressed and panicking over the situation just like her, were left alone to figure things out by themselves. And even though Jaylynn refuses to state why he went to jail, it can be assumed it was due to escalating problems with his ex after what Jaylynn had done to her. And unless this was all for show to get donations, whatever happened had to be serious for a reaction like this. But honestly, it's 50-50 since Jaylynn is one of the worst beggars on TikTok.
No, it's okay. The guy that I stay here is my son's best friend. In his trailer, we're on a lot that is owned by somebody else, and I have to pay the lot rent.
Yeah, that's what one does when you have a trailer on someone else's land. Yes. Oh my gosh. At least it didn't spill much.
I'm tired. I need
just
to lay
a lot.
down, but I can't rest until I know
God damn
everything's
it.
okay.
Hey there, how are you?
No.
I had the most silly, does my controller work? This is Jaylynn. This is chinchilla. This is major chilla. Major. I was gonna say the Surgeon Moderate Chinchilla, but no, it's just Major Chilla. Covering, Jay Lynn. New Lisa Richard. TikTok's most desperate beggar. 30 minutes of our life. But I was curious. Because, like, there's a few people that actually give quite fair coverage to folks going through crisis, while also being quite critical of the actions that they choose to commit while they're in crisis. Because, you know, I, as a bitch who's had to be dependent on, like, the state before when I was younger, I'm well aware that, like, so what they wanted is someone not to report their change in income, but the feds need you to report your change in income, and the lack of doing so hurts a lot of motherfuckers outside of just you. So, you know, I've gotten to experience that, oh hey, the state has to take care of me. It feels very neutering. That, oh crap, I got my first job. I get to tell them, and I'm really proud. That call my social worker and be like, I did it, I got this thing, I feel fucking happy about myself. You know, it's, you gotta like accept that even though you might not want to lose the bolt of the boon to your income, sure, fine. They'll keep you with insurance until you no longer qualify. And if you're making so much off of TikTok that you've ruled yourself no longer in access of those services, that means that you're making somewhere close to $2,000 a month plus, I do believe. Because what is it? Yeah, I do think that you can like still receive benefits up until like the either $2,000 or more than $2,000 a month. I do believe so, right? Majula has better healthcare than America? No. Have you seen what happens here sometimes? Only in this save have I not gone and started killing people for their armor. I go over 2 saves, motherfuckers have died for less. This dude, first to die last save. First to get fucking clapped. Dude's dead. Dude's dead as fuck. He's here now. Because I haven't had a need for more souls, and I'm trying to actually have less soul gain right now. Like, I don't want that many souls. I'm low-leveling this one patiently and mindfully, purely for the, like, you know, the PvP in DS2. I love that DS2 PvP. It's so fucking good. Oh, it's so fucking good. I don't have access to, like, a quick and easy, a human effigy farm right now. I kind of will soon, but I'm playing with Vess. We're doing co-op shit off and on, and yee. I don't know. Majula's got, like, the healthcare you have is you come back at a bonfire looking raggedy and tacky. What? Do you see the sores on this? Do you see the fucking sores? Do you want that? Do you really? Do you really want to look like this? That's fine, I guess. Player info. We're a knight up in the Blue Sentinels. And we look like shit. We're not going to do any helpful blue shit like this. There's no humanity in this bitch, holy shit. Got that old Leo ring pretty quick though. Right? Like, good healthcare. The Firekeepers are scarred outside of the fucking face and arms. They cover, or the face and hands generally. Most of the Firekeepers are just covered in scars and you just can't see them through bandages. This homie's my favorite. Now, mind you, she is ancient as fuck. Oh, hold on. She's ancient AF. Erg. She's called a hag, but I think she's my favorite character in-game. I'm trying to line it up. I see you. I got you. Hold up. It would be easier if I just moved stuff, but there. There's a face that your streamer could love. She is considered a hag by a lot of people. I think she is my favorite character in the game. She's really fucking sweet. Right? Well, she's a fucking merchant. She's got you. She sells infinite life gems. And I'm assuming that's not just the goddamn Costco. She might have murder tools in there, because you get life gems, which are... Yep. Shut up, bitch. Hold on. You get life gems, which are, small stone made of crystallized souls. Gradually restores a small amount of HP, often found near abandoned corpses if it were what remains of the soul. So she is possibly murdering bitches and selling you their souls. I mean, there's another serial killer in the game, right? I really do too. I learned it because I haven't gotten to play Bloodborne yet. We might soon. But I learned that, I'm sorry, Demon Souls. I haven't played Demon Souls, but I might get to soon. And the healing economy, being close to grass from there makes it like, I feel like it's going to be accessible enough because I've managed this shit in Majula. Right? Majula. Gym of Drenlick. Yo. Anywho's. Dragonite was pretty easy. Yeah, you just gotta be patient. Did you learn how to do your timing more patiently and slowly yet? Because, like, it's just, you don't have much stamina. It looks like a big bar. I'm trying to switch like it's fucking Elden. Hold on. Do not do the Elden Ring switch by accident. I am gonna go do some fucking Elden Ring invasions later on today, by the way. Like, I fucking love those. Oh my gosh. 125 invasions on Elden. They're so fucking good. Oh, it's so fucking good. I could die for that shit. Alright, Vess, you good? Do you want co-oping? What do you want to do, bitch? You get to pick. 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 Because I don't really give a shit. I just want to go fight people. And next thing I gotta do is go back here and kill the other boss. I'm gonna be doing it the lame, cheesy way, where you make him fall in the fucking shit. Okay. Did you kill the boss already? Okay, cool. That's what's up. Honestly, I still give people shit. Like, when people give critique to fucking Dark Souls, and they're like, or when they're rating the Souls games, and they're like, Armored Core isn't a Souls game. I'm like, bitch, there's Undying that has been forced upon the people. The mechanics are the similar. Like, what the fuck are you on about? Like, if you're gonna consider fucking Sekiro a Soulsborne, what the fuck are you doing? There's perfect guarding, there's not perfect guarding, there's a lot of weapon variety that matches up similar. You have the fucking Moonlight Sword, for fuck's sake. There's Undying forced upon the people. You get to be the arbiter of change if you so fucking wish to. Like, the fuck? Y'all, people who say that fucking Armored Core isn't a Souls game, like, have they played it? Did they read the story? And I'm sorry if that's one of y'all, but did you read the fucking story? Also, it's a fucking good one. Also, it's really fucking good. So it's really fucking good. Oh, where's my... Ooh. I cracked my red. Did I crack my red gem? Oh no, I didn't get red gems on this one, because you don't get red gems till later. Okay, never mind. We have Blue Acolyte installed, because we need that community anti-cheat. If you're playing Dark Souls 3, presently there's still people reporting as of even yesterday that, no, Miyazaki wants to make games about mechs the most. Like, that's the wild thing, is like, bro wants to make mech games, like, exclusively, and has to reduce himself to placating the rest of us bitches who want to play everything else inclusive of. And I know that I'm a needy bitch, and that's fine. I can acknowledge what I am and what I do. That's okay. But, like, goddamn, like, little homie wants to only make mech games. And we as a society are up here being like, but can you give me another fucking dark fantasy game, please? Pretty please, with sugar on top. Like, little bro just wants to make mech games. Little bro wants to blow up and acts like he just makes mech games. I'm gonna try to be a helpful blue. Anywho's, Wexduck does make the helpful bluing a little bit more easy because it'll cycle through all the zones to see if there's someone at my soul level who is being invaded. And it'll place me with their ass if they're in the fucking Blue Acolytes. Titties. Also, that community anti-cheat, 10 out of 10. Like, I have legit had to block people in fucking, Dark Souls 3 who were actively haxing. Oops. Like, it's fun being a big robot suit. Like, yeah, it's not the same dark fantasy, but holy shit. Like, I'll probably get on it again soon. I miss it. We were gonna fuck around with, Code Vein, but be honest, it's fine and all, but nope, that's not Bess. It's fine and all, but I kind of miss mech. I miss mechs. Like, the mechanics in that game are so sick. I might hop on it a little bit later, just because it's so fucking good. I kind of wouldn't have minded getting that token of fidelity, though, to be fair. I kind of would have liked that token. Reset the double click thingy since it's bugged out. Oh, I just am not processing words. Okay. Like, hi, but for real, if you're actively playing DS2 or 3, I am under the impression that Blue Acolyte for 2 and Blue Sentinels for 3, they're still getting, like, if something big happens, they will still take care of us. I'll fucking hop on it later. That game is, I haven't played in forever. I wanted to finish my first save of, I wanted to do, I'm on the 3rd new game cycle. We're kinda close to midway, and I was trying to get, like, specific shit to get everything unlocked. And I sat it down because I was, like, in a tear, I guess? I don't fucking know. I want to get that done, though. Like, I still have stuff to do in Sekiro, New Game Plus Plus, and then we have to do Plus Plus Plus. I do like the new game cycles on the fucking, like, on FromSoft shit. Like, it is so fucking legit. The balance isn't bad. Ooh, did Crab Souls get New Game Plus yet? Oh, we're waiting for Crab Souls New Game Plus, and everyone should try. If, like, if dark fucking fantasy isn't your fucking take, or if you just want, like, a more easy to run on a potato Souls-like, that holds up pretty fucking well. Crab Souls. It's really bright and colorful. Oh, Liza Pie, hell yeah. Oh my gosh, I sat it down in the fucking prayer area where you have the lightning bitch that, like, is very much giving Genichiro. And I wanted to go back to it, and I just got distracted on fucking FromSoft's fucking asshole again. Yeah, I got FromSoft distracted me over here. That would be why. There is no shit to do for a blue. Yo, it's a vest. I can't wait till I get the colonoscopy ring that makes my stamina regen go up. Everyone likes a good colonoscopy ring that makes your stamina go up. Oops, slow roll. There we go. Hey, homie. Honestly, in addition, isn't it that, like, okay, so I've never gotten to play Bloodborne. Actually, I might be, like, about to give it a whirl because holy shit, we can now. Wink wink, nudge nudge. More blue eye orbs. Like, okay, I think around, gosh, 300,000 soul memory is where I had the most luck doing, like, helpful blue shit. Supers. Just pick one and the other will leave. They'll go away. Maybe. Nope, they didn't go away. I think we might have ran too far. Possibly my ass. Nope, I'm racing you to it, bud. Die. I know I need to. I'm not really. I've never been a console person. That's why I haven't been able to. It's just because I never had a console in my life often. Like, you know, I had the super dank, everyone loves it N64, the first gen PlayStation, but that's it for my consoling. Like, beyond that, that's about it, really. And that's fine, but, like, you know. And when I was a fucking whippersnapper, the hospital had an N64 cranked in there. Which, if I only knew about speedrunning, then... Skip this dude, follow me. Just skip. Take that roll. Okay, I'm gonna just bait this dude into the sink. I'm not gonna fight him. I'm not gonna fight him. I don't know why I asked you to come in here, actually. I was gonna just come do this. You want him to come far enough that his step back really fucks him up, right? Now, if you get him there and you make him walk over a corner, he'll fall off on his own accord. But you just can't fuck up positioning, okay? And I'm trying to, like, be careful of where you are as well. So this is probably not the best thing to do with anyone in here with you, I think. Mayhaps. Maybe it is. But anyways, I need to kite him back onto the bridge again. And then I need to just go far enough off to the... You got it. No, you kite him onto the bridge, and when he begins to attack, lure him off the side. It doesn't matter which bridge you took, you had him in a good position. Don't stand next to me then. Holy shit. Do that then, with him, but not yourself. Just do that with him, not you. Okay. You get dude, right? This is silly and I just learned about this cheese. Okay, cool. You get this duder, right? You let him wear himself out a time or two. And you scoot on past his ass. And you see him at the edge, right? You lock onto that shit. And if he doesn't line up just right, you kind of bail out. You want him to start those attacks when he's on the fucking stick part. And is this harder than just like... I mean, or that. There's a couple ways he'll run off the side. It's like whatever. As long as you don't pull the things, he'll fucking kill himself. Literally killed himself in a video game, bro. Goddamn. Oh well. No, it's really lame, but I wanted to put you on that tip because it's hilarious. Like, now there's a lot of times in Elden where you can make bosses do that, and I thought it was just a fitting accompaniment to that bullshit. Alright, so you want to go do that yourself? Talk to me, motherfucker.
Are you from these parts?
Are you from... I like how I just have somebody, like, fake crying on my screen right now.
The art of miracles, a practice of which I am a disciple.
Mm-hmm.
I can see
especially early game ones. Ooh, I need to show you this. I need to show you this right the fuck now. Oh, good on you, dude. So then I'm guessing my soul memory's getting closer. You're still 10,000 above me. I got you. Then you don't need to be here for my ass. I'm good. I'm just chilling. You'll be proud of me. That adaptability is currently at 30 right now. Our agility is at 103. All I'm gonna do is push that attunement up to 10, and I'm gonna be rolling like a fucking, like an Elden player. I'm gonna be rolling and weapon swapping like I play a fucking different game already. We're about to be on our shit. Oh, I'll show you. Come to the Tower of Flame, and I'll have a sign down for you in a second. Just wait there for me, I guess. I'm gonna go to Majula. I'm gonna put the levels into attunement, so I can have a spell. And then maybe I'll put some into Faith. Actually, I'll do that, and then I'll put them into Attune, and then I'll, start pumping Stir. I'll put Dex high enough to take, like, a Zwizwy. If I can have a Zwizwy, I will be, like, golden. Almost there. Agility's 104. You want your agility to be about 105-ish, because agility does impact how quickly you drink Estus, how quickly you weapon swap. It impacts a little bit about them rolls. I think it's a roll impacting thing. Right? Like, you can do better, faster swaps because you have agility. Instead of how long it took you to drink Estus at the start, it's a little sippy. Little disrespectful sippies you can take while you're hitting people. A good benchmark is, can you take a disrespectful sippy during someone's recovery? I like taking disrespectful sippies during people's recovery. That shit's what's up. I love those disrespectful sippies. You gotta parry a bitch and take a disrespectful sippy sometimes. It's very important. Sometimes just to waste the Estus and be a dickhead. Oh, you can't lay one right here. Hold on. Oh my gosh, we're gonna be nerds about this in a little bit. How long do I have left in Major Chilla looking at this person? We're almost at the out of it. I'm just gonna minimize it, and we're gonna do, like, some adaptability nerdery real quick. Come with me and you'll see a world of I don't give a fuck, bitch. This one's shorter. This one looks like it's legit and on our tip. Okay. At the start, this is 13 seconds of your life. If you care about DS2, I got you, boo. Okay, so you know how I'm at like 105-ish? A little bit above 100? Yeah, about 6 base frames until hit, base plus 1, base plus 2, base plus 4, base plus 5. That ADP also affects your, ooh, here we go. Agility and time correlation data. Paste. That's what we like to see. Break down this shit for us. There we go. There's that. Here's this. This is explicitly for iframes, by the way, because I was second guessing if it impacts iframes. I'll make sure there's in the timestamps as well, so if you're watching the VOD, I got you, fam. You can go to the timestampy now. Timestamp McDamp. Yeah, just to run it back one last time, possibly at like a lower playback speed of like maybe 2.5, kill the sound, and grab that Dark Souls 2 OST real quick. Real quick. Majula theme. That's how we'll go. Bring this over here. You need adaptability for iframes, not your weight. It's not about how much armor you have on. It's about your adaptability. Which, not just adaptability. Agility is impacted by both adaptability and attunement. Both, right? So that's some cool shit. It's harder to get roll caught. I like mine at about 105 because I've leaned on community discourse on this shit, and I'm willing to go with it. I would pump it higher, I'm not opposed to, but I want to be able to hold this YY. Like, I think more importantly to me is Big Sword once I'm at 105, and then I can like pick how I want to level from there. We'll keep it on for a sec, because the game doesn't have good music here. It's very quiet some places. For reference, here's the numbers I got from DS1 a while back. Slow, medium, okay, cool. So I decided to stop being lazy and do some actual hard number data on the correlation between agility and iframes. I'll probably put this in the video at some point, but for now, here's a bit of data. FYI, I did this on PC, but noted down my FPS, but sorry, knocked my FPS down to 30, so this frame count would cover all platforms. That is so sweet. Yee. And then you still need vitality for your weight too. So it's like, it's a harder spread if you don't know what you're getting into and you're just trying to make your rolls better based upon your experiences from one. It's going to be a learning curve, but community's got you. Like, the game has messages everywhere. I didn't put it down because I can't put one up there. I'm moving a little bit to the, here. Let me go up to where I can place one. I'll go back to the, hold on. Because I can't put a soapstone down here, right? So let me go to the other one and just bring your ass. Oops. I'm going to the start one. I have Takis and chopsticks because I eat those Takis with chopsticks. Okay, cool. So, we'll get you through first. Bruise. There's my sign. If anyone else gets me, I'll black separation crystal. Give me a sec. Oh, yeah, no, they were. This took a long time. Like, it's not, we're not gonna say it's easy. Also, we were on the Dark Souls 2 Dissected playlist the other day because I thought this was actually worth it. How soul memory was solved. This is actually, this required inside information from FromSoft to break it, and it was not quick. Like, this was not like an easy thingy.
So I actually had some inside help. It's not that the story of me testing and generally finding these things on my own is untrue, but I got a very useful nudge in the right direction. Around this time someone contacted me, they were aware of my testing efforts and were sympathetic to the community not having this information. So they just gave it all to me. A complete tier list and an explanation of the basic systems I was expecting to find. But it was wrong. Things weren't matching up, their tiers were wrong, and also some of the ranges that were given to me didn't make sense either. But it's clear the source was trustworthy because the basic framework was spot on. And they also had certain details nailed down that the community didn't know yet. For instance, the game at launch had a max tier of 15 million soul memory. I believe I first incorrectly reported that it began at 12 million, being thrown off by not knowing all of the individual tiers yet. Here this person had some hidden insight that was still a complete secret to the community. And one thing in particular...
So, yeah, no, by the way, attribution is important as fuck. I'm barely that, but okay, sure, bud. I don't know if I am one. That's the thing. Anywho's, with and without rings, the highest host levels, the breakpoints got meticulously tested. It's pretty fucking legit. It was not easy. Like, remember, this got posted in 2014 for a game that came out in 2011, if memory serves. Do you even praise the sun? Yes, bitch. 7 times a day. I do it all for soul hair. Not just soul air, soul hair. Because he's like a bunny. He's like the white rabbit that we follow into success and victory. And stuff like that. OST? What? Is this one? Did I just boop into this one? Agility explained. Hit me. I told you we were gonna do some bullshit. Until Vest summons me into a world.
One of the most common complaints surrounding adaptability is the misconception that you have to level it excessively high early or reach certain arbitrary amounts to be able to properly roll. What you need to look at is the substat called agility. Which is responsible for item consumption speed.
I got summoned by someone else, dude.
The speed at which you are able to raise your guard for blocking.
I'll ditch. I hate to do that.
Swapping between your main hand and offhand weapons. And most importantly, your iframes.
Hold on, bro. Did you go to the start one? Did you go to Hyde's Ruin? And did you crack your fucking human effigy so you're a human and not a hollow? I mean, hollows are human. Not all undead are hollow, but all undead may become hollow. And most humans will be hollow. Most will be undead. Okay, cool. I'm gonna pop it a little further back then. Hold on. With that dude dead, now, early parry. Oops. One sec. Lol. Titties. I'll place it in the back so I don't have to, like, negotiate 3 dudes right now while I'm also, like, doing stuff on YouTube. How about that?
Agility is raised primarily by leveling adaptability and to a lesser extent, attunement. We will go over that in detail a bit later.
Oh, my pause play button works again. No, it doesn't. Yeah, it does. I need to be able to pause and play from the MIDI controller, or else I will fucking die.
To fully understand why agility is important and how it correlates with adaptability.
Brosif, if you don't see this, I can move it somewhere else, like here. I'll take it up here. I'll do that really fast. Hold on. I'll even just like do it in a way where I skirt past that dude. Hold on. I got you. Hold up. I'll make tall towering dude break off of me. Also, a thing that breaks me in this game is your weight can actually be at 70.0 and you're still fucking good to like do a medium roll. But the second it's 70.1, you can't mid-roll anymore. That's like 70.70.01 is when its cutoff is, not 70 even. Early as fuck. Goddamn, bro. Their attacks do kind of, like, bait me out. I do respect it. I mean, I do have height on, or I guess, like, the elevation made that a little bit cheeky, but whatever. Can I jump over them? What happens up here? This dude isn't on me yet. Okay, cool. Thanks, bro. You fucking dick neck. Alright. Oop, a little further forward. There we go. Okay, homie. I'm right here. Right at the top of the stairs. I just had the dude walk off. You can spawn me in and walk anywhere you need to. I'll be right the fuck there.
And attunement, let's break it down.
Their name is Metalhead, and I'm not subbed. Are we fucking twisted?
When you start
What?
Dark Souls 2, your player character will have 7 to 9 iframes depending on your starting class. You then
Explorer is goated.
Get to choose how much investment you would like to make into the iframes of your role. With this in mind, Agility has specific breakpoints in which you gain iframes. They are the stopping points you will want to meet as you level. Though there are many of them, the only breakpoints that will be relevant for your gameplay are 92, 96, 99, and rarely 105 Agility.
I am chilling at 105. Or, no, I'm about to be at 104.
These numbers are important stopping points because you do not gain additional iframes between breakpoints. As an example, having 95 agility is the same as having 92 agility in terms of iframes. We will be going over a few more breakpoints for the other functions of agility later to show you what they do and why they aren't important. For now, let's take a closer look at the relevant agility breakpoints. The first major breakpoint, 92 agility, will grant you a total of 10.
Yes. Didn't I just open this in a tab like 2 seconds ago? I pasted it in the start of the stream. Hold on. There's your soul memory. That'll entirely prevent it if you're out of my range. Yeah? What's your soul memory? Let's go look at mine. And if you're hollow, or if any of us were to be hollow. Mine is 86408, right? So you, Vess, start keeping this with you, okay? Start holding this on your own. Okay, bud, I got you, fam, but hold it on your own and actually keep mind of this. This is the only thing you put it in yourself. You're doing it yourself, bud. So this soapstone can match with anyone up to 50, or from 50-ish to 150, right? For me. If you wanted to do yours, you yourself would keep track of your soul memory and just tell me. Meh. Oh. Your soul memory's too high for me. I can't play with you. That would be it. My soul memory is 4,000 too low to play with you. See? Yep. You take care. You be alright. We adore you. Be safe. Do cool shit. Bro, you fell out of the fight. You, like, actually killed your character. What are you... Yeah. No, you... Like, okay. What did it is... This is why I mentioned it last night when you said you're just gonna grind for some reason, and I said, don't do it for me. Do it because you like playing. I don't really care. You weren't reading the instructions, homie. You just gotta pay attention to it. Like, I'm not gonna babysit you through it. I've got the stream to run, chores to do, a life to live. You got this yourself, but you can answer this yourself now. So that's on you from here on forward. I'm not doing it again. I don't mind. I really don't give a shit. But I've given you all the resources repeatedly, so please keep them, like, bookmarked or something, dude. Okay? And solve these things yourself. Please and thank you. Appreciate it.
10 iframes, and it is the first milestone that you should try to reach early on into the game.
I can show you how to get to where you're going.
The second major breakpoint, 96 agility, grants you 11 iframes, which is the same amount as every role type in Dark Souls 1 except for the role type associated with Darkwood Grain Ring. 96 agility is what you should aim for in the mid-game.
There. Now you know where to go. I'm going to go through the top of that tower on the other side. That's all. You can watch and see if you want.
The last relevant breakpoint for iframes is 99 agility, which will grant you 12 iframes and is more than you get.
But right now, we're doing mechanics, which is more important than where to go.
For normal role types in Dark Souls 1. 99 agility should be your final goal in the late game, as it is more than enough to comfortably roll every attack in the game. You should not have your agility between any of these breakpoints, as it is a waste of stat points that would be better spent elsewhere.
Again, I'm for 105, 30 adaptability, 10 attunement.
With all of this in mind, the way agility is calculated in-game is fairly complicated, and the in-game menu tends to not always be truthful when displaying true values.
Yeah.
We know that agility is leveled with both adaptability and attunement. Adaptability will level your agility 3 times faster than attunement will. Your adaptability investment is multiplied by 0.75, while your attunement investment is multiplied by 0.25. Then, these resulting values are added together and rounded to the nearest whole number to determine your overall agility investment. This number then correlates with the numbers in this chart to determine what tier of agility investment you are at.
I think there's some floating point calculation for some shit, but not everything. Definitely not for what you see.
Due to all the math happening behind the scenes, the agility displayed in your player status screen might not always accurately reflect the in-game math. Yep. We can see this clearly because when your agility is calculated to be less than 85, it will be set to a value of 85 regardless. As an example, when you start the game before picking your class and character name, you will be at soul level -44, but your agility will still be displayed as 85. A more practical example of this is the fact that Bandit, Warrior, and Cleric class all have 85 agility displayed in the menu. Though Bandit class actually has a lower amount of iframes. Bandit class starts with 2 attunement and 3 adaptability, which calculates to agility investment tier 2, giving 7 iframes on rolls. On the other hand, Warrior and Cleric class are calculated to tier 5 investment, which is 8 iframes on rolls, though all 3 classes have in-menu values of 85 agility. This means that when starting as Bandit, you will need to invest more points to get yourself to 86 agility compared with these other classes that start with higher adaptability and attunement.
Sometimes you want to eat Takis with the homies and learn about mechanics. Sorry.
As for the higher ranges, when your adaptability and attunement are both 99, your agility will be set to a value of 120 as the maximum. Using gear that boosts adaptability and therefore agility will do nothing when you reach this point. When investing into adaptability or attunement, it is important to check your agility. If you are a caster or have significant investment into attunement, you will find that you won't have to invest into adaptability nearly as much.
I'm
It is
late
a
to taking
balance
my
between the
Adderall, but we got
stats.
this.
Never level adaptability arbitrarily because some Reddit post told you to.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here's the part you're going to probably need the most. What it impacts.
The additional and less relevant functions of agility include weapon swap speed, blocking speed, item consumable speed, and iframes on backsteps,
Yee.
and landing rolls. Weapon swap speed determines the speed at which you are able to swap your right and left-hand weapons. This multiplier scales from 120% at minimum agility up to 145% at maximum agility. This is not a function that is worth caring about, as it will not meaningfully impact your gameplay in a noticeable way. Blocking speed is the rate at which you can bring up your guard for the purposes of blocking attacks. This multiplier scales from 100% at minimum agility up to 150% at maximum agility. This is also not a function that is worth caring about at all.
Not on its own. Not in a little vacuum, no. But if you are trying to do it and you're wondering why coming from later games,
speed is the rate
would
at
help
which you
your ass.
consume items such as Estus or life gems. It is a misconception that this is a critical function and causes many players to level agility to needlessly high levels, most of the time well beyond the level of agility where item use speed caps. The item consume speed multiplier only changes between 90 and 100 agility, meaning the critical iframe breakpoints fall between these numbers. Since 99 agility is your final breakpoint in terms of iframes, it is not worth it to get to 100 agility to cap your item use speed. 99 agility puts you at 117% item use speed, while 100 puts you at 120 item use speed. This 3% difference is barely perceptible. To put this in further perspective, at the lowest possible agility, your Estus consume speed is 2.5 seconds. At 100 agility, it takes just over 2 seconds to complete the Estus consumption animation. The final, less relevant functions of agility are the increase of iframes on backsteps and landing rolls. Though these functions, along with the ones previously mentioned, are fairly useless and are not worth considering when investing into agility. Another misconception surrounding rolling pertains to videos like this one of the pursuer grab attack, where a player seemingly rolls through the attack and gets grabbed anyway. It is easy to blame this on ADP or bad hitboxes, since a majority of players do not understand the mechanics behind this footage. Let's slow it down to show what is happening here.
It's consistent.
As you can see, this player's foot is getting clipped by the grab hitbox, as they don't have iframes at this point in their roll. This is not the fault of adaptability, agility, or the hitboxes, but is an issue with the grab animations and the player themselves.
Though it is a skill issue, it is one that you are being aware, that your mode made aware of because of the inability for us to see the hitbox appropriately and respond to it.
The way grab attacks work across the entire Souls franchise can be very visually comical. You can see janky grab animations happen in other entries in the franchise with the grab attacks of Iron Golem, Dancer of the Boreal Valley, Gaping Dragon, and more.
Honestly, Dancers is really funny. That is one that I paused and like whinged about. I didn't want to bitch about it like it was, oh no, woe is me. But it's like some shit. It's fun. I like it. Dancer's a fun fight. I want to fight Dancer again.
This is because the roll animation is prioritized to finish first, while the grab attack animation is queued. This causes the roll animation to play out fully, then the grab attack animation plays, making the player seemingly teleport to the end of the pursuer's sword. Dark Souls 2 hitboxes are considered to be poor as people aren't able to see.
So with the pursuer, by the way, with this
Dark Souls.
Oh, hold on, little
to
thing.
the end of the.
Go towards the shield. With most of the pursuer's moves, if you just roll into the shield, like, yeah, roll towards them, but roll towards them into the shield, like, go to their foot. Go to their shield hand and to the foot. And you will literally just miss everything. Even if you only strafe to the foot, you will just miss everything they do.
The pursuer's sword.
Oh, and make sure you run up on them when they plunge their weird shit. It's fun to break that.
Dark Souls 2 hitboxes are considered to be poor as people aren't able to see the actual hitboxes and are judging based on janky animations.
I'm going to put myself
to put this
at the
in
next
further
place
perspective, let's look at the grab attacks from the perspective of strafing. You can see that the player character is extremely close to the sword, but is not getting grabbed because they are not actually getting hit, unlike with the player's foot earlier. With Hitbox Visualizer on, we can see that the hitbox is nicely aligned with the sword. The issue in this popular video does not stem from bad hitboxes or bad rolling mechanics, but the personal skill of the player in the video coupled with the way animations are cued.
Panic rolls. They happen.
Additional reasons this grab attack hit the player is that they are at a higher equipment load percentage, reducing the distance of their roll. When a player is over 70% of their equipment load, they will fat roll, which will reduce roll distance.
Yeah, also just go to the shield hand. Like they don't like grab it with both hands unless they're grabbing it with both hands, in which case you'll figure out what to do. But if they've got a consistent shield hand and they're jabbing out with it and it always comes and sticks out like a toothpick, just fucking go into the shield hand.
Even more severely. In this case, the player having a higher equipment load percentage contributed to their foot getting clipped by the grab attack of Pursuer. When replicating this footage with hitbox viewers on, we had to get to 69% of equipment load while also having low agility to fail rolling this attack in the same way.
It's a big ass shield for a deadie.
In addition to roll distance being reduced, if you are wearing armor that you do not meet the requirements for, or if you are rolling without enough stamina, your iframes will be reduced on those rolls. Be mindful that your stamina regeneration speed will be negatively affected by your current percentage of equipment load, meaning that your stamina will regenerate slower while you are heavy, oftentimes leading to rolling without enough stamina.
There's a reason I'm not wearing much armor right now, and I'm just leveling my ADP, leveling my adaptability.
Another thing to keep in mind is that many enemies have delayed attacks that are intentionally slower, which keeps their hitboxes in contact with the player model for a longer period of time. These kind of attacks can catch players off guard early on due to the lack of iframes and instinct of most players to roll as soon as they see an attack winding up.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You can see this clearly happening in the original Pursuer grab video. This is commonly known as panic rolling.
Mm-hmm.
A reliable way.
So the roll happens when you take your finger off the key, right? So it's okay to tap it, but keep your finger there until you're ready, right? Like, hey. Okay. I need to go set up fucking displaying my key clicks. So you can tap it, right? But that's fine. But otherwise, this one's a little bit more extreme with like cause see how quickly we go into a run? Up until that run animation starts, you can totally like, you know, select when you let go. I feel like you have more of a window before the run on 3, maybe? I don't know. But up until our head jerks forward, I can let go, and that's when my roll initiates. So I can tap it, yeah, but that's a little wild. It helps me to look at it, and then just when it starts, then let go. And if you end up in a roll, that's fine. You can let it happen. Let your run happen, rather. And jumping is fun. But, you know, just be patient with it. Just be patient. You got this. Oh my gosh, hold on. Oh, shitties. There we go. That was impacting it a little bit too. That was fucking me up. That's all. Rolling with taps. Rolling with light, decided, patient holds. Oop. Okay, cool. Done being silly.
The way to play around these scenarios is to stay calm and time your rolls. Learn the directionality of the attacks you are trying to avoid. Oftentimes, you can roll diagonally off to the side or roll into an attack, causing you to be able to fully avoid getting hit while creating crucial distance.
It's funner to roll so you can like position yourself at their back and take a disrespectful sippy.
Staying
Also,
calm will help you.
A lot of times when you're at their back, to take your little disrespectful sippy, they have to like reorient their whole damn model to initiate something else, and then there's a decision tree that might take off for like what to do now that they're realigned. So it gives you a bit of a window.
You keep yourself safe from long hitboxes and follow-up attacks. Now that we know how agility and rolling works in Dark Souls 2, the stat and rolling as a whole might not seem so daunting. Be sure to let us know how you feel about agility in the comment section, and make sure to check out our other videos on Dark Souls 2 mechanics.
It is 2014. I'm a goofball, but yeah. This is why community's always right. Okay, cool. There's your progress route. We'll be back to like being a silly Billy reacty shit later. We'll see what else they've done too. Like, they seem like cool. Oh. Nifty, you do that. You kick ass. Boop. Where's the button? There's the button. Got it. Ooh. New game +6 SO1 Manus. That's what's up. Gaming while this happens. Okay. If you're watching Invest and you want to know where to go and you looked at the thing and you just don't know, I got you.
The girls are in the kitchen and the front room and the bedroom. They're worried too.
24%?
Because if I
16%
find
weight.
out that somebody hasn't went to do what they're supposed to be doing yet, I'm gonna flip out.
I'm gonna flip a table. JK. Would be fun though.
I can't drive to him. I can't get to him.
I can't drive either.
I can't get to him. Fuck the police. Fuck them. These son of a bitches bastards. Fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck them.
During my research, I began to notice a few traits in Jaylin that began to raise some concern. Besides all the other things we've discussed in this video, throughout these, Jaylin is often sniffling and jittering kind of uncontrollably, and her tendency to beg online and always needing money for her quote-unquote bills, whether true or not, are common signs of potential addiction. And with Jaylin's claim of being a recovered addict, you could see the possibilities there. Even one time, she hosted a detox session for one of her biggest donators, where she gives advice to a lady who was potentially dealing with the effects of a detox. During her motivational speech, You can see Jalen begin to tear up and break down as she goes on, and I personally believe it's because she knows she's lying to this girl, and pretending to be sober breaks her heart, since, like myself, many others believe she broke her 14 years of sobriety some time ago, because Jalen in future videos would again be showing signs that she may be using again. But Jalen has to continue to pretend to be sober since people are less likely to donate when they know their donations aren't going to bills or food, but potentially going to substances. This is made 10 times worse when you consider that Jalen is obviously on the verge of passing out on some streams. While she has 2 daughters that need her attention, but she'll continue to go online and beg for money. That's far more important, I guess.
Breathe like that, okay? I need you to do that. I need you to breathe. It sounds to me like you're starting to have a panic attack also, so you need to try to breathe. And you're an amazing person, and I know you've got this. Yes, you do need to change your number. Are you feeling any better? Please tell me you're starting to feel better. At least a little bit. A little bit helps. Every little bit helps, and I pray to God.
Now, recovery is a fucking process, but I'm here to say I think you should be honest about it, right? Okay, oh, I went to right when I meant to go left. Okay, this dude's whatever. They're just a little speary guy. They don't mind. Just let them do their shit. Take them from behind. Rogues like it from behind. They do, though. Rogues like it from behind. Like, early game shield punish is so silly in this game that I just can't get over it, to be fair. It's just so hilarious. What? It's funny. It's easy access bullshit. It's like, if you wanted to cheese but you didn't want to cheese, you can cheese with shield punish in early game.
I'm praying to God that this helps you. I hate it that you're going through withdrawals, and I want you to be okay. And I want you to tell yourself, look, I'm worth it. I am worth it. Because I had to tell myself that I am worth it. I am so worth it to be able to...
I love that Sublime Bone Dust. Bone? It means we're gonna get, more Estus value.
Walk the streets with all these other people that are clean and get the stuff they've gotten and not have to live out on the streets or whatever. You got this. You, in my heart, I know you got this. I can feel your pain right now. I know you're hurt. I'm 14 years clean, guys, just to let y'all know.
And again, it's okay if you're on your path towards recovery and growth. That's fine. I don't think anyone would be opposed to you growing. Don't be deceitful shitheads. Now, I'm not saying they're being a deceitful shithead. I don't know them or their life. And I'm new to this shit, right? However, if you are growing and you need to know how to grow a little bit more efficaciously, maybe, just be honest about where you are, where you want to be. And I think as long as you're growing, I don't think anyone gives a fuck as long as you are growing, honestly. Right? Oh, I want the whole Hide Knight set so bad. It's such a pretty armor set. It's really not the best to wear. Yeah, that shit can catch me later. Again, our character name is Miss Me. they could miss me with that bullshit. Little curse frog ass bitch. More like see ya never, bitch. Getting ganked by those two dudes? Oh, hell no. Not even worth it. Fuck that. Fuck that noise, duder. Fuck that. I got other shit to do. I got a fool to be. I'm a fool for goober shit. Try dashing. Visions of weakness. Visions of weakness. Alright, No Man's Wharf. It's the place with that flexile sentry ass bitch. We got this.
Yeah, I start to close my eyes a little bit because I'm tired.
Vess, I'm guessing you've both seen where to go on the guide and that you've seen me get there. So I guess you're good. If you weren't, I guess you'd tell me.
People are gonna be like, oh, she's high, look at her. Oh, we gotta snapshot this. Oh, we gotta
I need to
record
medulla.
this.
Buff my attunement by 1.
People make me sick.
And then once I buff my
I
attunement to
take
10,
enough meds.
I can do the rolls I
Some
want.
of them do affect me, making me
Peak
be
roll.
tired and stuff. So.
Peak iframe, peak roll. Peak bullshit.
Oh, I was asleep on the bed earlier, Debbie.
Again, I'm a
Brianna
105
said, Mom,
person.
you just rolled right off the bed.
And there you go. 105 agility. That's all I wanted. Done and done. Easy peasy. Now we're Speedy Booper. Now to get a big ass sword. Next thing on the agenda, big ass sword. All of this is no. Long sword would be nice if I have a short sword actively, but I love a broadsword. Okay. I'm gonna find a long ass sword.
Literally rolled right off the bed and fell on top of a shorty. Debbie, I'm gonna have to get off here. No, the f I'm not. Are you kidding me? No, I didn't get my prescription refilled because it was already filled. It got filled last week, honey. I get it every 2 weeks. It don't make me not out.
Speaking of things that'll be filled periodically, ooh, I'll be trying contacts to see if it makes my life suck less. Cause my temples get fucked up, right? They get fucking wrecked by my, with my headphones on gaming. And it's fine. It's just like, it could be easier, so, you know.
If anybody's got a problem, take it up with me.
And for those of you curious about the rest of Jalen's family and why we don't mention them in the video, it's because the story is bigger than Jalen, and the most tragic part of this documentary by far. Jalen's family was tragically involved in a triple ending that was so horrific that it was documented in a TV true crime series titled Reasonable Doubt, Episode 8 of Season 4. But a small summary is 4 of Jalen's family members, what I believe to be her mother, father, brother, and potentially sister, was in a house when someone broke into there, and only Jalen's brother left. Jalen claims to have heard some of what went down. Jalen has talked about it very little for most likely obvious reasons. If you're interested, you can go watch the episode. But I think that's the end of the video, guys. Jalen's story is like a beggar who sits outside of a gas station hoping that their tragic story is enough to get their fix on the passerbys. But instead of a gas station, Jalen uses the sympathy of people online, framing events and allowing her own personal tragedies to earn her living. And as long as people are taking the bait, I think Jalen will be around. And I want to thank Wendy's World. This video would not have been possible without their help. I'll link them down below. Make sure to go subscribe to their channel. They got great content over there. But that's enough for me. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to drop a like, subscribe, and follow the socials down below. I'll catch you guys next time.
If you guys have been on the internet at all in the past few months, you've probably already heard this song.
Okay, I'm trying to level up enough
Sigma
to catch
Boy,
up.
created by 2 Russian teenage girls named Betsy and Maria Yankovskaya, has been taking the world, the internet, and TikTok and YouTube shorts by storm. And it may be not a very good song, right? However, have you guys considered that this song might actually be secretly Russian propaganda? Because apparently a lot of people do.
Sigma Boy is a viral Russian trope used on social media that communicates patriarchal and pro-Russian worldviews.
Yes guys, what you just saw was a clip from the European Parliament, in which a member of the European Parliament from Germany raised the question about the song Sigma Boy actually being a Russian propaganda psyop that needs to be banned in the European Union. As a Russian who's left Russian, who hates Russian propaganda, I've talked about Russian propaganda in music endlessly on this channel. I've talked about Shaman, the legendary Russian singer, creator of the song Yaruski, and also an absolute cornball. I talked about how old Russian artists sell out to the Russian government, and also about the new wave of propaganda music like Matushka Zemlya, this like super traditional aesthetic, sort of exploiting the idea of the Slavic trad wife, right? So you know, I feel like I do have...
I would be the best Slavic trad wife, I swear to fuck. God damn it. I'd be a 10 out of 10er.
a little bit of expertise when it comes to Russian propaganda music, and how do I put it? I don't exactly think that Sigma Boy is a particular example of that. And I believe this right here is an instance where we are going a bit too far, and the implications of this and the idea of banning this song because it supposedly could be a covert Russian psyop where there's really no proof or content in a song that gives off that vibe. I don't really think it is that deep, okay? So hey there people, it is your boy Roman, your favorite neighborhood Russian, and in today's video, we're gonna be once again tackling the topic of Russian Z music and also taking a deep dive into the legendary hit song Sigma Boy and trying to really understand if it's Russian propaganda or not. So to start off, right, Sigma Boy is a song released in October of 2024 by two Russian teenage girls, the 11-year-old Betsy and the 12-year-old Maria Yankovskaya. And essentially both these girls are sort of children entertainers. They release music, they appear on Russian TV shows for children, they have social media like TikTok and so on, right? So, and I've done a bit of research, and as far as I understand, both these girls are basically like daughters of musicians and television producers, so essentially it's a song made by two Russian Nepo babies, kind of playing on, you know, the entire Sigma gigachat archetype, right? I mean, do I even need to explain it? You've probably heard about it.
I'm a little busy, dude. If you can tell me what it is, but I don't care then. Don't care.
It's cool now to be a Sigma male, and you know, people are making edits of actors with awful funk music and so on, you know? And so the song is...
And not to be a shithead, but to be a bit of a shithead. You know, Vess, I'm still leveling up because you decided to grind. Like, because you were doing it begrudgingly to think you were helping. Instead of just being calm and relaxing and playing it when you wanted to. The moral of the story is play the game because you like to play it, not because you want to do something for someone.
It's essentially about a Sigma boy who all the girls want to get or whatever, and it's essentially a brain rot song straight up created to become popular in TikTok, which it did. Originally it became popular in Russia. You see, the original upload has 65 million views. There's tons more with millions and millions of views, and even English-speaking TikTok accounts that post TikTok music are posting this song because it actually got big in the West as well. You know, the comments kind of, you know, they essentially say it all. This song is the reason why aliens don't visit Earth. Don't hate on this song, guys. It gave deaf people a reason to be happy. The fact the instrumental is actually fire infuriates me, and so on, right? So yeah, the song is peak Gen Alpha brain rot. It's literally made by 9-year-olds for 10-year-olds. And it got pretty big in the West. People started making all sorts of edits also now in videos with the song Sigma Boy, because it's Sigma. So yeah, basically it's a song from Russia that's gone viral in the West, and it's something that doesn't really happen that often. It happens here and there, but really it's been a long time since Russian artists have really blown up in the West. You know, the last time we really got a big Russian artist that Westerners actually cared about was Tattoo. And that was like 20 years ago, so the fact that a Russian song got popular in the western part of the internet and TikTok is very interesting, right? And this is essentially where we kind of get to what this video is about. The idea that this song is actually Russian propaganda. Now this topic was barely reported by any media other than like terrible pro-Kremlin media, so I'm on one of these, you know, here. But essentially, long story short, what happened is that the member of parliament from Germany, Nella Real, has accused the popular Russian teen dance song Sigma Boy by bloggers Betsy and Maria Yankovskaya of promoting patriarchal and pro-Russian values. And actually, look, even all the people that posted about this on Twitter are people that I normally hate. Here, for example, this was posted by Anatoly Shary. He's like a pro-Russian Ukrainian journalist. He's been Z since like 2014. Just a terrible human being, okay? But let's check out the video itself, shall we?
You know Sigma Boy? Sigma Boy is a viral Russian trope used on social media that communicates patriarchal...
Sigma! Schmegma. Schmegma.
and pro-Russian worldviews. Ukraine's Minister of Culture pointed out to me that cultural heritage does not only include history books and also museums, but the Ukrainian language, music, and also current Ukrainian influencers. Russia targets this all. Here, the EU must stand in strong support and target even these subtle infiltrations and falsifications.
And here's this quote in a bit more context, with some of the stuff that was cut from there. Madam President, Sigma Boy, do you know Sigma Boy? If you're an 11-year-old girl in, for example, Germany or even Ukraine, you probably do. Russia has understood how to embed these ideas in society, target young Ukrainians on their phones, change the stories of Ukrainians telling their own society. And guys, what can I say? I mean, this is basically the perfect kind of stuff that feeds into Russian propaganda narratives and something that is like perfect for Russian propaganda to report on. Which is why only Russian propaganda reported on this basically, because it doesn't look great. But, you know, for example, this is this guy's analysis here. The dumb animal in this video is not interested in what is happening in Germany where migrants are killing children, but somebody chosen this degenerate. So yeah, it's definitely not language I would use, ever. And I do in a way hate to be sort of...
I mean, I call myself a filthy degenerate, but that's just because I'm, like, you know, desensitized to giving a fuck. I do be calling myself a filthy ass
on the
degen
side of
sometimes.
Russian propaganda right now, because I honestly also don't think it is that deep, and I do think that this right here might be a little bit ridiculous. Now, as you guys might imagine, once again, Russian media picked up this story right away saying, look, you know, this is Europe, you know, the bastion of freedom and, you know, free speech that everybody keeps talking about. Look at them, they're scared of our culture, they're just trying to, you know, destroy us, and they're even scared of songs made by little girls, because Russia is just so strong and is gonna beat everybody. ZV Goida, you know, that's essentially the message going on right now, and it's not a message I agree with at all, not even in the slightest, you know, but I definitely do want to discuss this. So, first of all, right, in the grand scheme of things, of the European Union as a whole, I don't really think, you know, the opinion of one European Parliament member represents the entirety of European Union, and on this channel already talks about before how there's literally YouTubers right now that have been elected into the European Parliament, like Phidias from Cyprus, for example, and he has been, you know, an interesting character so far, you know. You know, that just kind of shows that anybody can become a politician and a member of the parliament at this point, but I mean, he did get elected, so fair enough. But yeah, all I'm saying is that because this one parliament member addressed this and said this, doesn't mean that they are actually banning Sigma Boy right now, right this second. And look, even though I think that the overall idea here is a bit ridiculous, I do think she still does have some valid points in her speech, you know, for example how, once again, music can absolutely be used as a tool of propaganda. I've already addressed it. There are actual propaganda musicians in Russia that actually are pushing propaganda narratives in their music about like Russia being on the right side of history, you know, how all of us, we need to stand united against the West and against our enemies, and how, you know, Russians, all of us, we need to live in spite of the entire world, and we need to show the world that we've got what it takes, you know what I'm saying? That kind of bullshit. Singing about the heroes of Russia and the victory of Russia and so on, right? These musicians are propaganda down to the bone, right? And they actually are trying to emotionally affect a person and affect their political beliefs in a way, right? And also the idea that Russia can still affect young Ukrainians or like Ukrainians overall with the music that it releases is pretty valid, because before the war, obviously, for decades and decades, Russia and Ukraine had a pretty tight sort of cultural exchange where not only would a lot of Ukrainian artists be super popular in Russia because they would make songs in Russian, and so they would constantly go to Russia and tour or whatever, but also big Russian artists logically would also have a big following and, you know, fan base in Ukraine, and a lot of the time would go to perform in Ukraine and so on. And that actually stays true to this day. There's still people listening to Russian music in Ukraine, and there's still people listening to Ukrainian music in Russia, right? And by making certain music, sure, you can actually reach out to the people in another country and try to sort of maybe even affect them in some way. This is not, you know, far-fetched to imagine, but again, not in a song like Sigma Boy, okay? Which is just a brain rot TikTok garbage song.
It was a banger.
Made by 9-year-olds for 9-year-olds. Okay,
it was
and I'm
funny
not
as
saying
fuck.
that music for children cannot be propaganda.
Excuse me, I have nuanced taste, you bitch. Don't you dare.
Analyze the lyrics. Alright guys, here I am. This is my life now. I'm reading a
okay, I got nuance. Maybe not in my taste. I can admit that.
Sigma, Sigma boy, Sigma boy, Sigma boy. Every girl wants to dance with you. Sigma, Sigma boy, Sigma boy, Sigma boy. I'm the kind of person you'll need a year to win over. So this, by the way, here is written in the female gender in the original. So she's talking about herself, the singer, right? So this here is not really patriarchy. Alright, so then it's more of the same, and then we have Betsy, Betsy, Betsy. Jared babes like Leto. Betsy summer like heat. So Leto in Russian is summer, you know. Plain words. So
ooh,
a sweet boy's gonna jump and burn.
I like that.
Get inside my Bentley, come inside my beauty box. You're my Sigma boy, but I want your tears. Got it? Sigma, Sigma boy back on the table.
I mean, can we just talk shit on America for a minute? Because it just took a fucking 9-year-old's song to teach me a word. My illiterate fucking ass, goddamn.
If I were Bitcoin.
Bruh.
Got it? Sigma, Sigma boy, but not mine. Silent as a mute. Staring into
thanks,
nothing.
kid.
Or what a
Taught me a word today. I'ma learn me a book.
Will wait for you to get it together, and you'll get me someday. So yeah, it's like a song about teenage relationships or whatever. And actually, most of the song, in my opinion, is written in kind of like a female... It's almost like a female rage, or sort of flipping the usual dynamic on its
Yeah,
head,
like
right?
fucking a lot of really cool artists. It's pretty dope.
This Sigma boy who thinks he's like a Sigma. Even though he's a Sigma boy, he's Patrick Bateman level. Even though he's Ryan Gosling in Blade Runner 2049, she still has the power over him and she can, you know, do whatever she wants with him, right? So I don't really understand how this song is even really like about patriarchy. I guess because Sigma is like, you know, as an idea, I understand. Sigma, it's like being a red pill right wing, sort of like not caring anybody, you know, grind set, get the money, get the girl, fuck everybody, you know, no empathy, we don't need any of that shit. That's what like being a Sigma is. I get that, but I don't think they're putting that meaning behind it here. Then once again, they're 11-year-old girls, okay? And if anything, in my opinion, this song is more like it's got like a female emancipation energy to it, you know? It's about like being a girl boss, essentially, right? I don't understand it, man! And by the way, I'm like the woke leftist caricature who says that everything is fascist and everybody is a fascist covertly, right? And I'm just telling you, honestly, I don't really see it in this song. I don't, at all. So I don't think this song is particularly pro-patriarchy, and I definitely don't think it's pro-Russian.
Hey, babe,
like, in what way is this song pro-Russian? They're not singing about... whatever, you know, saving the Donbass from, you know, the genocide or some bullshit. They're not singing about any of that. So yeah, essentially, I really don't understand why this happens, and once again, this event here, this speech, the fact that this was even brought up, their song like Sigma Boy is seen as an example of covert pro-Russian propaganda. First of all, just shows the level of paranoia there is in the West against Russia these days, which, you know, makes total sense, I guess. But also, secondly, this is just the perfect thing for Russian propaganda to report on, to basically, you know, create...
Okay, this one dude, by the way, is totally safe, and I'll just follow you with a torch and keep it lit for you in case you don't want to use your torches. He's just there to help. Don't kill him.
Right? And also, of course, they will use this news story to talk about how, you know, Europe and the West, they're saying that Russia is unfree, Russia is a restrictive country with, you know, a dictatorship, right? But at the same time, look at Europe trying to ban songs and ban art culture or whatever, hypocrites.
It's a good angle.
It's so tiresome, man.
It's a legit ass angle.
But now that we've talked about, you know, the content of the song and what happens, I want to ask a real question here, like, what is going on here? You know what I mean? Because even when a song that seems so innocent is getting this kind of, you know, scrutiny and it looks at, you know, this kind of psyop that is meant to destroy the West, and I understand that people are suspicious probably because the song is just very big and very popular and people are not understanding why. So there has to be a reason, right? But like, I don't really understand where we're going with this, you know? So are you essentially trying to say that every single piece of art, you know, piece of media that is being produced in Russia is Russian propaganda, right? Regardless of the fact if it contains, you know, Russian propaganda messaging and actual talking points,
I'm leaving you with
like,
Roman,
completely disregarding if the media actually contains a new Russian propaganda
generally
messaging,
nuanced
right?
enough for me to not have to pause
by the
and
Russian governments, completely disregarding all of that. Completely disregarding who made it and what context it is, and it's a little bit insane, in my opinion, you know? So you're essentially saying that every single song or, you know, movie, TV series or whatever, produced or made in Russia, could also, you know, be music released by an independent artist. Just because it was released in Russia and made in a Russian language, it means that it actually is Russian propaganda. Because kids in Ukraine will be able to listen to it, that means it's Russian propaganda. Well, I have a huge surprise to you. Russians are gonna continue making music, and there's probably going to be people in Ukraine who will still continue listening to it. And also there's a huge amount of artists that left Russia who do not support Russia, who do not support the Russian government, who are actually very popular in Ukraine, who actually recently have performed and gathered funding for like Ukrainian refugees and so on. Artists like Oxymoron or Noise MC, and there's many, many more, you know. And Ukrainians, once again, they still do listen to their songs. So is that propaganda? Should we ban all of that? Or like, okay, so if every single piece of media, regardless of its meaning, you know, connotation, funding or story is Russian propaganda, then that means that, you know, everything that was released in the Soviet Union was also Soviet propaganda, right? So even including like Tarkovsky, for example, that was Soviet propaganda. Viktor Tsoi, right, the band Kino, which was famous for, you know, defying the Soviet ideology, and it was famous as the music that was kind of driving the protest, you know, and it was the kind of music that sort of united people who felt like there needs to be some kind of change, right? Even that is propaganda then, right? I mean, sure, it came out in the Soviet Union in the Russian language, made by a guy from the Soviet Union, so Soviet propaganda. Kino is basically Stalinist. Is that what we're saying here now? Like, what is going on? What is going on? I seriously do not understand it. And also, Russians and Russia, they're not the only people that are producing music in Russian. There's still people in Ukraine right now, you know, there's a lot of, you know, very famous Ukrainian artists and rappers that continue to make music in Russian. Although, of course, a lot of them are not doing it, there's still some that do. Kazakhstan, for example, is also another country that has a very big cultural output, you know, is very relevant in the post-Soviet space, and it's a country that, you know, actually speaks Russian a lot. And a lot of the content that has been released in Kazakhstan is in the Russian language. Movies, TV shows, music once again, and you know, a lot of the music released in Kazakhstan, for example, goes super viral all over the post-Soviet world, including Ukraine, and it's music made in the Russian language, right? So like, once again, should we ban that too? Just because it's in Russian, or like, because it comes from Kazakhstan and it's in the Russian language, then that makes it okay for people in Ukraine to listen to. Like, what is the point here? And why is Sigma Boy the hill that people are willing to die on? I really don't understand. I think there are way better examples out there that you could have found of Russian propaganda music, because there's tons of it. But yeah, guys, I guess what can I say? Maybe the European Parliament is not Sigma enough, you know? I don't know, dude. The world is an absolute joke nowadays. Everybody's, you know, just like, everybody has an opinion, and now we're living in a world where we are essentially forced to hear each other's opinions 24/7. So it creates for absolute hell. But that is pretty much everything that I want to talk about in this video. I just found this story quite interesting and quite amusing, so let me know your thoughts on this down in the comments. What do you guys think is going on, you know? Is Sigma Boy really Russian propaganda? Have you guys cracked the code? Have you guys, you know, decoded a secret meaning? Let me know. That is gonna be pretty much it. If you guys did enjoy today's video, then please make sure to just slap that motherfucking like button on it. And also, if you guys would like to support me additionally, and that is financially, then go over to the link down in the description and become a YouTube member. It's a monthly donation, it's like YouTube's own version of Patreon, it's the best way to support me. Or you could also do a super thanks down below for a one-time donation. Thank you guys so much for watching today's video, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Greetings, my good bitches. The name's Francis, Coke Francis. I'm an editor, Twitch streamer, drag artist, and I'm here because I'm surrounded by wildfires, and I cannot leave my house. We're back in Trump's America, baby, and boy!
I really wish I weren't here right now.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's gonna be rough times ahead. So that just means that we have to be even louder and more annoying. They think we're annoying now? Wait till I'm through with them. They'll be bending the knee faster than they already do in airport bathroom stalls. Like, I hate the sun, but that bitch still shows her unbearably cheerful face every goddamn day, right? So not only are we going to do the same, we're gonna do something that these people have never done in their entire lives, which is have fun with it. They know they're miserable, and now they have even more misery to wallow in. But aside from refusing to let them drag us down with them, the only thing that'll make them more mad is if we live our lives with the same shamelessness as they do. And believe me, I'm well aware that this is easier said than done. Just as you all have, I've seen things these past couple of weeks that have made my heart break and my stomach churn. And I know that there are a lot of people who do not have the luxury of just having fun with this. But if the country has decreed that we elect the owner of Miss USA to be the president of the United States, then I, a drag queen on YouTube and a lifelong goddamn American citizen, will fulfill my duty by doing the same. Meaning, I'm turning Donald Trump's entire presidential cabinet into my own Miss USA pageant, and I'm gonna have a great time doing it. But before we kick off another unhinged adventure together, if you are a fan of watching a very tired drag queen talk about nerd shit forever, I ask that you please compete in a pageant that judges women by their appearance in the year 2025. And when you finally snatch that crown, make all the transphobes' heads explode by going ahead and unzipping your pants and dick slapping those like and subscribe buttons as hard as you can. Hello everyone. Greetings all my good bitches of all two genders, and welcome to the inaugural Miss Cabinet USA pageant. I'm your second favorite drag queen's third favorite YouTuber, Queen Coke Francis. And can I just say that it is an absolute honor to be hosting the first
I missed the end of Sigma Boy. At least it's Coke Francis. That's fine. This is an appropriate change. This is fine. This is lovely. This will do. This will do quite fucking nicely. Sorry, I had to tinkle and I had to clean up my desk, do dishes really quick, and take a tinkle. And I kind of zoned out and I didn't mean to start the dishes, but I kind of lost my paying attention-ables, which is weird because I just took my meds. Oh no, never mind, it's not weird. I was determined to do something and I locked the fuck in like a motherfucker. Like a bag of bricks. Like a Brinks truck. Alright, timer. Okay. Here is now the time until Elden Ring invasion times happen, right? We're gonna set this to 40 minutes. The sound is off, okay? The sound is turned off. And in 40 minutes, we're gonna go do invasions in Belden Blank. Get me the fuck off of this game. I like both, right? It's just, we gotta keep fucking with my muscle memory. Keep that shit in flux.
First pageant that I know of that will objectify the president's billionaire lapdogs the way he's been doing for 1,000 years. Or however long he's treated his arteries like Best Buy employees who find out every morning they have to work on Black Friday. All 21 of these divas will be judged in 5 categories. Irony factor, 30% of the total score. An onstage question, 10%. Talent, 20%. Health and fitness, 20%,
Ooh,
and of
let's
course,
go.
their evening gown, also 20%.
Good
the winner of Miss
brackets.
Cabinet USA will win. 0 consequences for his or her actions, no matter how shameful or heinous. Remember, there's only 2 genders now. A 6-figure salary for being the worst person on Earth. The realization that wealth
doesn't
and
actually
power
get.
are not.
Okay, hi. So that doesn't actually get to like impact a lot of folks in states where that's not codified, right? Like that, so it's a very funny bit of literature. It's not like funny haha if it's impacting you. Like, I'm presuming damn well federal employees are going to be the most underserved by this, especially if you're in the armed forces. I understand there are a lot of fucking really lovely and outright underserved folks who go to the armed forces who... Motherfucker, stop hitting me. I'm talking here. You know, sometimes they end up disillusioned because they go to protect others and what they see in return is no one protecting them. You know, so we have heart for that. That's it. That's not okay that it's done unto them, but we have a heart for it because we love our fellow humans. I fucked up. I done goofed. I done goofed. Ooh, shit, stamina. But legit, I done goofed. I done goofed. So anywho's, like, hi. I know the world likes to pick on them. Go pick on the people that make decisions that impact them instead. You know, maybe do that and have a little bit less of an upspetty spaghetti veg-com up your throat. 'Cause I assure you, my dears, you cannot deal with the fire I bring. Okay, love you. What? You think I'm not full of fucking venom sometimes?
Substitute for friendships, and as many roasts as I can possibly squeeze into a single YouTube video. A very special thank you to my amazing co-producer Mitchell for helping me do extensive research on these absolute ghouls and styling their stunningly sickening gowns on this glorious day.
Sorry,
Before we begin,
that broke my brain, hearing absolute at all. And I went immediately to fucking Carl Joust calling everyone absolute legends. Every time. What a sweetheart. Okay, cool. That's the end of my distractees.
I would of course like to begin with a prayer. Dear David Lynch.
Get that devil music out of here. Prayer? Get that devil music out. We don't tolerate none of that around here. I gotta actually alt-tab and look at weapon attack values really quick. So we're just gonna full screen this shit. Hold on. We're not full screen it. We're gonna be like the primary. Coke Francis is gonna be like our main thing right now. This homie kicks ass with their fucking work. They do... Memory serves. Memory fucking serves. Memory fucking serves. When was I last here? Didn't we learn something nifty? I don't remember. No, we're just dug in. We're dug in. You are on the Twitch? Easy sub. Easy. Easy. Oh, it said Blood Dragon. I thought I read Bloodborne. I'm a fucking goofball. If you need this, there you go. Ooh, there we went. This lovely person kicks ass. I didn't want to misaddress them, and it takes like 2 seconds to go check. If it weren't listed here, I would have gone to, like, the wiki of YouTubers. Alright, cool and bomb.
Have to be you. In your name we pray. Hallelujah. Also, as you can
Hallelujah. Get that devil music out of here.
see, this is a very long video,
Sorry,
so I will be
sorry.
reading everyone's bios off of my phone. Cope,
Go
okay?
with it.
I don't have a teleprompter, and there's a lot of information here. Pretend I'm reading off of, like, a scroll or whatever to help maintain your fantasy, okay?
I've got
just
these
deal
to
with
just
it.
make sure
Let's
I
kick
get the right
this pageant
stats early
off with
and don't
Doug
fuck around.
Collins, who's running for Miss Veterans Affairs. Miss Collins is a former senior pastor at Chicopee Baptist Church and a representative from Georgia. He currently holds the rank of colonel after serving as a Navy and Air Force chaplain. Collins is also a lawyer who was part of Trump's impeachment defense team during the Ukraine scandal and, of course, supported his efforts to overturn the 2020 election results. Miss Collins' voting record reflects very little to do.
It's a Wise Eyes 24 stir, 12 decks. Alright, little pause, because I want to be sure about some shit. I don't want to misallocate, because that'll be tedious, and I'll have to undo it. Okay, here, you're doing this with me. I'll just boop this so I don't have to read while I'm not reading.
With Veterans Affairs and focuses more on abortion and everyone's favorite culture war against 1% of the population. He voted in support of a bill that would grant veterans easier access to guns, which account for about 72% of all veterans' suicides. During his unsuccessful Senate.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this loud with my chest. A lot of people who go to serve find themselves disillusioned by the lack of support they receive when they return back, and the beautiful hearts that they possess in trying to see a better future for folks. That disparate fucking notion really does break a lot of fucking hearts. If you do give a shit about your streamer not bitching at you and maybe shutting the fuck up for 2 goddamn seconds, maybe, just maybe, you'll do the important thing of looking out for your vets, right? So what's that look like? A local fucking policy. Make sure locally that you're supporting them. Make sure locally, because there's no other way. You're not going to wait for someone in the federal or executive branch to do shit for them. Because that doesn't fucking happen. So, you'll do it locally. You'll involve yourself in special elections. You'll do them in your elections that happen locally. If they happen every year, every 2, every 4. You will get your fucking ass to actually support them in an appropriate way. So maybe they don't have to go and be disillusioned. Maybe inform people before they go, and then when people return, support them with the patience in your fucking heart. Because who amidst us hasn't been disillusioned woefully and put into a compromising situation in some fucking capacity? So what's up, bud? Thank you. I'll stop bitching for 2 seconds now. Happy streamers, happy. Or something.
Run against a pro-choice minister, Miss Collins appeared in ads that featured him in uniform. However, they didn't have the required disclaimer, which violates Department of Defense and military codes. But hey, everyone makes mistakes, especially him, because even though the Air Force warned against him running those ads, he did it anyway, like a true maverick. He's also said that Democrats are in love with terrorists and is an ardent Trump supporter, even though Donnie has talked mad shit about veterans in the past, as we know. Alright, Miss Collins, please answer the following.
Yeah, I don't trust a single goddamn campaign promise to actually protect them. Because I'm not a fucking git.
Question. What would you say is the most pro-life Christian way to shoot somebody? Ooh,
in the
time's
penis.
up. Miss Collins co-owns a retail scrapbooking shop with his wife, so scrapbooking? Miss Collins appears to be more or less healthy for the average 58-year-old man, though his test results do show a swole cerebral cortex from years of mental gymnastics needed to be a servant of both Christ and Trump. Okay, so here's the tea. All of these lovely gowns were designed by Mitchell, who is a fashion and Photoshop god, and I absolutely would not have been able to make this stupid video without him. So, because I'm an awesome guy, all of these gowns will get a perfect 20. There will
just a silly little guy.
Still be roasting though, please don't worry. Miss Collins is once again showing off his Air Force uniform with no disclaimer. He said he'd be wearing a skirt, but where is it? Where the f is this?
I bleached it by accident when I was tasked with the laundry. Because I'm an incompetent piece of shit and I suck ass. I know, you'd hoped for better, but your streamer is an incompetent piece of shit who sucks ass. I'm sorry. 2412. Okay, honestly, we do have the Soul of the Pursuer, the Piss User, but that's 30 stir. Oh, we can do that pretty easy.
Skirt! I can't see it! Okay,
we'll do Bastard for now. Let me check.
You get the joke. And with that, the total score for Miss Veterans Affairs comes out to 50.
Is the joke that the skirt's too short? Because one of my fucking teachers would do that shit to us. Bro, I played violin a lot, and my violin teacher was like, kind of a bitch about some shit, dude. I don't know a better way to say it. Like, respectfully, fuck her ass. The amount of times I was the whole fucking cross your legs, sit like a lady, back straight, cross your legs. Bitch, I was wearing fucking pants. First off, go fuck yourself. Secondly, go fuck yourself. I like my legs splayed open, sitting crisscross applesauce, so I can pivot on one and shake, even if it's in time to the music, you know? I don't care if it's camo. I think it's too short. I can see ankle, and that's... I can see ankle. What kind of uncouthly bullshit is this? Why can I see ankle? Why'd I gotta see ankle, huh? That's uncouthly. Cover up, bitch. Cover the fuck up. Have some fucking couth. I can't wait to bust to the fucking Lois sword. That'll be some shit. It just looks pretty. Okay. This is Wise Y. Easy. This is Wise Y. Easy claim. It's not far. We can get to it pretty easy. The Pursuer's Greatsword. 30 stir, 18 dex. It's a little churn. We got that. 2018 Lost Sinner's Sword. It's an alright moveset, and I wouldn't mind having it. I wouldn't mind it. Alright, that kills the Ultra Great Sword list. This isn't much. We're just seeing what we can grab, and if we can, like, be sure that I'm investing quickly and appropriately, we're good. It's important.
Out of 100. Next up, we've got...
I mean, I say this. I judge that skirt as a person who wears a skirt that, like, occasionally just goes to, like, half of my fucking thigh. But, you know what? I admit that I sit like a fucking punk ska bitch that just never got out of it. Yeah, I do. And you'll fucking live. Because I can somehow manage that without being a weirdo.
Got Pete Hegseth running for Miss
Just have to
Defense.
talk shit.
Miss Hegseth is a former weekend co-host of Fox and Friends and the former executive director of Vets for Freedom and Concerned Veterans for America, the latter of which was funded by the Koch brothers. Hegseth almost led the Department of Veterans Affairs back in the day, but lost the crown to David Shulkin, who got fired from his position via Twitter. After Vets for Freedom had been accused of wasting money on parties, Miss Hegseth admitted in 2009 that they were about $500,000 in debt. Things weren't much better at Concerned Veterans for America, where Ms. Hegseth was forced to step down due to allegations of, quote, financial mismanagement, intellectual impropriety and personal misconduct. In 2019, he convinced Trump to pardon 3 criminals that were guilty of war crimes and has called for the U.S. to ignore the Geneva Conventions. He was expelled from the National Guard in 2021 due to being an insider threat during January 6th, though I think the Jerusalem Cross and Deus Vult tattoos might have something to do with it. Alright, Ms. Hegseth, why would you advocate for ending diversity, equity, and inclusion in the military after you've proven they provide opportunities to mentally unstable alcoholics? Ms. Hegseth received the Bronze Star Medal, a Combat Infantryman Badge, and an Army Commendation Medal during his time in Iraq and Guantanamo. However, he still feels that his titles are threatened by women and trans people and people of color in the military. He also wrote American Crusade and The War on Warriors, 2 books about—
I mean, as a person who lives on Earth, as an Earthling, regardless of how you sort me, as an Earthling, you should be petrified. I can do egregious things to you. There was that one person that did fart crimes, and that whole day that Vess was accusing me of fart crimes, knowing I don't fart on stream like that. So that's weird.
Imaginary enemies. Well, one time, Miss Hegseth accidentally hit a West Point drummer during an axe-throwing event on Flag Day, so, there's that. Employees at CVFA would also report that he would usually show up to events very intoxicated, and then would pass out after yelling death threats to the Muslim community. Okay, we love a muscle mommy here. Miss Hegseth's gown is really showing off those arms and those Jerusalem Cross and Deus Vult tattoos that he's just so proud of. Look, if you're gonna get expelled from the National Guard, you might as well double—
Alright, 15 decks is good for us to go to for the most of what we are gonna want to touch. That'll be fine. We can get 15 decks and then just pump strength. Got it. Easy clap. Let's go.
Down on it. And our total for Miss Defense comes out to 55 out of 100. Next up—
Vess, you already posted your fucking soul memory. I'm gonna go look for it. It's a little difficult to right now. Oh hey, when you lose your souls, be careful. That still counts to your soul memory. You're at 111. Okay.
Up, we've got Doug Burgum running for Miss Interior. Miss Burgum is a software CEO turned governor of North Dakota, one of the richest cabinet picks with a net worth of $1.1 billion. Burgum actually pushed for some decent tax sharing agreements with North Dakota's indigenous tribes, then supported the Dakota Access Pipeline.
Well, you can go check
Miss
when you
Burgum
feel like
will be overseeing public lands, wildlife,
national
parks, monuments, and many tribal functions, like the bureaus of Indian Affairs and Education. But believe it or not, he actually has a pretty good relationship with the indigenous tribes in North Dakota. And the chair of the Standing Rock Sioux tribe said that Burgum would be an asset to indigenous tribes all over the country. This is where we're currently at. A white tech CEO billionaire who supported the Dakota Access Pipeline is considered an asset to Native Americans. So this is actually where most of the irony lies, rather than being the literal antithesis to his position, like most of our other lovely contestants. Miss Burgum, North Dakota is currently suing the U.S. federal government for $38 million in damages due to the DAPL protests. Since this is about 3.5% of your net worth, why can't, you just cover that? I just realized that nobody here can actually answer a direct question with any amount of honesty, so it's looking like zeros across the board for this category. I'm still gonna ask them because Mitchell and I wrote them, and we think they're funny. So to balance out the straight 20s for the gowns, all of the answers are going to get straight zeros.
The small price to pay for
comedy.
Miss Burgum is quite the outdoorsman. He enjoys cattle wrangling, horseback riding, and is said to be a pretty competitive basketball and softball player. Looks like he'll be earning one of the higher scores in talent today. Clearly, Miss Burgum lives a pretty active lifestyle, though he once hurt his Achilles tendon while playing basketball. Miss Burgum mainly rose to prominence during the 80s as a cool, hip tech CEO, so tonight he's got on a nice little 80s throwback number, loving these country chic
cool and with those breeding hips. Tech CEO. More like it. I don't know if that's how you make humor, but I'm going with it. Fuck off.
Comes out to 55 out of 100. Time to finally diversify this
hip, more like
pageant
cool
with
and
the
Braden
other
Hirsch.
one of the two genders.
I'm a
You may have
shithead.
heard of her already. Kristi Noem, running for Miss Homeland Security. Miss Noem won a seat in the U.S. House in 2010 and was re-elected to a fourth term. She became the first female governor of South Dakota in 2018, and her claim to fame is shooting her family dog for making a pheasant hunt slightly less fun.
Least space thing I heard, but you know
As
what?
the
At least you
head
did
of
something.
Public
Hold yourself
Security,
up by your
Immigrations
bootstraps.
and Customs, and Anti-Terrorism, Ms. Noem has claimed that Mexican drug cartels are using native reservations to, quote, facilitate the spread of drugs throughout the Midwest. In an ultimate Uno reverse card move, all 9 tribes in South Dakota have banned her from entering any indigenous lands, which make up 20% of the state. The governor of South Dakota cannot enter 20% of South Dakota.
I mean, you know, though it might be in the land claim of South Dakota, it's, you know, different nation. And that seems fine. I like it.
Because of a fire risk. She rose to prominence through her extensive work as COVID-19's avatar, using pandemic relief funds to promote tourism at the time, and of course refusing all stay-at-home and mask orders. After this caused the deaths of health inspectors at 3 separate
Hey, Vess, when you're in Noan's North, look at what I'm doing. I got you, fam. I can make it a little less tedious for you.
Liability for COVID exposures. How convenient. Miss Noem, since it was created fairly recently, would you say that the Department of Homeland Security is like a DLC for the US government, or is it more just like a patch update?
Okay,
In
check
high
this shit,
school,
okay?
Miss Noem was crowned South Dakota Snow Queen. She once launched a meth awareness campaign with the brilliant slogan, "Meth, we're on it." That's it. That's the joke.
I was surprised by people making it a joke because addiction is not a joke.
She also published her very own book.
You can shoot it from in the level.
Reviews,
You don't
where
have to get
critics
through.
described the murder of her dog as, quote, the one time in this howlingly dull book that Noem demonstrates any sense of setting, character, plot, and emotional honesty. Otherwise, it's mostly a hodgepodge of worn chestnuts and conservative maxims. She made a weird promotional video for Smile Texas, a dentistry practice that helped replace her front teeth after she knocked him out in a gnarly bike accident a few years ago. Smile Texas could not be reached for comment. Miss Noem is definitely going back to her Snow Queen days with this little number, and she's definitely got that look. If you know what I mean. If you don't know what I mean, check out Amanda Mariana's channel. She did a really great deep dive on this, and you should definitely follow her if you don't already. Anyway, this dress is quite elegant, and at least in this very photoshopped picture, she rocks it. And our total for Miss Homeland Security comes out to 57 out of 100. Next up, we've got another cabinet member who definitely has that look, if you know what I mean. It's Pam Bondi, running for Miss Justice. Miss Bondi was Florida's first female attorney general thanks to a ringing endorsement from famous hot mom Sarah Palin. Her biggest asset is replacing Trump's other friends who got charged with sexual assault or
If you do have to go through the longy way, this man is your friend. Trust him.
Do I even need to say anything? Miss Justice defended Daddy Trump against every criminal charge. She led the effort to overturn the 2020 election. She calls for the prosecution of all of his opponents. She's historically hostile towards all forms of civil rights. And the fact that she has an unflinching loyalty to a convicted felon. She tried to delay the execution date of a convicted killer in Florida because it interfered with a fundraiser she was holding. God, I just hate it when that happens. Miss Bondi, what would you say makes you the go-to understudy for criminals? Bondi hosted a show called The Five on Fox News while she was serving as Florida's Attorney General. We love a multitasking.
Here is a friend. This is my favorite character.
I don't know you, and you don't know me. Things are
And here's our other friend. So it's like the crew is back together. I just wanted to pause for this. Again, this dude with the torch, just a really helpful hollow. Just a really sweet dude. Don't fuck with him, please. He's a sweetheart. He's alright. We like him here. He's such a good one. Favorite character dialogue time.
You are an odd one. Normally, people keep a safe distance when they see this mask. But you... I'm called Lucatil. From the land of Mira to the far east, across the mountains. They say Drang Lake brims with powerful souls. And so I came to claim my share. But what a strange place. Even the rumors did not prepare me.
You good, buddy?
You are an odd one indeed. I've always made a point of avoiding people. While you've made a point of engaging me.
You're my favorite character, yes.
I can see that you are mid-journey. If you require assistance, I will help you.
You can use her as a summon. She's very nice.
I come from Mira, a land of knights.
When I did Lost Sinner New Game Plus, I did summon her.
Don't hesitate to call upon me. Whatever happens, I won't
Lost
be
Sinner
moved.
Phase 2 has 2 pyromancers that spawn with them. Lost Sinner might be one of the Witch of Isola's daughters. It's a very scary moment. Seeing 2 pyromancers jump down for the first scariest shit. I liked it.
She gave a very nice hair flip at a rally in 2016 where people started chanting "Lock
I
her
always hair
up," and
flip.
so she said,
Lock her up. I love that.
Apparently, she also has a cameo in an upcoming independent Western film, so I guess if she thinks she is recognizable enough. She did an interview with this blog about D-list celebrities and their weight loss journeys, where she claimed that she used to be overweight and had really high blood pressure and then was able to lose 50 pounds, so good for her. Was her doctor actually just a certain friend who said that she, quote, dropped from an 8 to a 2? Oh, hi, Barbie. Miss Bondi is looking absolutely stunning in this literal Barbie outfit. No, really, I think she is literally a Barbie doll here. Just like Miss Gnome, she's definitely got that beauty queen look that Trump seems to really enjoy, and that's actually why they all look like that. I bet some more hair flips will really sell this one. And our total for Miss Justice comes out to 72 out of 100. Speaking
Just
of
make
D-list
just make
we've
Mr.
got our
President
next
and bring me on.
contestant,
I can do
Sean
some useful
Duffy, running
shit.
for Miss
I can subject matter expert a lot of people into shutting the fuck up. It'll be fun. You know you want me to shut people up.
where
It'll
he
be great.
constantly argued with his only black female castmate. He eventually compared her to Hitler and accused her of reverse
Bell. There's the
racism.
bell.
Okay, drama
Let's try
queen.
again
On the
from here.
set of Road Rules All-Stars, Miss Duffy met his wife
Last
Rachel
arrow.
Campos, who went on to co-host Fox and Friends with our very own Miss Defense. Duffy served as a county district attorney and U.S. representative from Wisconsin, and later co-hosted The Bottom Line on Fox Business. Not actually
Still too far.
a whole lot of irony here. Miss Duffy is pretty much
have
the
more arrows, we'll be
opposite of
fine.
any kind of anti-transportation sentiment. As a congressman, he helped rebuild an 80-year-old bridge between Minnesota and Wisconsin. He's also said that one of his priorities is to help rebuild the roads in the Appalachian Mountain community following the effects of Hurricane Helene. But he's also parroted the whole deregulation thing, so when it comes to regulating the sales of trucks that look like Lara Croft's boobs, I won't be holding my breath. Miss Duffy, how did your experience on Road Rules All-Stars prepare you to be the head of the Department of Transportation? Is it because it had road in the title or something? In
if it
addition
had
to
row, it
his
wouldn't have gotten
lucrative
their
reality
support.
TV career, Miss Duffy is a speed climber and a passionate
that's
log
what's up.
roller. In 2004, he was named Badger State Games honorary athlete during the Winter Games and competed in ESPN's Great Outdoor Games as
Cool.
both an athlete and a commentator. Miss Duffy is a 3-time champion in the 90-foot lumberjack speed climb. Cool. Miss Duffy is sporting some lumberjack realness here today with this little plaid number and black cover-up. It's giving, we have Vivian Westwood at home. Call that punkerjack. Good God, I'm cringe. And our total for mistransportation comes out to 61 out of 100. Next up, you might have heard of him, you might not. Who cares? It's Marco Rubio running for Miss State. This queen served as the Speaker of the Florida House of Representatives, the first Cuban American to do so, and is now a senior U.S. Senator. Though he regularly criticized Trump during his presidential run in 2015, he did such a 180 that he's been described as, quote, a virtual Secretary of State for Latin America during Trump's first presidency. Not really a whole lot of irony here either, but sadly it's for a different reason. As the leader of foreign policy in the United States, he's been sanctioned twice by the Chinese government. He's also been banned from entering China, period, like Winnie the Pooh or Randy Marsh. Even though he
Meanwhile,
did
I'd like to go
condemn
hang out
Russia's
there.
invasion
Or-
of Ukraine, he pretty much supports
When I was a kid,
military
I wanted to live
intervention
there.
everywhere else. Basically, his
'Cause I'm
foreign
classy.
policy
I have
is
taste.
defined by his hawkishness, but unfortunately, that isn't really exclusive to either party at this point in history.
No shit.
Miss Rubio, you've previously
It's a
stated
person
that
thing.
you've paid off all 100K of your student loans. Quite the accomplishment there. How are you allegedly still 1.8 million in debt? Miss Rubio was awarded the title Commander of the Order
shit.
of the Star of Romania. God damn, that title actually goes pretty hard. He will be the
Yeah,
first Floridian
sounds legit.
and Latino to serve as Secretary of State, even though he was booed off stage by a mostly Latino crowd in Florida for supporting Trump. And, yeah. There's not too much going on in this category, though it is rumored
Little
that
low.
Miss Rubio took home the gold in the Great Flip-Flop Championships of 2016. In
Probably
2016,
one
Trump described Miss Rubio as robotic during speeches, and then Trumpers started showing up to these speeches
yet.
in robot costumes. It's definitely not a cult, guys. Definitely not a cult. Anyway,
Do they
it
run
looks
from
like
torch
Miss
friends?
Rubio finally doubled down and owned that moniker. It's giving Ed Wood sci-fi, and we love to see it. And our total for
They
Miss
might run
State
away from our
comes out
friends.
to
They might still
42
engage.
out of 100. We've got a real fun one coming
Okay,
up
cool.
here.
They do run away
Despite
from our
being
friends.
a self-described tech nerd,
Shit.
it's Chris Wright running for Miss Energy. Miss Wright is an engineer and CEO of Liberty Energy, the second largest onshore oil field company in North America. He also founded Pinnacle Technologies, which produces shale gas through fracking. Miss Wright is also a board member of Oklo Inc., which develops nuclear technology, and EMX Royalty, a royalty payment company for mining rights. We're going back to work in the mines, y'all. Well, the new
Mines
leader
have better
of
unions now
energy
than before.
production and regulation is a staunch climate change denier and has compared efforts to fight climate change to Soviet-style communism. Homie's really out here just saying things. And you of course have the countless interventions by his own corporate interests. Why on earth would he ever want to put an end to his own businesses? Miss Wright,
Still
do
not
you
close
support
enough.
identity checks to verify that
Do
you're
I need the ring
not
to do it?
actually an aging portrait of Peter Thiel? Miss Wright holds a BS and MS in mechanical and electrical engineering from MIT and was a graduate of electrical engineering from UC Berkeley, the one college I couldn't get into. In his most famous
that's a
stunt,
shame.
Miss Wright drank
I've
fracking fluid
considered
on camera to prove that it isn't dangerous.
Toxicology program for a bit.
So, I'll keep you guys posted on that. And Liberty Energy is allegedly proud to offer greener selections for chemical additives. Miss Wright is simply dripping in gemstones tonight. They're said to be harvested straight from the mines he sponsors. Pair that with the color of the miner's lungs, and you've got yourself an absolutely gorgeous piece. And our total for Miss Energy comes out to 60 out of 100. Moving on to our next contestant, John Ratcliffe, running for Miss CIA. Miss Ratcliffe has served as a mayor, attorney, and House representative in Texas, the state of all time. He served as the director of national intelligence during the final months of Trump's first term. He's part of the Heritage Foundation and Project 2025. You already know the whole deal at this point. Get ready to hear me repeat myself a lot. Like the rest of these ghouls, Miss Radcliffe is just another Trump loyalist who will find some way to politicize the Department of Central Intelligence. He has vowed to eliminate wokeness in his department and instead focus on...
I mean, like... I guess I could see the fiscal conservative angle of only incentivizing the National Intelligence Agency, I suppose. Right? Like, I guess I could see how you could farm that. I said farm because I'm playing video games and my head's in a video game gutter. So I guess I can see how you can push something like that in particular. It makes sense. Makes some sense. I'm gonna put this in this hand so I can, like, not put the bow down, or not put this down. I should have gone for the shortcut. I could have just busted ass for it. What? Okay, I almost died too. I need to actually put it away for a sec. And snip this dude. Snipper. Snipper. My pause play's not working right now.
Mission, whatever that means. During his time as a House representative, he boasted, quote, arresting 300 illegal aliens in a single day. We love a hyperbolic queen. His office actually only arrested 45 people who were suspected of being illegal immigrants, and 2 of them were American citizens. And the officers that were involved had disputed him playing a central role in any of their raids. What does this have to do with the CIA? Who knows? They don't care. Miss Radcliffe, are you really just character actor Rob Riggle? Because you kind of look like character actor Rob Riggle. In 2016, the Heritage Foundation ranked Radcliffe as, quote, the most conservative Texas legislator in Congress and the second most conservative legislator in the country. So, does Mondo conservatism count as talent? No reports on health and fitness for Miss Radcliffe. He is simply just a chunk of man from Texas.
Gotta do your fitness shit.
Here we have Miss Radcliffe in that big and bold yellow dress that was worn by Annette Adoyobo, who was recently crowned Miss Texas and was the first runner-up for Miss America 2024. Annette is the first immigrant to win Miss Texas, and I'm sure that Miss Radcliffe will show some respect to those above him. Right? And our total for Miss CIA comes out to 47 out of 100. Next up, we've got Russell Vought in the running for Miss Management and Budget. And no, this is not an evil neocon character from The Boys.
I'll put it to good use.
Looks like the
I play games when I could do meetings
Foundation
too.
dictates.
I could be in a meeting right now, but I'm playing games.
He's the main lobbying arm, and he's the founder of the Center for Renewing America. Oh, brother. And
Center
in
for Renewing
2024,
these
he
nuts.
was named Policy Director of the Republican National Committee. Ms. Vought has vowed to, quote, break the bureaucracy to the presidential will. So we're off to a great start here. He wants to gut the FBI and thinks the president should be allowed to withhold congressionally appointed funds. For those of you watching at home, this is called impoundment, and it was banned in 1974. Let's see, what else? Oh, good God, there's a lot. He's vowed to end environmental protections. He thinks any training that invokes critical race theory or white privilege is a waste of taxpayers' money. Nothing surprising at all. And in 2020, he refused to allow Biden officials to meet with his staff and refused to brief them on anything. For our question, I'm gonna pass the mic to our boy Bernie Sanders, who questioned Miss Vought over an article he wrote for The Resurgent.
You wrote, quote, Muslims do not simply have a deficient theology. They do not know God because they have rejected Jesus Christ, his son, and they stand condemned. Do you believe that that statement is Islamophobic?
Absolutely not, Senator. I'm a Christian. That post, as I stated in the questionnaire to this committee, was to defend my alma mater, Wheaton College, that includes the centrality of Jesus Christ for salvation.
Well, what
in
does that
accordance
say?
with the statement of faith.
I don't know how many
Oh, well.
Muslims there are in America. I really don't know. Probably a couple of million. Are you suggesting that all of those people stand condemned? What about Jews? They stand condemned too?
Senator, I'm a Christian.
I understand you are a Christian, but there are other people who have different religions in this country. In your judgment, do you think that people who are not Christians are going to be condemned?
Thank you for probing on that question. As a Christian.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Miss Vaught is actually a pretty prominent
Didn't even have to
architect
two-hand that
for
goober.
Project 2025. All tea, all shade, Miss Vaught looks like he would tear muscle just opening the door to a gym. This human saltine cracker would steam his glasses by just walking at a brisk pace. One hearty laugh would send this man straight to the hospital. I feel like a bully just looking at this guy. This look is everything Miss Vaught could ever want. Because in addition to everything else we just talked about, he also supports a total no exceptions abortion ban because he's this George Carlin joke come to life.
Why is it that most of the people who are against abortion are people you wouldn't want to in the first place?
His dress tonight is an absolutely beautiful representation of his identity, and it's a statement piece that confirms
basically
that
all
Miss
you baby
Vaught
havers
is
want your fucking
truly
lineage
just
in
a
some capacity, or you found kindness in your heart. I don't know
can't
which of the
stop
two.
bullying this guy. And our grand total for mismanagement and budget
Oof, I need to
is
break the fucking
52
curse.
out of 100. Oh,
I want a
right.
long
How
sword of
many
very
of these
little.
do
Like, I think I'm just gonna go grab a long sword from town really
Okay,
fast.
next up we've got
Because it's that
Scott
little bit
Turner
extra
in the
length I
running
could go for.
Miss Housing and Urban
I
Development.
think they only have
Miss
short
Turner
swords in
has
town.
had a
Hold
pretty
on.
interesting career as a businessman, politician, motivational
Keats to
speaker,
count.
and a pro football player. He's the former executive
Fidget.
director of the White House
I just broke
Opportunity
off
and
the
Revitalization
teeth.
Council, and he's played for the San
Got it.
Diego Chargers, the Denver
Got it.
Broncos, and
Washington Redskins, go f yourself.
not actually a whole lot of irony here, and it's for a good reason. After
The
being
long
the
sword's what I
director
really
for
need.
the
I just need the bit of distance. The mace would be
WHORC,
better,
he
but
founded
that's
the
down off
Community
the side.
Engagement and Opportunity Council, a charity that
Honestly, the
aims
curves
to
would be
help
great.
children
Oh, no, there's
living in
one.
poverty. It is a
1-3?
faith-based organization, but clearly they have good intentions,
I like
and
the
after
secular
doing some
ones.
research on them, it looks like they actually have helped a lot of people. The only real downside to it is that apparently Ben Carson is on the advisory board. Remember him? But at the same time, it's like,
I like some of the Turner's football. What the does she
I
know
need
about
it
urban
for the,
development?
but considering all the other ghouls in the running here, Miss Turner could
health
be
bar.
a lot worse. Miss Turner, do you believe Mr. Trump
Can I sell to
nominated you for the actual good you've done in the world, or just because you used to play for the Washington Redskins and he thought that would be really funny? Miss Turner earned
wish I
a
could hold
full
this.
academic and athletic scholarship to play football at University of Illinois before going pro.
Oh,
He
it's not
also
this one.
co-owns
Never
a
mind.
men's clothing company with his wife Robin. Work. Miss Turner compiled 48 tackles for the 1994 Liberty Bowl
Is it this one's moveset
Championships,
that I
whatever that means. Do I look like I know anything about sports? Sounds
Yes.
impressive though. He also specialized in 200 and 400 meter track and field and earned multiple Big Ten titles, whatever that means. Again, I don't know anything about sports, but it does sound impressive. Good for him. Miss Turner is representing his athletic talents in this number, which is a tribute to the funniest possible football team he could have been on at this current point in history. It's weird because he played for two other major teams, but this was the one he decided to go with.
1-3. Okay.
Okay. And our total for Miss Housing and Urban Development comes out to 55 out of 100. Let's keep on trucking, and no, those are not words from
My
Lee
timer went
Zeldin,
off. I'm
who's
bumping it
running
for
for
20 more
Miss
minutes, 'cause I
EPA.
forgot
Miss
putting the
Zeldin
sound
is
on
a
it.
former attorney and senator
Then
from
I'll
New
go do
York.
Elden
Before that, he
Invasions.
achieved the rank of lieutenant colonel in the Army
I'm kinda
Reserve.
having
After
fun.
becoming part of the House of
I'm more than kinda
Representatives
having
Climate
fun.
Solution Caucus, he pledged to reverse New York's ban on fracking when he unsuccessfully ran for governor back in 2022. Real-life L. Ron Hubbard character Lee Zeldin voted to cut his department's budget by $2 billion, supports the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Agreement, opposed reducing fossil fuel pollution, and opposed the Inflation Reduction Act, which had invested billions in trivial matters like clean drinking water. Now, unlike Miss Energy and everyone else in the running for Miss Cabinet USA, Zeldin finally admitted in the year of our Lord 2025 that climate change is a real issue and it needs to be addressed. So like, why don't you act like it, Diva? The only reason I'm not giving him a full 30% is because he's the only one who actually acknowledged the fact that climate change is a thing. This is where we're at. Miss Zeldin, did the environment, like, bang your wife or something? Is that what this is about? Miss Zeldin received the highest percentage of a vote for a Republican gubernatorial nominee in New York since 2002, and the highest raw vote since 1970. But as we all know, popularity is not a substitution for talent. Ms. Zeldin has beat leukemia, and I'll say it out loud, great for him. It's a shame that all the dirty air and water he's about to bring back will probably also bring the disease back. Just because Miss Zeldin hates the natural world doesn't mean he can't pay tribute to it with this gorgeous gown tonight. We've got a lovely floral halter dress here, almost giving me flashbacks to that flower jacket I really liked from that MAGA fashion show. It's also kind of giving that flower crown from Midsommar. We love it. And our total score for Miss EPA comes out to 56 out of 100. We are finally getting some queer representation up in here. Good God, if only it was anybody else. Anyway, here's Scott Bessent running for Miss Treasury. Miss Bessent is a billionaire, hedge fund manager, former partner at Soros Fund Management, and founder of Key Square Group. Bessent used to host fundraisers for people who we all like very much, like Gore and Clinton and Obama. But he started donating money to Trump in 2016, and the rest is herstory. Well, most of the irony here stems from him being openly gay and a member of Trump's cabinet. I'm guessing he's one of those I'm not like other gays, so they won't judge me types, even though his
some of the partisan folks think it's the turn of fascism, some of the partisan folks think it's the turn of socialism. It's truly the turn of populism.
This is my way
and
of telling you all to be as
the execution of which is up in the air.
But Miss Bessent is gay second and a billionaire first, so he's willing to throw all prior views out the window if it means more tax cuts. Not a whole lot of irony here, since billionaires looking out for other billionaires is not exclusive to one party. But Miss Bessent used to serve on the board of God's Love We Deliver, which helped to deliver meals to homebound people with AIDS.
There we go.
So what happened, Diva? Miss Bessent, do you think our current economic situation could have been avoided if we had just let Nina Bobina Brown play Black China? Miss Bessent is a champion box ticker, one that I wish I could be proud of, but I simply can't. He is the first openly gay Secretary of the Treasury, second openly gay man to serve in the cabinet, fourth openly gay man to serve in a cabinet-level office, and will be the highest-ranking queer person in American history.
There they are.
Miss Bessent was the former assistant to the athletic director at Yale. Does that count? As we can see, Miss Bessent is paying tribute to a gay person we actually like. The legendary Roger Debris from The Producers and his trademark Chrysler building gown. Though, as they say, without his wig on, he's only half dressed. Nonetheless, work bitch. And with that, our total score for Miss Treasury comes out to 49 out of 100.
Right now.
Next up,
my controller's
you know her,
a little
you hate her. It's Tulsi Gabbard, running for Miss Director of National Intelligence. Miss Gabbard is a military officer, a representative from Hawaii, and a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army Reserve, and is a former Democratic candidate who wanted to try different flavors of grifting.
Yeah,
so she joined the Republican Party after dropping out of the 2020 presidential race. Well, I never thought I'd see the words words Tulsi Gabbard and intelligence in the same sentence, but here we are. Formerly somewhat left-wing, Miss Gabbard tragically lost her soul in the Great Culture War of 2024, and now spends her time writing Protect Women's Sports bills, which is definitely a priority for the person overseeing the CIA and the NSA. She regularly falls for Russian propaganda like US-funded bioweapon labs in Ukraine, which honestly just sounds like grifter Mad Libs. She's actually just a really big Russia and Israel simp in general, which ups the irony factor, but totally tracks as far as being a member of Trump's cabinet. She also criticizes the neocon war machine, but is eagerly hawkish when it comes to anything involving the Middle East. Miss Gabbard, I'm sure you get this question all the time, but do you really believe everything you read? Miss Gabbard received the John F. Kennedy New Frontier Award for efforts on behalf of veterans, a Friend of the National Parks Award, and the Ho'olanapua Award for helping victims of trafficking in Hawaii. Damn, this should have gone in the irony section. She also received the National Association of Counties Alumni Award for, quote, steadfast commitment to the nation's counties.
Yeah, I sure hope it does.
Miss Gabbard will definitely score big here. She's a vegetarian, sometimes vegan, a lifelong surfer, yogi, and martial artist. Actually,
get it for yogis.
She was a martial arts instructor at one point. So,
also, get it for martial arts folks. Hello,
Miss Gabbard
homies.
definitely wanted to showcase that cool white streak she has in her hair that I'm honestly kind of jealous of.
It is kind of
so
fucking
tonight
murder.
she's got
like
a gorgeous piece
pretty.
crafted entirely from real Dalmatian skins. It's giving girl bossification of a character that really should not be girl bossified. And with that, our total for Miss Director of National Intelligence comes out to 73 out of 100. Next up, we've got a real spicy one. It's RFK Jr. running for Miss Health and Human Services. Miss Kennedy actually did a lot of work for environmental protection back in the day. Miss Kennedy also represented the NAACP and helped to develop the Natural Resources Defense Council's international program to help indigenous tribes protect their homelands. He now spends his time obsessing over mercury and autism. After previously campaigning for the Democratic Party and comparing Trump to Hitler, he dropped out of the presidential race in 2024 to endorse Trump. Miss Kennedy is yet another epitome of irony, and that brain worm really pulled no punches. The head of Health and Human Services is also one of the most prominent voices in the anti-vax movement. He's been the chairman of Children's Health Defense for 10 years and believes the chemicals in vaccines cause autism, ADHD, allergies, cancers, and autoimmune
As an ADHDer with a SD, I can tell you for a fact, it comes from my mother and my dad's cum. That's where my ASD and ADHD come from. It comes from my fucking genes. Because the people who made me fucked, that's where it came from. And that's fine. I love them dearly. But no, my ASD came from my mother and dad fucking.
Miss Kennedy also believes that Chinese and Jewish people are immune to COVID, and that they use it to target black and white people, even though he
racialism and colorism is an L.
To push this propaganda onto black communities. Oh, and he also told Jordan Peterson
no matter who's
that
using it and why,
dysphoria
it's always
is
an L.
caused by atrazine contamination in water.
But
so that's
you know
what
what else is caused by water contamination?
Miss Kennedy, here's a trivia
Weird
question
parasites.
for you. Name Queen Coke Francis's favorite band of all time. I'll give you a hint, and you're not gonna like it. Miss Kennedy is a licensed falconer and wildlife rehabilitator, the latter of which is kind of ironic. I'm not going to go into details why because it's too gross for YouTube, but just Google RFK Whalehead and let me know your thoughts on that
Wouldn't
one.
dare.
He's also the author of
Thanks, though.
14 books and is somehow married to Cheryl Hines. You've probably seen his gym videos on Twitter from time to time. I know I have. But, we gotta talk about the worm. I know it's been discussed already, but I'll be damned if this isn't the most famous worm in the whole goddamn world. Miss Kennedy claims that a worm ate a portion of his brain and then died, but I think she's planning her comeback era. He also claims to have mercury poisoning from eating large amounts of tuna, and said that he's
Is he a self-diagnosed
dog, horse, and guinea pig meat in the past.
I just realized. I think he might be a self-diagnosed
Miss Kennedy's
baddie.
look tonight.
Don't do that.
Unmatched.
There's people
This
in no
is
man's.
Realness,
Ooh, I can get invaded.
realness. Such dedication. As you can see, it took 3 people to help him even
I don't have a
walk
red eye
down
orb, or
the
else I'd be
runway in
doing it
this
myself.
piece. Heidi Klum could never.
shit.
Miss Kennedy has snatched that crown away from her. And with that, our total score for Miss Health and Human Services comes out to 67 out of 100. Also, apologies, I've been recording for several hours and I can already feel that I'm losing my voice and I still have so much left to do, so sorry if I sound like I'm dying. Alright, here's another spicy meatball for you. We've got Miss WWE Linda McMahon here, who's running for Miss Education.
Miseducation?
Well,
That
before
sounds
this,
like a funny
she
joke.
founded Titan Sports, which eventually became the WWE, and was president and CEO for nearly 30 years. After
Y'all
this,
don't
she
know
became
the
the chairwoman of
WWE
America
bullshit.
First
Y'all don't know what the
Action and was
McMahons have
former
done
head
historically,
of the
do
Small
y'all?
Business Administration during
It's
Trump's first
not
term.
been great.
There is such an insane amount of lore about this woman and the McMahon family that is some of the most bonkers and horrifying
Inappropriate and
shit you'll
scary
ever
and
see. And
exploitative
I'm
shit.
currently on the 16th page of this script, and we simply do not have time to go into any of it. These people should be locked away forever. Vince McMahon is the worst person on earth, and Linda
He's a
covered up
person.
everything.
He
And
does
it should
person
go
stuff.
without saying
But it has
that
been
these
quite
people
selfish and at the
should be
expense of
nowhere
others.
near
It's been
public
quite
policy
dangerous.
in any way whatsoever. But that doesn't matter now. Anyway, Miss McMahon's only previous experience in education
Oh, that was
came
dark
from
res.
being on the
I fucked up.
Connecticut State Board of Education, which was just as surprising to
No, I
everyone
didn't.
else who was on
I
that
guess I
board.
did.
She did resign less than a year later because state law didn't allow her to solicit campaign donations, which could have greatly jeopardized the
avoided that,
millions
so I
she
just
and
didn't
Vince
know.
had donated to Daddy Trump over the years. She falsely filled out a questionnaire from the governor's office saying that she had a degree in education, when it was actually in French. And best of all, last year,
Marrows.
Miss
Hell
McMahon
yeah.
was
Face is
formally
buck.
charged
Let's get 'em.
with negligence and involvement with the infamous
get these
Ring
dudes
Boy
first.
scandal, which I won't go into because I don't want to get demonetized, but I encourage you all to look into it when you have the chance if you don't already know about it. Oh, and the fact that Trump wants to gut this department entirely, so there's that. Miss McMahon, was this scene of Trump helping to forcibly shave your husband's head your idea? Because if so, bravo, man. This was, unironically, one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. Good God, there is no other form of entertainment out there like this.
Oh, there
but
is.
Still, per
But
my policy.
we want the Gooners to
Miss
stop.
McMahon was the mastermind behind some of the greatest moments in WWE history. God, I hope this head-shaving one was one of them. I hate these people, but I'll be damned if
Don't
they
hate
didn't
people.
entertain us for
Be critical.
decades.
Don't hate people.
God damn it. Miss McMahon was not a wrestler herself, but she did grow up playing basketball and baseball and is a
Baseball, more
self-described
like it.
jock. So, let's see. Miss McMahon is clearly proud of her country for some reason. I know I've said in the past that the colors red, white, and blue are very tacky together, and I stand
Well,
by
they
that
are.
statement, and I always
Yeah.
will. But this look is also,
They are
of
quite
course,
gaudy.
very evocative of the wrestling drag that I've seen, because that's what wrestling is. It's
Pageantry.
drag, and I
Yes.
stand by that statement too. And our total for miseducation comes out to 78 out of 100. Adding some more necessary femme energy to the mix, we've got Lori Chavez de Romero running for Miss Labor. Miss Chavez is a small businesswoman who, along with her anesthesiologist husband, founded an anesthesia management company, opening several clinics in the Pacific Northwest. She served as both a mayor and U.S. representative from Oregon, and served one term in the House before her defeat in 2024. And just look at her now. It's interesting that Trump nominated the only Republican co-sponsor of the PRO Act, which gives workers more advantages when unionizing, and weakens right-to-work laws. Ms. Chavez also sponsored the Public Service Freedom to Negotiate Act, which expands the power of public sector unions. So, the irony is that, there is none. She's still a mainstream Republican who's happy to work under Trump, but she is more or less suited for her position as Miss Labor.
I keep saying you should make him hire me. I'm a nonpartisan bitch.
Ms. Chavez is the first Republican woman to represent
I swore fealty to no man or no king, and have no aspiration of doing
Hispanic
such.
women from Oregon
I will be critical. I swear my fealty to my people, regardless of whom and where they are.
Ms. Chavez is very much in support
That's who I
of
will
good
do
health,
it to.
if you can afford
But
it.
swear
She
fealty to no
voted
man,
against
no king,
the
no god.
expansion of
I will
ACA
swear it to my
subsidies
fellow
to reduce
earthlings,
costs,
my fellow
and
living
voted to
goobers.
significantly cut back on
That's all.
veterans' health
That's all that
care.
gets me.
But I'm sure her anesthesia
You want
business
me?
keeps her
You better
well
be in it for
stocked
the
at all
aggregate.
times. Miss Chavez is looking absolutely stunning tonight in this green gown. It could be representing her Oregon pride, or the money that she makes from her anesthesia business. Either way, good for her. Looking great, sis. And our total for
Murdering
Miss
it,
Labor
sis.
comes out to 32 out of 100. We're
Murder.
finally coming up on our last few contestants. Oh my god, please make it end soon. Next up, here's Kash Patel running for Miss FBI. Miss Patel is a public defender and professional Russia simp who helped defend Daddy Trump when the FBI was investigating Russian interference in 2016. And you know what they say, if you can't beat them, habitually sue journalists for
long sword from
defamation
a
the
drop.
way he does. He's a board
God
member
damn it.
and consultant for Truth Social's parent company.
That's irritating,
He created
but it's
the
fine.
Cash Foundation, which helps the families of people charged
Spent
on
those souls
January
for no
6th.
reason.
He often dips his toes in and tastes the boots
Where are you,
of the
babe?
QAnon
There you are.
community, though he doesn't fully subscribe to all their ideas. Allegedly. In case you don't know, the FBI has traditionally been independent from the presidency. So Miss Patel is in quite a pickle because he is chronically dependent on Trump and therefore the exact opposite of everything the director of the FBI should be. He basically plans on turning the agency into a propaganda arm that will target the disloyal. Miss Patel also accused the FBI of instigating the January 6th riots and just straight up does not see his department in terms that do not gargle the seed of the MAGA movement. He said he was going to shut down the FBI Hoover on day one and replace it with a deep state museum, whatever that is. Miss Patel, you wrote about Russiagate in the form of a picture book suitable for ages 3 and up. Was this so Mr. Trump could read it? As I mentioned in his onstage question, Miss Patel is a children's book author who wrote the very first kid-friendly book about Russiagate called The Plot Against the King, and he cleverly disguised his deep state fanfiction as an insider tell-all with his book Government Gangsters. Miss Patel also has his own wine label for some reason, and is a co-host of the Epic Times, which shows up in my spam every other day for some reason. So there's a picture of him in an arm brace at an event, and he joked that his arm was injured from kicking the shit out of the deep state, and like, you don't kick with your arms, but go off, queen. It's more likely that he tore a muscle from all that conspiracy theory reaching. Miss Patel wrote himself as a wizard in that weird children's book, so this look he has on tonight is simply magical. This is a gorgeous iridescent gown complemented with a gayer sorting hat. J.K. Rowling could never clock this man in a dress. And with that, our total score for Miss FBI comes out to 61 out of 100. Alright, next up we've got Howard Lutnick running for Miss Commerce. Miss Lutnick is the billionaire CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald LP, a financial services firm. In 2001, his New York offices occupied the 101st to 105th floors in the North Tower. You know where I'm going with this. That same week, he announced that he would remove the missing employees from the payroll, and obviously, the families were rightfully pissed. However, Miss Lutnick and the firm promised the affected families a 25% share of future Cantor profits for 5 years and health insurance for the next 10 years, which totaled more than $100K for each family. So, okay. He still creeps me out. Miss Lutnick is a big proponent of broad tariffs, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's the reason that tariffs are the only economic policy that Trump knows about. He supports Trump's corporate tax cuts because, of course he does. He's a billionaire, and he's allegedly a massive crypto simp because, of course he is. He's running for Miss Cabinet USA, and yet he's still admitted that Project 2025's economic agenda will result in higher prices for everything for all Americans. So overall, like a mid amount of irony? Miss Lutnick, you were asked at one of the 2 Madison Square Garden Nazi rallies about when America was last great. You mentioned the strength of the economy in 1900 due to the lack of income tax and high tariffs. When you say make America great again, are you referring to the year 1900? Going off that speech, Miss Lutnick certainly seems to have a talent for shouting into a microphone.
We must crush jihad!
Got it.
He also beat non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Good for him. Tonight, Miss Lutnick is giving us some Bridgerton realness. Both represent something rich white liberals simp for and will never be negatively affected by. Purple is indeed the color of royalty. This look would have made a splash at that Madison Square Garden rally if only the sight of a man in the dress didn't make them all cry. And with that, our total score for Miss Commerce comes out to 41 out of 100.
Which is weird.
How many of these ghouls do I have left? 2? Oh,
there's our boat. Didn't have to climb up the whole way.
Rollins, who's running for Miss Agriculture. Miss Rollins was previously the Deputy General Counsel, Ethics Advisor, and Policy Director for Rick Perry. Holy shit, remember him? She's also the president and CEO of the Texas Public Policy Foundation, acting director of the U.S. Domestic Policy Council, president and CEO of the America First Policy Institute, and the leader of the Save America Coalition. Clearly, homegirl's got her hands full running all these conservative think tanks. Nothing else she does seems to have anything to do with agriculture, but at the very least, she does have a degree in agricultural development from Texas A&M. Yes, Miss Girl, give us that bare minimum. Aside from that, she doesn't really have any real-world experience in the subject, aside from a weird obsession with Chinese ownership of U.S. farmland. I swear to God, these people want us to live in the Tranquility Lane simulation in Fallout 3. Apparently, the American Farm Bureau Federation says that she has a good relationship with the Texas Farm Bureau, which is very specific. Miss Rollins, what does Rick Perry even do now? I legit haven't even thought about him since, like, the 11th grade. Miss Rollins was Cotton Bowl Classic Queen at Texas A&M, which is some, football-related thing? I don't know. Texas Monthly also named her as one of the 25 most powerful Texans all the way back in 2011. Do 4-H clubs count as sports? Because apparently Miss Rollins and her kids are really into that. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm just from LA and that whole world is like very foreign to me. I live in a city where Erewhon exists.
Leave it to an LA person to call something foreign.
Realness going on here for Miss Rollins. It's giving Statue of Liberty as designed as that one painter who would make portraits out of like fruit, looking like a snack, as the kids say. Do the kids still say that? Oh, good
Boomers
God,
do.
Cringe.
Gavlin wheel, Gavlin deal.
Okay. Okay, introducing our last diva in this competition. Here's Elise Stefanik running for Miss UN Ambassador. In 2014, Miss Stefanik was the youngest woman elected to Congress at the time, representing New York. She snatched the House Republican conference crown from Liz Cheney. And because of course she did, Miss Stefanik accuses pro-Palestine college activists of anti-Semitism because she seems to think genocide is a Jewish virtue or something. Weirdo. As an active fighter against anti-Semitism, Miss Stefanik defended Elon Musk for doing not one, but two big heckin'.
So, as someone who thinks that Elden Ring is a good game, and has participated in the genocide of Albaniurics, if you think genocide's fun, go play Elden, go do the Albaniuric genocide. Your soul memory doesn't matter, your soul level does, so just get to 150, go fight me, and spend the rest of your time just murking Albaniurics. And that keeps you out of the rest of the world, much sequestered to a computer, much as I do, and that would be fun for us both, because I'd have more people to PvP. Oh, my timer went off again. We're switching games soon. Okay. Seek the king. Hail to the king, BB Wise. Okay, I'm done with this now. Hold on. Was it stir to 12? And dex to 12, stir to something high. I don't remember. I'm a goober. Hold on, I have tabs for this. We got a tab for
Nazi salutes at the inauguration. Senator Chris Murphy grilled her over this, and her response was the factory default
What concerns me is these are the questions you believe are most important to ask to the UN ambassador.
Oh, bro.
Yeah, 12 dexes are for now.
Basically, she opposes the customary international law that the UN was founded upon. Remember, kids, never again. Unless you're a Zionist. Everyone else is fair game. Because I'm tired and cranky. Miss Stefanik, could you please demonstrate what a Nazi salute does look like? One more time, please?
Like masturbating.
Sorry.
Mental masturbation in the year 2024, or 2025, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I
mental
wasn't
masturbation.
Looking. Could you do that again?
Do it again! I wasn't looking!
Miss Stefanik is a self-described foodie. Apparently she loves soup so much that when she was younger, instead of having cereal for breakfast, she would have a bowl of soup. I don't know why this unsettles me to the degree that it does, but it does. Her favorite seasonings include cheese and holy water, allegedly. So far, nothing on record in health and fitness for Miss Stefanik, though it's rumored she maintains her enormous head size by furiously slamming her head into a concrete wall 3 times a week. Miss Stefanik is really showing off these gargantuan head implants here, which I assume is what happened. She's got on a lovely white gown with a crescending blood spatter.
It's pretty dress.
She
I'd wear that in a
on her
heartbeat.
leg there. It's giving American Psycho, and it is the perfect look to close out this competition. And with that, our total score for Miss UN Ambassador comes out to 53 out of 100.
Everyone knows.
So many divas in the running today, but only one can.
Because I am still gonna keep bulk guarding based to only apply to Soulsborns. So fight me, bitch. It'll be fun. I want to do it. It's mine now.
What they
it's mine.
could have done better.
Didn't I get this key from this dude?
Our first runner-up with a score of 72
Am
out
I
of
like
100. It's Miss Justice Pam Bondi. Congratulations,
I'm
Pam.
up, I
will,
guess.
of course, be accepting this award on your behalf. Pretend that these are envelopes with cards with them, okay? Just use your imagination. We live in the digital age. Our second runner-up, with a score of 73 out of 100, it's Miss Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Great job, Tulsi. I will, of course, accept this award on your behalf as well. God, what an emotional evening it's been tonight, but we still have to crown our winner. The winner of Miss Cabinet USA is, with a score of 78 out of 100, it's Miss Education, Linda McMahon! Oh, Congratulations, girl. It's official. Linda McMahon has taken the crown from Miss Cabinet USA 2025.
Outside of my critique for her and her husband's
winners
dealings.
lineup. What a huge win for feminism and women as they get their rights stripped away. My god, what a glorious day for the Code Francis extended universe and therefore the world. I will also be accepting this award on Linda's behalf. Thank you to the rest of our god-awful contestants for competing in this monumental pageant.
More winged
I know
spears.
we've made your dear leader very proud today.
I'll
If
take
you're
it.
still here, thank you for sticking through to the end. This video ended up being a doozy, but I hope you had as much fun watching it as Mitchell and I did making it. And for my nice little inspirational Jerry Springer closer, I'll leave you all with this. These people. All of them. I currently have less rights than my grandparents because of these ghouls, and yet I'm still in a more fortunate situation than the overwhelming majority of the country. I've lived here my entire life. I am who I am now because of it, and that's why I'm furious and horrified over what it's turning into. This cabinet doesn't speak for me. It does not speak for the majority of the people in this country. And you know what? It doesn't even speak for the people that they took advantage of by tricking them into voting against their own best interests. And if you all are scared right now, and I know you are, because so am I, so are they. They are scared as hell right now because both sides of the political spectrum are celebrating someone who sent a message that the rich are no longer as safe as they thought they were. There's more of us than there are of them, and we can never let them forget that. Anyway, here are the winning comments from the last video. Doubtful Grace 101 says, really appreciate Francis serving Cyberpunk 2077 Step on Me Mommy Neurojack for this topic involving our shared trauma with this very dystopian corporate fundraising tactic.
I heard some words together
exactly what
that
I was
broke
going
me.
for. Arizon says, babe, wake up, lean dope cancers just posted. And finally, Swamp Wench says, no, you're right, fuck fractions. I still dislike them to this day. You need a common denominator to add both of them. How about I find a common interest with your mother and have her send me naked photos of her? You too could be featured in the next video.
We
Leave
love
a
it.
comment below. I will pick my favorite ones and
Be toxic
give
to
you
people
a
on the
shout
internet's
out next
moms
time.
nebulously.
If you would like to
That's
guarantee
fucking
your
what we
name
love.
be featured at the end of every video, please consider joining my Patreon.
Oops,
If you
too many
join
stabs.
any of the membership tiers that are conveniently named after Fallout protagonists, your name will be featured
Fallout
at the end of every
protagonist for the
video. You
win.
might get a bunch of other cool stuff like access to my Discord, behind the scenes content on how I make my wigs, ad-free and uncensored versions of my videos. So if you love my content and my drag, you can support this channel directly by clicking the link to my Patreon in the description box. If you would like to see me simp for my favorite game characters and get visibly frustrated in real time, please follow me on Twitch. I stream most Saturdays Pacific Standard Time. I am currently still raising money for the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. We're going to be wrapping up that fundraiser soon, and I'm looking for other charities to donate to, so if you have any suggestions, please let me know and tune into a stream if you would like to help out. If you want to see even more of my clown mug elsewhere, please consider following me on Instagram.
I thought they were actually dead.
Or
That little
TikTok.
sliver fucked me up.
My handle for
Where'd my
all of the
bloodstain go?
above is at Queen Coke Francis. If
Where'd
you
I-
enjoyed
it's on
this
the
video
other
and you
thing. I
haven't
forgot.
done so already,
Got it.
please compete in a pageant that judges women by their appearance in the year 2025.
And not the
And when
value
you
others
finally
impose upon
snatch
them?
that crown, make all the
Just for
transphobes'
boobies?
heads explode by going ahead and unzipping your pants and dick slapping those like and subscribe buttons as hard as you can. Thank you again to all my patrons and subscribers who have helped my channel grow and thrive the way that it has been. And, of course, as always, until next time, can you see it?
Fuck
See how it says
me!
howdy
Not
ho?
again.
Is that all
Oh no, I
okay?
rolled the worst way. I needed to unlock. That was so fucking goober pilled. I
had this
unlock,
made.
or else you only have the like. If you lock, your roll is shitty, right? So just don't lock on. Your aim is shitty if you lock on. Like here, not locked. See how I can have that nuanced roll? Locked. My rolls are shit. Don't lock. The game reinforces not locking on hard, and it's punishing when it decides to remind you and you fucking got. 'Cause I fucked up and I locked on. Like a fucking goober. You know what? You know what I deserve for that? Death. You know what I got? Literally that. Exactly what I deserved. Okay, hold on. Let's just do this the silly way. Let's just say fuck it. Say fuck it. Bitch ass motherfucker, get out with your bullshit. You fucking easy ass bitch. Go the fuck away, you fucking goober. Nobody fucking likes you. This is why you wake up in the morning and eat shit. You fucking asshole. Bitch ass bitch. Bitch ass wretch ass bitch. Motherfucker. Piece of shit. Goddamn motherfucking shithead McFucking asshole in the bed. You backward asses, basic ass, bitch ass, motherfucking goober ass bitch. Fucking suck dick. You suck. You suck. You suck. You're bad and you suck. Corpse loot. I'll do them first, that's fine. I wish they were lined up better. Big waste of an opportunity. That could have been a better tag. Like, I'm okay with locking for the stabbies sometimes, because I'm known to, like, misalign sometimes when I reach for the trigger. I might need to, like, do some stabilization bullshit. They're gonna try to follow up with their friend. Oh my gosh, I burnt my stamina. Oops. I thought there was a Ferris lock device up here. I don't remember, but I thought there was. Just assuming. Nope. They did not try to. The only real good opening I can, like, for sure, as a person piercing them through their shields, the best opportunity I'm gonna have is totally gonna be them shield bashing me. I mean, I can walk them, like, easily. But like that, it keeps them vulnerable for so long that it's freebies. Oh, now that they're separated, that too. It's whatever. Okay, in we go. With my 7k little soly woolies. My little soly swolies. Oh shit, I thought I strafed your ass. Titties, bro. I don't know why I'm walking to the pursuer. Outside of I can, I guess. Let me check. The vest was at 1-1. Sorry, 10. Sorry, what? 1, 2, 3. Vest was at 111,000, I think. I'm closing in. I'm 100,000 now. I'll go do the pursuer here. Possibly 120. I know, but you don't know. You didn't get on to check, and I don't want to assume. And besides, my timer's gone off, and I should be on Elden for seamless co-op PvP right now. Like, it's well past time for that. This sword's pretty good. If only I could fucking wield. I can two-wield it. Oh, shit. No, I can't. No, I fucking can't. Goober-ass bitch. The fuck? Why do you think you can two-wield? Two-handed. You can't. Bad. Failure. Fail gamer. Peak fail gamer. Yeah. It's fine. Do whatever. Just be cozy. Have fun. Play the game if you like it. Don't play it for other people, I guess. That's my only whinge, and it will continue to be my only whinge till you stick to it. The Pursuer seems like not the best endeavor right now, but fuck it, they're not that hard. They're kind of fun, and they're a big whatever. I wonder if magic damage fucks their ass up better. I have no clue. I have not looked up their fucking weaknesses tablies. Ever. Okay, let's go. Let's just not get hit. That's the important thing. Fuck your Pursuer cutscene, bitch. Some people use the ballistas to do this, two-hand. This is what I mean by roll into that shield. Take it for you. Just walk into the shield and then punish. And you'll have an easier time with the Pursuer. I need them away from the wall, really. Just don't have the stamina at the end of their volley. And I'm also blowing my stamina a little bit too quickly. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this. I've blown my stamina out. I'm trying to goad them into this one attack that's really easy to get away from. I don't have a homeward bone for this. Yeah, no. In it to win it. Kind of goading out that one attack if I can. I thought they were going to stop distancing. I guess they don't. I don't know. I need to be careful with my stamina though. Probably every 2 hits I get to work one in. See, that's what I mean about the curse attack. Oh shit. Early. That's what I mean about the curse attack though, is I'm gonna get my shit back. Is just roll the curse. I'm apparently gonna fight them because I have to get my shit back. So that's fun. Okay. It was a very ignorant choice to make without coming to the boon fur, but who cares, right? I don't want to lose my soul memory, and I don't have the agape ring yet. Vess, you're gonna want to get the agape ring. It's a fucking ring in Dark Souls 2 that I keep mentioning to you time and 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 motherfucking time and 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 time a fucking again. I have talked about it ad nauseum to the point where I'm annoyed about bringing it up over and over. Legit. So, it's on the page for soul memory. I believe in you. You got this, kid. Because I'm not doing it anymore. You can lure the pursuer into the ballistas, though. I'm gonna try that, I guess, this one time, because it sounds like a fun thing to do. I don't think it'll work for me, but who knows. Just assuming I can get it in time. Nope, missed. And they will wreck it. Okay. I know some people like shooting them with it. I've never. Okay. Every 1 or 2. Oh, I can get it in every 1. That's fine. It's that one drains me too much to attack after. Early roll. Big regrets. Shouldn't have attacked twice. I knew that was a mistake. Wasn't great. The curse is another good chance to work a lot in. Let's see if we can goad out a curse. Or just walking that out and not, like, just roll the first one, I guess, in that combo, and then just, like, poke. Because if I walked it, I don't have the stamina worry. That's the curse. I'd usually walk behind it, but I was on the wrong side for me. I have a preference to, like, being on their shield hand when they do that. Don't forget, Sippy's on your Estus. Fuck your stam too. Or I guess fucking's a weird way to phrase it. They detract from your ability to stam regen, but that's it. That's curse. Oh shit, I didn't get in there appropriately and I'm low on stamina. Stamina. Oops, that roll wasn't great. This move. Oh shit, I thought that was going into something else. Shit. They brace their backs and they aim their chest out and they do this fucking obnoxious, like, purple fucking dew droplet shit. It's whatever. It's that one. If you have to double roll, it's gonna be that thing you can just, like, walk away from. If you got the time to double roll, you got the time to walk. Oopies, I rolled too far away. I didn't even need that roll. I don't think so. There's a much more easy to counter thing, and I'm waiting for it. But I need them to be at a point where I can walk behind them when I want it. There's a lot you can just fucking headless walk them for. Like you're playing Sekiro. Just walk to their ass. That's it? Nope, that's not it. Yeah, their posture break is a fucking trap. Don't even. You're gonna walk to their front and they're gonna hit you. You're gonna be at their back and they'll still try to hit you. That does have fucking... That may as well be called the destroyer of those, even with hyper armor. Because I think hyper armor might make you a little cocky about it. Oops, I needed to lock for that last one to hit. There we go. Sweet. You'll come back here for some other shit, but the best part about it is you get the Ring of Blades that increases your attack. So now everything I do does more damage. Hello, buddies. How you doing? I think the first level one is an extra 20-ish damage, maybe? And like, right now, that's a lot. Maybe it's not a lot later, but early game, it pays off. It's nice. Recoups that life gem. Oh-wee. Ooh-wee. You'll come back here later for the fallen giant memories. And the people that say they're mindlessly attacking the giants, no, they're doing it out of pure disrespect. Like, everything they're doing to those giants is out of fucking hate. We're gonna get this bonfire while we're at it. It's easier. And I do have... Oops. I have the 10k souls to match you now, so... If you're at that level, like, either way, as long as I'm past 90, I can actually play with you if you want. I'm gonna go do seamless co-op. I'm gonna just be doing PvP left and right. Then I might come back on this if you want to, too. This gets us a dull ember, and it gets us some... Oh, let me get this bonfire out too. You take that health bar, bow uppy. Did I accidentally zone that fast? No. Okay, good. Yeah, I did. God damn it. Okay, I'll go back to it. Fuck it, who cares? Like, it's my furthest location anyways. It's a nice entrance to the Lost Bastille. I think there's another path to the Lost Bastille, but I don't remember. I can get to Lost Center and take that sword I want. Let me check. Yeah, I'm at 12k now, so... Tis whatever. Tis what it is. I have to burn the bonfire aesthetic, so... My shit's more efficacious. Let's crack this too, see what we have. Weakness. Dead end. Weakness. You make me weak. The dull ember is handy because we use it to give to a merchant. And I can also open that, which would be really handy. So we're gonna do that too, because I can get the bonfires in here, which equates to a new blacksmith. I might just roll this dude. Yeah, because they're a pyromancer. They do throw a really potent fireball. I'll give them that. Let's break their explosive barrels. Let's pop this door. Lucatiel's behind. Oh, guess not right. Yeah, there's Lucatiel. I can't close the door on them or I would. Do they back off or do they come in here? God damn it. I can just strafe the fireball out if they keep doing that at the door, for fuck's sake. That's kind of pathetic, wouldn't you say? Worst pyromancer ever. There you go. Bring out that fucking long pole arm. You should have done that earlier, honey. You would have gotten me. You bastard. I thought that might be you. I haven't changed in a bit, have you?
The longer I am here, the more madness I discover. A wretched place indeed, but not without traces of its former glory. What could have caused such degradation?
I forgot to change the color grading, didn't I? Hold on. I did forget to. We've been looking at this in the wrong color space the whole time, haven't we? Oh, no, we haven't. Because this would be sRGB. And, oh, it's actually an sRGB. It's just not going into the larger color space, so it works out. Okay, that makes sense. I like that. Rec. We'll keep it in rec. Because my screen's able to display in PQL.
Ah, yes. I have not thanked you for
I've been learning the appropriate color spacing for telly, for computers.
This is for you.
I like learning stuff, you know? Look at... Babe gave us a fucking human ufuchu. Again, this is my favorite character in the game.
I have no idea what it is.
It helps you maintain your humanity.
Our land of Mirror is surrounded by enemies and
Lucatiel's going
constantly
hollow.
at war.
You could have really used this effigy.
There is only one way up in Mirror. Join the Order and my family had little fortune and no name. I had to carve out a piece of the world for myself. With two things. My sword and my loyalty to my lord. I was raised to wield a sword from birth. Life was hard, but I never gave it a second thought. I had
We're getting the blacksmith and all
success
that.
on the battlefield and quickly attained
He's right down there.
stature.
Then we can attune the weapon. Be lightning or something, I think.
And then
we don't
I
have a
came
zap one
here
yet.
to...
We can. Ooh, we're in the way of blue. We can get lightning attunements right now.
An undead group.
Okay, we're gonna skip this part.
And a hollow one can
because I'm gonna break it to you that Lucatiel's spear is being hollow.
That they are.
I can do better for you. I got you. I got you, Goob. Oops. Lucatiel hides that face. But this is our bestie in game. They're hollowing. Much like the blacksmith's daughter.
I'm sorry to burden you with talk of my fate.
They don't show it on all of their bits,
I've grown weary
right?
these days.
And this one covers up all the way. But we love Lucatiel.
I'm sorry.
They're amazing. They're our favorite. No one compares. Lucatiel is number fucking 1. Antiquated key. We're almost good. Okay. What's left is to walk down here, not die to these pyromancers, and get to the blacksmith. I think we might just try skipping. Yeah, because we want this one to kick their barrel, or we're going to kick it for them. I might just kick it for them because they sometimes fuck this up. Yeah, they fuck it up sometimes. Let's just do it ourselves. Boom-fer. And instead of going the more roundabout way, we got here our favorite way. Efficiency. Okay. So, we wanted lightning weapon, right? I go here. I go see here. I'm just doing this part first. We're tuning and then we're getting off. Lol. Wrong bonfire. You have to go to Cathedral. Sorry. It's right there, but my brain. The transparent armor of Oris is kind of shit. You can see through it and it's fucking weak. Like literally compared to the other one that just has like an outstanding armor per the weight value on it. There's a reason I grabbed that armor. Oh my gosh, the game crashed. Well, I guess we're going to Elden Ring right now. Going to Elden Ring. We're going to Elden to see the Witch of Izalith. Wait, that's the wrong game. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh. We're going to see the witch, which witch? The Witch of Izalith. Hurrah. But no, we're going to Elden Ring. Chill with Ronnie. You're stuck with me and all of my fucking silly musings. I'm sorry, but you really fucking are. What did you expect? Someone who's got their shit together? Wrong stream, bro. HDR fucked up? No. Game went full screen and my mouse is legitimately dying right now. We'll just stay here till I get sorted. We'll just keep it larger and in charge in our...
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar, and Sony needs to kind of humble themselves a little bit. So, to give you an idea, ladies and gentlemen,
oh my god.
Well, the catalyst for today's video is Sony suing a mod developer. Now, this is Lance McDonald, and if you've ever watched his content on YouTube, you know, I've shouted it out a few times. He's a cool dude. He's definitely made some interesting mods for PlayStation 4 games, particularly Bloodborne, and from what I recall, obviously anything in the Konami side of things on the PlayStation 4. But Lance recently got a copyright strike. I created and released a patch on February 21st, 2021, which makes Bloodborne run the game at 60 frames per second. Now, to give you an idea, jailbroken PlayStations are a thing. So if you have a hacked PS4, and I've shown this in my videos, you can play obviously backed up games, you can run emulators, you can even install Linux on a PlayStation 4, and then using Proton and a lot of the libraries built for Linux gaming on PC, you can run games like Halo Master Chief Collection on the actual PlayStation if it's jailbroken. I've made videos on it. I've shown this. So it doesn't matter if Microsoft wants to officially release Master Chief Collection. If you really want to play Halo on a PlayStation, some cursed ass shit that bad, it is entirely possible. But anyways, he made a patch which could be run on a modified PlayStation 4, and you could run games like Bloodborne at up to 60 frames per second. You could install mods for games like Red Dead Redemption 2 and multiple other titles. But here he received a DMCA takedown notice on behalf of Sony Interactive Entertainment that he removed links to the patch posted on the internet. So you might be wondering, why is this a big deal? Well, at the end of the day, anytime a company jumps in to get somebody to remove a mod, especially when that mod doesn't appear, in my opinion, to actually be violating the copyright, of Bloodborne, it's probably just a simple script. Nothing really is being shared from a DMCA perspective. No game assets are being shared. That's a scary sign, okay? And obviously Nintendo has jumped in and taken out entire fan games in the past, but that's because those fan games do contain Nintendo IPs and assets.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Now, the very optimistic, copium-huffing motherfucker might think, whoa, maybe Sony is making Bloodborne for PC.
No.
And they're just shutting down all of these mods that people are using to experience Bloodborne on the PC at, 60 frames per second with multiple mods. See, up until very recently, Sony really didn't give a shit about this mod, and it was shared, obviously, by my channel, by Lance, by channels like Digital Foundry. It was supposed to be really cool shit. People were excited to talk about this. But yeah, Sony ends up shutting this down. Now, coincidentally, they also do this at the same day they release Marvel Spider-Man 2 on PC, a dog shit PC port so bad, so terrible, apparently, from what I've been reading, that it may actually be somewhat benefit, like somehow the people that have pirated the, I think it was now a year or a 2-year-old build of Spider-Man 2 that they reverse engineered, like a bunch of Brazilians actually ported Spider-Man 2 using the Insomniac source code leak. That version may actually run better than the official port of the PC. Now, obviously I don't condone that, but Sony clearly didn't put any effort into it. In fact, from what I recall, this wasn't even actually advertised. They kind of just stealth dropped this, and immediately when you're reading into this, you'll see people who are saying, for those of you who buy this game, before you play, open the install folder of a game, make a new folder and drag dstorage DLL. You might recognize that from my Final Fantasy VII video like 2 days ago, where I literally had to show people to replace DLLs for things like direct storage, so the game fucking works well. This guy gave it a fucking thumbs up review, which by the way is so fucking dumb, because if I have to rip open the game and play Operation, alright, if I have to do open heart surgery on the game directory, then it's not a good port. You shouldn't be recommending it, okay? And it's kind of a shame, because Insomniac are the guys that have genuinely made
Sippies?
good
okay,
ports in the
bitch.
past. Like, what
you wanted to call
here?
that
These
your
guys
choice.
made Spider-Man on the PC, and it was great. Ratchet and Clank seemed to run great. What happened here? Stop releasing games that aren't finished. Nixie's dropped the ball hard with this port. Performance is all over the place. Ray tracing is broken. Cutscenes frame rate jump all over the place. And you know what? Some people would be like,
their health is
probably
shit,
not real. Look, for $79.99 Canadian, okay, this game better come out and suck my fucking dick. All right, simple as that.
They have gone hard on just doing their
They're not even
Dragon Wars.
discounting it. Because it's like a year old. This is a full price release. So if it runs like dog cheeks, okay, then don't buy it. Don't support it. All right. Now, Sony, instead of, releasing a game that I think PC gamers probably care about, something like Bloodborne, they are intentionally trying to make the experience much more difficult. Now, about a couple weeks, if not months ago, I was doing constant Bloodborne emulation updates. So today I do want to do a little bit of an emulation update because, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to blow you away. So to give you an idea, if you go to Shad PS4's website, I used to be downloading like random builds on the internet optimized for Bloodborne. But if you go to Shad PS4's website and just go to the download section, you can basically download the most up-to-date version of this build right now. In fact, you can go to their GitHub, and I downloaded the Linux version of it, which was literally updated yesterday. And of course, these are constantly updated because, again, these are, you know, major releases. There's obviously nightly versions of it, but I downloaded this version, and in my initial video where I was showcasing Bloodborne running on my actual system, I had to go through hoops where I had to rip out libraries
but I actually
from my hacked PlayStation,
nice, not mad.
install a whole bunch of different patches. But
I was
can assure
in the middle of a bow
it's as
animation,
simple as downloading
but sure,
the
you know,
actual
start that while I'm in the legit
going
middle of
to
a
the
bow
emulator,
animation. That's fine.
firing it up like
You
so,
have fun with that,
and then,
bro.
ladies and
You do
gentlemen,
that.
clicking on your copy of Bloodborne, connecting a
You
DualSense
just be
controller,
that
and just
person.
playing the
You
game.
do you, boo.
In fact, to show you how
I
simple
don't
it is, I'm just going to fire it up like so. It fires
care
up the game,
beyond
little
fucking
black
killing
screen,
them.
little gray action over here. But using some patches, I've skipped to the actual main screen. I'm going to go offline, hit load my character, and again, I've played through the entirety of this game, you know, about a month and a half ago on PC, but just to show you how simple it is, I got this set up in literally 5 minutes. Now, remember when we initially played Bloodborne on the PC and it looked like just red screens, you couldn't even get past the introduction menu? Well, all of the effects seem to be working, meaning the smoke, all of the actual cloth physics. In fact, my character was bloodied. It used to be that you couldn't even see simple things like this lantern, you couldn't see items on the ground, and sometimes, if you wanted to actually play this game, you would have to deal with constant crashes and memory leaks as you were loading new areas. But now the game is absolutely playable. Perfectly fine on a PC. In fact, I've seen people have been running this on a Steam Deck, and it's absolutely mind-blowing. But yes, this is me running the game with a 60 frames per second patch and constant frame pacing fixes. So this is now officially a better experience than, I'm not even joking, the actual PlayStation 4 version of the game, the PS4 Pro version of the game, in fact, those versions of the game running on a PS5. Because Bloodborne, even if it's on a PS5, is not updated to support 60 frames per second, even though the system very much is capable of doing so. The only way to get the best experience on this game is literally playing it on actual PC. And I'm sorry for my gameplay right now. I'm actually trying to commentate and talk to you guys in the camera as we do this. But if you look at the game here real carefully, it used to be that sun wasn't rendering properly. There are issues, obviously, like if you look over here, the skybox isn't rendering perfectly. But that item, I used to use a mod to fix that. It actually is working just fine. There's no crazy like readjustments or anything. This does work. Now, obviously, is it perfectly locked to 60 frames per second? Obviously not. It just isn't. There are going to be some hitches. There are going to be some stutters, but generally speaking, it's a pretty good experience. I mean, the characters seem to be working fine. If you look carefully at my character, you'll see that I am soaked in actual blood, even as I've died over here. And of course, to die and show you just how the loading works, it takes me to the screen over here. And again, it's not the fastest loading that I've seen, but it's also not loading that is reminiscent of running this game on a PS4. But yeah,
I was doing dash attacks.
obviously the emulations do have their quirks,
though.
but I'm back in the action over here, and I'm having a good time. Now, in all of this, you might be wondering, Muda, did you need to get a BIOS file or anything? Nope, I literally just downloaded Shad PS4, and I probably put maybe 1 or 2 mods just to fix some stability.
But now I'm
if
using
I needed to even do that, and the game just works.
So whatever.
So unlike other PlayStation emulators like PCSX2 or PlayStation 3, where yeah, you could argue that you would need to download some proprietary Sony code, this one does not use anything. And of course, I haven't vetted the actual source code for this emulator, so I really hope there's nothing, again, infringing. But I imagine if there was, Sony would probably have this shut down as well too. And obviously, I've covered Sony's, past with emulators. They've definitely tried taking this stuff to court, and they've definitely held a fat L, which allows us to this day and age actually emulate games on our computer. So yeah. Bloodborne is completely playable. Now again, if Sony decided to release this port
currently play Elden on the
PC,
Steam Deck,
I personally wouldn't be interested in it. It's one of the reasons why I didn't buy Red Dead Redemption on PC for like $60. Obviously, I'm not going to buy a version of the game when I could clearly emulate it on PCSX3, or sorry, RPCSX3, and of course on, you know, the Switch emulator. And at least in the PlayStation 3 emulator front, you can actually play multiplayer with your friends, something you were not able to do on the actual PS3 version of the game. Or not PS3, the PC official release. But yeah, the lighting seems to work, and sure, there might be some things that aren't completely functioning in this, but generally speaking, if you're somebody who wants to play Bloodborne right now, there is no better time to do it than the actual release right over here. All the items are accessible, you can play the game from start to finish, you can enjoy the DLC, and even things like Chalice Dungeons can be modified into your save file without the use of the internet or PlayStation Network. Now, pro tip, if you want to make this game smoother, you could probably download things like lossless scaling and actually add in frame generation if you really wanted to add that into the game. But yeah, this is enough of Bloodborne right here. Yes, it works, and not only is it easier to get it up and running, yeah, it's something that obviously Sony clearly dislikes. Now, to show you how much of a support that Bloodborne has gotten, even though Sony has taken down Lance McDonald's 60 frames per second patch, very clearly you can still download a updated version of it on the actual Nexus mods. In fact, it's probably the only thing I've ever seen where a emulated game has this many modifications put into it. In fact, if you go to the most popular mods here, people are adding in things like visual effects fixes. I, for instance, have downloaded this mod and the Vertex Explosion Fix mod that have actually been inside my system. But a user known as From Software has been making things like visual tweaks that allow you to get more frames. If you're somebody that games on an Xbox controller
Muda misspoke a little bit. Their name is From Soft Serve. I do believe I heard him misspeak. I could be incorrect.
Reshape? They've got tons of reshades for this.
But yeah,
again, it's like the only fucking like modified game where they have 10-something pages of mods put into the actual game that you can play around with. Weapons, modifications to armors. I mean, it is, again, it's crazy because this, ladies and gentlemen, is an emulated PlayStation 4 game that people clearly gave a shit about. Sony didn't, and gamers on the PC decided, we're just going to preserve this for ourselves. And again, it's one of the things that I love about PC gaming, probably the most, is the preservation aspect.
I was a child.
Look, I'm somebody that's talked about game preservation for years, and it's clearly an important thing to me. I'm not like a gamer that is, touring in this industry. When I play a good game, I think about, hey, 10 years down the road, I want people to play a good game too. So Shad PS4, even if Sony doesn't care about porting their game to the PC, thankfully, regardless of all the DMCAs being offered, these things have been preserved, and we've finally been able to keep it. So, ladies and gentlemen,
it was funny,
fuck Sony. Fuck Sony for trying to stop any form of like fun gaming. They don't care about Bloodborne. I don't understand why even issuing any DMCAs makes any sense. But yes, if you want to play Bloodborne, especially with the Lady Dimitrescu mod right here in the Astral Clock Tower, that's also available too. So if this interests you, well, there's only one platform you can play this on. And it ain't PlayStation.
What?
It's PC. So yeah,
they've
I wanted to kind of talk about it because
it's quite unpleasant.
Shit like this does piss me off. But the silver lining here is no matter how many legal, cases you want to bring up, you cannot shut down the emulation community. It's just not possible anymore, especially when it comes to something like this. Files are out there already, constantly going to get shared around. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like if you dislike it, I am out.
What did I do? Oh. I know what I did. I suck. Hold on. This? The pot, right? And then I'll take the close option, and then and put this here, and then rune arcs there. There we go. Hoopers. The lovely password, pepepe. Let me put this here too. The rulebook. 10 out of 10. Good fucking mod. Love to see it. A Cheeto commenting on Darman, and the word struggling is in there, so I'm here for that.
I took a trip down memory lane recently.
I have not had the desire to, watch Dar do weird Dar shit, I guess, for a minute. It's occasionally funny to, you know, take away the silences in it and play it back at like a higher speed so they can't use any of that fancy coercive bullshit against us and see what we feel about it, but that's about it. Life is
and I
life.
bumped into Darman of all people. Funny
IRL?
enough, he actually was like, yo, hey Cheeto, is that you? I'm like, Darman? Really? You're just chilling here? He's like,
yeah, I was waiting for you to walk past me. I've got so many new videos for you to react
to. I was like, say less, I'm here. Tomboy turns into real life Barbie.
Hey, Chase.
Oh yeah, 1 second into it, we already know what's up. Stereotypical 2000s high school bully phenotypes here with the varsity jacket. Guy's named Chase. Presumably socially maladapted nerd girl is going to hit on him. He's probably like the nice guy, but is also a jock, so he's like the black sheep of the bullies. He's like the empathetic jock guy who disapproves of his friend's meanness and stuff, but ultimately is going to be pressured by his friends to reject this girl because she's not of, you know, his equivalent social status.
Hey, what's up? I know we've been friends for a while, but,
Oh, hope you'll be my date. Imagine I'm just wrong on my prediction. He just fucking kicks that ball. I hope you get the fuck away from me. How about that, bitch? Girl goes home, starts crying. Script gets flipped into a 13 Reasons Why meme.
You go to the spring fling dance with me?
Okay, close enough. Enter stereotypical blonde bitchy girl bully equivalent stereotype 2000s Regina George Mean Girls type figure. Most likely gonna say something very mean to this girl about how she's just not on the level of the guy that she's chasing, which will then lead to the guy silently disapproving of what she said but still going along with it because he's a slave to social opinion.
Sorry, Frankenstein. Chase already asked me to the dance. Which, by the way, is something only boys do. But wait, I guess you're basically a dude. And see these? These are called flowers.
I'm confused. I don't really understand the Frankenstein thing and the whole like, oh, you look like a boy meme because she just doesn't. Like, I feel like in this day, 2025, it's pretty easy to tell, you know, which girls are trying to look like boys and which boys are trying to look like girls. This is clearly a girl who's not trying too hard to appear masculine. And trust me, we would know, like, Darman would find the sort of like gender-defying actress to play this role if he wanted to.
They're pretty things that girls like.
Oh, look, he got a kick out of it. You know, it's funny. I'm pretty sure in like part 3 of this series, which isn't even out yet, both of these guys turn into neo-Nazis. Isn't that how that goes, right? I mean, this guy, like, what, Chad and Brett, like, they come out to be like total neo-Nazis, right? Am I tripping? I don't know. And this is like Eva Braun or something. Listen, I don't know, but I'm just kind of, you know, assuming based on what we've got. Guys fucking cracking up over some sort of like very low-hanging fruit tier joke that this girl just cracked. Very predictable so far.
Ew!
My arena state's
a
broken.
guy just came out of the girls' locker room.
I'm trying to fix it.
Oh wait, even worse. It's Frankie. She's even.
You guys get it? Why she's being called a boy? It's because she's wearing a fucking t-shirt. If you've ever thrown on a t-shirt in your entire life and you're not a boy, well, spoiler alert, you actually are. It's funny, you know, I don't even hate these videos. I just think the way they play off such tired stereotypes makes it so that once you've seen the stereotypes that are being in play, like a minute into the video, you've probably seen the entire video already. Like, she's gonna end up getting the nice guy who's also a jock and she's gonna be jealous, right? Like, I wager 1,000 Bitcoin that's what happens.
She's even got a guy's name. Hi.
Why aren't you girls dressed for class?
We have a senior portrait shoot after school, so getting all sweaty and gross really isn't an option.
Wrong one.
And we have cramps.
Hey, Frankie,
Just forget everything, okay? It was already embarrassing the first time, and I don't want to replay.
All right, guys. Break into teams. Let's play some dodgeball.
Aw, check it out.
Of course it was going to be dodgeball, the thing they do in gym class, right? Like the sport that captures the essence of high school athletics. Like we can't just take every single character archetype from the 2000s and 2010s movies about high school and coming of age films and lazily implement them into our life lesson style YouTube videos. We have to also get every minute detail down to the T. Like dodgeball. They played dodgeball in these movies, right? Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Didn't he get hit by a dodgeball or something, right? Am I tripping? I wonder if Darman at any point has considered doing something that actually represents the current state of high school antics. I mean, he probably has. I just haven't watched it because I don't genuinely watch this content. But I'm waiting for the episode of Darman where the math teacher's thirst-trapping secret TikTok account gets leaked, and one of the students accidentally clicks the link in bio, resulting in a traumatization for the students and a permanent firing for the teacher.
Tomboy can catch a ball, but can't catch a drift. What's your problem, Meg? I'm just stating the obvious. Chase would never go for some wannabe tomboy. Now go toss your little ball. Huh. You can't even do that right.
Fuck it. We'll just go and bother people.
Oh my god.
Doesn't work like that.
Oh my. It's so
I have to leave the party then do it. Okay.
Where is the Oscar, man? Can we get in contact with the people that make those? Can we get one of those to Dar?
My nose!
What does she say? She says, my nose.
Look what you did! No. I'm so sorry. It's not my fault. I didn't mean to. It was an accident. That you just happened to hit me in the face when you were mad?
It's dodgeball. Suck a fucking asshole about it and clean it out with your fucking tongue.
I'm not excusing my daughter's behavior here, but Meg
excusing what? It's a goddamn sport, bitch.
Have been tormenting my girl.
Hey guys,
that doesn't need to be brought up. You're in the middle of a sport.
Yeah, someone is. Yeah. There's your answer right there. Your board is about to get flipped. Your tray, the Nesquik's going flying too. You're probably gonna stand on that shirt. Boom.
Uh-oh.
Boom. Wait, hold on. Did he just say fourth quarter? Did I get that right? Okay, flips the thing. Gets embarrassed.
Fourth quarter.
Fourth quarter? This is pickup. What are you doing? Who says that? What, you have a rap?
Okay, that makes sense.
Hold on a second. Is this even real brick wall? This looks like a giant
I have
piece
blind
of
spot
paper.
equipped. I got hit in the blind spot.
Go!
With other random pieces of paper attached that says 110% fired up. Show them what you've got. Nice.
Yes,
Hey! Skillet. There we go.
Since we're both friends with Chase, I was wondering if maybe you wanted to go get food.
Hey, so because we both want to fuck the same guy, would you want to, for some reason, get food with me, and maybe we can, you know, just talk this out and why we each want to get the same guy? You know, we could have a conversation about our interests, even though they're literally conflicting. Also, why is there a pedophile in the corner? What is he doing?
I guess. Okay.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Perfect. I'll see you later.
The stretch was so big you could name it Armstrong. That's what's up.
Okay, so she's got like Goonies in the school system that do what she says on command. So basically, I see what was done here. That funny prank that was just pulled on this girl was done by a Simpington. After pulling off that little stunt, he probably like pranced his way back over to the girl and was like, "Did I do well, queen?" He gaslights him into thinking he did a good job, so he continues to serve her. Meanwhile, she's competing for her with the jock guy.
Let me in! Sorry, no boys allowed. Stop!
Back in my day, I would have risked expulsion for revenge on anyone being a dickhead around me getting to piss.
What are you going to be doing about that?
What you should be doing is bringing your daughter up to behave like a lady instead of allowing her to behave like an ill-mannered boy. Then Meg wouldn't have to walk these halls terrified of being attacked.
Attacked? Yes. I didn't even attack her.
Nobody told you how to run my family. Well, you have no business.
They just fucking left.
All right, everyone calm down.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh, they were at least geared up too. They were ready.
Everyone calm down.
They were ready
to silence the non-stop chatter all at once.
So wouldn't you just contact?
You're telling me Darman's not real and this might be scripted? I'm fucking heartbroken, devastated.
All right, everyone calm down.
Wouldn't you just contact the school board? And if they didn't, the Department of Education?
Student, and we just
because that's how you should approach that.
I'm afraid that you're officially
suspended. She makes fun of me every single day, yet I'm the one in trouble.
I mean, I would have fucking thrown hands, got expelled, suspended, taken a break, chilled, had fun taking care of my fucking self and my health, and just been whatever about it.
Numbers like, huh, name looks quite familiar. I should give him a call as a member of the local community. Is that what's happening? Also,
to be legit,
fix your tie, bro. I just don't get it. Like, these fits are atrocities. The collar is loose, the tie is loose, everything's.
God damn it.
Besides, I didn't mean to make her bleed. Maybe if I were more girly.
Don't talk like that, Frankie. It's not who you are.
You know who I am. I'm the tomboy girl who gets made fun of every single day.
Oh, yeah, that moment when you just list out the exact thing that your character
I'm just gonna throw bombs at them next time. You know what? Fuck people. I'm throwing bombs. I don't give a shit.
Like totally
I'm done trying to like be a silly goose without throwing bombs.
If this isn't riveting, I just don't know what is. I just don't know what you think can even compete with this. Martin Scorsese? Are you kidding me? How about some Dar Mannington? Are we? I mean, like, come on.
I'll just go harder.
Meg's the real-life Barbie doll who gets everything she wants.
Also,
life would just be easier if I was like her. If I could just fit in.
I don't know where you're going with this, but you shouldn't have to change who you are just to please people at your school.
Just to please.
When I was in 12th grade, I was on the varsity team, and there was this young girl that I liked, and I tell you,
I could go to a new school. No one would know the old me, just the new me.
Excuse me, sir, can I help you with...
That's what's up.
Oh, sorry, miss.
Never tell.
Can I help you with anything?
Oh, and let me guess. The sales rep is also a judgy bitch. Interesting. So interesting how all of the forces in the world seem to be conveniently conspiring against our protagonist here. That's so strange. Is it fiction?
I mean, it's typical
Dar
Man.
Shit for a second. You're telling me that the girl protagonist is wearing her hoodie up indoors to purchase clothes? I'm confused. I just don't understand how you... I mean, there's just no way that that's something that was done in any of the movies that you've based these characters off of. You know, like, now you're going to a level where I can't even find the point of origin.
Maybe a wardrobe makeover?
Let me guess. You got lost on the way to Tomboys R Us.
Oh my god, and she's there too, and she's there too, and she walks away.
Alright, bro, you're not at the fucking campus. You can dust her ass right now. Fuck it. You're not on the campus, you're not on their time, they can't do shit. Bro, you can throw so many motherfucking goddamn piss fuck hands, and nobody can do shit about it. Bro, let's go. Let's fucking get it. Crafties.
I just found the most
never
perfect
mind.
dress
I
for the
can't do it
dance.
inside.
Oh my gosh, you look so good with this
Oh
tie
my
color
gosh,
too.
they better be there when I get back.
We're gonna
when I
be
get over
so
there.
bougie.
Oh, just cut that out.
We're gonna be so
Fuck it.
bougie.
Wow. This is new.
And you know I'm gonna look so cute with your varsity jacket on, sitting in the front row at your basketball games.
You know what? You two can have each other. Because Frankie 2.0 is about to blow up.
Anyway, we skip ahead here. She's at the new school with a new look, and this is how it goes.
Frame. I'll get it later. Fuck the tits. Nope, we're doing it. Oops.
Hi.
Not Lord's Aid.
Good
Holy
morning.
shit.
Good morning.
Who's the
You
new girl? And why didn't she say hi
I know
to
I
us? Does
shouldn't
she
just
not
wait
know
it
who we
out.
are? You
But
must
I
be
thought
new
they
here.
might be leaving.
I could show you
Okay,
around if
let's
you
assume
want.
they're
I know
not
the school
leaving
really well,
me.
and you could
Okay, and he gets knocked out by the jock guy. Interesting how that goes.
enough.
My
I didn't
guess
have this
is
set.
this guy is actually
Perfect.
going to be the one hucking this guy, but at the same time, the original
Works.
empathetic protagonist isn't going to be
That took
getting
me a
his
while.
girl back. I'm kind of confused. Like, is that guy just going to take the L for being like wrong place, wrong time? It's concerning, but what is this guy doing? Jesus.
So,
Didn't it say two
name's
people?
Nathan. Always glad to show pretty new faces here around at Brookside.
You're so sweet. I'm Francesca.
Francesca. Beautiful name. Beautiful.
Looks like you got some competition.
You know how it is.
So I'm confused. The nerd guy who was actually sweet and was probably more connected with her story gets fucking decked and bodied into a door, and she doesn't have any expression of disapproval on her face, yet he just immediately takes all the other guys flirting, and I'm so fucking lost.
The all-star athlete always takes the hottest girl to prom.
I'm still the hottest. The blog doesn't lie. We know you're the hottest, Amy. People all over the school go on the blog.
You better not slip from number one.
I mean, don't even manifest that possibility.
2.
Sorry.
Oops.
How about I show you around?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, fine. I was rolling slow. I didn't check their fucking punch.
So this guy's gonna take his own life. I'm
I
so
should've,
lost
but I
as to
didn't.
why they even scripted this guy in for his intro to be him fucking getting decked and breaking some
my camera
bones,
froze.
getting
Oh, it
called ill by the popular girls. And what happens now? There's no way he makes a comeback, right? There's just no way. His screen time has been humiliation. That's it. I want like a spin-off series for this guy, like how he's gonna deal with the fact that his life has been fucking ruined.
We're good.
No, thank you.
Okay, fire.
Hey, why are we screaming?
Didn't recognize you. What did you do to yourself?
I leveled up, and I had the best first
Leveled
day at school
down.
today. I have a bunch of new friends, and this cute guy was all over me.
What?
I mean, not like that. I mean, he's nice. That's all.
Fuck people.
My plan
They're
totally
not worth
worked.
your time. You
I
can
still
do better.
don't see why you're changing everything just to impress people.
You
What's
shouldn't
wrong with
be.
being impressive?
There's nothing wrong with it, as long as it's what you
Be
truly
impressive,
want
you.
and who you truly are. Because the only thing worse than lying to others is
Are you
lying to
fucking
yourself.
kidding me?
I'm so confused, and I'm still hung up on how she just got suspended and moved schools. Dad's totally fine with it, is just completely unaware or just doesn't
Are you
care
fucking
that
kidding
this
me?
was sort of a pretty big change in this girl's development. Like, she's like, hey, I want to start a new version of myself. Let's move schools. Dad's like, yeah, fucking, hey, yeah, where's the papers? Let me sign. He's like, I'm not sure why you're changing yourself to impress others. Well, then why did you co-sign this in this drastic
You didn't
shift?
have
I
to
don't
turn
get it. Have some
invasions
agency,
on.
Stand on business. Discipline your daughter. I'm confused. You've been
You
sitting
could've
here
left them
idly
off.
reading whatever like brochure you were reading.
This was
going
your
through the phone
choice.
book, while your daughter's
You
self-loathing
decided
has
this.
10x'd, being a completely shit role model in this girl's development.
didn't
I just
have
don't
to
get
do
it.
The
this.
lying I'm gonna be doing is in my bed. These heels are brutal.
You made this choice.
What incarnation is this fella wearing?
they
Is this
just
the new
breaking the
Versace
state of
drop?
shit?
And why do I not have it? You know, like, how do I get my
'Cause
hands
I'm
on
not
this
seeing their
ASAP?
shit move.
It's not cool, but it's expensive, and I think that makes it cool. At
And
least
they
based on what
vanished
I'm
when I was on
gathering
it
on
with
the
them.
whole him walking out
I
to
don't know
this
what their
cool
fucking
music
latency
thing,
is.
right? Like, Darman, you want me to buy this? I'll buy whatever you want, Darman. Listen, if you tell me to buy something, Dar, I will buy it. Darman, you could sell me
I
a
didn't go far enough
bucket
that
of
it
shit.
renders
I'd buy it. All right.
the
I'd
dot.
say, yeah. Well, I mean, it's not just a bucket of shit. It was a financial suggestion by the Darman himself. Chipro, Darman could start advocating for slavery. I might have to
Fucking
like
gosh,
look
dude.
into it. If he's bullish on slavery, I might have to.
Rose, what is she even talking about?
Let's hope it places
But it's
me
something
actually at
stupid.
them.
Yeah,
God
like how
damn it.
cute her outfit is.
Oh yeah, we're good.
Brittany, I swear. Sorry. Listen,
That's fine.
Francesca?
You'd be like
I
that.
don't know who you think you are, but Nathan is mine. He's totally into her because she's hanging out at the #1 spot. So you're just wasting your time talking to him.
Really, huh? Then why'd he ask me for my number and ask to hang out?
Hanging out is one thing, but I've got him locked up for prom. He's gonna ask me any day.
I'm confused how the conversation is all around this Nathan guy, and we've gotten no love for glasses. I mean, he's been a pivotal character in this video so far, yet he's received no lip service from any of the ladies. Ladies, he's open and on the market, probably a
What is
goated
up with
JavaScript
people?
coder, gets freaky with Python on the weekends, enjoys himself a casual, chill
This is
Minecraft with the
just
boys
fucking
night, will
obnoxious.
get rich off crypto, and
It's
spoil
fine.
you with
Be
an
obnoxious.
Audi R8.
See what
What's this
happens.
guy's name?
But Nathan is mine.
Nathan, yeah, Nathan can bite the curve. He's not that cool. And based on the message of this video, Nathan can be replaced by the nerd by doing exactly what she did. If the nerd guy just bought a varsity jacket, took off the glasses, and fixed his acne, then he'd be drowning in bitches. So the moral of the story
You
is
don't want to be
basically just
drowning in
like, at
people.
least from what I'm getting, just change
You don't want to be
everything
drowning
about
in
yourself,
people. You'll
and your
find a
life will
lot
get
of
better. I'm not
really
one to question
unkind
Darman's,
motherfuckers who try to do
messaging
shitty ass
morals,
shit.
'cause I'm, you know,
It's
mindless,
better
drone
to be
consuming
a
whatever he
not
has to
wanted
put in my
goober
brain. But
than a depthfully pursued one.
Good message?
If you tasked me.
Because she's hanging out at the #1 spot. So you're just
God
wasting your time
fucking
talking to
piss
him.
ass motherfucking
Really,
damn
huh?
it. Get your fucking
Then why'd he ask me for my
your ass here.
number and
You
ask to hang
shit
out?
potato. You
No, just
fucking shit
one thing.
potato. You shit
I've got him locked
potato.
up for prom.
Bring that fucking
He's gonna
ass
ask
here.
me any day
You
now because he only dates the #1
motherfucker.
guy
Get
on
your
the list.
fucking tight fucking
Too
patootie
bad you're not #1 on the list.
up my fucking hole.
The people have spoken. Hey, thanks again
I will
for the
hit people
ride.
with this.
Sure.
Yeah.
Nathan, heads up!
Okay, cool. Baited.
Yo, watch out!
Get off your fucking horse. Get off your fucking
That was
horse,
a killer
bro.
catch! That was right out of my
Get
library,
off your
wasn't it?
horse.
I was
Get off
gonna
your horse.
catch that, but I guess I just let her do it.
Yeah, alright, whatever. Where'd you learn how to catch like that?
I actually used to play ball with the guys on my block. And I have a pretty good whiteout.
Oh, really? Let me see.
You all motherfucking shit stain ass bitches. Why are you like
You're
this?
good.
It was a while ago. I'm actually not into football. It's a guy thing. You know, I would much rather be cheerleading.
Well, great.
Bitch ass.
Oh man, I didn't know that they were allowed to hire children in the script writing room. Like I thought there was a child labor violation, but I guess that it's
No, not anymore.
literally children or
Depends
like
on where you
animals
are.
that have been juiced up with like Neuralink, writing the dialogue for this or like the expression. Guy goes from suspicious to instantly
enough.
swayed
I
by
don't
her
give a shit.
shitty explanation. How'd you learn how to throw like that? Are you?
I
a
had to,
man
like, deal with
secretly?
throwing
Oh,
a
you like
thing at a
cheerleading?
dude.
Okay,
It'll be
makes
fine.
sense. I will ignore my instinct.
I hear there's an opening on the cheer team, and I'd love for you to cheer for me on the sidelines at my basketball game.
There's
See,
no
I'd rather
place
do
I'd rather
duels.
be.
But I'll take it. Like, genuinely, I would rather do duels all day.
Hold on a second.
I can't open
What
mine
the
right now.
fuck
but
is this song?
I
Am
thought I did
tripping?
open it earlier.
Literally, what is this? Love me, love me, love me, love me. This is annoying as shit.
Oh, there they are. Oh, tits, hold on.
Is this even like allowed to be released on streaming platforms? This doesn't even, this is like 2 loops. This is not music. This is the NFT of music. I can't explain
Oops,
why or
I waited
how, but
too
if you
long.
know, you know. Anyway, so Popular Girl 2 meets up with Popular Girl 1, and this is what happens.
Wrong timing. Now we're stuck waiting again. Lame. I suck.
MJ.
Yeah.
That's
Umga.
Frankie.
I like
You
calling it
know her?
Umga.
Do
I'm
I?
a
Yeah, so
shitbag.
as you can imagine, there's a bit of a smear campaign going on.
Tag Frankie for prom king.
She gets embarrassed. It's fucked.
Oh, they're not being shitheads.
Goes with Popular
God, I hate you.
Girl. OG guy gets back in. I think they fall in love.
You're a fucking
Got
asshole.
a problem?
Yep, that's sort of how that goes. Anyway, moral of the story, both of the bitches get owned, and the girl gets the original guy. The nerd guy who got slammed into a fucking locker.
I
Yeah, he's
saw
cooked.
them
We
wave.
have yet to find his body, but police reports suggest...
Bitch, if you don't want to do PvP, go to the goddamn instructions, learn how to fucking read for 2 fucking seconds and turn off invasions, you fucking
So, we'll see
asshole.
what
Holy
happens.
shit, just
By
turn
the
it the
time
fuck
video
off.
is over, the
Just
moral
turn
of
it
the
off.
story is supposed
You
to
have
be
all the
like,
fucking
oh,
control.
don't change
It's
who
your
you
fault
are
for
or
doing
whatever,
it.
but, like,
It's your fault
she
for allowing
literally
it.
got the ending she wanted
Just
after she
fail
changed who
less.
she was.
Suck
I mean, yeah, she
less.
reverted to
Be
her
a
default
good
settings
fucking
and got the
player.
guy she
Suck
wanted, but,
less,
like,
you
she got
fucking
over him
goober.
so fast and moved on with this other guy, and only stopped doing her like new Barbie gimmick because she got exposed. So this is again no real moral of the story. Anyway, see you later.
Gosh, they're doing it. Do a health check. Nope, didn't work timing-wise. Panic rolled. That's my fault. I saw the initiation. It was too much of a follow through. That's my own damn bad. Yo, at least they were teabagging as you are, which is fucking weird, you fucking goober. At least they fucking stood and didn't go through a fucking fog wall. At least they weren't being shit caboodles to that extent. I know, right? I could just boop to here and have an easier time with some goobery shit. But don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just relax. Okay, bitches. Oop, shit brain. Actually, is this gonna be faster now? Because it should put me towards their ass. Not literally towards their ass, towards their face. Yeah, because they're on the run. Seems like it. It's gonna bring me there a little bit behind. Ye, they're on the motherfucking run. I'm sorry, but everyone else pissed me off first. My deepest apologies. Blame everyone else. Blame literally everyone else. Easy. Oh, I need to do it open first. No, it's open already. Okay. I thought it was open. Oh, no, it wasn't. I suck. Here. Easier. It's easier for me to just stand them down and wait. Maybe they'll bring lots of people to me. You never know. I have to pee right now, too, which is the worst fucking timing. Oh my gosh. Icky. Fucking gross.
Unpleasant.
Okay, you know what? This is the worst time to have to piss, but I bet it's gonna work out. Password, as usual, if you want to come and grief me while I'm fucking AFK. This shows a password, right? I forgot. Nope, hold on. This? It's this. It's gotta be this. Ooh, gotta pee, gotta tinkle. Gotta pee, gotta tinkle. Best password. It's real fucking easy. I'd like a cloaca in hopes that I could pee faster, because this having to get up and pee is not for me. Maybe I should stop drinking water, I said sarcastically. Oy vey. Tits and elbows, my guy. There's this if you want it. If you don't, oh well. Attribution takes 2 seconds, and I'd be remiss if I didn't. What? It takes like 2 seconds to attribute shit. That's literally all it takes. At some point, I will set, like, a more efficacious password, but right now, I'm doing the community bullshit standard. Can I really not? I have to stop what I'm doing first to have it. Rude, dude. Rude. What a lame way to go. What a lame-ass way. Go away. Everyone storing opaline is a little bit weird. I mean, it's fine, do you? It's fine. Do what makes you happy. I kind of just want to oil them up. But, you know. Maybe I'll just do some dickhead shit. Maybe we'll just do dickhead shit. Everyone takes that opaline. Meh. No, they take the hard tier. They take the one that just negates damage once. Not everyone, but it's like prevalent enough that, you know, my ass is bitchy. You know me.
Interested in a hopeful, uplifting story,
I could just
or
go to
a
the
look at the
PvP
brighter
server,
side
I
of
guess.
life, you
I
might
have
as
to
well
just, like,
stop
copy my save
watching
to
right
it.
now. If a happy ending is important to you, you would certainly be
It
better
would be
off
better
with
than
something
this.
else.
It would be way better
In
than
this
this.
video, not only is there no happy ending, there is no happy beginning, and very few happy things in the middle. This is because not very many happy things have happened in the niche physical media collecting community. A shroud rests upon the young audience of said community. That shroud's name is Dan Sobel, a man with a lot to say and little to hide. This story will bring to light the dark and twisted things going on beneath the surface. And that story starts right now.
Dan Sobel, aka Dan the My Little Pony and Sophia the First fan, is a twisted rabbit hole of child enthusiast behavior, zoophile tendencies, and overall degenerate behavior infesting the kid-centric physical media collecting and Go Animate communities. If you were to ever stumble upon a Sobel classic, it more than likely would be one of his hundreds kids songs dubbing TikToks.
They have their friends.
Dan is obsessed with children's media. Not like your favorite Nickelodeon sitcom shows,
left their homie
more
out.
like actual infant baby shows.
Very little health.
When he's not pseudo-singing nursery rhymes, you can find him doing eccentric dances to children's shows.
If they're gonna sippy, I'll sippy. I like my sippies disrespectful. I guess the one I'm having fun with didn't do a sippy, so that's whatever. I'm just an asshole. Did that tag? It didn't. Okay, cool.
And if those don't really knock your boots off, you can appreciate an ill-fitted belly-showing t-shirt with your family room's blanket tied around your neck as a cape dance. You'll also occasionally stumble upon nightmare horror show duets that haunt you as you try to fall asleep. Dan's content varies video to video. Sometimes he's doing a dance, other times he's cursing out children and threatening to cut their private parts off. In this compilation, you can begin to see his personality and the quirks associated with his content.
Boom ba-cha-cha-la-la, boom boom bop. Here is your letter with a stamp on top. Hi there, Chase. This is your old pal, Dan Sobel here. And today, I'm going to be showing you something that's very different about me. Do you know what's different about me?
They're gonna health check me now.
Yep.
But
I'm wearing a new pair of sunglasses. Yes!
I have a favorite target right
now. Today is finally my 26th birthday. Hey, the VCR King doesn't like you. The VCR King is not your fan. The VCR King doesn't like you. So has to be the greatest of our plans.
And I can't find him anywhere! Like any other degenerate on this channel, like flies to shit, they can't help themselves from making food review content.
Oop, better length, my bad.
So my rating for the bacon and Swiss Royal Crispy Chicken Sandwich and the new frozen pink lemonade, I'm probably gonna give it like a 17.8 out of 10.
Because of Dan's fascination with all things infant, we even see him imitate characters from time to time, like his Cookie Monster cookie review.
Hello there, it's me, Cookie Monster. And Dan Sobel is on break from videos right now because today, me taking over for Dan Sobel's taste test video today
is to fight people.
And taste test video today is
I'm just gonna stop assuming that people want to dually duel. It's not DS2. I mean, no shit. But like,
as if that's not bad
I'll
enough,
just start taking their mage out. I don't give a shit. Fuck it. Let's
throw
go.
his hat into hot take political opinions like rejecting Donald Trump because he, and I quote, was arrested for being racist. Which is ironic because Dan has, on a multitude of occasions, used the hard R in a demeaning and derogatory way towards others.
Saying that Donald Trump got arrested. Why he got arrested, you may ask? Well, it's because of his racism. So yeah, Donald Trump got arrested for racism. That is why he got fired from the president job.
Reductive.
So that means I am starting to lose my interest on Donald Trump because I'm starting to hate him now. Donald Trump is starting to become
Do people think
racism.
they can just like say
that
weird words and it makes sense?
He got arrested
and
for racism because after he got fired from the president job at the White House.
Dan claims to have some sort of autistic difficulty. He says he struggles with interpersonal relationships and doesn't understand normal social behaviors as easily as others. This leads him to constantly trying to form parasocial relationships with mostly kids online in order to garner sympathy.
It's because I'm going to the doctor today. The reason why I'm going to the doctor is because I'm sick. But to all of my good friends who are watching this, make sure you send me a get well message. So yeah, once again, to all of my good friends who are watching this, make sure you send me a get well message.
Dan's big shtick online is reviewing kids shows and calling out others for their incorrect opinions on shows. This is the tipping point for where all future problems will stem from.
And guess what? I just got a package. This is Yo Gabba Gabba Live. There's a Party in My City DVD. And that's a deluxe edition.
I love their friends.
What do you think
They're
of
so
it?
cool. They're just
Let
sitting
me
and
know in
chilling.
the comments. It's because Horrid Henry was being very disrespectful to his brother Peter by calling him a worm. He was also being disrespectful to his friends in class. So yeah, Horrid Henry
A little bit of frame
is
latency
the
got me there.
worst show ever.
Ooh, Frostbite got me. This is the frame latency was already gone. That's fine.
Enemies hide behind every corner. Sobel's actions are beginning to catch up to him. His vitriolic behavior and elitist attitude has begun to rub off poorly on those around him, leading to multiple confrontations and freakouts to be had.
Fucking love you. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being an honorable blue. Even in this game,
Dan's
you're a cool motherfucker.
Behavior,
10 out of 10, we love you.
With basically everyone within this niche. The names of the people aren't really important, but it should be noted that Dan starts drama with everyone over differing of opinions. It's shocking to see someone get so upset over the fact that Mayor Queefenstein of Rainbow Vomit Kingdom didn't treat...
I only get bitchy when people try to abandon being mindful and kind situationally because they find it appropriate to use an unkind tactic they know is unkind and unhelpful on someone because they deem they can assess something about them that is only scanner perception deep.
Lord Barface kindly.
Outside of that,
This is an angry message to the All the Dogs Go to Heaven fan. The All the Dogs Go to Heaven fan, I got something to say to you, bro. You're worse than Savage Gamer 1998, who always makes commentary videos out of me and Andy Ho. Because if you keep this up, then my friend Jeffrey Strogan is gonna keep calling you out if you don't stop. And you're the one who needs to hate the Wiggles. And I'm also gonna bash your opinion on Blue's Clues, so you better start hating Blue's Clues. Guess what? Guess what, Savage Gamer 1998? I just reported you just because you bashed my opinion on Zoe the Drawing Cat. So you just got reported already. I think I have an opinion change for today. So I now hate Brandon Broadway, also known as Slim Bran Me 15. Do you want to know why? It is because he put me, Brandon Hosky, and Ben Lucero on the red card.
It should come as no surprise that the other orbiters in this community are also 1% on the spectrum, consistently calling each other out for not being nice enough.
And what kind of grown-ass man
I got shit to do first?
in his mid-20s
you busy?
watching baby shows like My Little Pony or Dora the Explorer, Barney and Friends?
Y'all busy
what is up with you watching that stuff? When you ever gonna grow up, okay?
So when Dan has had enough, he has to resort to alternative medicines to quell the troll rebellion.
Okay,
this
they're kind of cute.
includes things like conjuring
these homies are so
from a
adorable
simple
together.
stack of
That's what's
playing
up.
cards.
This card means needed about money. Our second card for this curse is the A of Clubs. This card means that you need to suffer from a journey by roll a vehicle. And this last card for the curse is the 10 of Clubs. This card means that you need to suffer from a new appointment, investment, or settlement.
But Dan doesn't like to be treated like a man-child or a baby.
Yeah, I killed her for her items.
Do you hear that? It sounds like my calculator is malfunctioning.
You know, I'm gonna need Castus. I don't have Castus.
7 years.
Anyway, Dan will even begin to lash out
Sorry,
towards
I couldn't see
others
the whole
and
chat.
threaten to have their videos removed because they archived
Check your
the latest
binds.
stupid shit he said. I should note here that I'll mostly only scratch the surface of his debacles. There's a playlist of over 300
What do you see?
videos
I invaded
Dan's
these people.
meltdowns. Because I'm perplexed by the community
I don't want to
itself,
get them both,
some minor
right? I want to
qualms
get
with
one at a
Dan might
time.
fly over my head because I'm not nuanced enough in kids media to truly understand.
How dare you call me a man-child and a big baby in the comments in one of my
I'm
videos?
invading these people.
That is unacceptable.
This is an invasion. I'm here because I want to kill people. I think I keep, like, making friendies. It's a little weird.
I will give you another copyright strike. And if you steal videos from Mario Lopez or Andrew's Movie Corner, I'm gonna give you a third one and your ass will be terminated.
With accusations that we will get to soon coming out, people began dogpiling on Dan, leading
I'm gonna
to
hit
his
one of
most
them.
infamous freakout, calling out multiple different people in the community.
Because I am starting to get very, very angry, and it's making me want to rage my voice right now. I now hate Vinny the social media guy, Devin Osborne, Jose Crespin,
Honeys,
and
you
Lance
gotta
White.
kill me if you want me gone. I'm sorry. It's that
I
easy.
hate Vinny the social media guy, Devin Osborne, Jose
Come on.
Crespin, and Lance White. It is because
Please.
they exposed me
I'll be so
on the
happy.
Google
I'm gonna
Meets,
do it.
and
I don't want to do it. I'm gonna
blocked
do
me
it.
on Facebook Messenger. And they also thinks I was taking jokes that are very mean and very harshful, which I did not even mean to take a joke like that. And Devin Osborne thinks I was insulting Maddie Nelson.
Okay, hold on. Let's make it obvious and easy to deal with.
What the
Yes, let's start from a little further back. Let's give them a fun timer.
Jose Crespin and Lance! Are you is wrong with you? Because I am severely done with you! I am done with you! You
Please
make
hit me.
very
Fight me.
angry.
Fight me.
You
Fight me,
made
please.
very angry and make me want to freak out!
I'm gonna do it.
I'm done with you
I want you to
both.
fight me. I'm gonna do it.
Seriously done with you!
Please. Fight me. Come on. Come on. Do it. Come on. Do it. Come on. Fight me. Please. Come on. Fight me. I'm not gonna hit you with it. I think I don't want to. I think I'd be an asshole. Come on. Just fight me. Come on. Please. Oh my gosh. I enjoy you. I really do. Y'all are fun. But let's be fucking for real here. I'm about to kill your friend if you don't fight me.
To use the insult of sticking your finger into one of your orifices, which led to arguably his biggest controversy with an 8-year-old girl named Bella Harris, where during a dispute he told her to shove her fingers into her private parts.
There we go. Thank you. Love y'all. Besties.
AKA Sir Calvin, Andrew's Movie Corner, Mario Lopez, and the rest of my friends alone. Now, take this thumbs down with you, keep it with you, shove it up your butt, and leave me and Andy all alone.
This event compounded with a TikTok of Dan nearly naked changing in front of his mostly kid audience in an alleged Google Hangouts meeting with 3 alleged underage children. Dan discussed sexual topics and
get me. Thank you.
Them, leading to Dan being labeled as a nonce.
Do you want to play DS2? It's up to you. I finally found like a group of lovely people, and I've now lost them for eternity. So yeah, that's what's up. That sucks. I just got that universal ass PvP ass tag though was my password. I'm just trying to fight people. I just want to scrap. Okay, I just want to scrap. That's it. I just want to scrap.
But like every other incident, Dan would run.
Besides, if we play DS2, we might get an invasion. If we do, can you not be a dickhead to them?
How dare you call me a pedophile? I'm not a pedophile. I'm innocent.
Multiple response videos were made around this time calling out Dan for his behavior.
He literally
Let's get ganked by the side.
Every single video on TikTok, like he is attracted to children. But that is not okay.
Like any other lolcow online, people began chomping at the bits to lure Dan into another exposing situation, including a man trying to entice Dan to show his feet on camera.
It's gotta go this way, honey.
Magenta. Show me your feet. Show me your feet, Dan.
I tried to Dark Souls. Oh, sorry, I tried to Dark Souls jump. Yeah, that's what I meant.
You sure? Show your feet. Show your feet. Show your feet.
Okay, well, alright.
So, oh my god, I love it. Oh my god.
A man named Sheldon has documented and argued with Dan on multiple occasions, including in the DMs
fucking goober.
and
I thought you were gonna do it.
To start off the
I'm coming for you. That's
I want
fine.
to begin a little lighthearted and
I'm gonna come for you now. Your friend's still
that
far.
Dan can be.
Listen, Bailey, I don't drink wine or beer. I only drink Pepsi. I heard your life story that you just...
I know your friend's gonna gank me. I don't give a shit, honey. That's
I really
the thing.
apologize for what happened
I would rather
to you.
die with honor
Dan begins
than live
listing
without.
off all of his show preferences from Ittle Bittle Baby all the way up to full-grown man shows.
We're going to their
Not
friends
only do I
now.
like little kid shows, I also like big kid shows like Danny Phantom, Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius, The Fairly Odd Parents, SpongeBob SquarePants, Clarence, Teen Titans Go, The Amazing World of Gumball, and many others. And the only adult shows that I like are Seinfeld, The Big Bang Theory, Friends,
If you can't tell,
The
I'm just a
Office,
frustratable person some days.
Everybody Loves Raymond,
It's okay.
and Everybody Hates
Alright,
Chris.
let me get off Eldon.
As mentioned earlier, Dan is a racist who has gone after people
Like,
with slurs
brother,
on multiple occasions.
I'm gonna be real with you, okay? It's not, like, without the ability to address it if you wish to, right? You don't have to, but you can. And I can again phrase it as, deadass, my dear homie, a lot of the bullshit has just been because you were asking stuff that you could have better answered from the manual instead of asking me to make it make sense for you. That's all. That's it. Hold on. I didn't mean to push us to the game. I meant to push us to the browser, and I'm just a fucking piece of shit. Bless you.
But we've discovered that he was radicalized by heinous shows like Family Guy and South Park.
I also remember the parts when...
But, like, for real, it's just like you asking me about the soul memory stuff. The only reason it's a little frustrating is I've talked with you about it ad nauseum, with you in the stream, actively trying to. I've posted the links for it repeatedly. It's just stuff like that, right? And the reason I mention it in that way is I want the most important part to be that if I am being bitchy, which I can be, I want you to have the tools to deal with it in a way that you find appropriate, right? And a lot of that's gonna be, hey, you know what I can do? I can do the bare minimum, right? And give you resources. That way you don't have to ask me and you can ask yourself. Okay, cool. Why is my, oh, I know why it's freezing. Hold on. Hold on. I've got like so many windows open right now.
Fell down the stairs while saying bad words. That's the only thing that I remember. That is where the N-word just came from. Because Mr. Marshall did say the N-word in Wheel of Fortune in an...
That's a really pissy excuse though, brother. Like, I'm gonna just be real. That's nasty. This homie's excuses are not that great. Okay. Hold on. Dude.
Episode of South Park. Dude. That is where the racism came from.
In a more serious moment of the interaction.
Like, it doesn't have to necessarily be that you are a racist person, right? You could just be invoking racialism. And that's like, whatever. In that you need to be able to account for it, address it appropriately, and articulate what you're doing as an affect of being able to, if you even want to work on your actions, you have to know what you're doing. You can't just sit there nebulously and vaguely casting things into other categories which are not necessarily most accurate for them, purely because you want to get over with. This more sounds like someone trying to say anything they fucking have to and or can to get out of having to further engage something in an appropriate and constructive fucking way, right? Okay, cool. When people just like say, I'm sorry for the racism with no other fucking nuance, context, or patience or past, they're really just acknowledging in part that they don't have the fucking effort or energy or aptitude to be specific about what the fuck they're doing and address it in full and appropriately. Like, I don't care if you want to say, hey, I'm sorry for hurting you. Be like, don't just roll up in me and be like, I'm sorry for hurting you, as an analogy. Be like, I'm sorry for beating you in the ass and knocking your teeth in. I'm sorry that I gave your teeth more of a gap when I punched you. You know, just be specific. Have the goal to be specific. It ain't that hard, and it's really important for you to know, for us to know how that you know how to grow as a person, right? Like, if you can't articulate what it is appropriately, then you're just casting it off and it's weak. And not to only hammer it, not to tie this in with other shit too efficaciously, like the goober that I am, who's got that kind of tact and aptitude. But homie, that's another thing, right? Like, it's not general frustration a lot of the time. When I can be vocal, right? Boom. We saw me be vocal and specific. If I'm not being vocal and specific, don't assume I'm frustrated. Like, I'm a grown-ass bitch. I can put what's spaghettiing me into fucking words. And if I can't, I can work on it, you know? Like, it don't take that fucking long. Okay, good? Okay, good. Grown-ass bitches of the world unite. Fucking express yourself. There's a fucking song that starts off like that. It ain't that fucking hard to just be like, oh, this is what and why. No, just if you can't be specific, no one knows that you know how to work on shit, and people might just expect you to do the same shit another fucking day. Regardless of what the avenue might be. This person's actions, what they're trying to attribute their shit, as well as, that's attunement, never mind, as well as anything else, right? Righty skates, righty skates. I think it was closer to that. I didn't even go back and check. Okay, I'm unpausing it. Tell me where you are in the map if you can.
Dan admits to being a child enthusiast and pushing the line by targeting children's privates as points of contention in his twisted mind.
No, I don't.
Yes, Sheldon, I understand. And for what I've realized was wrong, and that considers as a pedophilia. But I was not even alone in that video. Cameron Rons,
127-830.
formerly known as Shadow 14.0, was in that video with me. Okay, Sheldon, the reasons why I had to say that to Jenny Lynch about her own private parts, about cutting that off, is because Jenny Lynch has been doing bad things to one of my friends, such as Jose Crespin. First of all, you don't ever call me a sicko.
Did you check the list? Did you go to the link that I posted a buttload about how to check your soul level?
Telling a little girl to do something like that.
Because I'll paste it again.
I've already regretted for what I've done, and that was one of my wrongdoings that I regretted.
Everyone in the chat begins telling Dan that he needs help and needs to go to a therapist. But Dan stands tall and says he's an adult and has a job.
Here it is again.
His behavioral...
You might want to bookmark that, dude. By the way, like, just saying this ahead of time, you may really want to bookmark that. Okay, cool. Did 127 with the white soapstone? Yeah, we're in range. I'm above 120-ish. Yes, indeed it is. Right? There you go.
Specialist will have to do.
Well, to tell you this, I already have a job.
So I don't,
work
like,
at Designer Shoe Warehouse.
Rip my fucking eyeballs out later.
Work. But I'm a trained professional. And listen, guys, do you really think I'm using autism as an excuse? Think again. I was not using autism as an excuse. The real reason why I have autism is because I have behavioral problems.
Okay, but if... Okay, here's the thing that a lot of folks do that doesn't really help. So people misinterpret what ASD is royally, to the point of it being a fucking problem. And how does that look? I mean, like this, first off. But, you know, if people don't know what something is, they can't articulate it appropriately, and then we're here. You know, just streamer trying to hammer it in even more, I guess. R2 with this is a fucking beast. I needed 15 dexterity. I'm at 12 dex. Okay, I need to get 2 levels worth of shit, dude. Hold on. So yeah, I need like 8k EXP. I got to the Lost Bastille. I was showing you where I went and how to get there. You got through No Man's Wharf or no? What are you doing? Where are you? I got to Bastille, not through Wharf, but through... there's a blacksmith here that helps you. I got here through the Forest of Fallen Giants. There's a blacksmith here. Macduff. I didn't sequence break, I think, but I might have gotten a little bit close. Fairly certain the way I got here was Forest of Fallen Giants, yeah. Forest of Fallen Giants to get to Lost Bastille. Yeah, I can walk you through if you want. You sure you don't want those upgrades? Those dank lightning infusions? No Man's Wharf? Oh yeah, you are stuck there. You don't have to do it, like, you do have to do it, right? You don't have to do any order you don't want to, is the point. And I do hope you went and installed Blue Acolyte by this point, as I've been bitching about why it's useful for a while, you goober. Oh, I see your Phantom. You did choose the class that has the worst time getting adaptability up to a reasonable level, dude. That's funny. That's hilarious. Oops, sorry.
And no, I don't go to a therapist. I only go to a behavioral specialist.
Dan ends the chat with a scout's honor to never prey on children ever again.
I promise that I'll never do criminal
Isn't
stuff
that the bare
anymore.
minimum you should do?
For real this time.
In another meeting with Dan, we get more clarity on some of the depravity that Dan has engaged in, including an alleged Patreon that Dan ran for weird sexual gratification. I'm not sure the validity of this because fake rumors like Dan getting arrested have circulated through this community before.
Okay, but like Dan Sobel made a
really don't want to see this.
And he literally just posted a video of him jacking off in front of the f***ing audience.
Dan admits to making out with his dog before, at least during one occasion.
Oh, by the way, Sheldon, I am a zoophile for licking the dog's tongue, Sheldon.
Dan, are you a zoophile? Are you a zoophile, Dan?
I already told you that I was, and I licked the dog's tongue, and that's why I'm revealing my true colors to Sheldon.
Why would you do that?
I'll
just
move on to people that don't like me.
Reason.
That's what I could do.
For good reason, that's illegal.
That will last approximately 5 minutes.
And that's what you guys are trying to tell me. Let's move on. So,
who cares?
Instead of going after my haters again, I'm just gonna move on.
Dan makes a half-hearted apology where he unconvincingly tries to feign sadness and admitting his depraved past.
He forced people to buy stuff.
So I had to copy the exact same way he did back in 2021. I did tell Bella Harris to shove the middle finger up her private parts when she was young. And I did send that threat to Randy and Reese.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for the archers before they start.
Which caused Christopher Leon to be mad at me. And I did show myself naked on Google Meets.
Go.
Which is to 3 minors. Which I really regret for what I did.
On Leaping Lemur's video about Dan, the top comment comes from someone who was allegedly in this Google Hangout with Dan. The person says they masqueraded as a kid to entice Dan, and it worked.
Lift him.
Dan expressed overt sexual attraction to them and tried to engage in inappropriate conversations with them. Dan has expressed little interest in actually reforming himself, but hopes this apology will do the trick.
That was really my fault for what I did back in 2023. So yeah, that was the TikTok video that you guys just mentioned. Because I did make that TikTok video back in 2023. Because for what I did was very disgusting. I'm sorry for all the bad stuff I have done and everything I've caused. I did act like a man-child too, and act like a zoophile by licking my dog's tongue in front of everyone on social media.
One does.
Dan has similarities to extremely prominent horror cows like Chris Chan and Andy Ditch. Dan's fascination with children's media has morphed into a fascination with children alone, a danger to himself and others. One has to ask where all of this will end up. Let me know your thoughts below, and until next time, I'll talk to you guys later. Peace.
I am thrilled to say that Dan Sobel was captured, that he was imprisoned and found guilty by the court for crimes too numerous to mention. And before serving his life sentence, it was the judge's decree that Sobel be made to suffer every hardship that he had forced upon the children. Alas, this is not a fairy tale. As I warned at the very start, this video you are watching does not have a happy ending, and here we are at an ending most unfortunate. Sobel has escaped all responsibility. Dan is back to making children's-oriented dancing, singing, and review content. It seems a shroud comes and goes with a breath of a wind. We will just have to wait and see where said breath blows Dan Sobel in the years to come.
I forgot. A judge would not, in literal senses, make someone, in quotes, suffer the horrors that they have wrought upon others. That's clearly a wild oversimplification of things. Get back. Get back. Get to the fire, man. They can't see when they're by this. Just stay by the flame. Okay, alt tabbing. Guess not. Bad time to alt tab. Now alt tabbing. Oh, that's just too much. Oh god, misclicked. Oh gosh, that was almost terrible. We would have been wiped. I had to tab back in very quickly. That was very, very unlucky. Oh my gosh, clicking back into the game every fucking time. I'm just trying to stand still for a second. Hi. Someone tried to write a PS1 game? Oh, that's what's up. I like that. That's cool. I like this. Okay. But, you know, watch later, mayhaps? Watch later, mayhaps. Wait, did we watch
blowing
this?
up online.
I don't think we did. It was a gamer that's more gamer than me. They yell and get angry. And I generally just say it's my fault and that I suck. Don't chase them. Oh, okay.
Imitation. It's the sincerest form of flattery.
Just relax.
When you're the start of something that's never been done before the way you did it and get a ton of recognition for it, you are guaranteed to get a ton of imitators wanting a piece of that pie.
Besides,
just
if you
do what
die,
that
it's
guy's
worse
doing,
for us.
and
If
you'll
I
be
die,
given the
I
keys
can
to
just
success in no
respawn.
time. But in reality,
If you die, we have to
it's
restart
not
this
that
whole damn
simple.
thing.
When people see you clearly aping the more popular guy's bit, they're going to take notice and criticize you for it, especially if they're a fan of said more popular guy. The said popular guy is the angry video game nerd. If you watch my channel, you are no doubt familiar with who this guy is, as he's been the subject of quite a few bits for me. Too Long Didn't Read, James Rolfe and his character were a culture phenomenon online in the late 2000s. It was a full online series with an understandable premise. Just an angry guy in his basement yelling obscenities at crappy games. It was entertaining and unique, and he quickly gained a huge following online. But in that time, he also gained a bunch of wannabes and people quick to copy his bit. Now, I've already gone over a few of these in the past.
Graphics by ATI. ATI, my ass!
Go check that video out if you want to get a little bit more in depth. There were a ton of people just flat out doing the exact same thing James was doing. One of these imitators, however, is heads and shoulders more notorious than the rest. This is Chris Bors, most commonly known by his old alias, the Irate Gamer. Chris Bors was the punching bag of the online angry reviewer scene back in the day. I dare say he was the most hated man on the platform at one point in time, and all for the simple fact he was aping James Rolfe's bit. Now we journey into the tale of a man who got famous by doing the exact same thing someone else was doing, and how that affected him and his reputation online. Welcome to the story of Chris Bors.
No, go to the shortcut. Go open the shortcut. Golly gee willikers. You can do whatever, but
first,
I don't want to restart it.
Emails. If you use the internet, you probably have
I will fight
one.
everyone in this
Pretty much any website you sign up for requires you to have
shortcut.
One. They're basically a necessity. But emails also have the issue of being incredibly vulnerable to spam and scams. Well, with today's sponsor, Proton Mail, you can tell those Nigerian princes to keep their money. Proton Mail is a private email service dedicated to keeping you and your info safe, and a fantastic private alternative compared to Gmail and other big tech company emails. With Proton Mail's zero-access encryption software, all of your emails are encrypted and can only be accessed by the sender and the receiver, while other emails will swarm you with spam and advertisements, along with newsletters you desperately want to get rid of. Proton Mail blocks all email trackers and ads, and allows you to unsubscribe from any newsletters with one click. It will flag any suspicious attacks and block any email trackers. Organize and manage your inbox to your heart's content with Proton Mail's features. Your email and your privacy deserve much better, and Proton Mail can provide just that. Proton Mail is also a part of a big network of different apps and tools such as Proton VPN and Proton Drive, all created to help every part of your online experience be in complete private and in your control. And you can use all of these on several different devices, including your laptop and your phones. If you click my link in the description, you can get up to 40% off if you decide to sign up for Proton Mail. And if you use Gmail or other select providers, there's an easy setup that will transfer all of your info in a flash. Sign up for Proton Mail and keep the privacy you deserve. Thank you, Proton Mail, for sponsoring this video.
That's what's up. I mean, I like their other products. I don't dislike their mail product, I just, don't care as much. I don't like email fuckers. Like, goddammit. I don't want people to
created
talk
his
to me half
first
the
YouTube
time.
channel on January 18th, 2006, really early on in the website's history. On this channel, Chris would just upload random skits he did with his friends and even a ghost hunting show to the audience of next to no one. Keep this ghost hunting show in the back of your mind. This will come into play much, much later. One of these videos was a skit where he and one of his buddies would go around different places on a road trip, which really only took place in front of a green screen and told you all sorts of facts about the places. Oh, wait. Oh God, I just unlocked a memory with this. Well, when I was in, I think 6th grade, I think I convinced my history teacher to show this in class because it was educational, and I wanted validation for watching Chris Bors, even though nobody knew who he was. Oh my God, I cannot believe I remember that. I blocked it out. Let's just move on, please. While Chris was just uploading a bunch of random stuff online to test out his video making skills, he noticed the growing trend that was the angry game reviewing scene blowing up online, which inspired him to go ahead and take a shot at the scene himself. Soon Chris started pumping out his own game reviews. Now, I stated a while back in my old AVGN Clones video what my thoughts on Chris's reviews in general were, and today I still stand by that opinion. Chris's reviews on their own are fine. They're well shot, well edited, and get the job done. They're nothing of note. But maybe that's just me. Maybe I lowered the bar too low, considering his competition was a man from Finland struggling with the English language and a guy struggling to breathe while talking about the shit cube. Maybe I'm just satisfied with a video that has any semblance of quality put into it. People look back on these types of videos and how every review format looked like at the time, and Chris's game reviews hit every single stereotype there was. The excessive swearing, check. The endless guest characters, at one point there was one almost every episode, check. The overuse of digital special effects, check. The dark and evil version of the reviewer he eventually has to fight, check. The videos eventually having a Linkar-esque contrived and overarching plot that falls flat on its face, check. Mother of God, they're all here. The vast majority of these characters are all played by Chris himself, so he's sort of going for an Eddie Murphy and the Nutty Professor thing here. With classic recurring characters such as Ronnie the Jewish Skeleton and Satan.
Face it, Arthur. You'll never get this
I went
far.
around a decent bit to get a lightning attunement. I'm gonna put it on. Like, I've been trying to get it. I just forgot.
I don't think these two costumes ever left his personal wardrobe. He used them so much.
Whatever.
The way I've described Chris's reviews as a lesser AVGN, and that also hasn't changed at all. There is absolutely nothing you can get from his reviews that you can't get from somewhere else. Unless you really like corny special effects and appearances from random wacky characters Chris has to interact with in one way or another. And if you want me to be honest, I get a so bad it's good kind of vibe from these videos. They are trying so hard to be funny and doing the same thing James was doing, it falls flat on its face and wraps back around to being actually kind of funny.
What? Can you tell me where I can find a Halloween party around these here parts?
No.
Get the fuck off my property! What a dick!
I mean, one episode just has him and one of his pals walking around a green screen desert. Then they stumble upon a copy of Aladdin for the Super Nintendo, and they rub it, and they are mysteriously whisked away back home, only to reveal the Aladdin cartridge holds a genie. The review is filled with corny special effects and bad acting.
Yes, I am indeed a genie. You rubbed the magic game, and I granted your first wish. Now you have two remaining.
And of course, the episode ends with Chris having to fight a CGI snake. This all ends with the two of them back where they started, as if it never happened at all. This was Chris at his absolute peak. There's just something so endearing about watching a comedian completely bomb, and Chris is the prime example of this.
Ugh, somebody call 911, because I was robbed.
His videos are chock full of so many bad jokes, they make you wonder, what was he on while writing them?
Pressing up will make a move up. Pressing down will make a move down. Pressing the A and B buttons will open and close his arms. And pressing the party button makes him get jiggy with it.
I mean, longsword is best sword,
He just slapped a sticker on his NES controller and called it the party button. He had to, as simple as it is, make a prop for this. And of course the end of the two-parter episode has to end with him fighting Rob the Robot. Now I know what everyone is thinking, but he did this a few years before James did his very own Rob the Robot review.
We'll keep it there for now. I don't want to spin the large card yet.
Beat here. But that's one of the very few times Chris had James beat, because as is expected, a lot of his reviews are very similar to James's very own, especially if they involve games both of them have reviewed.
You go to the cafe, which by this time is a breath of fresh air to see something different.
You end up in Lou's Cafe. It's nice and refreshing to see a change of scenery after 4 levels of the exact same stuff.
I wish I could go back in time.
If you want to do it, you can. We can do the Bastille. I just wanted to attune my sword with lightning.
I wish I could just go back in time and stop it from ever being created.
Some lingo is just straight up lifted from the nerd.
What a shitload of fuck.
What a shitload of fuck!
The actual review parts of the video are honestly the worst parts. Chris doesn't really seem to have that much of a grasp on game design, and a lot of his gripes seem to just come down as nitpicking or a build-up to a bad joke.
But what the hell is up with all these other enemies? The title of this game clearly reads, Zombies Ate My Neighbors, not Monsters Ate My Neighbors.
His most popular review, by far, that showcases this, is his review of Super Mario Bros. 2. This was the review that put Chris on the map, and it's mostly him nitpicking the game and complaining.
No, you get one of them. You want to use it in an appropriate place. There's a pyromancer you can wake up, or there's a thing in Lost Bastille you can do. You got a choice. You only get one for now. If you do the pyromancer one, go look it up. Vess, you typed that in chat. Go look it up. Holy shit, dude. Just go look it up yourself.
News to like 5 people. Weirdest thing of all, a clone of Chris comes out of nowhere for a gag, and then at the very end he tries to kill the real Chris.
You can buy more, but they cost like 12K or some shit.
And then this clone becomes a reoccurring antagonist known as the Evil Gamer.
I'm getting you for this.
Okay, maybe I could have
Some
upgraded
of these videos
it
just
just
have
a
a
little
random
more.
gimmick that
I
doesn't really
do
make
not
sense
plan
why
on
they're
losing
structured
my
like they
fucking
are.
straight sword.
His review of Mario is Missing in
It's
Mario's
big.
Time Machine is vastly
I love
different from the
this thing.
AVGN's, because this one involves a split timeline, where tiny choices determine on what game he reviews and if he lives or dies. In one timeline, he gets fed up with the
Just
game, throws it away
Google
where it
things. Go DuckDuckGo them. I don't know. Go use Brave or something. Like, it's better for you to learn it yourself than to, like, ask me. Genuinely. If for no other reason than your own benefit. Alternatively, because I whinge about it every time.
Damn it, all of his dumb skits are too entertaining for me to write off. They're honestly the best parts. And that's a strange thing to say for me, because I usually hate overly drawn out skits, like all of Doug Walker's later work.
No, I'm clearly frustrated with even having to repeat it.
Hard, they wrap back around to being endearing.
I don't like flexing my knowledge. I like learning shit earnestly. There's a fucking difference. If I liked flexing my knowledge, that would be mental masturbation. I don't care about that or have time for it. I like learning shit, and I've been excited when I've learned it, but that isn't to flex fucking knowledge. That's because I like fucking learning about it because I like the fucking thing. And I like to know how it fucking works. That's not fucking flexing, goddammit. Holy shit. That's just genuinely, I love to learn shit. That's all it fucking is. So if you don't like learning it, I don't know. Sucks to suck. I'm not fucking helping right now.
You had to be selected by them personally in order to qualify. Did you know that when it came to Chris and James, YouTube actually picked Chris over James to be a part of their partnership program? Yeah, James wasn't selected to be a part of this, but Chris was. Why, you may ask? Well, it's simple. Even though he was doing the same thing but lesser, the lesser part is what mattered to YouTube. Chris wasn't considered as foul-mouthed or crude as James was, and thus he was more advertiser-friendly. Yeah, even back in the day, YouTube was very cutthroat about their content policies. But of course, this really wasn't an issue for James, as back then he partnered with Screwtack and Game Trailers to get paid for his work, and both of those websites no longer exist today. God, don't you just love the current internet landscape? Chris can now start making money on YouTube, but he also made a contract deal with a website called
As long as I have my humanity up, I might get invaded by a person, and that's the entire reason I play this game, right? I like the pivot pit. I don't really want to do the other shit. I'll do it, because I need shit from behind people, and I have to get it from them by killing them.
This gave Chris access to
So
a
that's
ton of games
whatever.
early on, and even got flown out to E3
That's
every year
Lucas Hill.
when it was
Never
still
mind.
around. And to be honest, hell, I'd take that offer up in a heartbeat. Chris was interviewing and reviewing a bunch of current gen stuff, current gen for the time at least, so he was actually seen as somewhat of a professional at the time. That hurt to say. But the thing is, some of these videos feel like they weren't made out of passion for video games. They feel like they were made because, well,
I would never get enjoyment from being like, oh, I know all this stuff, look at me. I get enjoyment from learning stuff, like the active act of putting more shit in my brain. I don't like talking half the time. I mean, I can, but really, I just, fuck it. I don't like it that fucking much. I like this.
But that's not to say Chris didn't try other things, because he did. In fact, he has a handful of different video types he's tried out during his
Yeah,
years.
excuse me that much
Chris
that it's going to
also
be a thing
reviewed
for the
the
next
top
10
5
minutes,
current
at
movies that
least.
came out during the year in Chris
At
fashion.
fucking
Dragon
least.
Ball Evolution. And it's about damn time this movie comes out. This movie will most likely be the first installment of this epic adventure, and from what I've seen and heard about this movie already, it shouldn't disappoint.
It really feels like he just wanted to get another type of video out that wasn't his game reviews, and there's no reason to look
they're
at Chris's
determined to
top
give me
5 movies
Hammer
of
Man.
2008 in 2025. Oh, and right around
What
the time
kind
the
of
Every
mental
Video Game Nerd
masturbatory
Adventures game
bullshit
came
are
out,
you used
which
to
was
where
a
people
big
like, in
registrar
quotes,
platform
flexing
starring Nerd.
knowledge?
Chris
If
also
people don't like,
conveniently
I don't,
had his own
people
game coming
fucking
out
goddamn
with
it.
only
And
on
generally,
console.
I'd be the
And
most
it
keen
turns
for
out it
sharing
just seemed to
something.
be a reskin of a game called Commander
But
Pool.
now under that
So it's not
auspice?
even
Oh,
original
hell
in the
no.
first place. Very on brand, I must say.
I'm not even here to enable
the
that
only
shit.
interesting thing about this game is it was
Early.
lost media
God
for a while
damn it,
because
at least I
nobody
didn't
wanted to
die from that
archive it.
early ass. shitty role.
I'm a little disappointed. I was expecting a lot more to work with here, and this isn't really interesting at all. Oh, wait. I remember one series, though. You see, Chris was still taking cues from James Rolfe, and James had a slew of other video series he was making. And one of those series was called You Know What's Bullshit.
There's a pyromancy flame up here that you're supposed to get, so you don't have to walk back.
Small things in life that, while trivial in the grand scheme of things, were still annoying
or else you have to
and
walk
just
back
make
all
your
the
life
way.
worse. It is a very relatable show. Like,
you
yeah,
get
tell them,
Fireball
James,
for free.
pennies are bullshit. They are worthless.
Pennies are worthless.
Done.
What can you buy with a penny? Nothing. So why do we even have pennies? Get rid of them.
From what I've heard, this series Chris made was an answer to You Know What's Bullshit. And in the end, it would be the greatest series Chris has ever made. This is a series where Chris rants about breakfast cereal.
I remember when they added the purple horseshoes to the mix back in 1984 to finally complete the rainbow of colors. For a kid like me, this was a really big deal. But if you open any box of Lucky Charms today, the shapes you end up finding are anything even close to the ones I remember. What the hell?
This is one of the most amazing things I have ever seen from an online content creator. Like, oh my god, I cannot believe he actually thought of this and produced it. It's him complaining about the fact they changed the marshmallows in his Lucky Charms.
They did.
And
they look like
changed
shit
the guy
now.
on the front of the Cinnamon Toast Crunch box.
Ooh, holy shit, they did that? That's fucking gnarly. I didn't know.
Come on.
I eat a different cinnamon cereal right now.
6 original shapes.
And to top it all off, he coined the ever so popular catchphrase.
Face it, breakfast is ruined.
Breakfast is ruined?
Oh my god, that is legit. Great. That is a line that will forever be ingrained into my mind.
Face it, breakfast is ruined.
Did he think this was going to take off? Did he think the kids were going to be talking about the Chris Boers' hot new series, The Breakfast
15K?
Rant? The whole point of James' series was complaining about little things in life that pissed him and
Like,
probably a lot of other people off.
You not showing up does mean you missed out on the 15k XP.
This misses that
I
point
don't know if you give a
entirely.
fuck.
This is not third world problems or first world problems. This is no world problems. As in, nobody else in the world is complaining about this besides Chris Boers.
I'm already
Nobody else
here.
is complaining that the marshmallows
Okay,
and their Lucky
you know,
Charms
okay, I just
aren't the
learned
same ones from the
this. You can
80s.
skip the
They
flex
all
aisle
taste the
century.
same at the end of the
I've
day.
already been
I
here
can only
because I
buy
went to
3
McDuff's
videos from this
workshop.
series,
You
and I
did
don't
not
think
have
they
to
were
do that.
anymore because you dumbasses can't appreciate
Nor did
true
I.
cinema.
I forgot. I wanted to check because I kind of forgot.
And he'll be sure to let you
But
know.
no, I could like walk back over here from where I already was at McDuff's workshop.
And transformed it into Irate the 80s.
I came up behind them and I unlocked everything that way.
This show lasted way longer since 80s nostalgia was going through a boom when he was releasing these vids, so that probably helped. But the analysis
I'm learning how to
jokes were
do
not
like
any better.
cool
So why the hell
fucking
are all these
skippy
flavors
shit.
now missing from the Kool-Aid lineup? And why take out the flavors that made Kool-Aid great? Now we're left with this crap berry.
I like
mean,
skipping
he tried
shit.
a bunch of things to see what would stick. Experimentation is good.
I have all I
but
want.
his most
A
popular
lightning
series
longsword
would
for
always
now.
be the Irate Gamer.
For now.
Which kind of sucks because the Irate Gamer was known as just a
For
lesser,
now.
plagiarized version of the AVGN. And since that was what he was known for, the notoriety quickly spread online.
I mean, sure, why not? Let's do it.
Whenever you get any sort of fame online,
I'd like a crossbow,
criticism is bound to
honestly.
come your way, no matter what. It's inevitable. Somebody out there will not like you.
Generally.
Chris gaining fame was
I
one
hate
thing,
myself, so that's
but due
easy.
to how similar his
I have
shtick
my
was to
hater just
James's,
built
and
in.
getting famous off of that made Chris
Installed.
not really look good. While he gained a fan base of his own, it should be stated, some people did not like Chris Boers.
Literally, he puts me to sleep. He is not funny. He's unrelentlessly boring.
I do want to
He
keep
could put
upping my
anybody to
desk.
sleep.
Some
I will
people
replace this at some
really
point.
did not like Chris Boers.
The Irate Gamer steals all of his jokes, and if he makes up any, and the jokes he does make up, they all
You're
suck.
bad?
No,
Gotcha.
actually,
Fell
some
flat?
people hated Chris Boers.
Gotta burn the
They
fucking other thing,
despised
too.
him and everything he stood for.
I mean, this guy gets like
Was it the 15 that I wanted this
250,000
at?
views per video. That's 250,000
I don't
fat,
remember.
unfunny virgins that sit around watching this guy thinking he's funny.
Entire YouTube channels were made just to take the piss out of Chris. Hey, that right. People looked at all of his reviews and found out not only was
I'll
he
do
just
stamina
taking
for
some of
now.
James's critiques and redoing them, but his reviews were filled with mistakes. Now, everyone can make mistakes in their videos. Trust me, I know that more than anyone. But people would go out of their way to prove that some of Chris's critiques were just flat out wrong.
The only thing you can do in the ring is punch, jump,
after that, I just
slam.
Remember after that, I went and looked at swords specs. I generally wanted to stick to those that have a stab. It just so happens that Lightning Longsword is an early, easy one to get. You can get from the workshop. I already unlocked McDuff and all of his shit. Again, you have to go to the Forest of Fallen Giants for that. You now have the Lost Bastille, but clearly I've already been here. Right? So I get to go to Tower Apart in like a minute. I didn't need to click there.
Play it fully, for God's sake.
People were especially harsh.
I can show you how to get to the Forest of Fallen Giant from the forest to the... Oh, I'm getting called to help a blue. Okay. That's what's up. I like PvP.
3D better than we've ever seen. Even Game Informer called this
That's all I
game
want.
near gaming
That's what I'm here for.
Near gaming perfection? Am I missing something here?
Just looking at the dislike bar at some of these videos should tell you enough on how people felt about them. Chris was popular, but
they're
probably
already
not the
dead.
way he would have wanted. Chris had a series
God
on his
damn
channel
it.
he called The History of Video Games, where he would talk about...
God damn it,
well,
I just
spawned. I don't think I
spawned.
need to tell you. In one of the
Brother,
videos, he
just
covered the
don't
Magnavox
die.
Odyssey, one of
Holy
the first home
shit.
video game consoles ever made, and he got
I can
so
show you
many
how to
details
get
of the
there.
video
Hold on, let me
wrong
take the
and
ring
was
off
so
for a
bad
sec.
at presenting it, he actually ended up getting the actual creator of the Magnavox Odyssey himself, Ralph Baer, to send an email and write up a 2-page document on how much he hated the video. And mind you, this guy was pushing 90 when this video series was made. Chris's video made an old man get off his deathbed just to trash talk.
Okay, do you want me to come to your world? Or are you just able to look at this?
Irate Gamer Rant, and find a ton of people
You're
just
already at the
dunking on
Lost
guy,
Bastille,
all for
but the Soldier's
exact
Key's
same
handy, I
reasons. He's
guess.
a
I
rip-off
mean, I
of the
guess you're at it
AVGN.
already. Yeah,
He's
you
flat
are.
out wrong in some cases.
You saw how
He's
I
not
did that.
funny. He's
You're
boring.
fine.
Repeat
I guess I'll
ad
just
nauseam.
rush this.
Irate Gamer Rant videos and
That
Irate
way
Gamer
it's done and
parodies
out of the
were
way.
their own genre at some point. Memes, remixes, YouTube poops. He was the subject of pure ridicule. His comment section was filled
But this is how you get the dull ember, and the blacksmith works for you, so you can infuse your weapon.
Going on in these comments.
Until you get that blacksmith, you can't infuse.
But it wasn't Chris himself. It was this strange account called Ladybuggin777, who was incredibly protective of Chris and
you
going
can
against
just
his
watch.
detractors.
I guess I
Who
went
the
to the
hell
wrong place
is
again.
this? People dug in and found out. This is Chris's mom.
Oh yeah, it's
Or
past the
supposedly.
pursuer.
Some people believe it's just him on an alt account, but it's never been proven. Yeah, he's apparently got his mom fighting against the trolls in the comments. Who knew online discourse could bring a family together? Oh, did I forget to mention
I
he and
keep
his
my
mom
ring on.
also
If I
sent
get
copyright
sucked away,
strikes
it's
down to
fine, I
channels
guess.
making fun of his content? Because, yeah, that happened as well.
Due to Irate Gamer becoming such a big shot, his Y2B Productions, you know, Yippee 2 Bunkle, company is now forcing YouTube to take out anything that so-called infringes on his videos. If you mock the Irate Gamer in a video, he will be able to take it off.
At this point, Chris Bores was the low-hanging fruit of online content. If you want some quick brownie points, just take a shot at him and people will love you for it.
Why couldn't this roll change shape every time I pour it? Better still, why can't sprites drop in the bowl? And how awesome would cereal be if it had special effects?
Oh, Soldier's Key's
Hell,
bound.
the Lightbringer got in on dunking on Chris. He made a whole parody of him burning
However you
comics.
walk there, either the long way by going to, you know...
And then I add special
Oh shit, never mind one.
See? This took me 3 weeks alone!
Even Doug Walker used Chris Bores to insult James Rolfe during that whole Nostalgic Critic vs. AVGN arc.
So it seems that the angry video game nerd has officially become
I've
the
learned to not
irate gamer
trust
to my
things.
incredible genius.
You've already mentioned getting that ring, so you're fine.
That was too far.
At this point, it felt like everyone was making fun of the Irate Gamer for ripping off James Rolfe, except
Wrong
James
way?
himself.
Wrong way.
Yeah, despite the fact you couldn't go 5 seconds
Free
without someone
night.
taking a pot shot at Chris, James just
Big
said
dance.
nothing on the whole thing. And yes,
Shit here?
he was fully aware who Chris was at this time.
Mimic?
Chris
I
had
should
actually
check.
sent James an email back in
sweet.
2007 about how much he inspired and took cues from him in his videos. It was only supposed to be between the two of them, but the entire email got
Come on.
leaked thanks to a certain individual.
Come on.
And when people read up on it,
Come
they
on.
basically took it as confirmation that Chris was
Overextend,
just
come
admitting
on.
he was aping James' entire shtick for cash, which I
Thanks,
feel
bitch.
is a bit harsh. But that's how much Chris was dunked on back in the day. James still refused to ever even acknowledge Chris, and even when asked about the Irate Gamer at conventions, all he had to say was this.
What do you think of the irate
Come on,
gamer?
overcommit. It'll be funny.
Well, answer as quickly as I can. I have no reason to answer it. I mean, he
Come on, overcommit. I'm being sloppy, come on. Thanks, babe. Dick.
That should tell you
Never
enough.
spawn again.
All this hatred towards him would all come together, and the biggest source of disgust for Chris Bores and everything he's done, the Irate Gamer Sucks blog. This blog, from 2009 to 2022, 13 straight years of hate,
lost again.
would document and critique everything Chris put out. Every review, every controversy, every single thing he said to every single part on this blog. I wasn't joking when I said some people despised Chris Bores. But the question remains, was any of this justified?
I don't care right now.
Well, this should really give you a picture on how things were back in the day. Remember, this was back when the internet was slowly breaking out of its niche, when it was transitioning from something only a handful of the population was using to something that every person interacts with every single day. Chris was considered one of the more controversial figures back in the day, and all he really did was just doing a shitty version of something someone else was doing and make bad jokes in the process. Now, compared to today, where it feels like every month another online figure gets busted for attempting to groom someone underage or trying to scam their audience, in hindsight, this is absolutely nothing.
You said let you get to fire. I don't know what you're doing.
People online, especially minors. So this is really what pissed a lot of people off. Grooming scandals back then only happened once in a blue moon, so people weren't really worried about that too much. This stuff mattered back then, because that's all people had to really worry about. But it just goes to show you how bad things have become today when you can write all this off because, well, at least he didn't groom anyone.
Whatever I was doing,
yeah, the hate
you're
was
coming this way.
But then
so
again,
you'll come past
the people back in the late
elevators
2000s
and
had
extend,
no idea just how bad things
you got two dudes clearly on the other side
biggest detractors was the Archfiend, a popular rant YouTuber from back in the day. He has dozens of videos on Chris and all of his escapades from back then.
You straight sword having goober, you'll probably be fine.
Chris in more ways than one.
Within 1 hour of posting my video last night, the Irate Gamer had banned me from his YouTube page. Also, within an hour, he had dropped me from his list of friends on his MySpace page as well. I mean,
it's on top, not on bottom. I kept fucking up.
April 31st.
I tried to be clear about that. Sorry.
April 31st. On what calendar does the day April 31st exist?
He and Boris would butt heads quite often, until in 2014, finally Chris makes a response video to Archfiend, and finally opens up about what's happened
when you
the
get
past
off of the fucking elevator.
He describes how James was a huge inspiration for him, and how he
turned
constantly
this
tried
way
to get
away
him to
from the
notice
grate.
him, but felt like James was always snubbing him in one way or another.
I sent him an email saying all
you
this
walk
stuff.
This way.
Hoping to clear the air
clear out those
and
two.
just, extend an olive branch to this guy.
You come through the door that you now have the key for.
Look, I don't feed into this, whatever these guys are saying, because it's not true.
Yeah, you get to fight a pursuer now. Have fun.
A reply from him. Well, interestingly enough, he kind of had a set of demands that he wanted from
There's more mobs.
That said, I'm okay with
if you
this,
want to place your stone,
but I want you to publicly acknowledge
you can do it up to the gate. You can do it up till here, I guess.
I didn't reply.
If you walk through that, the pursuer eats you. That's fine. You saw how I fought them. It's pretty fucking taciturn.
The email that
and this is how you skip doing the Flexile Century that you just fought. That I've beat twice, I guess. You skip it, you come in here, you fight the pursuer. You get through that, you continue through the head. Right? You end up here. You ignore those two dudes desecrating a corpse. It's not your problem or your time. You come to the nest, you curl up in the nest. You get taken by a giant bird again. Yay, Dark Souls.
It really hurt my feelings.
Honestly, there are a lot of questionable things in this video I could tackle, but I'm not going to steal someone else's thunder. If you
open these chests, they should be safe. You tap this bonfire.
It's worth a watch. So the man was the laughingstock of the internet for a couple years, but he still
McDuff's workshop is over here.
And as many would know,
come over here.
The angry reviewer scene started to peter off
come
in
over
the mid to late 2010s. And while James was still able to continue on business
you
as
can
usual,
skip these dudes.
The same can't be said for
they're kind of weak.
And around the time,
they don't really matter much. They do hit hard,
so Chris,
but
with
they're
his
kind of
source of
worthless.
income almost gone, had to find another source of revenue.
When you're done with that, dude, continue. Lucatiel might still be in here if you haven't talked to her yet.
Chris basically retired the irate gamer
You walk on down the
as
stairs
the entire
more.
shtick had worn out its welcome, and drama-wise, nobody really seemed to care about him anymore.
More dudes.
By this time, the internet was so mainstream that there were way bigger fish in that pond to fry. But Chris spent so long in that field as a source of income. What would he do now? Get a local blue-collar job?
This is the rest of
Go
Lost
use his
Bastille
art
that
degree,
you want.
specialties, and talents and move on to the next level? No. What he did next, I don't think anyone expected.
You'll need that barrel. So them blowing that up is a mistake. You might have seen last time, I didn't trust them. I kicked it myself. So it blows up that wall. It's gotta blow up that wall. Or else you don't get the blacksmith.
Just some flashy colors and noises to shut your kids up. YouTube Kids
You skip a lot of the
was a
Bastille,
surefire way to make some
inclusive
easy
of
dollars,
wasting your time
and
on
a
this
lot of
gate.
YouTubers took a stab at it.
You missed the
One of these
pursuer for a bit,
YouTubers
but
was
you'll get to them.
Chris decided to make a tour
Boot
reviewing
this
channel under the
bonfire.
guise of a puppet based on Steve
Grab
from
upgrade
Minecraft,
mats.
and thus Puppet Steve was born. This
Bolts,
channel is
upgrade
Puppet
mats.
Steve, played by Chris Bors,
Arrows.
opening up toys and then playing with them.
Steve! What a handsome
And
bunch
you're
of
good.
lucky guys!
That's it.
This is pure stimulation for your children and nothing else. And it was the most successful thing Chris has ever done.
Alright, mateys, time to set sail.
The most successful thing I've ever done
This
is
place
cry.
is awesome because it comes with a wheel that spins! Whoa! It broke
I just noticed it's not displaying the PNP window.
He dabbled
I'm
in
kinda
YouTube
sorry.
Kids
I
and
was
got
very-
rewarded gracefully for it. Over 1 million subs,
Very,
dozens and dozens of videos with
Very miffed-like, walking through a thing, being a miffed little bitch. Here we go.
over 1 million views. And all he had to do was play with plastic toys in front of a camera. Well, so much for that blue-collar job. Why do that when you could do this?
Who wants a cupcake?
Oh, me!
What was it? I went Dex at 15.
Get that out of your mouth right now!
Pretty sure that's the highest I
And
want
there's
Dex right
well
now.
over
Then
1,000
everything's
videos
solid.
here. So your kids have plenty to keep
That
them
way I
occupied.
can wield his wise
I mean,
if I wish
I
to.
can't be too hard on Chris for this because, well, tons of
Yeah, I might
channels
want
were
to.
doing this, and he was just doing what he did back in 2007, chasing a trend, and he was yet again rewarded heavily for it.
Checking.
I guess you really can capture lightning in a bottle twice. It would not take long for people to find out that Puppet Steve and Chris Bors were one and the same. I mean, the voice was a dead giveaway. Chris always did sound like a high school jock, and pitching it up slightly isn't going to help much.
As you know, we just love Ghostbusters! So today, we're gonna be looking at the exclusive Slimer cereal!
When his fans and his detractors discovered this, they were gobsmacked. They didn't
Yeah,
think
it's
it was really
1224,
possible
it'll
for
be
Chris to
fine.
sink
There was
to this
another
level
sword I
and
wanted to
appeal
grab
to the
that had
lowest
a
common
15 rack.
denominator. But here
Or a
he
strike
was,
weapon,
playing
maybe.
with toys to shut little Valerie up for a couple of hours. But I just want to say, a paycheck is a paycheck. If this is what keeps the lights on for him, let him keep at it. Did I forget to mention that this video is sponsored by Proton Mail?
Boy, that stuff is really green!
Face it, what's up, Peter. Oh, it was for
So
this too.
obviously,
I like its moveset.
he isn't doing this for passion
Pretty
or
good.
because he wants to. He's doing this so he can, pay his bills. It
Your
was
caps
made
probably
clear
got
that he
just
didn't really do
removed by
Irate
the
Gamer
bot.
because he wanted to either.
I didn't even have
So
to do
another
shit,
question
dude.
to be asked. Is there anything Chris is actually passionate about?
didn't even
Anything
see
that
it.
he actually wants to do?
To
Well,
be fair,
yes,
I'm not going out of
there
my way
is.
to.
And it involves neither video games nor toys, but instead a dive into the world of the paranormal.
Good job. Go get the dull ember if you want to and upgrade your weapon. You can infuse it. Lightning's still pretty handy early game. I think I want to be at the tower apart so I can progress further into the thing. I guess when you're done
Since
getting
the
the
very start of his
blacksmith,
YouTube career,
I'll be
it
here.
was always just sitting there in plain sight. The thing Chris Bors was actually
do talk to the blacksmith first and infuse your weapon if you want to. You'll have upgrade mats to level it up and you can do infusions. I've got a lightning longsword level 4.
videos of him and one of his pals searching for ghosts. And we're not talking
No,
about dressing
it's gonna
up as the
take you somewhere.
Ghostbusters and
Why?
going around different places pretending to look for ghosts as a skit.
It's going to offer you a dialogue to get into it. No, it's that you can do that to skip the Flexile Century mob or fight. It eventually becomes a regular mob. I'm trying to switch shit and I'm clicking the wrong place because I'm fucking
instead of the alternatives.
not in the goddamn mood for the world, honestly.
His ghost hunting show from back in the day is pretty much
Do people be leaving in invasions? I just wanted to do invasions and people are leaving like fucking goobers. Just like stay, dude. You have them turned on. just
And
fucking
honestly,
balls
this
up and
entire
fight me.
series for me
You fucking
is
goobers.
ungodly boring.
You'll
Seeing
probably
Chris
win.
and his
It's
friends
easy.
stumble
Just
around the
fucking
dark and
fight
the
me.
highlights usually include
Holy
maybe
shit.
hearing a whisper or a faint sound that might be a ghost, it's not my cup of tea.
Around the same time that we smelled gunpowder, our cameras picked up this sound.
While you do that, I'm gonna try to go do invasions. See if I can go help a blue
Could
or
this
get
be
some
the
guilty
sound of
bitch.
a woman moaning?
Maybe someone my level-ish.
But the thing is, I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be genuine. As in, Chris is actually really searching for
300,000's
ghosts.
good. I need to find me a
A lot
gape
of ghost
ring.
hunting shows from around the time tried a lot of techniques to fake things or make them seem more dramatic. Chris is actually seen as somewhat of a respected person in this field because he's not only done these videos, but also has been on dozens and dozens of actual news broadcasts
It's from
involving
Stride.
ghosts and paranormal
Okay,
hauntings.
it's after
Did
this.
you know today is National Ghost Hunting
Costs
Day?
4K.
This morning
That's
here on
good.
WTOL 11 this morning, we are here with Toledo ghost hunter Chris Boris. Chris, thanks for joining us this morning.
Oh, thank you. Glad to be here.
Got it.
Okay, so talk to us a little bit
Guilty
about what
bitch.
you do. I mean, you're a ghost hunter, but what does that entail?
Yeah, certainly. Well, I call myself a ghost behaviorist. I study the behavior patterns of spirits. I'm the world's first.
I get to
He's
punch
written
up.
multiple
That
books
sounds
on being a
fun.
ghost hunter, and oh my god, can YouTubers please stop writing books?
Buy my book.
This whole ghost hunter thing sort of took a back seat during the years when Chris was at his prime. This wasn't really focused on much
I
at all.
fucked up.
People were too busy accusing him of plagiarism and taking on videos criticizing him. But now, a lot more people are focused on this since it seems he's finally opening up this side of him he's been keeping under wraps for years. And
There's a
also
ring that
after
helps me
he's made
find
some,
people I'm invading.
very questionable statements.
A day before I was going to be
Messages.
filming this episode, that night we had some
Back up.
weird
There we go.
paranormal things happen where we had an entity kind of come in and wake us up in the middle of the night and mutter the words, "I can't breathe."
Chris, you doing all right over there? Do you need some promising too, Chris? Chris now has an entire Ghost Doctor website up where you can purchase the services so you can cleanse your house of evil spirits. You can buy the standard, silver, or gold package, where he basically sends you a couple of videos that are instructions on how to cleanse your house. So it's basically a do-it-yourself cleansing, but
I got back
shouldn't I get a
there.
priest
Oh my
for
gosh, I
this?
still
Why
fucked
wouldn't the
up.
ghosts listen to me? You can buy these along with a bunch of other things from the website, like a whole kit for banishing
fucked up my
spirits.
position
Yeah,
and
I'm
now
sure
I'm
that's
screwed.
actual blessed holy water. Some of the Ghost Doctor books, and the most useful thing out of the entire bunch. The Irate Gamer Season 1 through 6 on Blu-ray. Oh god, that'll send any spirit running for the hills. He's also classified all the ghosts and
There's
all
a
the
ring
different
that I
types there
really
are.
want
This
that
is-
helps me find
This is
people.
just, it's so corny.
I'll get it later.
Why
I see
have you
them.
labeled them and given them icons
No,
like
there's
it's a
not
real-time
them.
strategy game? Is he taking the piss with this? To advertise his new website, Chris held a live stream and answered a bunch of questions on what exactly is going on here.
No, I
and
didn't get this far,
hoo boy,
obviously.
you want an hour of one of the most nonsensical
How
live
do I
streams
loop
ever
it?
aired? This
I
right here
just
will
need to
do
loop
it.
around.
He's claimed he's attended after parties where they have incantations and worship demons. And since he didn't want to be a part of that, YouTube screwed his channel over.
Are they doing incantations and things like that just by saying a sequential order of words? Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely.
I mean, this
If
sounds
you
like
know where to look
satire gone
online, you
wrong,
can see a
but,
lot of
you know, some
like
people are into
artists
that.
and with their concerts and things like that. And I saw
Oh my shit.
I saw it firsthand too at
I hate
E3.
invading here
And I
because
don't
it's a
talk
lot of
about this a
fucking
lot,
thin
but,
ledges,
there are
but
some
whatever.
after parties there where it's like, what the hell did I just walk
That's what's
into?
up.
And I'm telling you,
I
I
wonder
was
if their
approached by
soul memory
YouTube in
is.
2012. They fucked my channel. Sorry to say it, to
Human
get
sign.
vulgar. And it's because I did not want to sell out and become part of their whatever.
Updating to
And the
flat
top
top
people on
packages.
YouTube now, you better
There we
be
go.
careful.
And you could tell by watching that the chat members were having a hoot and a holler and were just messing with them the entire time.
Told my gay friend Lilith about the 90-minute
I
interaction
need to get wave.
you had in your book. He's wondering if it's possible for him to entice the male
There we
spirit
go.
that's haunting him to fall in love with him.
And to top all of this off, Chris made a video last year I don't think anyone was
Oopers.
expecting. This is Chris Chen's infamous Sonic Shoe Medallion. I don't need to explain Chris Chen to you all, but if you honestly don't know,
Who knows?
start here.
Got me. Good
Anyway,
enough.
some e-celebs and content creators had some bad things happen to them in the last year or two, and people
Yeah,
started
at least
noticing
you do that.
all
Like, I
these
like you. You're
content creators
fine.
had, at one point,
You get your
more
guilty
this.
ass on out of here.
It's believed that due to the fact that a ton of
Failure
these
of a
people
blue.
wore replicas of the Sonic Shoe Medallion, and right afterwards awful things started to happen to them, the thing was cursed.
Yeah, don't wear a Sonichu medallion.
Chris
That's just
decided
weird.
it was time for him to investigate, and so he did.
The Sonic 2 medallion necklace has been causing quite a stir online recently to reach the level of creepypasta status. Rumors are swirling that wearers of the Sonic 2 are now succumbing to the curse that also took down the creator.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about dealing with. You go in from here, you come outside, right? You walk over to this, you step down. You're in a big area again.
And some of the results are shocking.
You can skip this, man, if you want to. Doesn't matter.
From angry game reviewing
you come into here with the chest.
How does one
you turn a fucking left.
And where can I start?
You run down this way more.
When I say
I meant
this
to do
is far more
whatever.
entertaining than anything he was doing when he was an AVGN knockoff, and I am looking forward to seeing what else happens with this. I mean, there's always the chance he's just faking all this for money and attention. But the fact he's been ghost hunting for going on almost 19 years now, I'm not too sure on that.
Ooh, cool.
Please,
I invaded
let
where
the
I
man
was.
keep doing this, for God's sake. I need to see where this goes. But as for the story of Chris as a whole,
it's not them.
This is where we must conclude things.
I can go check. Let's see if they have the door. Oh, they do have the door open. Do they have the other door open? Nope.
So is this all Boris is today? A crazy ghost hunter selling you like
yet.
snake oil? Well, actually, Chris is busier and pumping out more content than ever before. Not only is he doing the Ghost Doctor stuff, but he's also still pumping out Puppet Steve videos almost daily. Not only that,
they didn't engage
he also
these, at least in a
revived the
loud
irate
way.
gamer,
They didn't
and he
bring
puts
the
out
door.
one of those videos once in a while, but his glory days are long past him. Surprisingly enough, though, he was able to actually mend his estranged relationship with James
I can't
Rolfe.
get back over
but
there.
this is also mellowed out past his prime, James, so that's probably why. The two were able to settle their differences and make up, and they actually made
I'm sure
two
you're having
crossover
I'm
videos.
invading someone
One
right
on the
now,
Puppet
dude.
Steve channel,
I'm
where
sure
both
you're
James
fine.
and Chris play Ryu Ken amiibos and fight on a Street Fighter 2 arcade cabinet.
I guess if they haven't blown this up, it's a big risk, but
that means Ken and I can
let's see
finally
if they're
go head to
there.
head.
Ooh, you're going down. You,
Nope.
I'll be the victor.
They didn't do that door yet.
Body.
Yeah, that's the point. Take this.
They could just blow me up at any time,
And then a
given
couple
where
of
I
months
was.
later, an actual crossover with the two involving the NES game Dick Tracy, which James has already reviewed.
Yeah, they didn't go there yet. Okay, I guess they're at the start. The other start? Oh, was that them?
Spoiler alert, though, the crossover
Yeah,
sucks
that's them.
ass. James is barely in it and only pops up halfway through and near the very end. I mean, yeah, it's a crappy crossover, but it just shows you how far these two have come. The irate gamer as a character, nobody really seems to care about anymore. The guy behind the irate gamer sucks
Tried to
blog
backstab me.
announced back in 2022 that he was done doing this shit because, well, it was old and worn out. While Chris is still producing irate gamer videos, nobody is really bothered by them anymore. Well, for the most part. Someone saw some value in them because last month, somebody hacked Chris's irate gamer channel and deleted damn near everything. But he was able to get it all back.
Goodbye.
Hell,
Get
when I watched
pyromancer
this
to the
video
face.
last month of my Cheetah Man video, people thought I had
Lol.
something to do with it. I watched Chris back in the day because I
Clever
became
goober.
obsessed with angry retro game reviewing. I wanted more like the AVGN, and Chris was there to scratch that itch. But I was also like 10, so I didn't really know what quality was. Looking
I mean,
back,
there's a. I'm
yeah,
back
these
in my
videos
world.
sucked ass.
Oops.
But they were at least entertaining. Seeing one guy
Kind of
just
forgot.
try to
I was
do
loading
everything
back into my
himself with
world
multiple
there.
costumes and cheap
So I
special
looked at the
effects
dude
is
and was like, "Oh, you're a
endearing in
friend."
a weird way. But not everyone is going to agree
And
with
he
me on that
instantly
fun,
just
and you're
bumped me
entitled to your
down.
own opinions.
That's fine. Not
It
instantly.
really did feel
It's
like Chris used
3
to
whole
be the
fucking
most
seconds
hated
felt
man on the
like.
platform. But now that is most definitely not the case. Way worse would come in the following years,
Whatever.
and well, he just became old news. Now his passion for ghost hunting is way more prevalent, and I am very curious to see where this goes. Irate Gamer is old news, the Ghost Doctor is where it's at now. So what have we learned here today, boys and girls? Well, the internet was a simpler place when this guy was one of the most controversial figures online. Plagiarism never really stopped being a talking point online, and Chris kind of made his entire
early
persona
roll.
based around that.
That's shitty.
And I'm glad he sort of shifted away from that. I would know. I've taken topics people have already talked about and tried to put my own spin on it. It didn't work. Live and learn, I guess. God bless, like and subscribe, and good night. And remember, my friends, monkey see, monkey do.
I'm assuming
That's
you
all I
got to the blacksmith that's
Bye.
behind the wall. Fuck this dude.
Good afternoon, sir. Could we interest you in some chocolate?
No.
Get the fuck off my property!
Yes, dude. Just knock this down.
Dick!
You'll see that it hits the wall. If it misses it, don't blow it up on the dogs.
If anyone has any
Don't let the pyromancer hit it.
Concrete
I'm gonna skip this because I don't give a fuck right now.
Is Major Chilia,
Invaded.
Kiwi tapes, any of them really, and I'll give you a reward of $50.
I don't know if it's an NPC invasion or not, so I'm gonna heal, I guess.
This does not even deserve the
That's a person.
captain's
I just died trying to turn a corner because I'm fucking...
How's it going, guys? Today, we have none other for you than Uncle Gums. If you've never heard of Uncle
Then do
Gums,
it again.
let me explain. For a long time,
I
myself
fucking guessed,
and many
dude. I
other
don't fucking know.
creators who cover similar
It's up to you if you want to
topics would
fucking
see
do
this
it.
guy, Uncle
I'm
Gums, comment
fucking...
frequently under all of our videos, claiming that he's a lolcow and deserves to get covered.
My
And
eyes
as
are rolling
confusing as that
in
sounds,
disappointment at the
since being
world.
a lolcow
Okay,
usually,
I'm
like
finally getting
99% of
invasions,
the
and I'm a
time,
little
comes
distracted
with
with
a lot
you.
of detriments.
And that's
But
fine.
nonetheless,
But like,
Uncle Gums
god damn
was
it, bro.
headstrong about it. He really wanted this. You'd
God
see
damn
him
it, bro.
every single time begging to get covered.
I've
Now,
been missed. I
myself,
didn't
like
get
many other
invasions
content creators,
in
ignored his
DS2.
crash
Or,
outs until
sorry.
a friend of the channel, the Leaping Lemur,
But I was getting
also my
invasions in
co-host on
Elden.
the Barnyard
But I
every
was getting
Saturday at
runners.
6 p.m.
A lot of
Eastern,
fucking runners.
decided to look into him, and what he discovered kinda shocked us all. Uncle
Or
Gums
I can
was
put down my
everything
sign,
he
I
said
guess.
he
I
was,
don't
and
know where
more.
the fuck
It
you're
was
at.
discovered that Uncle Gums would find young photos of teenagers
Just
or younger
restart.
and post them
It
on
doesn't
his
always
profile,
attack right
either
away,
virtually
so
adopting
just
them
push it
or
down.
roasting them. As you could imagine, the
If it
town
doesn't
he's
blow
from
up,
became
figure it out.
furious.
You can throw a bomb at
Uncle
it.
Gums as a
You can wait for
local
him. You can
predator.
bait his attacks. You
After
got
this,
options.
Uncle Gums decided he had one option left
It doesn't
in life.
always work the
And
first
no,
fucking time the way
wasn't
you want it
stop
to.
posting people's teenagers on the internet. It was to double down and prove that what he's doing is right, because he's not the wrong one, everybody. We are for even considering that he's weird. Uncle Gums is one of the biggest degenerates I've
picked up
come
that pyro
across on the
flame
internet, and one of the most oblivious. Because after getting
From No
covered
Man's
by the
Wharf,
Leaping
I can
Lemur,
just blow it up.
not only was it now his local town, now the entire internet realizes what Uncle Gums is doing, and they have something to say about it. So Uncle Gums did what he does best. Sometimes Uncle Gums will
I
feel
wanna
a
get
lot
into
of
the
pressure
Bastille.
and pretend to flee. He'll be like,
There's
you
shit I
guys
wanna
have
do.
won. I give up. But the only thing he's really doing is just like hiding away for a week so he can come back and be like, haha, you guys thought I was away? Looks like I proved you guys wrong. I was never gonna leave. And all the creepy videos that I deleted.
So the reason I showed you where the Way of Blue dude was is because you can get a lightning attunement early. Not early, but like, you know, pretty reasonably in the game. Leveled up a lot. You're fine.
He finds some kind of weird enjoyment
So
from
remember,
this, but don't just take my word.
you can like
Listen to Uncle Gums himself.
probably have the mats to level it up to level 4 as well.
Hello, TikTok. Let's get started.
And you've already unlocked, right? The cathedral.
On TikTok, doing what he's doing.
Okay, I'll go there and show you in a bit then. I'm just showing where this is, I guess.
People saw my name.
The dude at the cathedral, you know, the faction one, the Covenant dude.
Once they
Covenant are
found out I
here.
was an adult,
Yeah,
they immediately
Covenant are
assumed
here.
I
You
was
can
a
come here,
predator.
right?
That's because of
Broman's
my
right
name,
here.
Uncle Gums. You're a predator.
What's he sell? Bolt stones.
After-
What do you want?
after
Maybe a
hearing that
fucking bolt
for
stone? I
about
don't
a week
fucking
or
know.
two, being constantly kicked,
Maybe you do, maybe you fucking don't. I don't fucking know, I'm
invited
not
up
you.
to lives and
I know I wanted a bolt
kicked out
stone to put on my
alive
fucking
once they heard
long
me
sword.
talking.
So I have lightning infused jabbies
If
with
I'm
my no
already gonna
armor
be
wearing
labeled a
ass.
predator, I might as well start acting
I don't
like
know.
one. But I'm gonna do it. But I thought about
If you want to
I'm
fight
gonna
me,
do it
you can
in the
always
most
come here
legal way
and
possible.
token of fidelity
And
up
then some people saw
at the statues.
my corny singing and thought, hey, this guy's
I'm gonna go to the
pretty
tower
chill.
apart again.
He's not trying too hard to do anything.
Oh, and
Same
it takes
feel
like 7
song
fucking
about
years for me to get over being salty.
did.
You're fine.
And I was singing happy birthdays and
Don't you
happy
have a homeward bone?
graduations in a really corny way, and I thought it was pretty cool to get that kind of attention. It wasn't much, but it was something.
Man, Uncle
currently
Gums
don't. If you
immediately
do,
opens
that's
the
good.
segment by showing how little he cares. Yes,
I still
Uncle
need to
Gums,
turn
you
this
can
in.
post your weird adoption videos on the internet. You 100% can, but there's a catch. As soon as you do weirdo stuff like that, people are going to take notice and call you out on it. There's nothing funny about making false adoption videos. I don't even know how you could wrap your mind around that. There is zero comedy. All you're going to get
not
is people
spawning here then.
disliking you.
You're clearly
and
spawning in the
far
other
more.
location,
Could you guys
which yes,
imagine
there's
that
gonna...
you're scrolling through Facebook or TikTok, and all of a sudden you see your son or daughter getting quote-unquote adopted by this guy? You would be furious.
Just come here.
I couldn't imagine the
Like,
person
dude,
that would be cool with it.
just
and
come
then
here.
when you investigate the person, you see this. Him saying he doesn't
Your
care and will
wishy-washy
continue
ass
to do
bullshit
it.
isn't
You would
more
probably
helpful
want
than
that
it is
account gone and
fucking
that
more
person
actually
exposed at the
aggravating,
very
homie.
least. And that's just the tip
Like,
of the
if you
iceberg
wanted
what
that,
Uncle
you
Gums
could
has
have
done.
just not had me try from the start. You waited till I was there and waiting for you. Brother.
Snapchat group chats to talk to them and learn about them. And why at first, Uncle Gums?
If that's not you who's summoning me,
You're in high school. Nothing about him says high school. No one would assume that unless that's
Okay,
what you
cool.
was trying to portray to them. But when that didn't work out, you just dropped the facade. It's no problem, guys.
just stand behind me so you don't fucking die. Don't even fight anybody, just walk in a straight fucking line a little bit after me.
Unfortunately, guys,
GG.
teenagers
Easy fucking
aren't
die.
always the best judge of character. And when they see this weird old guy, they probably mess with him a little
Fine.
bit. And what are teenagers
I don't know
known
why you
for?
went there,
Not
but
thinking
okay,
ahead. So
fine.
they're sending Uncle Gums their friends or people they don't like in school, so Uncle Gums will attach himself to them. That is one of the worst things I've ever heard in my life. How could he not see that's what would happen? It's because he genuinely doesn't care, and maybe potentially, allegedly, that's probably what he wants. And he's not even trying to hide his intentions. After 2 weeks of being labeled a white Bowser, he just dives headfirst into it, saying he's going to do it as legal as possible. Like, what? No, just normal people don't work like that. It sounds like a man who's been outed and now is trying to make every excuse possible for his actions.
And you gotta remember, most of my audience...
There's the one behind you. You could just spawn there.
Or what I thought was teenagers. Which it didn't really matter to me. Because people are people, right? I thought. Whatever gets me the most attention works for me, you know? With Discord friends, I do have friends, or did have friends, well, Discord friends, for about, people I had known for about 10 or 12 years.
Whatever, dude.
And I started doing this silly TikTok stuff, and with the climate
Bonfire.
of 2024 and
Bonfire.
all the out there that my buddy saw it and thought, oh no, he's gone the way of the Diddy. He must be stopped. And so they unfriended me.
Don't die. Don't make me run to
But
catch
yeah,
up.
most people kept saying, well, if you roast adults, if you adopt
You're doing it wrong.
adults, people won't have a problem.
Oh no, you're not. Maybe you are. You need to respawn, so go back to that
And then I
bonfire.
started roasting adults. And
Go back to that bonfire you just lit. And I can lose the game.
People could magically scroll down then and see that I had roasted before, but with the allegations that I targeted the town of Mount Pennsylvania,
Forgot. Good enough.
the high school, or the in the high school, that was never my intention. It just kind of took off.
Like,
I was singing, like I said, I was singing corny videos, corny songs.
you usually have
Which
a
is-
thing you can use to blow them up.
Which that
Like,
account
we
has
have
now
those.
been bananered, but I still saved all the videos. And maybe someday I'll post them all again. Whether you
I
like it
wasn't
or
paying
not.
attention.
Some
I'll go
people
put
in
it
the
by the
town
door. I
will always want to think of me as a predator. Because they got no other way of thinking, because they think that's what all old people on social media are all about. Most of them are, if you think about it.
Uncle Gums, it's not necessarily about your audience. I know there's multiple elderly people who play RuneScape with a sizable audience, and I'd guarantee a chunk of their fan base is teenagers. But they don't do what you do. If you had just been a regular guy making people laugh, then no one would question your fan base. It's the fact you seem to seek these certain groups of people out and attach yourself to them. And the kind of content you make, if any creator right now did what you do for content just once, is game over. And everyone in this dude's life or who was in his life before he started doing this left you. All of them, nobody remains except these so-called characters you created for yourself. These
I put my summon sign down if you wanted it.
Over 10 years. Think about that. Decade-long relationships, and they cut you off instantly. They did the right thing. But here Uncle Gums is questioning why they would do this to him, why they would label him like everyone else does. It's because they see your true character now. You've shown your colors. This isn't a game that you're playing, Uncle Gums. This is affecting people's real life. And he's over here talking like he's finally got a hit on the billboard, saying his video took off. Of course they took off locally. If I seen that going on in my town, I'm showing all of my friends and family, letting them know who you are. You're not like the next Sabrina. The people just exposed you. I mean, look, you can't even stop yourself from exposing you. At the end of this clip when he's like, I don't know why people assume most old guys prowling teenagers group chats are Bowsers. Well, most of them are. So yeah, for once, I would agree with you on something, Uncle Gums.
Just know that you too could be labeled. It could happen to anybody. It could happen to your relatives or your loved
fallacies are
ones.
abound until year 2025 are Cthulhu, dude.
No matter how innocent it is. And that's just how it goes. Another thing about TikTok is when you get into a live and kids do come up into your lives, and if you start talking to them and another group of kids, another group of young people join and they have a difference of opinion, uh-oh, you must be a predator. Because if those people can do that to me, they're going to do it to you and others. And from the posts I've seen on their TikTok,
I also wouldn't mind the ring that makes enemies only attack
to
me.
others without all the facts.
Shield arm.
One guy has been
Shield
editing
arm. Shield arm.
and posting
Take advantage of their weak shield arm.
snaps I've made to people that's making me look like the bad guy. Now I have not blocked any of his accounts, but he keeps blocking
Fuck your
mine
curse sword.
that I
Fucking
have to
bitch.
create to see what he's been saying next about me.
Piece of shit ass, goober ass motherfucker.
This Uncle Gums guy
No one
is a
likes
really
you.
sick bastard. He's not saying anything to even defend himself. Well, I can't because the videos that they've made and the posts they've made, they blocked me from even responding. So that's why I call myself Uncle Gums. And to be fair, I didn't come up with the name Uncle Gums. I used to be on Omegle. And one of the people that used to follow me, another teenager, said, I got thinking, I was asking people.
He just includes himself
what
in when he
nickname
talks about
could I
people who are
come up
teenagers,
with
he says that he's one.
to
Repeatedly.
for me.
It's a
Make
little
me
strange.
make
But
me
that's
be
what I'm
me,
noticing in
my
particular,
character.
is the explicit inclusion of
And,
himself.
The consensus was I should call myself Uncle Gums.
Do you have a fragrant
That's why I
branch?
did that.
At the
Use it
beginning
on
of this
this.
segment, when he's like, look, I want all of you guys to watch out. This could happen to any
It'll
of you.
attack you when
It's
you're
like,
done.
no, you are the only case of this I have ever seen. Not only with the weird videos you posted on the internet, but dragging yourself further into the depths. Remember guys, the only reason I or anyone else knows about Uncle Gums is because he begged to get videos made on him. I ignored him forever, and you guys saw the intro to this
did
video.
beg.
Uncle Gums was trying to pay people for information on me. He's got a solid 50 bucks guys, so if you're down bad and willing to investigate, there you go. I even let some of my family members know of the offer. They almost betrayed me, but the 50 wasn't quite enough. Gotta bump those numbers up, Uncle Gums. But maybe after this video, he might raise it to a solid hundo. But back on track a little bit.
Did you go
because there's
fire?
another question that needs to be raised. Why
you
was
went
Uncle
fire,
Gums on Omegle? Now, if anyone is unfamiliar with Omegle, it's a website. I don't know if
Lol,
it's
if
still
you went
active or
fire.
not, but you would just
Just
randomly
lol.
video chat with people across the internet, and this gave weirdos
Just
the
fucking
ability
lol.
to do what weirdos tend to do.
Okay.
If you can catch my drift, to unsuspecting
So
people.
if you didn't waste your
And
money
here
infusing
we
it,
have
that's
Uncle
probably
Gums
for the
saying
better.
he was a frequenter of that site and was still hanging out with teenagers at that time. There is something incredibly worrying about that to me, and I suspect to you guys too. There is no reason for Uncle Gums to be on Omegle, especially hanging out with teenagers again.
And if you're really so upset with me
These
talking
dudes
to your
stop at the
kids
fog wall.
in the first place,
They're kind of lame like
and what I
that.
was doing,
They're gonna turn around and hit
maybe
you,
should keep
so maybe be careful.
keep more attention on what your kids are doing, and I can help you with that. Information might upset my followers and my fans.
Can't help anybody.
You know, I'm not trying to.
I would like
I'm not
to
trying
have
to intentionally
my health up. I would very
get
much
people
like
to hate me
to have my health up.
even more than they already do.
Live.
It's just the way the world is today. There's a video I have where the parents seem to think that I was pleading to the kids that I was upset that their parents were having me blocked, or having them block me from interacting with me.
Smooth silky for this.
That is a misconception. That is a misconception.
Slow ass health regen.
I
One life,
gladly
gym left.
accept it.
This is the one you saw me doing. Don't fall down. Don't fall down.
And I still do. If
leave
your
the
kids are
platform.
featured in a video that I post about them and you don't like it, I have no problem with you having
Just
them
step back and
remove me
heal.
or block me or unfollow me. So, go to Onana. Now I'd like to talk about my haters. And I love my haters because if they're following me, that's just increasing my
They're wearing
attention.
armor. They're by no means expected to be weak against fire.
Some of these people,
right?
On this, since I've been posted on Facebook, have contacted so-called predator, and I think what they really are is amateur predator that sit from their home and communicate with other people.
Got a great sword.
Who got nothing better in their lives to do.
Yeah,
and
if
think
you
they're
want
gonna
to,
get famous
this
like
rest
Chris
will come to
Hansen.
you, I guess. So do whatever you want.
A lot of these people can't keep their facts straight. They love to do editing to make things look a certain way. And they ask me constantly to remove my content that I made about them. And after, even if I have, they cannot, and they haven't removed any of the content
The
they
extra
made
armor
about
is
me.
kind of shitty.
There are going to be people that say, well, you shouldn't be doing it in the first place.
There's 3 of them.
Well,
they will run
shouldn't be
tandem,
doing it,
or they will mob you.
and
You saw me do
doing
that
it
fight,
are
maybe.
2 different things.
It was a large
I guess
part of our yesterday.
I guess how my mind works is,
Like it was actually our yesterday.
And it's not harming anyone physically. And what's the trouble? From this point forward, I will have people.
I put my points into strength, I guess.
Like I think I said before.
Stop taking so long to do damage, so I stopped getting distracted and caring.
So I could see their face live in the FaceTime. Because that's not even illegal, as y'all seem to suspect that it is.
It's an adequate foothold as wise why when I get one.
TikTok,
almost for that.
In person.
That'll do.
It's no different than them snapping me.
One day I'll have enough attunement for that, or enough faith for that.
To be featured
Maybe
on
one
TikTok
day.
or YouTube. And if you think that's a problem, there's a slew
Gotta check my keys.
of other content creators on YouTube that post your children's presents.
How about this? When you think you need to just homeward bone before you go into boss rooms. You didn't hear it, but I was whinging about how I wished I could have gone and refilled my Estus before that.
That's not wrong. But what is wrong is
So just saying, yeah, protect your chest, dude. That's it.
That you know
It's easier that way.
safeguard their children from, Specifically because you yourself may be a danger to them, I'd assume most people think you just shouldn't be on the internet at all, instead of having to safeguard anybody from you. But since you are here,
Do
people
that.
may as well take
Don't
solace in
walk
the
through
fact
fog
you
doors
doubted
then.
yourself, and
What
now
the
people
fuck?
can keep a better eye on
Don't
you.
walk through fog doors
Because
then.
becoming a lol
If
girl
that's the
isn't
thing, don't
good.
walk through fog
Most
doors.
don't end up like World of T-shirts where there's monetary gain behind it. Most
Like, I
just get
dropped mine for you
exposed
because you don't know
over
what the
and
fuck you're
over
doing
again.
yet. I don't
That
need
seems to be
yours.
your case. I've
Also,
seen
I
many
was
lol
coming
pals
to
who
your
should have had a
world,
meeting with
so
Gordon
it's okay
Flowers,
if I
but
die.
I've
I don't
seen
lose
more
my
people who they
humanity.
actually do.
You do.
It's you and you
So,
and me. But does that
no.
mean Uncle
Just
Gums is gonna
don't.
quit?
Just
No,
don't.
he's just gonna make sure to be more private
Just don't
this
help
time
me.
around.
Don't do anything for
Nobody
me.
cares about
Just
the
don't do it.
legality of this.
Just
It's
fucking don't do it.
entirely up to your
Don't do it.
rules and character.
Don't do it.
People don't have
Don't
to
do
see
it.
this and wonder
Don't
if
do
it's
it.
legal to know if
Don't
it's
do it.
right or wrong.
Don't
Just
do it.
plain and simple,
Don't do it.
anybody can tell you
Don't do
this
it.
is wrong,
Don't
and
fucking do
something
it.
needs to end.
Videos. And guess whose videos of me are still up? All the roasts that he roasted back at me
Where's this key?
still remained up for me
Oh,
to
I
be
need to go back to the
ridiculed later.
Forest of Fallen Giants and I can get it. Okay.
And last night, I was in a live with him.
There's
saw
more
him
Forest of Fallen
live,
Giants stuff to do.
and I thought
anyways.
I'd go in and just say hi and see how he's doing as
Okay.
a person,
What's your soul
not
memory
as a
then?
troll. And I got railed into
Because clearly,
with him. He just went off.
I just want
To
to
some
fight
people,
people
no
in
matter
a
how
game.
weird things may seem, just can't let go.
First.
And I think I think he could be around 17 or 18, a young adult.
Okay. Well,
And
good job checking
the
before you
two
logged off like you
girls
said you would.
up in his box started getting very belligerent with me, saying, why do you come into the live with teenagers? You're an old man, you go away. It's like, that's a crime now, apparently.
You can end up in jail for that.
To randomly go into someone's live and be invited into the box. But it's
forget,
okay for
safety
them
check first.
to randomly
It's
go
fine
into
if
an
you don't
adult's
care.
live and have a conversation. It always seems to be
But if you are
always
apathetic
seems to
towards
be the
it, I will
negative.
just stop
when the adult
and
goes
just
into
go about doing shit.
the younger person's life.
Well, there we have it, everybody. That's the end of the video, but I don't think this will be the end of Uncle Gums, because Uncle Gums likes to run off every now and then thinking he caught a W, only to return and realize he just caught a bigger L than he did last time. But that's enough for me. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to drop a like, subscribe, follow the socials down below. I'll catch you guys
I mean, or
next
just
time.
practice build your muscle memory.
So I'm sure you've heard about the
But
Destiny
whatever.
drama by now.
Do you,
And
dude?
a lot of people are making statements about
Do you?
Destiny and the
Do
relationship
you?
with Destiny
Do
and
whatever
everything.
the fuck makes you
and
happy.
So I
Do
thought
you,
I would
dude?
make my statement about this, my video. And it's been hard. It's been hard this last week for me. And I've been, opening up these videos. There's like 30 of them, and they're all like 2 hours long for some reason. So I
How can I
haven't
get to there
been able to
again?
familiarize
Oh, right
myself with
there.
all the details yet, or even most of them. But I open up the videos, and I go to the transcript, and I control F drag to see if anyone's talked about drag yet. And no one seems to be mentioning me. I don't seem to be involved with the story at all. And this has made me feel sort of left out, sort of alienated. I feel a little ostracized, and it's been hard. It's been hard because this would have been like a really great thing for me to have been a part of in some way. And I'm not exactly sure what my role should be, but I am making this video to say like, hey, I'm involved with the drama now. You guys can start including me in the drama thumbnails. I don't know what the angle is here. We can work that out maybe in the comments section. You guys have any ideas? But yeah, so like, I don't know, maybe I leaked the porn, maybe I was in the porn. I don't know, maybe I triggered Destiny to do it or something. I don't know. Yeah, this is my A game, but we can figure something out here.
I mean,
So anyway, yeah, so
this played yesterday, and I'm now aware that it's like dug into the unsorted ass watch later. Okay, hold up. No, watch later is in a way a cesspool purely because It's just an unsorted shithole.
So today's video is going to be on a little bit more of a serious subject. I was checking out the Explore With Us channel, which is a true crime channel, and they typically get a lot of body cam footage where they go over different cases and analyze it. And I thought it was a pretty interesting video they put out recently where they covered a case of a mass tragedy at a high school in Colorado involving 2 different students, one of them being named Devin and one of them being named Alec. And essentially throughout this video, we get to see the case unfold in real time as officers respond on the scene. We then see police interviews from later on. And yeah, a little bit more of a serious subject today, but I think it is an interesting one and also an important one to talk about because, you know, these mass tragedies
I'll get you the
don't
link in
seem
like
like
10
they're just going to
seconds. I'm
stop
trying to not
anytime
fucking
soon.
die right
And
now.
so the more sort of
I
understanding
just
we
want to
have
get back
around
to
them,
town.
I think the better. And on top of that, I mean, there were also some, you know, I hate to say it, but there were some keck moments during this entire thing. So we're going to take a look at it all and hopefully get something out of it. There's something else I want to talk about, which is a little bit more serious, So kind of a content warning here, but I was watching this video and I realized I actually have a decent amount to say about it, and I thought it would be interesting for us to watch it together on stream. But this is, to be clear, a school shooting topic. So this is pretty serious subject, But this video is an hour and 18 minutes long from one of my favorite true crime channels, Explore With Us.
If it's present.
Teen mass shooter realizes he's been captured. I'm PayPal chargebacking this base, but I thought it would be interesting to take a look at this and just go over it.
Only Dark Souls and other Soulsborne things can be based.
So we'll take a look at this.
Everything
this is
else,
sort of
lacking.
as opposed to the Chud shooter, this is sort of the Tumblr shooter here. This is not the Tennessee thing, by the way, at all. This is a different thing. This is from years ago.
There's a shooting at Stone School Highland Science.
No access.
For babes. All of the ones who were victimized deserve better.
Holes in the wall. Okay, we're coming. We're coming as fast as we can, all right?
Tom, don't fuck it up. Be respectful to the person's family that's lost their
I think people
person
forget, because you watch movies, and in movies, obviously they're trying to make it watchable so guns aren't that loud, but in real life, if you've ever shot guns, which I haven't done that many times, I've done it a handful of times, but they're loud.
Whenever my friends went to the gun range, I just wouldn't go because it's so fucking noisy. I could hear it from like several blocks away.
Experience the sheer ear damage that must occur as a result of being in a firefight.
Like I was
so
far away,
loud.
and it's
so
still
loud,
fucking
especially
hurts.
indoors, where everything's like you shoot and there's no space for the sound to disperse, so it's just echoing off the walls, going back
there's
into
the
your
name
ears.
engraved.
It's extremely
5.5K.
painful. It's extremely painful.
I need that.
That's why World War I was brutal. Are you talking about like
Or actually, I need red eye.
shell shock? Can we get
Right?
a $5? No need to hear it all. No need to hear
Red
it
eye
at least
ring,
once a
is it?
stream. I don't think now's the time, to be honest. I don't think now's the time. And the recoil? I don't know. The recoil honestly wasn't nearly as crazy as I thought it would be when I was shooting, but maybe that's just because I'm super tall and jacked and have a giant dick.
2019, just 3 days before graduation. Shots were
cursed
fired
ring
at STEM
featuring
school in
a demonic
Douglas
eye,
County,
height, and
Colorado.
surveyors,
The
detectability
following
of
report
enemies.
is based on police records, and most of the footage is...
Okay, I want to get the red eye ring so the enemies attack me and not you. And I think there's a ring to find invaders, right? You heighten your chance, DS2, delicate string, phantoms. No. Is there like a meta?
has never been seen before until now. Please note that while the following footage is
Multiplayer
intense,
items.
it does not show anyone being physically harmed or
Here's the
injured.
page,
The horror
in case
began
you're
almost
curious.
at the end of the school day, just after 1:50 p.m. Countless additional calls to emergency services began to pour in. With each one, the situation appeared more dire.
What I wonder is, because I know that a lot of footage does get released by the cops, a lot of body cam footage is like made available to the public. How is Explore With Us doing this on such a mass scale? Because they put out videos really frequently. Like, are they just waiting? Are they just like seeing crimes, marking it down on a calendar, and then trying to note whenever it's time to request the footage from the police department? Like, how are they getting all this footage consistently? Like every week, basically, they have a new video going over some kind of case. Like, how do they get it all so instantly? I don't know. Probably have a
AI
team. I mean, I'm sure they have a team of people to
and
do
a
it.
team
Freedom of
maybe.
Information Act. Yes, I know about the Freedom of Information Act. Thank you. I'm just asking how they managed to comb through so many different crimes all the time to get this footage. They seem to have a really streamlined process for getting it.
Where is the shooter? Room 107. Is it just a single shooter? Is it one person? No. As far as I know, but I don't know. Is the shooter down or is our shooter still shooting? What? We have stated a shot, yes.
Every second counted. Officers from the police department, sheriff's department, and the closest SWAT team all deployed in force and raced for the school. Some of them didn't even have time to don protective gear, but rushed onwards all the same.
This must be such a terrifying situation to be in. Even though obviously the majority of these mass shooters are not like, you know, military experts and that, you know, that trained and whatever. Still, going into a situation that's in a school, that's an active, you know, shooter situation, especially without protective gear, by the way, but even with the protective gear, like, most of it won't really stop like a bullet from a high caliber rifle, right? Like, a helmet is not going to stop a bullet whizzing into your head from an AR-15, generally speaking. What a horrifying situation to be put in. These guys are, you know, a lot of people shit on cops. This is why I kind of don't like some of the ACAB stuff, because some of these guys are legitimately risking their lives.
And, like, you need to be nuanced, because some of them are really sweet towards the folks that they do help, and are legitimately filling a role where social workers aren't available. Sheriffs and officers alike occasionally do have to do that job, and do it okay. Not everyone fucks up. Some people do fuck up. And maybe I think that they should be, like, there should be more incentives for the ones that do a cool-ass job to, like, be better compensated and supported. You know? That'd be nifty. The Chariot, Shaded Woods, Forest of Fallen Giants. Where the fuck is the first Clornathi ring? I didn't even... Oh yeah, and then I needed to grab the Royal Soldiers that I didn't pick up yet. Crestfallen, dude, if I've died 100 times, I hope I died 100 times and I get a ring that gives me more armor. Bellkeepers from a Grey Spirit to defend Belfry Luna, that the increased chance of being invaded, grants invasion cooldown. I guess I need to go grab the invasion thing from Luna. Do I need it? Do I have to be in Luna to do it? Can I wear both rings?
Going into these situations to try and prevent more lives from being ended. Pretty horrifying. Pretty horrifying. These guys are, like, you know, at some level during certain cases, like, they're basically paramilitary. I was watching this footage initially, and I was like, I'm like kind of a pussy with this stuff. I generally don't cry in real life. It's kind of weird. Like, in real life at emotional situations, I generally don't cry. But when I'm watching it...
I'm a cryy bitch. Watching people have bad OPSEC and watching or being even aware of, like, tragedy just breaks me. I'm a cryy bitch, though. But, like, bad OPSEC when people are trying to, like, you know, protest for some shit that I can get down with. Like, what if the fucking ADA thing had to go back to... What if the Capitol crawl shit happened again today and they had bad OPSEC? I'd fucking cry. I'd feel terrible. Okay, can I use this without being in the Covenant?
In a movie or in footage, I will. And this situation, when I was just watching the guys go into this building and seeing how stressful it must be and how horrifying it must be to be going in there, not knowing at any time when you could be shot or not. Pretty scary. I don't know. Pretty scary. I could not do this. I could not do this. Gotta watch the movie End of Watch. I've seen End of Watch. Yeah, Jake Gyllenhaal. Great movie.
No access. Let's bust the window. Here.
Are they breaking the glass for entry? Barkeeper still. Do I have to be in it, though? Detailed Covenant Guide. There we go. Requirement.
I got you. Eyes in there, you guys. Security. You see them moving? I got you.
Sorry, it's the Psy is, so as a non-destructive entry nerd, right? I can look at this and be like, oh, you have to now trip the fucking security doors. Those are made to be resistant. To keep pressure in vent of fire, etc. That's a lot. It's a lot of fucking strength it has to resist this very faction. First off, they're fucking, both their arms are gonna be tired as fuck. Only one person has apparent body armor on. They don't have a helmet or eye protection, and given where they are, yikes.
Open, open. Hey, we're gonna need this later. We're gonna need this later. We gotta recover this.
Elsewhere, another group of law enforcement officials forced entry through a different door and were about to get a nasty surprise.
Let's go. Go, go. You up first, bro. I got it. Shield first. Shield first.
Whoa.
I might go to Belfry Soul.
Shit.
I have a list of things
Immediately
I need to grab
get
already,
in, just get
so I
return
guess I should
fire
do that
right
first.
through that door? That is nuts.
Where's
That
this
is
man?
fucking nuts.
What do you mean they don't respond well? I'm just curious as fuck. I'm gonna get the ring that makes me take the damage and aggro. Fine, so you don't have to deal with that shit. Fine. I'll drop money on that in-game. Fine. That's fine. Whatever. But like, what do you mean? Like, you can't, like, no, if you get it before your recovery frames are up, you're just buffering another thing, and it's gonna look weird. And it's gonna feel weird, because you're buffering an attack while you attack. And you can do that till you're in negative stamina land. And you can have neggy stamina in this. Also, bro, none of the FromSoft games that we have ever fucking played, from Armored fucking Core to Sekiro to Dark Souls to Elden, have ever been really fucking that, like, people play on keyboard and mouse, right? Like, people do it and they love it. But generally, it's the kind of game where people will go for a fucking controller time and time again. Yeah, that is true. But you also have to be patient with your motions and let them finish before you initiate the next damn thing. You know? You just gotta be patient with it, enough so. And it is kind of meant for mouse and keyboard. Maybe find binds that work for you. Or see if people have posted about something that you can address. I don't know. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I really don't like even touching my mouse and or keyboard when I'm on these, so I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't know. When you get to that place I just went, here actually, when you get to that place I just went, right, so you talk to the mansion dude, you can come into here, walk around here, boom, Ferris Lockstone. I thought there was a fragrant branch in here too, but I guess I'm fucking wrong. But also, if you need more humanity at any point, this is where I was farming the skeletons, were the humanity, right? I would kill the skeletons over and over until they start, like, when you use a bonfire aesthetic, it new games up the level. So it does get more vicious, like, progressively. And you saw me dying in, like, a hit with armor on. But, like, presently and at the start, they're kind of weak. You can just not get hit. Like, right now, they're kind of weak. Boom, human effigy, right the fuck there. Okay. Human effigy. Free human effigy. You might have seen me. Actually, no, you've seen this because you've, like, shot on me while I'm doing this. So you know what I'm doing, you know where I am, and you've explicitly tried to shit on me while I'm doing it. All I'm saying is, there's that dude. You can learn how to get into the mansion in Majula, or just look up the Majula keys, you can do that. But I'm just pointing out that there's, like, free humanity for all who would want it. And when that dude eventually spawns in here, cool. I have new dialogue, new stuff to do. Kill the skeletons and get humanity. You don't have to buy it after that point. You can just bonfire aesthetic Majula and get more humanity each time. When you're later in-game, you can farm bonfire aesthetics like I did off of Lucatiel's brother. Repeatedly. Until your fucking eyes turn blue. Nothing's stopping you. It's just free farming. Dude, see? Torch, Titanite slabs. And those will keep spawning, I believe, with the aesthetic. So if you really need crafting mats, like shards, there's other ways to, like, use a bonfire aesthetic to do certain farms for humanity as well. Like, so a lot of shit's pretty accessible. You don't have to New Game Plus a bonfire in particular. You just use a bonfire aesthetic. And that's like fine enough. You don't actually have to New Game Plus to New Game-ish. Oh, that's who was making noise. Oh my gosh. Ew, what? If you kill these pigs enough, you do get a secret boss. Not a secret. You get like, there's a boss in Majula itself. You'll get them over here. But you've got to kill the cute piglets first. A lot. A lot. Like a fuckload. Give it up, maybe. Weakness, attacking, yeah. So there is a boss you can get access to without leaving the hub world, and if you really wanted to, you could do that boss first before you did any of the rest of the game. Free boss. Just in this main area. I guess you couldn't bonfire aesthetic it, but like, can I just drop bonfire aesthetics for people? Because that would be legit. I'm just like drop you a bajillion bonfire aesthetics and dip. Okay, unpausing.
Missing the first responders, they didn't return fire, a decision that would later be proven wise.
That's security. Is it security? Where's that?
Oh, so they didn't get shot by
switching games.
The student that was doing the shooting. They got shot by security, or shot at by security. I guess he was just sitting there and he saw that people were coming in with guns and assumed it was not the cops. But it doesn't seem like any of them got hit or seriously injured, so that's good at the very least.
He's in English Street behind you. The first one on the right. First one on the right. Over here. First one on the right. Over there. He has the gun. There's one behind my back. He's cuffed right there. Which one? Oh, right there. The one cuffed. This one? Yes. How many do we think we have? Two. This is one of them? I don't know. He's the one I pulled out. He had the gun.
We're gonna go play a different game, but if any of y'all are gooners about it, I'm gonna quit the game, okay? Don't be gooners about it.
He said I have bullets in my pocket. So this
Holy
kid
shit.
is one of the shooters.
There's a reason I wear baggy ass hoodies IRL. It's because people are fucking people. Love and respect to all y'all lovely people. But like,
I made him do this.
There's
His
a
name
reason
is
I do
Devin.
that.
He has purple hair. I wouldn't blame the dude. He just got one of the
because I
shooters at
hate
the time.
being looked at.
I mean, I wouldn't blame him just based on the fact that I'm not
give me
in
a
one of
sec.
these situations, nor will I ever be, where I'm like trying to suss out who's the shooter and who's not in an active shooting situation. So I wouldn't blame
Not
the
my
security
fucking
guard. How
task,
do you
not
make
my
someone do a
aptitude.
shooting? Is one of the questions we're going to be asking here in this video. How does that supposedly happen?
If the scene in the hall seemed like a nightmare, what was happening inside the classrooms was even worse. More than 1,000 students, from kindergartners all the way to 12th graders, were trapped, terrified, and in mortal danger.
Jesus Christ, dude.
They deserve
This is why
better.
Sandy Hook was so twisted. I mean, not that any school shooting is a good thing, or not
Yeah,
to try
they're
to
all
compare
fucked
them
up.
or rank them based on severity, but, you know, Sandy Hook was like a bunch of first graders. Pretty fucking brutal, dude.
I did not know the
Pretty
depth of
brutal
that.
when they're that young.
Some of them took the chance to film what
absolutely
they may have
mortifying.
thought would be their last moments alive.
Lost. Out of sight. Please.
It was so shrouded in people
When
saying
law
other
enforcement
shit.
enters the
That must be a welcome. That must be a welcome sound when you're hiding in the school and you finally hear the police on scene. Even if you're still hearing gunshots, at least you know the cops are there and are trying to deal with the guy at the very least. What is this? Multiple shooters? Yeah, they said that there's 2 shooters.
Mention
There was
key,
the
got
first
it.
one that was
The
already
next
on the
thing I
ground
need
when
to
they got in
grab
there.
is
The
the
security
escape
guard,
ring.
I think, cuffed. And
Sorry, as soon as I grab the escape ring, we're golden. I have to restart the game.
apprehended. And then
Shit.
there's a second one named Devin. They said has purple
damn it.
hair. So there's apparently 2.
The first classroom, the horrific scene they found was something straight out of a horror movie.
Hold on. Okay. Restarting.
It looks like this one is phone footage. This one's like Snapchat phone footage as opposed to an officer filming on the body cam.
We need to send up a warm zone. Hey, let's pick him up. Let's do a good carry. Let's do a good carry. I need help. Good carry.
Is it that? I bet it's that.
Sit him up. All right, you get that arm, I got this side. Where's the other shooter? Somebody covering us? The shooter behind us. Let's go, girl. Go, pick him up. Pick him up. Pick him up. Hey.
Elsewhere, as police urgently secured the first suspect, it quickly became
Damn, there's so many shells on the ground. Those are shell casings, not bullets, I think.
clear that something was off. The suspect's behavior would only become stranger as the interaction continued.
It's all over. I don't know. I got you right here. Okay, I got a 9mm magazine. Got anything else on you? Just my phones. Just your phones?
Oh, it's trying to launch. Okay.
What?
Been exposed.
I've been
Oh,
exposed?
it's
Sorry, I don't mean to
DLLs.
laugh. It's pretty serious. What do you mean I've been exposed? Is this YouTube drama? What do you mean I've been exposed?
Been exposed to what?
No. I'm trans.
Oh, launching. Okay.
I've been exposed. I don't mean to laugh. This is fucked, obviously.
Oh, yeah, it
but,
is fucked.
You know, I can't help but laugh at something like that. I've been exposed.
Oh no, that part.
I've been
everyone can get.
exposed. My breast just flew everywhere. Dude, you just did a school shooting, and this is your greatest concern, that
Launched.
your breasts were your trans breasts were exposed. It's a good priorities list right there, dude. Long time no see, Tom. Warhammer stream when? Literally.
I mean, Tom may be forgetting it, but you know, if you don't keep your titties under wraps, then you might get called a harlot by someone who doesn't give a fuck. So I don't know. It's a good concern to have, not necessarily the most apropos, given the circumstance, but then again, we don't go harming people, so I don't think we can necessarily weigh what their priorities might be. But if you don't cover up your titties, you might get called a fucking harlot, so I wouldn't run that chance. I wouldn't fucking do that. Okay, none of y'all be gooners about this. Just let me play my game. Holy shit. I love y'all. Don't do gooner shit. Hold on. Oh gosh. Okay, it's still kind of running. Good enough. Okay, can I make it inject special ka? Okay, it can. Good enough.
Never. Is that their first thought? Holy shit. Yeah, I don't know. They're being frisked by the cops.
Bitch, if it doesn't apply to you, then shut the fuck up.
After they brought a gun to a school, and they're like,
You're good.
My breasts have
But
been
if it doesn't apply to you,
exposed!
you don't have to worry. If it does, then also shut the fuck up. Whoever's here, don't go. Just chill.
That's the least of your worries right now.
I
yeah,
got
the
to.
cop is
Okay.
right. That's the least of your worries right now. That is right.
Yeah, that is the least of your. I'm making sure my play pausey button is working, but it's not. What, really? Am I on the right layer? I am. I got a mouse out for this. Anywho's. No gooners. Well, you can exist. Just don't do the weird thing. I'm only saying it because I have reason to. Okay? Now, I love you all. Fucking equally. Okay, I found a fast sword.
Hey, that is the least of their worries.
It's the only thing it's a Soulsborne-y enough, and it's the only thing keeping me off of Dark Souls.
What
So,
the officers don't know
I can
yet
wait.
is that they've only scratched the surface.
We'll be
And
good.
that there is still
We got
another
this.
shooter lurking inside the school.
I kind of want to
The
ditch
victim
them.
was identified by his
Yeah, the cop owned him in the marketplace.
Yeah,
of
I'm gonna
ideas.
ditch them.
classmates as Kendrick. He had been shot twice, but getting him to say
Jesus, just a friendly, nerdy STEM kid? That's brutal. Was this school like a normal high school? It's called STEM, so I think it's more of a specialized school, is my understanding of what's going on here.
safety and emergency medical personnel turned out
I
to be
figure I'll be
easier
fine to
said
fuck
than
around in the
done.
first area and just get my goober alone on.
Get the upper body up. Upper body
This is
up
the same
now.
way I launched down initially.
God
No.
damn it. Fine, lift, go. Track. It's not how we carry anybody. It's not going anywhere.
So he's like the cop trying to carry him doesn't know how to carry the kid. Typically, they always tell you, I think, and I'm not trained here, but I think they always say just do the fireman carry, where you get the guy over your shoulder and then just start running as fast as possible to wherever you need to take them.
That's the way to carry a lot of people in a lot of situations.
Carry him like you've been taught. Come on, bro.
Oopers.
It's not the way it's gonna
Oopers.
work.
I'm not
As the
fine yet.
race to
Hold
save
on.
Kendrick's life continued, the officer guarding the suspect.
I bet they're gonna be people mad at the cop for outing a trans person. I mean, maybe like 3 people. I honestly don't think there's gonna be that many people who are like that concerned with that, to be honest. I mean, there might be like 1 person on Twitter, but I don't think this is gonna be a meaningful conversation that anybody worth listening to is having, to be honest. I have a comment. This person said, "This is my school. Seeing all the footage now, all these years later, and learning things I didn't even know at the time is so surreal. I remember every year after that, I felt like the whole school would hold their breath days before their."
I mean, to be fair, like when a homie tells me that they're a trans person, I'm like, you're a person. And I try to just hold staunch that nobody deserves to know their shit. And if they choose to invite people in, that's fine. But no, they're just a person. Ain't nobody give a fuck. If people do, then they're a weirdo. Like if someone gives a fuck, they just outed themselves as a fucking weirdo. Because there's people who like fetishize it. There's people who seek knowledge about it to an extreme amount. There's people who demonize it. Doesn't matter which way. They're outing themselves as a fucking weirdo. And that's easy to deal with. How do we deal with people who out themselves as weirdos? We don't tolerate their shit. We just kind of dip and do other shit. Ha, sit. In the words of a harder bitch than me, sit boy. I'm being a fail. Oh no, worst timing to do that, ever. Sorry, muscle memory. Trying to get back used to what we're playing and not play it like something else. I might get set up for the fucking Elden PvP server. Oh, misclick again. God damn it. There, done misclicking. Holy shit, that took 10 years. Well, I can't stop misclicked again. Holy shit, it keeps happening. Okay, they look fatigued. Fatigues look. Oh no, I ran in front of them. Fatigues look. Fatigues look. Make you fatigued. Yes, you are fatigued. Yeah, goober. Will you break your poise? Is this what I'm looking at? Is this the greenish bar? Bluish bar? Yeah, I'm trying to adapt to what I'm playing again.
Senior graduation, because we knew that so many seniors had their lives ruined that day. The days leading up to my own graduation still felt heavy.
Just do it.
Jesus, that's fucking brutal. 3 days before graduation,
okay,
too.
I'll take the NPC.
Like, you almost made it through the school year, and then it happens.
Suspect turned to the 2 witnesses in the hall for further information.
There's not much.
Do you think we have? Did you see?
I know. As soon as I grabbed him, that's when I saw you guys come in, I dropped my gun.
The what now? Oh.
So the guy who said I dropped my gun, that's the security guard, to be clear. That's the guy who heard the cops came in, he returned fire, but he didn't realize it was the cops, and then he put his gun down right away. And I don't think he hit any officers.
Did you shoot at all?
I shot 1 round, and I realized...
Did you hit anybody?
No, I realized it was one of your guys, and I dropped my gun.
I got you.
That's right. The security guard had been the one to fire at police. In addition to the chaos at the school,
people are definitely going to be giving the security guard shit for that, but I would push back on that for a few reasons.
It's hard.
First of all, in one of these situations, the amount of stress
even
and
if you're just
going through your body is fucking insane.
Right? Like if someone gives them shit, like that's inappropriate, and clearly they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Fucking clearly, anyone giving them shit for even misinterpreting what was going on is just an unaware goober that doesn't know what the fuck they're doing and can shut the fuck up. They won't shut the fuck up, and some people may even go out of their way to harass them. Yeah, those people aren't worth our goddamn time. That's some shitty behavior. Like, what did they do? They did it. They asked questions. They got a confirmation visually. It looks like they may not have even injured a person. Don't bitch. Don't be a butthole. I'm on my way. It's not the first time that we've seen like an incident cause a public uproar that was inappropriate. So I guess that the lot of us are like preemptively pissy, right? Yep. Hey, good. Did I really just discover the thingy I needed? Okay. Here, you'll get through this with me.
That's something.
No, you. Nice jacket.
Expectations exceeded. That settles it. You are absolutely vital to our operation.
No, you.
There are more blood springs ahead, but the miasma is blocking the way forward. Do you think you could clear it for us again?
Bet, dude.
Thank you.
Nice vest.
We know where two springs
That's a very
are,
pretty
thanks to
outfit,
past
actually.
expeditions.
That's not a vest. No, that is a vest.
Let's go
it's
have a look
pretty
at them.
shirt. A very put together
The
vest.
territory up ahead is teeming with the lost.
Their outfit's
Watch
so
yourself.
pretty. 10 out of 10. Their outfit's gorgeous. Such a winner. Such a fucking winner.
So, like, I don't know. The guy was just trying to protect kids. He probably thought it was another shooter. Don't really blame him.
Yep.
Secondly, he didn't actually shoot. He didn't actually hit anyone, which is also a good outcome in that situation.
Yep.
It's not really his fault.
More frantic calls were coming
And he was the guy who stopped one of the shooters in the first place as well.
in, not only from students and teachers,
He's also
but
covering
now
his first
parents
response.
who had heard about the situation.
My son is at STEM Academy, and he just texted me that there were gunshots in his school, and he's really scared, and he told me to call the cops. Okay, do not go to the school, okay? There's a lot of police activity. You need to stay away from the school. This is true. Ma'am, you need to stay away from the school, okay? Okay, all right.
Not all of...
Just imagine what a nightmare is. What a nightmare that is if you know your kid's in the school, you can't do anything about it, and the cops are telling you to just stay away. That's pretty brutal.
Probably
Not
start
riveting
crying.
commentary from me, but I don't know that there's much to really add to that, but that's
Nope,
pretty
not a
fucking brutal,
damn
dude.
thing.
Jesus.
Of the parents got the message, though, and began to show up to the still active scene.
Get in the cars, get away. I don't care where you go, just go away.
Closer to the school, other officers had finally succeeded in
Right, I think that's when you just gotta pull away by a bit and just accept you're gonna cry. I can't imagine anything else you would want to do aside from let your eyes just retch out
Shooting
tears.
at STEM school, Highlands Ranch, a charter school located in Douglas County, Colorado, in the Denver suburbs of Highlands Ranch. One student, Kendrick Castillo, was killed and 8 others were injured. 16-year-old Alec McKinney and 18-year-old Devin Erickson were convicted on dozens of charges and sentenced to life in prison. So this is one of them.
I misclicked.
This is the one we haven't seen yet in the video. And there's another one, which is Alec.
Only to face a new problem.
I gotta check.
Alec is the one we saw before that was like, I've been exposed. That's the Alec one.
We have any medic?
I mean, and to be fair, I get really bitchy when people pick on the folks who do the egregious acts because their parents are still stuck suffering. They may have siblings that are now without a family member. They're already gone. Just, you don't have to speak ill of the dead to be critical of their actions. Just, like, it ain't that fucking hard. You know? So, I mean, if someone says it's hard to not speak ill of the dead when their family's the one that has to... Their family's the one that has to bear that suffering still, then I will just get rid of them. I don't need that. Fuck that shit.
No, I got a
Garbage.
chest seal right here.
Garbage behavior. The fuck do I have time for that?
No.
The security guard hit someone when he fired. They go over it in the video. Oh, did he actually? Okay, I didn't know that. My bad.
While tensions run high in this life and death situation, officers still have to wrangle to find the second shooter. In situations like these, paramedics usually do not enter the scene immediately for their own safety. SWAT medics usually make contact faster, but at this time, they were still on the way.
Okay, ready?
Didn't know
Yeah,
SWAT
and in these
medics.
situations,
That's
like,
what's up.
literally seconds matter. When you get shot, I mean, it depends on where, obviously. If you get shot in the arm, you might be fine, but you know, you get shot in the leg in one of your major arteries or something like that,
I
you
missed
can
this
still
again. I
bleed
tried to
out
Dark
pretty
Souls
easily
tap
from
it.
that. Shit like this is why I'd love for my nieces to be homeschooled. I mean, obviously the risk of this happening statistically is still low even within the United States. But it is like a concerning thing, you know. When you see stuff like this, you're gonna be pretty paranoid. You're gonna be pretty paranoid, especially if you watch a lot of this content. You're gonna be paranoid about the prospect of this happening. And there's not a lot of like preventative stuff that can really be done. I mean, obviously background checks for guns are important, but you know, a lot of the time, a lot of these guys will just steal guns from their parents.
There are some things. I went to a school that they would make you use a transparent backpack and they would metal detector you when you walked in. If not for the people that would do violence, like a dude put a gun to my head my first day of school at a new place, right? So if outside of that's after that is when they did those protections. Like, it wasn't due to me that it happened, though after that event happened with me, then we start to see those protections show up. Point fuckballs BN. I have a Queenslayer here. Lost broadsword. It's really a good sword. It's a nice fucking sword.
But
Okay, sorry. Hi. Even with those protections, there's still a risk, but moreover, like, so the weapon was drawn on me when I was a kid before they had those sort of protections. Afterwards, and after a few other things that happened in society, we start to see an event where people, start making you take transparent backpacks to school, which, you know, my school had us do then after that. And then even later so, there would be metal detectors at the gate. Did that stop everything? No, that happened when I was in, like, 7th grade or something, and then I got to high school, and then a dude got busted for, like, literally being too loud about it and getting busted because he was selling a gun to another student from his locker, you know? So, like, you don't really have any option but consistently learning what happens, auditing, and pushing for more comprehensive bullshit to protect people. That's all you got. That's all you can do. It's all you've got to do, and it's all you get. Like, people deserve the best, and it's worth being noisy for. I misclicked again. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's around for certain things, like making them regret life. This, not the metal detectors. The metal detectors were honestly a boon. Like, and by the way, like, the thing happened at my school, like, I didn't actually have much support. Like, security didn't really buck up for me. Like, they just looked at them and didn't know what to do, and I had to convince this man to, like, oh, I guess this fellow student dude, to, like, let me go and listen to me. And I was able to, like, ingratiate myself and become an acquaintance of this man, or dude, whatever. I was able to become his acquaintance effectively, and that's how I had to keep myself safe. It wasn't like, oh gosh, hold on. It wasn't something like that was easily manageable. It was that I legitimately had, oh, caught in the roll. Luckily I brought the NPC because they're gonna bring me back, but I'm trying to, like, struggle to get used to the keybinds again. Like I've said a bajillion times, right? And timings. It's fine. Okay, I've taken all the damn I can. And I'm forgetting how to, like, get certain things out of my bar. There we go. Oops, not doing it.
And
it's a comprehensive thing you gotta do.
Preventing
It's not one thing.
It's like, let's say you have someone who's mentally unstable or who's making threats on social media. You can't just lock that guy up, you know, just because a kid says something.
Yeah, and that shit happened before there was, like, MySpace and before there was, like, Facebook to me. So just as an example, it's like you gotta stay safe, but there's no one thing you'll do to do so. You'll just have to keep up with shit as things change and take steps appropriately. You'll have to involve yourself in school boards and, you know, actually be cautious and present for people. Keep learning, learn about good operational security. That shit impacts you in every day of your, every moment of your life and every day.
Human blood.
You'll be fine.
Some crazy shit on social media doesn't mean you can just lock him up. The feds can be, you know, watching them. But I mean, in cases like Parkland, right? Nicholas Cruz had been visited by the FBI before he did what he did. Before they do a crime, unless they have like explicit plans to get it done and it's so clear, it's really hard to just get that guy thrown in jail for that, right? Like legally, there's not a ton you can do without infringing on their rights. So ultimately, a lot of these cases for these kids, like, you know, who are the shooter, you'll see a common aspect is like the feds will have visited them beforehand and will have like been watching them a little bit, and then ultimately the kid will do it anyway. At my school, we had cops always in the school. We had like usually 2 cops in the school, the resource officers or whatever, but obviously they're a cop, so they have a gun. So there's going to be, you know, some level of protection there, and I assume having cops on site will deter the shooters to an extent, but at the same time, a lot of these guys are not. You know, newsflash,
yeah, some people want to get spilled by the 5-0 when they do it. Not everyone, but that's a consideration you have, is like, you're not going against like one consorted thing or one consorted assumptive thing you can target against. You've got a myriad of shit happening.
Hi.
And, you know.
What do you want to upgrade?
That's life. There will be a lot of shit going on, and it's not very predictable. What should we do? Ooh, we did go up a lot of, wait. Do I care about the weight of the weapon? I'm confuzzled. Slash tires. I don't know. Oops, I'm not going up enough. I have enough haze. But what now? Yeah, I want crush damage. I really do. And we go up substantially with this thing dinger. Okay, it goes up more. More uppies. Uppies. More uppies. Sure, I'm just gonna update it. I don't know what I'd want yet, so we'll just be silly. We'll fuck around. We'll figure it out.
Do you want to upgrade?
I guess I have no clue. The festive ones are kind of fucking lame. I'm gonna be fucking for real. They're probably very helpful and an appropriate fucking like scaling and price and such, but I don't care. Do you have daggers for me that I don't use? Can you upgrade my fucking healing vialies? Because I keep misclicking because I'm the worst player in the goddamn world. Can you fix this? Exploration with its balanced stat, gifts related to sentiment. Oh, okay, cool.
I've got a whole new line of stock in, thanks to my Herculean efforts. But seriously, you've made my job a whole lot easier.
Sure.
If you want
Do you have things I need?
got it.
Dripping like water? You sure? Because I need a lot of shit right now. Predominantly everything under the fucking sun. Cures leak, cures stun, cures venom. Oh. I think this replenishes heals and I just don't have enough for it because I'm a piece of shit. Vivifier, enter the causes and brightest first, let it consumes da 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 da. Return to the last mist memory without losing haze. Okay, that's cool. We found our homeward bones. And otherwise the one we have is effectively our dark sign. That's a very good analogy, I think. That'll work. Can I give you books? Because you'll give me more stamina, right? Yes. Wait, who gives me the other thingy? Someone else gives me something else. Bitches, give me items. I have to trade with someone. I think it was an update to health. Oh, there we go. Right? This? Is it this? Oh, that's 4 pointy pointities. I mean, there's no time like the present.
Yes, this is a map of the depths.
Your shoulder plate is super cool.
Tell me, and I'll guide you there.
Okay.
There are rumors around. The government don't do anything sensible. It was easier to explore when we could use all the missile. Sacrifices of many provided paths into the depths. But now even the staunchest explorers are swallowed up. Worse, they must have left coordinates leading to the depths, but most of those were lost. If you find any maps, we'll take.
Okay. You'll take the same stuff. Oh, I can get an apologies. Ooh, actually, so we can dormant abilities. You're used to awaken dormant abilities. Yeah, goober.
Your life is your greatest asset. Keep it safe.
No, my greatest asset is obviously that I'm a gamer. That's it. The one thing I've got going for me
to see someone that we don't condone. In fact,
is my gaming.
Go talk to him.
What do you have? This. This. Okay, we're trading entirely with this person. I don't know why I want this. I just want it. I just want it. It also says it cuts through things, so I want it. I want it.
This looks great. I like to read all sorts of little. You like to read? Oh, where am I, man?
Give you. I have 5 trading points. Based. I have 10 trading points. Is this a single use? I'm a goober and I don't know things.
You can head out.
Oh, hold on. Can I increase my value of these? No. Hold on. Auto replenish. No? What? Where is it? Refill. It'll say refill. Increases the number of times regeneration can be used. Oh, I already have what I wanted. Okay. That's handy. What? Brother, what? Yes. Okay, cool. Now I have four charges. Woot. Sick. Homeward bone. Woot. Dagger. Woot. No? There was a PvP mod, and I immediately made it come here because you can't stop me from wanting to fight people. I just want to get hit. I want to hit. I want to get hit. I don't care if I die a billion times. I will get better with each successive time someone rips the fucking shit out of me. And I like that. That's pretty fucking bomb. I'm just gonna put this here because I have no idea what it actually means, and I'm actually a useless goober that cannot make words make sense. Hi. What did you do again? Do you happen to you don't, everyone's is independent. Okay.
Which blood veil do you want to upgrade?
Who has best scaling? 103. Festive Claw? Okay, fine, I'll put it on.
Okay, take care then.
Yep. Thanks, buddy. Yee, fine, fuck it. It'll either do something or nothing. Who the fuck cares? Yee. Also, there are more. We can have more thingies. Well balanced, but fragile. Meh. I should be dodging like less of a goober. I really fucking should. I really, really, really fucking should. Is there anything that says quick? Ooh. I want to be quick. Shit be nimble. Shit be quick. Bitch. Oh, fine. Parry life is the life for me. Parry life is the life for me. 1,000 times over.
Hey.
Parry lock, bitches.
I'll lead the way. Just
Parry
tell
lock,
me where we're
motherfuckers, till I don't know what air is anymore. I guess I can go back to where we were. There was stuff to still do, so boop. Parking garage. Yee. You're a parking garage. Okay, I'm pausing, sorry.
Someone who's willing to do a school shooting is not of sound mind, so self-preservation might not even be a thing that they're
some
considering,
people do just
even in
want
the
to be
aspect
harmed
of
by
like
authorities.
how many people they can get.
There's a reason there's a term
really
for
big
that.
link to children who are medicated in school shootings. Most psychoactive drugs have violent side effects. I mean, it's not even just that, but like, I don't think it's necessarily just a correlation between the drugs, because a lot of kids who are on psychoactive drugs don't do things like this. They don't do this. It's more just like, to me, it's more of a case where people who are like, you know, perpetrators of these incidents are going to be, therefore you're going to draw a link. But it doesn't mean that because you're mentally ill, because you're medicated, that there's necessarily a link there, or it's going to like make you more.
Was I misclicking? I was misclicking. Sorry.
Hold on. You guys go one at a time. We need to get them at least.
Like, the thing is, like, it's very hard to blame one aspect. It's always, in any case like this, they're all unique, and there's going to be a confluence of factors that lead to this happening, which is why I think it's difficult for law enforcement to build psychological profiles on the kind of person who would do this, because you just don't necessarily know. A lot of these people have different reasonings for why they do these things. There's different factors that play into it beforehand.
At least in a recovery, there's not much else we can do for him without fire. Let's get him on the side this way.
Inside, another group of officers came across a second victim. Thankfully, this injured student was still conscious.
Thankfully. I hope they're alright now. We never like seeing people leave. Life is precious and can't be replaced.
A second victim was not the only thing police found. A boy with purple hair, matching the description of the second shooter, turned up in one of the classrooms.
Oops. Misclicked my parry button. I'm a fucking shit sucker.
So this is Devin. We saw this one. It looks like he might be in cuffs. I can't totally tell, but he was involved as well. He's the person who Alec was saying, I made Devin do it. I made Devin do it. Jasmine in chat says, I remember after Sandy Hook, security at my high school had to search students upon entry. I waited 2 hours before actually getting in the building in the freezing cold. 3 guards with 1,200 students.
Yeah, that's what I was experiencing. Well, I wasn't in the freezing cold. But yeah, people having to search every person that came to the school is a thing that I experienced when I was a whippersnapper many, many moons ago. You know, like, there was no way to avoid it. It had to happen. It was essential. Like, by this time, like, people were actively trying to sell firearms in our school. That's just horrifying, right? That is absolutely horrifying. Okay, cool. I'm glad we had this talk. Good job.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. People get really paranoid, and, you know, they up security when a shooting like this happens. But now it's, like, common to the point where I feel like it's just like I feel like 30 years ago, this would have been, like, a crazy thing to hear about. And now it's like, this is something that most people hadn't even heard about. Before this video, I didn't even know that this particular shooting happened. Or if I did know at some point, I completely forgot. And it just totally slipped my mind. Because it's just such a common thing.
Devin Erickson. Devin Erickson.
Devin Erickson.
Devin Erickson.
Makes
With the
sense to have that
DEVONERICK-SON. Do you have him or somebody else? Because I know what he had on him.
What?
And he's transgender, so he's gonna have a binder on underneath, a black binder on.
And this was Alex?
Well, no, you're the one outing the person.
So Alec is
buddy.
the transgender one, female to male. Devin is not transgender, but has purple hair. So these are the two Tumblrites that we're witnessing in this video.
ALEC. Alec McKinley.
See, here's the thing. Their student friend, their friendo, who contributed, is putting them in an awkward place. The police would have taken that information outside of the public fucking regard, right? Like, because they are trying so hard to be heard about it, they're putting people at risk about it. That's why I admonish people when they, like, even try to no, it's fucking so irritating when people, like, try to visually assess others. I shit on people constantly for that shit. Because I was raised right, and I realize if we don't, it'll normalize it as an activity. And people thinking they can assess that shit will never help. And so, I find it fun to just, like, you know, never validate people. And just respond with you're a person. Because, yeah, reasons. Like, I'm a reasonable bitch that cares about others. GG.
Devin was 18 years old, but at 16, Alec was still a minor. Speaking of Alec, out in the hall, police witnessed...
I don't think that, because obviously certain crimes, they'll be less aggressive on you if you're a minor in terms of sentencing, but for stuff like this, for, like, you know, murder, like, especially premeditated, or, you know, a mass shooting, something like this, the police and the justice system are not more lenient on minors in these situations. So he will bring that up as just to outline the fact of their ages, not to say, like, you know, they're not going to go to jail or anything like that. Get in life for sure.
It's increasingly strange behavior.
Stop!
Stop what?
They will stop talking!
So here you have Alec pretending to be hearing voices in their head. At least I assume was pretending. A lot of these guys will do this because they think it will get them off on, like, an insanity plea. For example, Nicholas Cruz,
you'll be eternally
Wake Up at the
conscripted.
Parkland shooting. He was trying to make it seem like he was hearing voices in his head that made him do what he did, because they have the belief that if they act insane and a psych evaluation takes place, they can fool the psychiatrist.
That is
and think they're
lifetime
crazy
imprisonment
enough
still.
That the reason they did it is because of mental illness, because they think it'll get them placed
You'll be
in
in a
like
nursing home
a psychiatric
eventually.
ward instead of a supermax federal prison.
If
That's
you're
basically the reason why they do that.
assumes
But
to be
absolutely, Sean,
competent, then
doing
you'll
good,
be
buddy.
put back in prison.
Doing good. Serious situation here that we're going over. You want to be
Also,
found insane, it's not better. Well, that's what
I
these
seem to think
'cause they
people
watch
who go
movies
for
and
insanity
they'll try to
pleas
go for
have
the
the
insanity
least
plea.
representation and
Even, like,
support.
Mr. Pace recently,
Like,
it's like,
if I did an
all
egregious
these
thing,
guys
I'm
who were in
pretty
jail,
sure the
they
jail itself
pretend
would
to
be
be
the
insane.
safer
They
thing.
pretend to be a loony.
Just saying.
Mr. Pace
Like,
said that there was one guy
in
who
one,
put,
you have
he was putting, like, a pencil
the
on his
expectation
dick
you will not
and saying
be
his dick
rehabilitated,
hurt,
and that this is a
because
state of
it'll
your
make him seem more
existence.
insane. Therefore, he will get moved to, like, a psychiatric hospital rather than
It is not
like, a
the W
jail or
they
a
think
prison,
it
right?
is.
This kid's trying to be like, the voices stop,
It
the
is
voices,
not a
dude, the
W.
voices. That's basically what they're trying to do right now.
Are there only two of you?
Yes.
You're Positive.
Yes. They're telling me to run.
They're telling me to run.
What?
You're telling me to run. Put your foot on me.
You're not going.
They're telling me to run, put your foot on me. Taking away guns doesn't solve the issue, chat. Yeah, I mean, obviously this is a very contentious issue. Right now, I'm not trying to weigh in too much on like what the argument is to prevent this stuff necessarily. But yeah, I would agree that generally taking away guns wouldn't solve the issue.
Anywhere, trust me. You move some, you're gonna get broken. You understand that? You stay right the.
Police would learn more about what to make of this strange outburst later. In that moment, Alec provided the first clue in a series of increasingly harrowing items of evidence investigators would discover.
A pink iPhone 6s.
Yeah, what about it?
Charge it and I have videos.
Yeah, sorry.
Making Devin do all this.
And the other.
So right off the bat, this person is claiming, I made Devin do this. I tried to convince him to do this. I tried to make him do the entire shooting, right? And this person is going to be parroting the same opinions. Devin is, you know, they already have a story they're telling the cops before they even get there. It's shocking to me how none of these potential shooter people or, you know, people who are caught in these situations wait for a lawyer. Literally, all of them instantly have an excuse for the police that they think is going to work. It's like I don't think I've seen a single person in this situation who says, I want a lawyer.
In a worse place.
Like, I don't think I've seen any of them. They never ever do that. They instantly just start talking to the cops, blabbering. And obviously they're idiots who are doing this in the first place, but like, you know, none of them will ever do that.
Devin was telling police the exact same thing.
They're just
they do think they're all Light Yagami. That's true.
He was making me give him a bunch of stuff, and then there's me. Okay. I was just supposed to watch the door. Because there was only way he was going to let me live. I have proof.
It's partially because if they ask for a lawyer, there'd be no content, so it doesn't get posted. I mean, obviously, a lot of these guys do want to get some level of they want to get some level of publicity off of this stuff, right? A lot of them, you know, obviously, if you're going into a situation like this, where you're, you know, the perpetrator in a school shooting, you know, you're going to be locked up forever. So a lot of them, you know, they just want to be known after the fact, and they think that maybe they'll be liked or like treated as some kind of celebrity, or they'll inspire other people to do the same, like with Randy Stair, who thought that, you know, they were going to inspire an entire enclave of individuals to engage in the Ember's Ghost Squad lore. Most of these are because they stole their parents' guns. Usually the kid has demonstrated signs of instability. A simple gun safe could prevent a lot of this as negligence and naivety. Well, the interesting thing about this one is they did have a gun safe, and the kids managed to break into it.
That is true. It is always systemic. It's never one-dimensional.
My house might be on fire as well. It's next to Thunder Ridge. He tried to light my mom's car on fire. There's animals in the house.
Attention, please. Lou. It sent somebody to his house, too.
And this kid's reactions right off the bat, you can already tell they seem so... It seems like he's acting in like a shitty Netflix show. That's how he's portraying his emotions here.
Like Darman.
You may think I'm jumping the gun on that, but you'll see as we get into the video.
What's that? It sent somebody to his house.
He tried to light my mom's car on fire, and my pets are in there. I didn't want to hurt it.
Hey guys, just FYI, we're gonna move.
They'll come back around this way.
Just stand by. We're gonna move them out. Okay? Listen, I need to know any other people involved in this.
Any of the people involved? I don't think so, but there's a chest rig in my car though that he had. I don't know if he put anything in the pockets.
All right. Okay. You ready to go?
Early.
Alec was also ready for transport.
We're ready? All right.
I read the teammate thingy as something else.
Roll to me. Hold on just a sec.
There we go. I'm going back with polearm as our alt.
Sorry. Coming out. Coming out.
Alec and Devin might have
For
gotten
balled
to
up
leave,
things? Oh,
but
I
for
like
law
it.
enforcement and everyone else at the school, things were only just beginning. The rest of the school still needed to be cleared, and the students evacuated.
Yeah, in a situation like this, the thing is you can't even trust the shooters necessarily because they have an obvious reason to be dishonest.
Yes.
So you have two, there might as well be a third. You need to clear the entire school. And who knows, maybe once they get out to the parking lot, one of the kids opens up. You just never really know how these situations are going to go.
The door! Open the door! Has also been cleared. Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! I need key access to check the... Hands up!
Why cover the face? They always censor students' faces because they're minors, that's
They
why.
should.
Hands up!
They should always censor their faces.
Your hands up! You're okay? You guys are doing okay?
Thank you, sir. Hands up.
Can I sort these? I can't sort, can I? I can't sort. Lame.
We're gonna go this way. One over there. Look over there. We're gonna go over there. See those guys waving over there?
I hope these kids have a bad time in jail.
Thing.
I mean, yeah, I would assume that these guys are probably placed somewhere in the hierarchy of where files are in prison, where the cartel members don't really treat them that well. You know, the members of organized crime don't treat these guys super well in prison. So I would assume they probably have a pretty bad time.
A lot of people don't know how to handle it.
9 victims in total were identified. The uninjured student,
even outside of the obvious of, you're in jail for life.
Anything
These kids are clip farming IRL. I mean, basically, that's the thing. They want to be notorious for this. They want to be known.
Police were evacuated to a nearby rec center to unite with their families. Officers would remain stationed at the school as well.
That is not
Those on scene tried to make sense of the situation as they kept the scene secure.
Yes, dad had like purple hair and whatever. Probably playing the Joker role.
They say playing the Joker role. How come when these cops see...
I mean, it's nice for range.
Green or blue hair, they immediately think the Joker. This happened with the Aurora shooting, too, where everybody was like,
oh,
he had green hair,
he's the Joker.
Not the Aurora shooting. Was it Aurora, Colorado? Or was it, Aurora nightclub? Wherever the movie theater one was that came out, I think it was, the shooting was at the premiere of The Dark Knight Rises. People were like, he's trying to be the Joker. Like, these guys immediately see dyed hair and they're like, it's the Joker. It's clearly the Joker. But the Dark Knight movie thing wasn't even related. Like, the shooting had nothing to do with the Joker. It just happened to be in that movie. And the Joker isn't even in The Dark Knight Rises either.
Devin, the suspect with purple hair, continued to exhibit signs of distress as he arrived at the police station. He waited in an interrogation room while...
What is this? What is this pose? What is this?
The police dealt with his companion, Alec. Alec's arrival and interrogation did not go nearly as smoothly. At only 16 years old, Alec's mother needed to be contacted before questioning could take place. But this was not the only issue.
Ooh, the rolling art. Fucking rolling attack, rolling triangle, and rolling square are both pretty solid.
The bullet was collected and Alec's hands...
They didn't get all of them? They didn't get all the rounds? Doesn't seem very thorough.
Were also placed in paper bags to preserve evidence like gunshot residue for crime scene technicians. After these tasks were complete, it wasn't long before Alec's mother, Morgan, was brought in.
I don't think that does what I thought it did. Oops.
Dude, imagine being this kid's mom. Imagine hearing that the shooting took place at the school and then finding out that it was your child. Okay. Like, that kid's life is fucked. It's over.
That's why I say
imagine
be
the amount of
mindful
like self-blame you're going to be experiencing, thinking about how it could have been partially your fault or you should have seen the signs. I mean, quite uncomfortable, someone says in chat. I mean, that is understating it for sure. Imagine the position that these parents are in. You raise a kid for 16 years and then he brings a gun to school and kills someone.
It's the best we've got for range.
You would have to be thinking that you failed as a parent on the highest level. You would have to have that going through your head. And sometimes it is a parenting issue. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes these kids are just twisted. You know, there's kind of the conversation around like nature or nurture. Like, is it the fault of the parents because they could have seen the signs? Is it the fault of their upbringing? Was the kid just twisted from the start? There's a lot of questions around that. Typically, it's some combination of these factors. It's rarely the case that it's solely the parents' fault.
I forgot. Oh gosh,
definitely the thoughts going through this person's mind must be nuts. Because like what parent wants their kid to do this? You know what I mean? And even when you have a kid who's like maybe showing signs for this, you're going to be in complete denial. You're going to be in total denial while that's happening. You're not going to want to accept that that could be the case, right? You're not going to be in your right state of mind. This is not you, dude. He did it. They did it. It is them. I wonder if she knew at the time that someone had died at the school.
You know.
Okay.
Has your name officially been changed to Alec? No. It's Maya? Okay.
There it is, coddling. I mean, what kind of mental state are you going to be in? The thing is, like, you can criticize the mom in this situation, but what the fuck is going through your head when this happens, right? Like, what the fuck is actually going through your head when this is going on? I don't know. Like, if I was her, I probably wouldn't even believe that it was happening. Right? I would just be in denial. I'd be like, he didn't do it. There's just no way. Not my, not my mother. My muffin
And it's
wouldn't do something
understandable.
like this. This is
Denial would
not you.
happen.
You know what I mean? Like, you just
If you don't
wouldn't
have
believe
patience
that.
for
Literal
it, get the
sociopath,
fuck
no
out.
fucks given about his crying mother. Yeah, it's hard to say what the mental state of this kid is. I mean, he could be a complete sociopath, or it could be a case where he's just in shock or deniable what's happened. I don't know. It's hard to say, but definitely with someone who does something like this, you're not going to have a typical psychological profile, generally speaking. They're not going to be totally sane, you know what I mean?
But I will call you Alec.
Because Alec was a minor, the detectives read the required Miranda rights to both Alec and Morgan.
The dash is very
Alec remained
superhero
willing
chic.
to talk.
It's very
Do you
cute.
agree to answer
Very funny, Ren.
questions with me without a lawyer? Okay. Mom, you sign here.
Yeah, no lawyer. I mean, I guess you're fucked anyway, so why even try at some level? They have you on video,
honestly,
dude.
you don't know what they're
becoming a
thinking.
member.
But presumably, they're little. They're easily followed into coercion. The police more than likely definitely want that attestation of what they've done.
You also have a right. Mom can stay in. Mom can leave.
There's a lot of reasons
The
why this might
detectives
happen.
gave Alec and Morgan a
you
moment
know
to
what?
talk things over.
I feel like
Kinda
if you
get it.
encourage your child to become trans and they become a shooter, you've played an indirect part in their crime. I don't think so, to be honest. I don't think that has anything to do with it most of the time. The majority of shooters are not trans. They're straight white kids. I don't think that has anything to do with it, to be honest.
And come to an agreement on how to proceed.
I have nothing for you. You do. You kill all my bosses. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You know that. Don't act stupid. You just tell.
That's not true. It's definitely part of it. I mean, maybe you can say with this specific person and their psychological profile, maybe. But the idea that, like, if you encourage your child to become trans or are okay with it, therefore you are guilty of, or partially guilty and responsible for them committing a school shooting, that is retarded. That is absolutely retarded. The majority of trans people don't shoot up schools. Not even close.
Yeah, I think the majority are
They eventually
oftentimes the
agreed
victims
that
of
Alec
abuse.
would converse with the detectives alone, and
Or
Morgan
violent
signed
crime,
off on
genuinely.
Alec's
Memory
waiver of
serves.
rights before
I
stepping
can check
out.
up on it later.
A crime scene
but
technician
I'm
entered
fairly
next
sure that the
to
majority
collect
of them
swabs of Alec's hands
are
to test for
victims,
gunshot
not
residue and
aggressors.
take booking photos.
So it's an inappropriate oddity that'll break our
According to
hearts,
police
as it ought
reports
to.
and what Alec later shared with the investigators, Alec's mother suffered from stress-induced seizures and other medical conditions. When the
Yeah, no shit. Once again, the mental state of this mother must be absolutely wrecked almost
Oh, yeah.
forever.
You gotta have patience.
Like, you
for the
raise a
mother in
kid for
this.
16 years and then they bring a gun
Patience
to school.
and fucking love.
Like, what? I mean, it's just, it's over. Like, I don't know how you even get over that. I don't know how you recover from that. That's going to define the rest of your life.
CSI technician had finished her work, the detectives returned to get to the heart of the matter.
Are you sure you're physically
DSI.
okay?
What the fuck is DSI?
Okay. And I just need to ask, is there one or two of you? Is there a
I thought the
third
D would
out
stand
there
for drug for a
that helped
moment.
you? So it's the two of you?
I'm realizing that's very
Several rooms
unlikely.
over, Devin was also prepped for interrogation. However, the conversation police were about to have would not go anything like they expected.
You had your rights. I know all my rights. I just want you guys to get them. Okay. That's why I'm talking so much. All right. How long have you known Alec for?
What's
I've
this
known
person
Alec
do on our
for,
side?
really just this semester.
With Alec, the detectives began with a similar line of questioning.
How long have you known there?
Since the beginning of this year.
How has STEM been?
Probably the worst experience.
Tell me why.
Well, on top of being transgender.
So we have a tweet. Alec has left the friend group. Is this person's Twitter still up? I assume not. Oh, it is still up. They never took down the Twitter account. What the fuck? You see both of them here. When you're putting yourself in life-threatening danger. My mom deadass looked me in the eyes and
then the
said,
other
"This is
two are
because of you,"
damaging.
and
So
chugs a
we'll put those
margarita.
here.
I love my mom. Alec has left
Other
the friend
three are
group.
damaged.
Feelings
That's
are
working.
temporary.
That works.
My mom talking to me about how she hates the new Alec. Mom, I miss my Alec. Can you find him for me? Me, I miss my dad. Can you find him for me? Yeehaw, got him. I feel like, yeah. Fuck STEM kids, I swear to God. No one, 15-year-olds, yeah, I just got my permit today. I wasn't diagnosed with the cool kid syndrome, but I just took Adderall. Someone watched Shark Tale with me. Remember when
ADHD is not
remember
cool
when
kid
I Write
syndrome.
Sins was Panic at the Disco's most popular
No.
song? Oh God, dude. No, bro. Whoa. Whoa.
It's a hard life.
Whoa.
The trivialization of serious
Congrats
issue
to
is a
people
thing
on
that
being a
does
year
appear to be
clean.
quite
Alright, a lot of
a thing
edgy
they're
jokes, I
used
guess.
to.
No, I'm dirty
Or
Dan.
accustomed
What are their
to.
likes? What was that first one they had here? Interesting.
Like, them
Retweeting Jacob
being
Sartorius.
normalized,
Can't
so
see the likes anymore,
trivializing
I
serious
forgot. What are they
issues is
replying
a
to?
concern.
I got no idea who this is. Yo,
It's something that
wait,
I would
what?
explicitly
Hashtag
look
sober
at
gang.
because the
Your boy is finally
trivialization of
getting
serious
clean
issue,
like the MF dishes
inclusive
I
of that
just
of
did.
loss of life,
Hashtag Lamau.
is
Crazy going
terrifying.
through this. It's mostly like a normal high school student's account. It's not that crazy. You know, based on the Twitter account, you probably wouldn't have
Might
thought
be
that something
normal
crazy
now,
was about to
but
happen. Like, I mean, when I say normal, I mean kind of
trivialization
offbeat,
of-
obviously, but they retweeted my GPA doesn't matter in heaven. Jesus.
Wise
It's not
why?
like
We just
you
got
would
his wise
go on
why.
his account and instantly think they're about to do something crazy.
I got a lot of crap for that. How long have you been Alec? I came out to my friends in about 8th grade. 8th grade? Has the transition been smooth or has it been rough?
Transition. I see what you did there. I see what you did there, female cop. Alec.McKinney. Alec Mask the Slump God. Sell the kids for food. Is their account still up? I'm surprised, because usually these companies will take the accounts down, but it might be because the incident wasn't as high profile as some others. They didn't. Looks like their Instagram is taken down. I could be wrong, but it looks like I can't seem to find that. I think their gram was taken down, but the Twitter's still up.
Offer, what's been going on with that? Tell me why it's been really hard.
Bless you.
I just have to live with the fact that no one sees me for me, and I will never be who I want to be. Anything, I'm not a boy, I'm not a girl, I'm just nothing. So I've been ready for this for
Will you go off the edge?
now, and I texted Devin, I said, let's hang out, basically. And then I was talking to him about
Enemy
it, and he was
like receptive floors are
what's your motive?
bananas in this.
Talking about how
Shit, dude.
I know what people.
So we have an individual in chat implying, why do you think it wasn't high profile, Tom? Okay, so a few truth bombs, truth nukes I'm going to drop on you real quick. First of all, nobody gives a fuck about CNN, MSNBC, ABC. Nobody even reads them. So, frankly, whether or not they reported them, let's say there is some grand conspiracy to not report trans crimes. They could not prevent anything from getting out because podcasts like Joe Rogan and various other media outlets like the Daily Wire
Also, it's
get
their
infinitely
medical
more viewership
information.
than all of
You
those
don't need to
sources.
talk
The
about
liberal
if they
media,
are a
the
cis or a
classic
trans
establishment
person.
media
That's
is not the
irrelevant.
purveyors of
Like,
information
it's
and what gets out
irrelevant
and what does not.
societally if they are a
So
cis
they
or a
have
trans
literally
person
no sway. That
entirely.
does not matter
That's their
whatsoever,
private
okay?
ass medical info.
Secondly, unfortunately, because there's so many shootings in this country,
doesn't
they're
matter.
often forgotten, and you will not see people talk about it nearly as much. Okay.
Everything else
thirdly,
is relevant.
Unfortunately, another
That
part of
there's
it that
loss
feels
of
very
life, that
insensitive,
there's
but is
harm,
true, is
that
because of the
people lost their
relatively low
loved ones.
count
Those
of
parts
this
matter.
school shooting compared to some others, where this one was
But that's
1
it.
versus some others are 20
The
or
rest
30.
doesn't.
It does not receive as much media attention. So please go ahead and push this conspiracy. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God, why wasn't high profile? Because they're trans, dude. It's because they're trans. But no, it's a conspiracy because ABC News and CNN control the world, as if anybody even watches them.
Does this detract
Nobody
from our
watches
otherwise
them.
speed?
Literally
I don't
nobody.
think so.
People still think CNN is like this god of media, like the biggest outlet ever.
Oh,
Nobody
no.
fucking watches
But Fox
CNN.
is just
Everybody's watching
egregious with their
Rogan.
publications at times.
Everybody.
People say about me. I'm not dumb. I gave them a reason to be scared because they need to think about how what you really say can drive
Oh, there's a tweet we just saw. They said freak STEM kids. I swear to God.
someone to do this.
Alec agreed to let the police download
Okay,
data
it's
from
not
the pink
impacting our speed
iPhone
otherwise.
mentioned
I didn't
earlier,
think it was. I
including
just was
social
having a
media apps.
big
The
doubt.
most information was found on Snapchat and told investigators that there was much more to the case than first met the eye. Devon's electronics and social media were also under the microscope, but the most obvious red flags were found on Alec's accounts.
When I go to jail, can you keep my streaks?
So don't you just love it when you're having a wonderful day and depression comes just too many? Then take.
The thing about these videos is you can say they're red flags in retrospect, obviously. But at the time, posts like this, where kids are joking about going to jail or being depressed, is not anything out of the ordinary or anything you
They're
would
not
suspect,
joking about being
right?
depressed, are they?
Like, so many kids joke about depression, you know, various very edgy
Depression's
topics,
serious
you know,
business.
sensitive
You
cultural
might have
issues,
to have
and they don't
levity.
do anything.
That is
too wrapped
understandable,
up, right? It's relatively just cringe.
The
I'd say
response
Zoomer
they have
humor,
to it, like the
is what
mentioning
this
you have
is.
depression and
I believe
being
this
like
happened
finding
in
levity in it, that's
2019.
whatever. I do that.
So
like,
definitely some of the
bro, I
jokes,
wake up with
saying the word
depression so
bruh
much that I found a
constantly
fucking
every
great
other
cure.
time.
Play
But
fucking
seeing
Dark
this in
Souls
retrospect,
all goddamn
you
day.
see how,
Like I've done this a bit more tactfully before, but
allocated together to be a part of the
you
greater
know,
narrative. But
what the
thing
fuck
is,
ever.
hindsight is 2020, a lot of this stuff
I've
was
learned
a red
that since
flag
I'm
to me,
allergic
right?
to fucking a lot of depression meds, I've learned to cure my depression with Dark Souls PvP.
Yeah, the video of him getting in the trash can is a red flag, dude.
Just the tip of the iceberg in regards to what investigators unearthed on Alex Electronics.
This one's cool.
Before doing a deep dive into Alex's social media, though, Devin continued to relay the events that took place that morning.
Going back to this morning, you didn't have to see Alec.
Yeah, barely.
When did you first see him?
My psychology class. I told Miss Evil that I didn't have my back.
Miss Evil? Is her last name Evil? Is her name... Her name is not Miss Evil, right?
Well, now it is.
It's not true. Miss Evil?
She wanted me to lie about it.
Oh, it is now.
I could, leave,
bitch.
And then that's when I went to the house the first time.
You're not gonna go take her fucking her government name from her, are you? Miss Evil.
David confirmed that he met up with Devin that morning around 8:30.
I was giving him hugs because of how happy I was feeling. He was doing so.
Bro, it's 20. Bro, people's last name is fucking Lynch. How are you gonna tell me Evil is a weird one? Like, what the fuck?
And recently, it's just been getting worse.
I wish my surname was Shit Kicker. To be fair, that was why handler. Oh, we're such a bitch.
Share later. However, it looks like Devin may not have been the only one with a substance abuse problem.
Do you know if he was on medications or anything? He used to have them.
I've gotta customize our armor. I know what to do.
Okay. So he was on the cocaine, though.
Devin.
Am I just sheltered? How are kids getting cocaine in high school? How are like 15, 16-year-olds getting cocaine? How is that happening? I mean, in fairness, in high school, big surprise, I wasn't going to a lot of parties. I don't think I really drank until I was like in college. Once I was like 18, 19, I was drinking. But in high school, I like didn't drink. I didn't really smoke pot. But straight edge loser.
But then one day.
Well, look at the straight edge loser now, reacting to stuff on a live stream, dude. How cool am I?
I mean,
yeah,
I'm reacting to
like,
someone reacting to some
ask,
shit on a
really?
live stream.
It's that easy? I guess, I mean, I would guess that drug use was probably less common at my high school than others because I,
Sorry,
rich
I
white
had a
kid,
giggle
but it's just
and
hard
it's
for me to
gone.
imagine. Like, high school was just like a relatively innocent time for me personally. It's hard to imagine.
Yeah, I
kids
didn't
getting
even
access
smoke
to
weed
hard
then
drugs
either.
like that.
I had
And this
to
is like
wait
a
till I was
prep
older to
school with a
find
bunch
that.
of nerds too. That's part of what I'm asking, you know?
Also shared that someone had spread an
I do
explicit
the
rumor
gesture
at STEM
menu?
about Alec,
Why am I such
which
a
had been
person?
very upsetting. Still,
Like,
Devin.
when I was in high school, I knew, like, kids were drinking at parties, obviously. Kids
Oh,
were
yeah.
smoking weed, obviously.
Well, I mean, I found alcohol as a
but
kid because
I don't know. With most
depression
of the
was a
kids I was
bitch.
hanging out with, it wasn't even like
And
we were being
I
straight edge.
thought
Like, if
I
we
wanted
could
to do
if we could
something.
drink, we probably would have. I mean, I did smoke weed a few times in high school, but probably
I
less than
took till I was
5
older than
times
that.
before I was
Wahaha.
18 years old, maybe 3 or 4. But I guess
I
when we
didn't
hung
smoke
out,
weed
we were
till
just
I was in
like,
my 20s.
I feel like we were bored a lot
That
of
shit
the
took
time.
forever.
But like drugs
fine that
was
it
not
did.
something we had access
Video
to or really wanted to
games.
because we were afraid of getting destroyed by our parents. So we were just like, all right, well, another night of us eating pizza and playing Halo all night, which in fairness wasn't that bad, you know. Now, thinking about that, I wish I had that more often. I wish I had my friend group from high school all living around me so we could all eat pizza.
My people that I went to like school and shit with, we kind of didn't really do that shit together the most. On the other hand, on the other motherfucking hand, I did do that with my homies on the internet, the people I'd play like video games with. We'd like, you know, they would drink their fucking like late night liquor and I would like, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? They would drink their liquor and I, being my silly shitty ass, would oh, it's red on the inside. Perfect. That's what we wanted. Wait, how do I back out? Oh, top. In customization. Okay, it goes well with the current thingy. It's got red on the inside. It blends it all together. It's cool. Fight me. I'm doing cool cat shit, motherfucker. Fight me. Fight me. Fight me. It's a little lame looking, but you know what? We tried. We fucking tried. I don't want to go to the arena. Anywho's, like, I would just basically sit around and, like, play fucking Guild Wars with the homies and, you know. That was what was up for us. Holy shit, I meant to level up too. Oops. I can level from here, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, I should definitely level up our armor thingy. Armor thingy? Teleporting's free, bitch. Doing it for days. But no, our coat, our cloak, our thingamadoosit. One dude would drink Goldschlager a lot. I was like just doing the usual that fucking goober on Guild Wars thing. Yeah, that's what I would do. Just the usual goober shit. Yee, blood veil. There we go. Did I upgrade the other? I did. Oh, wait. This came upgraded. Based. Wait, no, it didn't. What did I do? What? What? Sure. That. Okay, cool. Whatever. What? No, I misclicked. Okay, cool. We're doing what I meant to do. Kind of. We're fine. We're not fucking up yet. This Y I think is doing. Oh, I don't have enough. I want to unload this Y onto somebody's fucking face. Oh, here's homie. What? I had to like probably pause because we're in the overworld. And this is like, you know, important big britches bullshit, my duders. I don't know, 11 trading points? Bitch, I need 50 of these. Maybe I don't need 50, but I'm fucking taking 50. Like, I will sit here and wait on it. I don't... Wait, hold on. Do any of these enhance... Is there dialogue to exhaust? Done it. Exchange. Receive. Can I go into debt with you? Okay, no, I can't. Flame cartridge. Forces weapon detained to certain cars. Freezing. Oh, freezing sounds fun. And it only costs 3. Storing it into a container, feed it with relevant blood inhibits the reaction, allowing it to be stored. Regen inducer. Can I reuse this? I'll unpause the thing and I'll go look at it. I'll go
and play Halo every Friday night, but that's just all we did. That's just all we did. Because we were terrified of our parents. Like, fucking so scared, dude.
Oh yeah, mood, but like, Guild Wars, not Halo. I did play Halo. I did play a lot of Halo with the homies, but... Okay, to be fair, I did like playing Halos with the homies, but... Stop fucking being relatable, bitch.
So scared. I remember the one time I got caught smoking pot in high school. My mom tried to call the cops on me to have me arrested. That is how serious of a thing it was for her.
My mom thought she smelled cigarettes on me, and I got in a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, the school printed my ID to say that I was 2 years older than I was, and I wasn't smoking them. My friends were trying to get them from using my ID. That was very weird. The weirder part is a grown-ass man sold them to them.
And I don't even blame her looking back. Like, you know, a lot of people will be like, oh, it wasn't that big of a deal. But I'm glad she did that because
I feel
like it instilled a fear in me of doing drugs in general. But yeah, I remember hearing my mom downstairs as I was coming down, talking to the cops, trying to be like, can you please just come down here and scare the fuck out of him and arrest him? They were trying to get me scared straight. It didn't work out. The cops were like, I mean, there's nothing we can do. Like, he's in the house. What are we, like, we can't just come in your house and arrest your child. Like, we can't do that. But yeah. How'd she catch you? Because I did it in the house in my bedroom.
I'm kidding.
That's why.
Out of pocket for that shit.
Because I had never done it before. I didn't know. So I bought it for my friend, and I like got high inside of my fucking bedroom with the screen in. And I was like, well, if I open the window, the smell will leave. Newsflash! Did not happen. Big newsflash there. Didn't go that way. It didn't happen, dude. Didn't happen whatsoever. Newsflash, it did smell quite a bit, actually. You deserve to get caught? I agree. And even beyond that, I'm glad I did. But, yeah.
And said he'd never expected Alec to take such horrific action. While speaking with detectives, Alec reported that life at home was just as tumultuous as it was at school.
They need Italian Catholic fathers? Dude. My Italian grandfather called his black nephew...
There's a reason I have just, like, spent a lot of time around a lot of Italian families, and I'm just, like, down with the get down. Oh, God. Hi, you might hear this from Tom.
Nuida. Bring this back?
I learned how to
know what you're
also,
talking
like, oh my gosh. No, I will joke and be like, I know how to get on everybody's parents' good side, dude. Like, I am just, like, if I were ever to be somebody's fucking, like, daughter-in-law, I would be in. Like, I know how to do the thing. I can do the thing.
What does that even mean? Is this some kind of N-word thing? Did you never realize how people were drinking till 3 a.m.? Where? When? What do you mean did I never realize?
It's a key item,
Kyle's
maybe?
brain is shut down? What does it mean? You say a slur? Hopefully.
According to Alec and Morgan, Alec's father, Jose, was no longer in the picture.
No, not all
and currently, 14 family members were all living under the same roof. Alec's mom...
14? Wait, what?
According to Alec and Morgan, Alec's father...
She said Alec's father was deported back to Mexico in 2010. The last time I saw him was in 2013. She lives with her parents, and there are 14 people living in... Is this a mansion? 14 people? 14 people. He had to go back. I mean, he literally, in a literal sense, had to go back. Are there just 14 Mexicans living in this house? This is like a mansion. It must be.
What's this do?
It's actually a 14-bedroom house, right? No, I think in reality they're probably all just sleeping. Well, I imagine the lack of a father was maybe a negative influence on this kid's life in some aspect. Thanks for the donut, Spinebreaker.
Jose was no longer in the picture, and currently 14 family members were all living under the same roof. Alec's mom, Morgan, consented to...
I mean, obviously, like, my 14 victims do live under the same roof as me, but, you know, they're just shackled upstairs. They're not, like, they don't have, like, beds or anything. I mean, they just don't need beds. I don't want to spend money on that. And they understand, you know. They understand I want to spend the money on that. 14 pages! I mean, people?
To let police execute a search warrant on the family house.
What's my class?
However, nothing was found in regards to the shooting. All the evidence, it seemed, would be found in the school and witness statements.
I'm sorry if I'm not totally clear-headed. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around.
Go with Hunter.
Totally hosed now. Totally hosed.
In the interrogation room with Devin, he told police more about what led up to the violent outburst.
Yeah, once again, the father's perspective on this must be so fucked, dude. You hear that something horrible happened, the worst nightmare happened at your kid's school that you hear about only in the news, and then you find out that your kid is one of the perpetrators. It's like, it's over, dude. It's literally over. It's done.
At STEM school.
You hope that everyone around the family is being respectful and not a piece of shit.
My friends, because I have a lot of friends at that school.
Comes across as very clearly acting from this kid. Like, he just seems like he's, in his mind, some kind of anime hero with his swoopy, leafiest hair. I don't know. It comes across as very anime. Although I can't talk too much because I've definitely had this haircut minus the hair dye before.
And then I saved that message. And then I was going to tell my friends.
Yeah, the only reason Tom cleans it up is he probably likes having his facial hair. Fucking bet.
The name of Alec. Last night, Alex sent him a message through Snapchat when
was
she
it
told
the
Devin not to come to
fucking...
school.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know. Hold on.
During the day he went home.
Hold on.
Tell my friends, and that's when he
Gloves?
started threatening
No, not
me.
gloves.
He told me that he
The collar's not doing it. Gloves okay.
Have the haircut. It's not the same. My hair
Holster's
is not
probably a
in
no
front of
still.
my eyes, okay? This is not the same.
We'll rock
I'm
it.
more of a
Fuck
classic
it.
Justin Bieber cut type thing. This kid sort of has a new age alternative emo kid that listens to Lil Peep.
The glove's fine.
I'm sort of
The
on an
leg
old
thing,
school
not so
thing where
much.
I'm listening to
thing's
asking Alexandria. I don't want to be associated with this kind of person. I don't want to be associated with this kind of individual. I'm not in the same camp, okay? I'm sort of what they would call sort of a classic emo. This kid's more of like a new age, sort of like Adderall, pilled out Xans emo, okay? I'm more of the classic emo, getting drunk with the boys, listening to A Day to Remember, so I don't want to be grouped in with this Tumblrite, okay? I'm a part of the old racist emo oligarchy, not the new leftist emo matriarchy, okay? Let it be known.
He wanted to get revenge on a lot of people.
I thought this was hella
he
fast.
told me he was considering his mom and his siblings too, because he hates them. But he didn't do that. I kept telling him not to.
Oh, you told him not to, dude. Thank God. You told him not to do it. You prevented it from happening. You tried your best.
He said he was gonna kill me if I told anyone, and the only way I'd let him live is if he helped me.
But if you just leave, if you're not together anymore, you go to your house and you call the cops, and they go and arrest him, and he's in jail, like, what could possibly happen, right? And that's where the holes in this kid's story start to develop. Because Devin's trying to paint himself as like, well, he was my friend, but he threatened to kill me if I told anyone what he was planning to do, so I had to stay silent. It's like, unless he literally had you at gunpoint the entire time, during the entire time you knew this, there's no reason not to report that, right? Thanks for the dono, Zeno. Like, you could have easily gone to the police and not suffered, right? Tom, can you gobble? No, I will not gobble during the school shooting video reaction. Thank you very much, though.
Back with Alec, the police asked more about the planning process and Devin's role. If Devin was as innocent as he claimed, the detectives needed to understand why he had a firearm in his hands.
Had you guys talked about this last night? Yeah. He was saying something about a Snapchat text message conversation. Tell me about that. Basically, we had come up with a code name for this. And we would joke about it all the time. Gamer boat is what we called it.
Gamer boat. Once again, this is very 2019. I feel like in between 2016, 2017.
Is this 2019?
And like right now, we entered a dark age. Okay, I prefer Hawk Tua to gamer boat. Okay, this is like the B era. This is like the Markiplier B meme.
That's some
This is like the
shit.
same thing basically as what we're experiencing. This is a very perhaps the worst thing about this entire debacle.
And specifically, what were you calling?
I don't know what proof could he have given the police to show he was planning on doing it. I mean, maybe you don't have direct proof, but you can at least try to tell the police, and they have to take it seriously at least and visit the kid. And there's a potential that if the police visit this kid, they'll scare him out of doing it. I mean, there was the last 3 days of the school year, right? So if you just found out about his plan, and you know he wants to do it, you could potentially at least get him locked up for a couple days to the point where he's not going to be able to do it, or the cops are going to be watching him, more aware of his actions, and prepared for this kind of thing to happen, right?
Game ago. What was the code word?
Like, it's worth at least reporting it if you think somebody's going to do anything, even if you don't know fully if it's going to prevent them from doing the action, right? It's at the very least worth trying.
Timing on it. Okay,
like,
working on
a
it.
gun was our code word for, or game remote was our code word for a gun.
There was another code word Devin and Alec
Early.
had too.
Fuck, I misclicked.
The meaning behind it and the implications of its use would change everything.
It was like, are you down to, like, jokingly, I was like, are you down? And he was like, haha, that's funny. Like, haha, yeah. But really it was like, I wasn't kidding.
And the difficult thing for these cops is, like, in
They don't know who to
1960, if
trust.
somebody even joked about something like this, you'd be like, what the fuck, this kid needs to be in jail. But now every single kid jokes about school shootings, so you can't just assume that they're going to do it and arrest them off the bat. And once again, even if they're joking about it and they might have serious intention and you try to interrogate them about it, they could easily just lie to you. And
yeah,
you know what? You can't just arrest someone for making a joke. Like, you'd have to. You can try, but you can't just
Expiration
arrest someone
thingy.
for making a joke like that. You know.
And he, like, was ready to tell the officer someone what was going on. But I was like, you'd really do that to your best friend? Like, this is
a girl or a boy? Girl. Transgender male. Girl.
what best friends are for. Like, you're with me till the end. And this is the end.
I didn't think he was really gonna do it. I never thought he could actually do that because he never seemed like that crazy. He didn't seem like evil. He just seemed sad and like lonely.
What was that post?
Never seemed like that crazy. He didn't seem like evil. He just seemed sad.
Actual Snapchat post obtained from Douglas County Sheriff's Office. Loneliness is safer, with their American Eagle sweater. Okay. And they have the little Nirvana sign here. Nirvana's not even that good.
I didn't like lonely.
At school, I'm a completely different person. No one would ever have guessed this from me.
What kind of person are you at school?
I wasn't diagnosed with cool kid syndrome, but I just took Adderall. That was one of the tweets we just read.
That was a
I try to be
weird one
friends
to
with
read, indeed.
everyone. I'm a people pleaser, and I kind of let people walk all over me.
That seems reasonable.
Don't laugh at me. Walk, walk, walk. Pose. Got any penis enlargement pills?
Dude. Oh, man. So much 2019, 2018 humor.
I'm your granddad's penis enlargement pill. Ha ha, bitch.
By the end of this video, obviously both these people are
Sorry.
disgusting. But you will find
Sorry, not sorry.
Alec to be less insufferable than Devin, if you can believe that. You will find Devin to be the most insufferable person in the entire situation.
As they continued investigating, police had to wonder what changed in Alec's approach. Morgan McKinney, Alec's mom, had her own theory.
All these years, I've never told my kid not to hang out with a certain somebody. And about 3 months ago, I told him to stop hanging out with, and then Devin. Okay. We're looking at this time.
I fucked that
Got a
up.
bad feeling about Devin, I guess is what she's saying. She noticed that Alec was hanging with a very weird crowd.
I see where I should be starting my parody.
Different,
Oh,
you know, and
We never saw any signs.
No,
That
it's the
you're
same.
making fun of her there. I mean, the thing is, like, once again, just because a kid is hanging out with like another bad kid doesn't mean you're necessarily going to assume that they're going to go perpetrate a school shooting, right? Typically, kids who end up doing this are not telling their parents, I'm thinking of shooting up the school, right? That's definitely not a thing they're saying. Life no parole based on that clip alone? Oh, it's, dude, absolutely based.
and I was like, I just don't like the way he's rubbing off on you.
Alex, really, they could have been right under different circumstances. Devin was always psychotic, I think. That is my conclusion after watching a lot of, because I have seen the majority of this already. You know, not to you know, remove blame or anything like that, but you know, after sort of diving into this and seeing both of these people, it's kind of my understanding that, you know, once again, not to justify what happened, but obviously environmental factors can play a part. Devin seems to have been very, very disturbed. Seems to be a disturbed person.
That'll have to
like
work.
mentally, like extremely manipulative, fucked up, and evil. Alec, obviously, what both of them did was horrible. But Alec, I think you're right. Under different circumstances, things could have maybe turned out differently. There's an argument of is it even worth thinking about that?
We'll stay with him.
I think it is to build psychological profiles and see why these things happen and what leads to.
We're
these
not
events,
qualified to, but
yeah, ultimately, I
it's
do
fun to
think
look.
that,
but we're not qualified to build the
Alec
profile, for instance.
is horrible. What they did is. And they shouldn't be forgiven.
That's
they
not
deserve
our
life in
task.
prison. Alec
Nor
maybe
our
could have turned
aptitude.
out a little differently. Devin seems really, really fucked up. And it's interesting because at the beginning of this, the phrasing sort of from both of them is like, well, Alec is the most evil one, and Devin is the one that is like, the victim in the situation, was forced to do it.
I am
basically.
doing multiple
They're both
things
pretty
at once.
horrible
This is going to
people
go to shit.
based on what they did. But I do think that, I don't know, you'll see. Devin's just a fucking demon. You'll see. Devin's an absolute demon. Hi, Tomothy. In light of recent events, I'd like to ask you to not goon in your off time. Will do, buddy. Will do.
I'm
I
gonna
was a
take
freak
that
weirdo in
dank
school. It's really hard to
respawn.
tell who's going to do something bad off the way they talk. Yeah, of course. Of course.
Oh, I wanna
And
get
on top
back.
of that,
I
most
know
of the people
that.
who consider doing this don't end up going through with it as well. What would you do to try to prevent a situation like this? I mean, I don't think you could even. I think it's worthless to ask me that
The
question.
what
I have
was
no
that
idea.
animation? The
And-
shit?
I was like, you need to focus on you right now.
Alec's Snapchat revealed the side of Devin that Morgan
What?
might have found concerning.
What? Oh no, they're doing that one thing and I'm not running away. I'm such a bad player. Oh, oops.
Because he's
I
smoking
turned
weed.
the volume
Is
down
that
a lot
it? I don't
too,
really
so I
get
kinda
it.
fucked
Because he's
up.
filming himself smoking weed. Do you know how many kids do this in high school?
Howie, sorry. It's not a week that they do it in any regard. Because, like, I don't know, just smoke your weed in private. I don't know, man. Just. It's weird. It's fine that you're you. That's okay. Just saying.
Jesus.
It is some weak ass
I mean, to
bullshit.
be honest, once again, the
Tell you
problem
that
with this is,
much.
like, in retrospect, you can use it to build a profile, but realistically speaking, I just don't think that any of these, under any normal circumstance, without the shooting happening after the fact, would be like, this is concerning stuff, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't think that any of this stuff would make you be like, oh my god, this is, like, absolutely insane. Like, this is just edgy kids being edgy kids, right?
Just how much of a role Devin's influence played on the stem attack would come out in due time. For now, though, Alec...
Like, they're extremely basic, too. Like, it's just the shit that you hear everyone say in school. Even the popular kids will make jokes like that.
offered this explanation.
Really, there was like a breaking point last night with my siblings. They don't care. Like, no one cares. So I'm finally gonna give in to my thoughts, because what's the point of trying to protect everyone else?
What do you think about her?
Protecting people?
More about the triggering
what?
moment before taking the lead on
The
the
phrasing
shooting.
took me aback,
Devin's
but that's
assistance in the
okay-ish.
horrid attack began to take shape.
Did something happen at school this week, or what help me understand what the big thing, the analogy you always hear, the straw that broke the camel's back. What was that?
This kid kept calling me by my biological name.
Okay, bro. Okay.
And that's what made me lose it.
He
Not
kept
too
calling
hard to
me
have
by
some
my
sympathy for
biological
them.
name, and that's what made me lose it. Okay, bro.
Not to encourage it, not to enable
Good
it, not
one,
to
dude.
excuse it,
Wow.
but you should be able to analyze it.
Hate crime. Opinion on forced love by proxy. Amazing. How are you doing in this cold weather? I'm good. I'm inside with the heat turned way up to like 73 degrees, so I'm doing great. I've never heard biological name. Yeah, usually you hear dead name, but instead they say biological.
Yeah,
That's
but
fucking
that
it.
appli-
I mean, to be clear,
Yeah, but dead name
that's what they
technically
say.
applies
I
to
doubt
people
that was,
who's like,
the real
you know,
reason or the real straw that broke the
their
camel's
old
back.
spouse's
You know,
name,
you can't always
etc.
trust these people in these
So,
situations, but
you know,
at the very least, you know, sort of off rip without any further reflection on what led to
Oh
these
my
events. They're
yikes.
claiming that that is
Hold
the
on.
straw that broke the camel's back.
Devin agreed that Alec's mood had been noticeably different that morning.
Today was like when it really got scary. It was like a different person, kind of like seeing him. That to me was like, okay, maybe Alec is really like going like crazy this time.
According to Alec, Devin's uncertainty had been a part of the plan
okay,
all
hold on.
along.
Thank you.
He's an idiot. He's a complete
Oh
idiot.
my
So
gosh,
basically
my shit's in
anything I
there.
say, he would be like, okay.
And so the narrative that
Where
they're
was
both
the arena
trying to
at?
build here,
Oh my gosh.
that
Where is
some
it?
people thought at the time, even the cops were thinking that they were in cahoots, is essentially, you know, Alec is the really bad one, but Devin's just the useful idiot who was used. So Devin is trying to vie for less jail time, while Alec is like, I'm the piece of shit, my life's over, right? That's the narrative that they're trying to push, and that's not the reality of the situation.
Oh, that's the merchant over there. Gotcha.
Forensic research has found that in cases where there is more than one perpetrator, there's always an alpha figure to execute the plan.
That's fine.
While there can be multiple submissive characters, there's only one dominant personality. Devon's guidance counselor,
the alpha versus the beta perpetrator, alpha versus beta shooter. Where's the sigma?
Ms. Wright had also shared some insight on the subject with the police.
Alex is weird. He gravitates to vulnerable people. Okay. Do you know what I mean? Devon's very vulnerable.
So even a lot of the people at the school seem convinced that Devon is a very vulnerable person and that Alec is like the master manipulator.
Alec bullied in any ways? I feel that Alec is a bully.
This would require a lot more investigation, but for the time being...
So it's interesting how this perception that they're trying to push even seems to be something that school administrators believe and bought into, which in the end does not seem to be the truth of the situation once they get to the end. This idea that Devon is just the henchman.
The detectives prioritized establishing a timeline of events from both Devon's and Alec's perspectives.
Originally, I was going to figure out a way for someone to buy me a gun, but no one would. And then Devon and I had a conversation where he was like, yeah, my parents have like a couple guns in their house.
In the other room, Devon continued his harrowing version of that morning's events.
I left school, went back to my house. Then as I was about to go inside, I opened the garage, and then Alec messaged me again.
Okay. Why were you going back to your house?
I was going back to my house because I was going to call the police.
Admins are the biggest idiots, no surprise. I mean, the thing is, like, it's you can say admins are the biggest idiots, but it's hard for school administration to know what's going on when they have 1,000 different students and they only get like a little time with each, right? Even like school guidance counselors, when they're trying to treat kids, right? They're not usually having long, in-depth therapy sessions once a week for an hour, which even in and of itself, you could argue is not enough to truly know what's going on inside someone's head. But these school guidance counselors are people who just like know these kids peripherally and are dealing with so many other students and issues. So it's hard to say that the school admins are like, oh, blame them. It's like, well, not necessarily.
That's when I picked him up and then we went back to my house, and that's when it seemed a little odd. And then we went into my basement, and that was when he pulled out the cocaine the first time. And I told him, I was like, I'm not down with this. Like, you're going kind of too far, and you're like scaring me a little bit. And I was like, I don't want to hurt anybody at school or anything like that. I really think you need help. And that was when he started really threatening me.
Did you use the cocaine on the portable?
Not the first time.
What did he do with the cocaine?
He did one line of it, and then we went upstairs.
According to Alec, things only escalated from there.
You said you broke into his house? I didn't break into his house, I like trashed it. How did you trash? I went through looking for the key to the safe originally, and I trashed looking for it.
He knows from other times I've told him that my dad had 4 guns in the safe up in my mom's room, but it was locked and I didn't know where the keys were.
Meh.
Yeah. This is why I think generally it's not a good idea to tell your kiddos, just because of the sheer risk of it. Not a good idea to tell the kiddos where the guns are, or if you even have them, because I mean, first of all, kids don't really need to know. If there's a self-defense situation, the adults can handle it. And secondly, you just never know. Maybe a kid tells another kid who's crazy or irresponsible, and maybe they take out the gun shooting because it's just going to be like a silly fun time, and then someone accidentally gets hurt, or maybe, you know, God forbid something horrible like this happens. I think it's for the best, in my opinion. I could be wrong here, but generally I just think it's best to not tell them. Like, my dad had a gun the entire time I was growing up. I had no idea. I literally did not know whatsoever until I was like 18.
One time,
and I didn't know where it was at all.
Found my dad possession of something remarkably silly.
And then I let him to the safe, and that's when he
We're just gonna leave it
hit a
there.
few times and then told me to pull it out, and made me pull it out.
What did he hit it with?
The axe he got in my garage.
I was just like holding it up, and I was like, do it. Okay. And what happened after that? He just kept crying and opening the safe, and he had to help me pry it open.
According to the videos found on Alec's phone, this appeared to be the truth.
So the narrative they're trying to push here, through these conveniently recorded videos that show all of it, is this idea that, once again, Alec is the mastermind, the manipulator, the alpha in the situation, and Devon is an innocent party who's being strung along with all these very conveniently recorded videos, which I assume the cops were suspicious of right off the bat, because as soon as they get Alec on the ground, Alec is like, there's videos on my phone with proof of everything. I'm the bad guy. Like, you're already feeling remorse for the situation as soon as it's happened. I don't know. On top of that, it's like all the proof is so easy to access. It's so conveniently recorded. Like, it's, you know, they're going to be thinking like it's kind of scripted. You know?
Open it!
Oops. I wasn't running. I misclicked
Open it.
again. Holy shit.
Trying.
Additionally, when searching Devon's house, police found the scene just like it was described. However, they still suspected something wasn't quite right about
Oh my
Devin's
gosh, it's
story.
actually facing me. I'm just such a
You can
fucking
educate
goof.
kids to be safe around firearms, but they don't need direct access for that to be the case.
Yeah.
generally do that.
Open and see if the
They can go to the
access
range and think that the only
comes
access is at the range, and that's fine.
on the door without the key. It, like popped out and was making me hard to so you didn't get too tired. Because he didn't want you to be able to run away.
I'm not really used to how they're attacking me at the moment.
He just kept telling
Of
me
course
to
we were gonna get hit by
like, I
that.
just
That was
can't
obvious.
anymore, and so he
Oh,
had to
obviously bad weapon choice for this. There we
pried it
go.
open and just like broke it. Basically, it's just like bent a bunch.
Hold on.
What were you writing on the walls?
But even now, I guess the cops are probably thinking like, why is Devin like a clearly, you know, neither of them are particularly physically imposing, but a clearly taller, stronger individual so scared of this, you know, biological girl holding an axe. Like, why is that? Like, you think you couldn't get away at any time? They have like super strength or something?
I had to
Or
read that
jump
again,
leaps and
but
bounds
yes.
like Superman. I don't know.
That would
Makes
be
you
the
kinda
one.
wonder what's going on here. Devin's older, he's taller, he's
We'll take them
a
back
guy,
with
so
us.
he's stronger, right?
The voices win.
The voices win.
Yeah.
And where did you
Unequip
write that?
this.
In his mom's closet.
Unsocket that shit.
More about these mysterious...
Bro, they have an axe? Well, yeah, but like if I see a girl holding
You
an
might want
axe,
Venom,
I'm just going
sure.
to run away. Like, I'm not going to be like, and obviously it's a
What's
case-by-case
this?
basis. I'm not saying that it always applies in every scenario, but if
Yeah,
there's
if I see a girl with an axe, I'm running the fuck
and I'm
away
me,
too.
I'm just going to run and leave the situation.
Yup.
Voices and the nature of the writing would be investigated in due time. Back with Devin, he told police everything
Oh, it's
he
just
and
more
Alec
stuff.
took out of the
Okay.
safe.
And he got all the guns in his backpack, and then he told me to
Which are we again?
follow him, which is
Hold
when
on.
he recorded the video making me do the cocaine because he was holding the gun in my head.
Do it.
Prometheus, I think?
And it's also just like, why is all this so conveniently recorded by the perpetrator to have proof after the fact to exonerate this guy and make Alec look like
Oh,
the
that looks lovely
less
to have
bad
on our
party,
bar.
right? How is it all so
Oh, that looks
so
so
conveniently recorded the entire time?
Had you ever done cocaine prior to that?
No, I couldn't do all of it because it was like freaking me
If
out
only we
too
had enough
much.
haze.
Who loaded the guns?
Alec loaded all the guns, yeah.
So all the guns were unloaded when...
Yeah, he made me hand him
I wanna
the
get
ammo 'cause he
Prometheus
grabbed all the
Firestorm.
guns and then he loaded all the guns. I had to help him carry some stuff, but I carried the ammo and then I didn't touch the guns until
What's
he
Inhibit
made
do?
me put them in the guitar case because he wanted
You can see him holding it right here in the CCTV, holding the guitar case.
it to be inconspicuous.
Morning of
In
the
the other room, Alec admitted to vandalizing Devin's mom's car and explained more about the reason.
So after you set mom's car on fire,
Oh, yeah.
is mom's car on fire? Tell me about that. He spray painted
Oh,
it.
I see
And then I
it.
put
Okay.
gasoline all over it, and then he
36
lit it on fire.
When searching Devin's house, the police had seen this for themselves. The side of the car was tagged with the number 666, a pentagram, and the phrase, society.
So edgy, dude. Oh my god. Satan.
I mean, it's for the stamina.
Society sucks,
It's
dude.
for the stamina.
666. Rah. Marilyn Manson, dude.
The interior showed
Still
evidence of
misclicking a lot.
burning, but the
Parry
fire had
test?
apparently
Parry.
gone out before the conflagration spread. And
This is the thing, like, for kids who idolize mass shooters, like, apart from obviously what they do being so horrible, like, dude, they're so gay. Like, they're so cringy. Like, they all have, like, the most base kind of, like, edginess and, like, F society, dude. Why so
Society was
serious,
a funny
man? I'm like the
meme in Mr.
Joker if he was,
Robot.
like, a kid.
That's about it.
I'm, like, a sociopath and, like, Satan and edgy and, like, fucking... Religion sucks, dude. Rah! Like, it's the most surface level cringe ever.
in a story full
It's
of
effortless
disturbing
cringe.
details.
It's not even, like, subversive. It's just fucking gay.
What Alex said next was
We got
perhaps the
shit.
most hair-raising fact so far.
How did you guys get into school when you got there? Oh, we just walked in. So tell me,
Focus, dude.
No metal
Waste of
detectors or
HP.
anything?
when you get to Miss Harper's room, what happens? I lie and say,
Easy finish.
I need to talk.
So this is Miss Harper. I think that's who they refer to as Miss Evil, because I don't think there's actually a Miss Evil in the school.
This when really I didn't.
So I think this is Miss Evil in their mind.
And basically, my aunt was in there for what reason, I don't know. And I was like, you need to leave.
Grace, Alex's aunt, who goes to the same school, spoke with police too and shared her memories of the interaction.
He said that Devin was kind of upset and he thought he was going to get in a fight with us. He said he was going to calm Devin down.
Speaking of counselors, that morning, Devon's guidance counselor had been trying to track him down anyway. According to her, he was not on track to graduate in 3 days since he was failing all of his classes.
Do you think he knew what was going to happen?
I hope not, but I feel like...
Bro, how do you... kind of a sidetrack. How do you fail every class? How do you fail every fucking class? Like, high school is so easy. High school is a fucking...
I was in the hospital a lot, so
class?
easy.
You can just take all college prep courses. It's like, it's a fucking joke. How do you fail every class? Like, you just have to... I'm sorry, you have to...
Sorry, I'm like
just
still dealing with their telegraph.
It's stupid easy.
And learning keys, so we're in a weird place.
Fucking morons, dude. Every class, every single class. Like, I feel like if I was high, even if I
keep trying to attack like it's a different game. I keep trying to pull off a Frummy attack.
Like, I don't think I would do good. I don't think I would have failed.
Like that's...
Devon, meanwhile,
my high school boyfriend has a GPA of 1.3. Well, your high school boyfriend is, just to let you know, your high school boyfriend is a low IQ monkey.
I'll try to explain his plan.
I was still kind of trying to talk him out of it and get help, but my plan was leave, and then I was going to go to the office and I was going to tell them anyways, because I was just going to leave my suitcase, or the, not the suitcase, the guitar case in there, or the suitcase came behind, but I was just going to, I left it in there, and I went to the office and told Miss Harper I was sick. Mitchell walked me to the office.
I see the mouth again finally, so that's fine.
So you want to go, why did you want to go to the office?
Because I wanted to see if I could just like report him and get like anything, but he threatened me to say this.
Mouth?
Everybody in the office.
Mitchell, another senior at...
See, even this doesn't really make sense, because it's like, why do you need to go to the office?
You can just that could have been actually useful and good.
Unless Alex in there at the moment.
Learning curve.
But even so, like, say I have to go to the bathroom, leave, tell someone, immediately things start rolling into motion, right? He's trying to phrase himself as if he is like a totally innocent
party. It's easy to see when someone's actually being a helpful versus when they're
Meanwhile,
just being
he's like doing it in the laziest way possible, even from his own description. Doesn't really add up.
Stem had no idea what was about to happen, but reportedly had problems
I might hop
with
on to
Alex.
Seamless Co-op again and see if people are at least like doing shit.
Basically,
try not to associate. Try not to associate with him, dude.
All I ever hear about him is how hates me. How do you hear that he's saying all this stuff?
Oh my gosh, I was dashing when I meant to.
I was Devin hearing it.
I really was. I was dashing when I meant to. Oh no, I'm
directly,
not.
Though he did not mention having any issue with
never
Alec.
mind. I suck.
However, he did report an incident with Devin that took place
a few
months
can go
earlier.
sit down.
So I guess the question here is Devin lying to Alec, or is Alec lying right now in the police room? Like, did Devin lie to Alec to sow the seeds of dissent? And maybe that is the case, given what Mitchell's about to say about Devin, whatever it may be.
Here.
Is that why they keep saying STEM school? Yeah, it's a specific school. It's a specific school, that's why.
Speed on is still slightly better.
And then I said, is the skinwalker dead or something like that? And then he turned around, well, at least I'm not the loop away. And I'm not gonna lie, it's not hanging across my mind.
It's still rough, but it'll do. See, the defense on this is okay though, but it's not up substantially.
Mitchell would have more to add to the investigation later.
Lighter, quicker.
For now, the detectives continued to question Devin.
I didn't tell Mitchell. I didn't tell Mitchell. Because I didn't want him to like freak out about anything. I wanted to get to the office so I could tell an adult and get the security officer so no one like freaked out.
So you go back to the office.
They gave me some water and stuff because I said I was like feeling sick and dehydrated. Because I was like all sweaty and like freaked out.
Devin just doesn't strike me as intelligent enough to do all this. He's playing his hand well. Well, that's what he's trying to do, to be clear. He's trying to make you think that he is an innocent person, or at the very least, he's not nearly as guilty as Alec. He's trying to make it seem like he's like a dumb, soft, easy to manipulate idiot who's a vulnerable person, rather than somebody who himself is very guilty here. He's trying to like do like some light Yagami manipulation shit.
Cocaine, because I just kept on trying to delay and became his mom. And then even when I stopped in some water, I drank all the water. I was back on my head and
Telegraph actually made me think they were on the other NPC, or the NPC. I might just ditch the NPC because this is kind of difficult with trying to also manage them.
On scene at the school, as he insisted that he only wanted to save everyone.
He came to the door outside of the office. He Snapchat messaged me that he was gonna rush the office and keep me and everyone in there. I didn't come back. And I was like just super freaked out because I mean this is the worst thing I've ever been through. You can't remain calm and he's doing that. I was just so freaked out and like shaky when I got there.
When you guys were walking down that hallway,
And once again, like,
I don't remember
not
how
you
to
couldn't be
do
freaked out.
the appropriate thing.
But the
Oh, it's that. I have
officer
to do
asking
that. I have to hold X.
asking
Okay.
you about what happened. And you're ultimately
That makes sense.
interjecting,
I'm
like
just
your hand
there.
shaking, like, He's not a very good actor.
did you guys talk about it? How did you guys decide what doors to go? Tell me about that.
I said you cover the other door, so we went through separate doors.
Devin picked up the story when he and Alec entered Miss Harper's room.
So, you both enter at the same time?
I think so. And I slid down the suitcase and I tried to get even one more time.
Tried to parry. Worst timing. I don't know if they're parryable. I'm just assuming they are because, you know, why would the game give you such a fun mechanic
Look at
if
me
not?
and like kind of like nod at me because he knew I was trying to leave because I opened the door again and I closed it and just.
And you have to think when you're lying like this, there's CCTV footage of a lot of the school. I don't think there's CCTV in the rooms, but there is CCTV in the hallways. So if you're lying about this, you're going to have your actions tracked, and people are going to figure out what's going on.
I opened the suitcase and told everybody to stay down. And I was just gonna run.
Alec, however, added a tiny detail that had the potential to change everything.
And he picks up the guitar case,
And
acts
that's
like he's
actually
gonna leave,
out, yeah.
tells Miss Harper that he's leaving, and then goes to the door.
The telegraph
takes
isn't the
off
worst
the-
thing in the world. It's not that hard to get
magnet
down.
slip
I'm just
so
struggling
no one
at
from
it.
the outside could get
Seems
in.
fine.
The magnet was a standard security feature
Seems
on
like a
all
fun
the
boss.
doors at STEM school
I'm
that
just
were
fucking up with my
instituted as
keys
part of the
because I'm like
lockdown
trying to push
protocol.
things that don't work
If
in this
moved
game.
from their place, the strips would immediately lock the doors, securing everyone inside and locking out anyone who is outside the room. The police likely wondered why Devin hadn't addressed this tiny
I should probably
detail
lock for this
if he
in
was an
particular.
unwilling participant, but they would return to this later.
Right? Seems like kind of a weird thing. If you're not involved whatsoever, why are you logging everyone inside that room? Is it to save everyone? I assume that's the explanation he would try to give. But yeah, little details even early on, you start to realize there's something very strange about this dude. Something very, very strange. And you'll notice his fake crying in contrast to the real crying from other people like this teacher involved in the situation. They come across as a lot more genuine.
Mechanics
not in
down
control of
a
their
little bit.
emotions, while
Mechanics are
Devin is
getting
very
less shit to
performative.
manage for me.
In the course of the investigation, the police also spoke
I
with
still
Miss
suck
Harper,
ass, but
a
like,
teacher in
you
room
know.
107 when the shooting took place.
Mechanics are the fun
Grabs
grind.
the guitar case. It's kind of really loud. Shuffling, shuffling, shuffling. Just to the point now where it's getting weird. Like, I'm like, why are you being so loud, child? And I thought he was just
Yeah.
being rude to his
The
classmates.
thing is, I'm relaxed as fuck in PC friend.
The guitar case blocking the door. That's when I
I am
saw
gonna
him
ditch them if this keeps up though.
hold the gun.
Back
Like,
with
they're
Devin,
fine and
the
fun.
police tried to clarify more details.
Who pulled out a gun first?
Early shit.
Alec was pulling it out, and that's when I pulled mine out and told everyone not to move because I saw Alec reach
Wait.
for it because that was what he told me
That's
he was
fine.
going to do.
Devin said nobody moved.
Late.
And then
Parry time.
that's when everyone started freaking
I
out.
mean, it's interesting how, even when they're lying, both of their stories are very much in sync. What's even stranger is that Alec, even after being caught, is trying to save Devin, seemingly. Trying to go along with this narrative that Devin's not that bad of a guy. Like, they clearly planned out how this was going to go beforehand. And it'll become more obvious as time goes on, because I have seen a lot of this. It'll become more obvious how manipulative they will be.
Oops, let it down to
Like
try.
everything goes blurry. I still can't comprehend the fact that I did
Oh
that.
no.
And like I still can't comprehend.
I have to
what I
let
did.
go of parry or
Imagine I was
block
going through
to
this
initiate the parry,
Not that
and
I
it's
feel
just
bad.
a learning
Your
curvy
life is
thing.
over. You're
We're here
done.
for it.
You brought a gun to school and opened up. Like, you're literally done. You're done. It's over for you. You're going to be in jail
Figured.
forever.
A video clip from Snapchat hinted that this might not have been an entirely foreign feeling for Alec.
I'm gonna ditch the NPC. It's hard to gauge when it's gonna hit me versus
What was
them.
Devin doing this?
Maybe
So
it's
they're trying to get
easy.
at
I
these,
assume
like,
it's a lot more easy when
dissociative
you're
or
used
something,
to it.
dissociating or something
but
like that.
Do you see or hear him?
Mentally
makes
not
everything
cognizant of
harder.
everything that's going on.
For now.
Reality blurring.
No, there was like a crowd of people jumping toward
Which one of them killed the
Rest
kid?
in
The one
peace.
that actually shot him was Alec.
him trying to get the gun away from Devin. And there was the
Switch
other half of
partner.
the class was coming
Fuck
towards
people.
me.
I don't like people.
And so that's when I was like shooting aimlessly.
Kendrick and
Okay,
Brendan
we gotta
both
get
at the same
mechanics
time
down, and the
just
NPC is just gonna stifle
rushed
us.
against me, and they,
So
like,
that's gotta be a
tackled me
nope.
and hit me, which is when
Big ol' nope.
the gun I was holding went off.
It was
Keep in mind that kid Kendrick that rushed him was one of the kids that got shot.
so quick. It was as
Yeah.
if he said, Brandon, don't move, and then all of a sudden, bam, he's against the wall.
Did you say anything to Kendrick or Brendan when they came at you?
I told Kendrick and Brendan when they were rushing me, I started to yell no. And I was like trying to throw it down, and that's when I threw it down. And I was like, Brendan, no, I'm serious. Here's the gun. Like, there's another gun in there. Alec has two guns.
Another path
he has
to
a
that.
Beretta and the revolver, and he's trying to kill everyone.
Oh, through the long
When
way.
the police talked to Brendan directly, he said that's not how his confrontation with Devin went at all.
Now, I didn't even notice this the first time I saw this kid. I do notice he has a Marine shirt on, but he's obviously not a Marine because he's a kid. But maybe the Marines is the name of like a school team. But what I will say is that this kid bears striking resemblance in behavior and mannerism to a kid I knew in high school who was an ROTC
Did I misclick
kid.
it?
Just the way he talks and everything. I don't know, he strikes me as like a kid who is in ROTC or something like that, or is like a wannabe military kid. No, that's necessarily a bad thing.
That's just a
it does
relentless
very much
counter.
remind me of a kid I knew in
It's
high
nice.
school who was one of my good buddies. Is this going to be a main channel vid? Also, Thou Shalt Not Goon?
Thou Shalt Not
Why would this
Goon.
be a main channel vid? I'm streaming
No
right now.
gooning.
Since when do I put live stream content on my main channel ever? But yeah, JROTC phenotype for sure.
At that moment, my brain went, this has to be a joke. This is nanoseconds. Like, no, it's nanoseconds
I
because of
put
how fast
streams
things
on my
went.
main channel,
Kendrick
but then
shot
again,
up,
I'm just a
and by
loser like
time
that.
Devin was
You'll
on
live.
the board, I would...
Just the way he's talking, it seems like he's responding to a commanding officer during an inquiry. So, yeah, seems like an ROTC kid to me.
was up behind Devin delivering blows. During this confrontation, at Whiteboard where we were trying to move to the ground, I heard one
Okay,
or two
timing's a
shots.
little rough, but I got this.
During the wrestle, during
Not
the
with this one
initial
necessarily.
brandished weapon, he had maybe fired, not too sure about that, but Josh was still was doing what he needed to do. As Devin laid on the ground and his hand was coming near, he attempted to twist the pistol back towards my and Josh's head.
I was an ROTC kid, let's go. I was never an ROTC, but pretty much all of my friends in high school were all Boy Scouts. And one of them is now he didn't go to a military school, but it's like one of the merchant marine academies. And the other one, who was the ROTC kid, went to the Naval Academy in Annapolis, and now he's in the Navy, I'm pretty sure, so good for him. But yeah, there has been, this is like an archetype of kid you'll see in school. So it's interesting to be watching this, seeing that I can recognize multiple archetypes of kids that I knew in high school. It's like, you know, every high school is different, but you see a lot of the same types of people that you can group together, basically. You're an Eagle Scout? Yeah, my entire friend group, basically, apart from me, was Eagle Scouts at the end of high school.
When I saw this happening, I delivered
Just
as many
wise
blows as I
YM is
could to the
taking
arm
away a
and
lot
was
of
able to
experiences I
peel
think
his
I finally
fingers
need.
away from the grip of the handgun. At that point, he started
Oh,
apologizing.
look at their
He
fucking
immediately
draw
stopped
distance is
resisting.
weird.
Devin, on the other
At
hand,
distance,
said
they
he
don't
never
draw
resisted
thing.
at all.
And I willingly just let Brendan grab the gun and take it, and I immediately told him where all the other guns were that
It's curious to me, like, does Devin not think when he's saying something like this that they're going to interview the other kid? Like, does he not recognize that the police interview
Why would
everyone
he think
involved in the
that?
situation?
That's
And
weird.
they're obviously going to
Why
be
would one kid
slightly
think
more
something like
trusting
that?
of the kid that wasn't involved at all. And it's like, you know, I don't think it's a shocker or a crazy thing to say that the cops are probably going to trust the clean-cut, well-put-together military wannabe kid as opposed to the sort of transgender-looking Tumblr who was friends with the school shooter and brought guns to school. Like, obviously, one of them they're going to be trusting a little bit more, but it seems his manipulation tactics were not as genius as he thought he was being here.
Alex had a gun, what his name was.
Motion's
I told everybody
harder
where my
still
stuff was,
because
where
I
everything
don't know
was.
how to
What was
motion
Alec
very
doing
well.
when this was happening?
Honestly, if anything, I
couldn't
want to
see
go back to
anything
DS2 a
'cause,
bit
Josh and Brendan held me
and do
down.
like low-level invasions.
And
They're
then
pretty
Brendan got all
legit.
the guns, gathered them, and then I don't know what happened after. I was just laying on the ground telling people information so they could get out. And I thought I heard more gunshots.
Or the
I
running
just heard a
arc
lot
too
of
is, or the running
yelling
out.
and
Sorry, the running light attack.
I
Holy
was
shit!
just so in shock and freaked out.
Was that running heavy
like the way his
instead? Holy
hands are on
shit!
the table so he can like make sure that everybody knows they're shaking. I don't know. Looks strange.
Were ringing from the gunshot because it was really close so he could tackle me, and that's why like.
If you start looking intentionally for correlative shit, you might make up correlative shit.
Alternate perspective on the
That's my only
chaos that
thought.
followed the initial gunshots.
I don't remember who shot first, but I started freaking out because I still couldn't comprehend what I was doing. And
Like, what's interesting is that Devin's trying to posit himself as an innocent figure while simultaneously he had the guns and admits to, you know, at the very least pulling one out as soon as Alec did. And saying nobody moved. But he's still trying to seem innocent while being directly involved. Seems odd.
I just started shooting randomly. shooting
I
randomly.
just perfect guard,
At
dude.
people, in the air, in the building, or where? In the air. Tell me how you were. Can you show how you were shooting?
I was just like kind of like that.
Okay. And you were moving your hand. As you were moving your hand, were you pulling the trigger?
Yeah.
Ms. Harper, though, didn't seem to think that Alec's aim was random.
Alec, I believe,
Hold on.
had shot at me. I had a bullet.
Which I think is why Alec called her Mr. Evil. Whether or not Alec intended to use that name. Also, I think this is who he's referring to with Mr. Evil, is Miss Harper.
Casing burn here.
I'm sorry, Miss Evil.
I tripped back
Good job, Tom.
and fell into the bookcase. And I fell down to the floor. I thought for a moment that Alec was standing over me to make sure I was dead. And so for a few
Very
seconds
bad
I
timing.
played dead.
How many shots do you think you fired?
12.
How do you know that?
Because that's how many rounds was in the gun, and then it stopped shooting.
Alec exited the classroom intending to get the second gun. However, the students of 107 weren't having it.
So you said that
I meant to run,
kid
not dodge.
he was hitting on you, or he was hitting you? Yeah. Sorry. Tell me about that.
Oops.
This was after
Now
I
I'm on a
started
fuck-up
shooting,
train.
and he went onto Miss Harper's desk and jumped on me, and I tried to get out into the hallway, and then he started like banging my head against the floor, and then I like bit him to get him off me, and that's when Miss Harper like shoved him away and got on top of me.
I had Alec in my hand. And I was
Brave teacher, by the way. I mean, not to
really
not to
misread
overstate
that.
the obvious too
That's
much,
fine.
but you know, not a particularly intimidating woman or anything like that. I mean, it's not like she's like a giant jujitsu master, but jumping on top of the shooter in the middle of the event and grabbing him in a chokehold, pretty brave, pretty brave.
terrified.
You got to. You gotta take care of your charges. And those charges in this case are the students who would be at risk if you didn't, I suppose.
His neck. And I'm like,
So that's
is
respectable.
this a shooter? Is this an innocent kid that got the gun? I don't know. Let go. So I let go. Everybody was getting out of classroom screaming. I started screaming
The
down the hallways,
NPC kind
lockdown,
of
lockdown,
crutched me for
lockdown.
too
And my
long,
only
so I need
goal
to
was
break out of that.
to get the rest of the school on lockdown.
She succeeded.
Oof.
Miss Harper and several students made it to the office, where the lockdown alarm was
I think when she was talking in that interview, there was a redacted word. I think it was a kid's name that she was trying to save. I think that's what was going on there, that maybe is not public.
activated throughout all of
Shouldn't be
STEM
public.
school, saving
A
countless
lot of
lives.
things should have been better kept
From
under
there,
wraps.
she also called 911 and reported that 2 of the students who made it out with her had gunshot wounds.
I didn't know how many there were, so I wanted everybody on lockdown so we could see. I didn't want anybody wandering the hallways if they were there.
Poor teacher.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to see it.
The timing on that's a little bit of a chore to notice, but that's fine. It's not like it's rough. Oh gosh, I don't know if I can corner myself off
While
of a
Miss
thing.
Harper tried to come to terms with what she lived through, Alec explained what happened.
Sorry, I couldn't see the other dude through them.
And then that's when the teacher showed up,
Okay.
and he was in awe, and he took
Nope.
the gun and then
Shuffled.
put it on the floor because some kid got shot. I don't think he.
I wonder why they thought she was evil. I mean, at least in Alec's words, maybe she misgendered them. I don't know. Maybe she misgendered this individual. I don't really know what the case is.
Knew I was the one who had the gun. I think he just thought I was a kid who found the gun and was freaking out.
The teacher in question was the school IT worker, Mr. Pritchard, whose office was just across the hall from room 107. Alec was right. Mr. Pritchard had no idea that Alec was one of the shooters.
Dude, I feel like these are like characters in a movie. Mr. Pritchard, the IT teacher, of course his name is Mr. Pritchard and looks like that. Of course Miss Harper looks just like you would expect Miss Harper to look and is a teacher. Miss Harper is such a teacher name. Mr. Pritchard is such a fucking teacher name. Honestly, she's strong. She's making me tear up. Yeah. I'm trying not to, but yeah. It's I don't know, seeing her cry was pretty disturbing.
He gave it
Yeah,
to me
she had to do
very
something
easily,
though.
and so
she did it.
In my mind, he wasn't involved. So as I was walking into the classroom, Brandon's walking towards me with a semi-automatic pistol in his hand, and he's holding
The
it by
stairs
the
were a
barrel
little weird to
with
navigate,
the
and I do
handle
keep
out
pressing
towards
the
me.
wrong
He
thing.
walks up to me and hands it to me, and I take it. So at that point, I have 2 pistols in my hands. I walk.
And to be clear, it wasn't only 2 guns. I think Devin
I don't
said
have stamina.
Alec had 2 themselves, and then Devin had at least 1. So I think there was 3 handguns: the Beretta, the revolver, and there was like a Glock or something.
Over, and I see Kendrick lying at an angle towards the front wall of the classroom.
Oh my gosh,
Unattended in the
big opening,
hall,
I
Alec
left.
took advantage of the opportunity.
I went in, go to my backpack to get another gun because no one else
Oh
knew
no,
I had
my
that.
openings are
And I was
wild.
gonna shoot myself, so I'm starting to walk away, and the security guard
If they
comes
would
up
just punish
with the
me,
gun in
I would
his
be
hands
ruined.
And tells me to put it
Oh
down.
my gosh.
And I'm basically like, okay. I put the gun down, and he like kneed me to the ground, like put his knees on me.
The security guard, Sam, who
Okay.
subdued Alec, realized that something was wrong while taking his break all the way across the building. As soon as he heard the words shooting and room 107, he started running, weapon drawn.
If this security guard hadn't realized that, if he was a little bit more of a dumbass, if he was a little less aware of his surroundings, a lot more people could have died. So it's, I mean, once again, in this situation, he's very lucky that he got there in time. He wasn't even supposed to. It was
Sorry,
his
it was
break.
like
He wasn't
actually
even
having to
supposed
look
be there. He
away
was leaving.
to like
Sam spoke with the police
click a
directly
thing.
multiple times.
You know, I'm asking Alec, hey, are you alone? Where's the other shooters? You know, what's going on here? Alec's only response was, kill me now. I don't deserve to live. Things are getting louder. They're coming.
And this is once again Alec seemingly. I mean, maybe Alec does hear voices, but the way they did it in that one clip we saw was so performative to me that it seems like Alec was trying to say this to him and say it to the cop because they
in their
knew it
head,
could
but
be
also
some kind of like
react in a way
recording of
that's
them
less than
saying it and
genuine.
potentially
That's a
used
totally
in court and then
like
get Alec some kind of
reasonable
insanity
assessment.
play. That's in their mind what they think is going to happen.
I'm like, who? Where? Alec kept replying and saying those things to me. Just kill me now.
I'm gonna
louder.
struggle bust through
I
something.
see an
You're
AR
stuck with me
rifle
while I do.
and someone in plain clothes coming through the
I'll be
hallway.
off in like maybe an hour
I didn't hear
actually.
a
So we're gonna
breach. I didn't
hop
hear
to
police
Seamless. I'll just struggle with
any
this
of that.
later.
And I yelled security and I fired around.
So this is where this guy assumed
Distance.
that
I
the
just-
cop was not a cop. He thought that it was another shooter, but he pretty quickly realized what was going on.
One of the bullets from the friendly fire injured someone in room 106.
Okay, so it did. Okay, so it went through like the wall into another room and hit someone actually. Okay. that's pretty bad.
Golly gee
I mean, I don't really
willikers,
blame
brother.
that guy, the security guard. He, you know, it just as well
What
could
a
have been
lame
another
ass.
shooter. And
What a failure
you know,
of
if
a
he hadn't
gamer.
taken action, the shooter could have shot him and then gone on more of a rampage. So I don't really blame him for that. Thankfully, you know, didn't kill anyone, only an injury, but still.
Back
That's
with
more easy for me
Alec,
to
the police
manage.
asked about some specific
Oh, yeah.
details.
Do you know if you hit any kids?
My aim's not good, so I'm not sure if I hit any kids, but I know Devin shot. He fired, and I don't know if it was me or him that hit this kid.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember his name.
Was it a male?
Yeah.
Did you see what happened to that kid?
All I know is he was on the ground. I could hear him, like, screaming.
Did you see if that hit anybody?
Kendrick.
Okay. Did you see her?
I think Josh got hit, but I don't know if that was Alec or if it went through Kendrick, because I heard someone say exit wounds.
Statements from the witnesses revealed far more about who had been injured. As soon as Brendan noticed that Kendrick was down, he rushed to his side, while Josh kept Devin down.
These kids are fucking troopers. In a situation like this, not immediately having a mental breakdown and actually getting involved and trying to subdue the shooter, that's a lot to ask from like a 17, 18-year-old. So, you know, once again, shout out to Mr. JROTC. Don't know if he's actually that, but I think he did everything he needed to do.
I came over, immediately started tapping Kendrick, stay with me, you all right, you all right? No response, his breathing was completely staggered, his eyes were rolled back.
In the midst of all this chaos, Brendan managed to call 911. Help was nearer than he expected,
last
though,
friend before I
as
just
he was aided
read this for a
immediately
bit.
by Mr. Pritchard, who's a former Navy sailor.
And I'd asked Brandon if there was anything I could use to apply pressure to Kendrick's wound. He didn't.
Oh my
find
gosh, I forgot how to
anything,
dodge.
So I just
Got
went
it.
ahead and started putting pressure with my hand. At that point, he was breathing. It was like he was almost kind of moaning with like some spittle.
I wonder where this kid got shot. I don't know.
Okay, one
I mean,
last
I assume
one,
it's somewhere in
actually.
the chest or
Sorry.
his lungs if he's got blood near his mouth. I don't know where he got shot. What state did this happen? Colorado.
Coming out of his lips. And I see Josh.
I'm only going to
laying on
mention it
top
because
of
it keeps
Devin.
coming to mind. Colorado's
And
oftentimes
I looked
touted
and
for
I
having
saw
outstanding
Josh
mental
had
health care
some-
for people
Did he
in need.
die? Yeah, he did. Kendrick dies.
It's
I
not
think
to
he was the only
excuse
one
it,
to
it's
die
not to look
from
at
the
it with anything
situation.
less
Yeah, he
than
did die.
patience
blood
and
marks
kindness in
on
our
his
heart, but like,
legs, but it didn't look like they were growing.
it's just
so,
wild. The
I
disparate
just
nature
figured,
of
okay, he's okay
folks
for
saying
now.
that it has
Devin
better
Erickson was still
protections
on the
for
ground
folks,
being
but
held down by Josh.
I'm not trying to
Going,
brag on
Alec
Colorado,
made me do it. I'm
but
sorry.
it
Sorry, it wasn't my
is
fault.
like
And then just through an absolute fit of aggravation, I
kind
got
of
up in his face and I screamed as loud as I could, "Shut the fuck
kind
up!"
of a
Or then
thing
Mr. Pritchard then
that I can't
responded
stop
with,
focusing on.
"Please don't do that. Keep your voice down."
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, kind of base though. I don't know how else do you react when you're holding down a school shooter that won't shut his fucking mouth.
Devin then responded, "There's a jacket out in the hallway to put pressure on the left doorway."
While Brendan went to get the jacket, Mr. Pritchard made a grim discovery.
I looked back over and Kendrick stopped breathing at that point, and I was fearful that he had passed. You know, I tapped him on the cheek. "Hey, come on, stay with me." Check for a pulse.
Damn it.
Didn't get one.
In the hallway, Brendan didn't find the jacket. Instead, he ran into the security guard and Alec.
And from the other end of the hallway, behind a little jut out from the sides of the classroom, was a security guard. He was brandishing another Glock. He told me to drop to the ground. I immediately did, and I yelled, "Two students have been shot. Two students have been shot. I do not have a gun. We have one of the shooters in there." He then told me to crawl to him. And
I mean, obviously you got to listen to the security guard, but I would even be scared in that situation once you're on the ground. Not from the guard, but just because once you're on the ground, you have nowhere to run. If there's another shooter, I mean, they didn't know. There could have been 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, obviously it's unlikely the higher the number gets, but there could have been 3 people there with guns. I mean, you know, a kid could come around the corner and just blast you lying on the ground. Is Kendrick the one who got a Jedi named after him? Did they do that? Is that true? No, it looks like Riley Howell. He's a fictional Jedi master and historian. It was named after Riley Howell, who died in a shooting at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. So different, different kid, but you know, nice way to honor that kid.
And that is when I noticed that he had the second shooter, Alec.
They do have that parry timing down. It is wild. It's fun to get parried by someone early in the game, though.
Couldn't have been more than 2 minutes.
That part is actually really fun.
Alec's next comment made the situation
I'm gonna run back into the boss room after this,
When you
actually. I'm gonna run back
saw
to the thing, then back to the boss
kids,
room.
especially Kendrick go down, what was going on in your head? Was it, I'm gonna continue shooting, or I'm gonna help him, or was something else going on in your head?
Everything was quiet. Like, it's only quiet when, like, everything's, like, they're satisfied with what I'm doing. That's the only time they're quiet.
Oh, I see
when-
now.
So this is where Alec is building this idea of the voices in their head. And in fairness, while their reaction initially and their explanation of the voices does seem insane and played up, by the end of the video you might be able to somewhat believe that there are voices in their head, just because of how consistent they are throughout it. In interviews from even a year later, they're consistent about that fact. And later on in an interview, Alec claims that they speak to Kendrick in their head. They speak to Kendrick's ghost, basically. And that's why they end up confessing on Devin later on. I'm tempted to say
Because a lot of times folks think shit that
considering
feels
that even
reasonable,
after
but may
I
not
think they were
be.
sentenced
And
officially,
that's
or they could
okay
be wrong, but
that it's not okay.
they end up I could be wrong on the timeline there, but you know, once again, like I was saying, even for a year they were consistent about it and didn't drop it, and they claimed they were talking to Kendrick in their head in a different aspect. It makes me think maybe it was the case, but I don't know. I'm like more willing to believe there are voices in this person's head than Nicholas Cruz, but it's still not really getting me quite there.
I listened to them.
Alec's Aunt Grace said that Alec had previously reported hearing voices, but the family was unsure if this was
I
true.
might head out after.
As opposed to the silence
before
in
I
Alec's
switch. I might head out and not
like,
switch games. Honestly, my
they claimed hearing
my
voices
insides
before.
hurt a little bit.
Could
I
still
need
be
to deal
lying,
with
could be
that,
full
I
of
think.
shit. I don't really know.
Mind.
I'll see how it
Devin
feels if
seemed
it
to have
passes, et cetera.
experienced the resulting chaos in a blur. He only seemed to remember bits and pieces of what came next.
Then what happened?
Well, I got handcuffed, obviously, because the people came in because Josh just held me down. I just let it. And he said he was it, and I just kept telling him.
Oops. Cut us down? No?
Just wrapped something around his leg and saved himself. And just fucking, I kept telling everyone about Alex.
I negotiated myself right into
Because I
that.
didn't want other people to get hurt. Because I knew he was just going to killing people. And now everyone's going to think I'm a monster.
By this point, police made entry into the...
Very poor acting on his part, I will say. You can already tell it's bad, but later on they play phone calls of him from jail, which he acknowledges in the phone calls are being recorded and still acts the way he does, where he's like a manipulative psychopath.
school to attend to the wounded, rescue the students, and of course, detain Alec and Devin. Meanwhile, word was getting out about the calamity at STEM. Devin's friend David recalled the chilling moment he found out what was happening.
I got a message saying that there were 3 shooters and that one of them had purple hair, and immediately I just went like, Devin, it's gotta be Devin.
With all of these statements, the police now knew what had happened. The reason why, however, remained elusive.
So why were you planning to do this? I feel like I was doing people a favor, like showing them the real world. I'm basically showing people how I feel. Was your intention to shoot people today?
The least real world
Not really,
thing, not to be a complete shitbrow, but the least real world thing any of us have is our internal thought process. That's curated by us, exclusive to us, transcends nothing but us. Our experiences are the least real worldy thing we can ever possess or provide. Everyone else's are closer to it.
Maybe there was like something to read into what they were writing, their ideology or something.
I know what I'm gonna do.
You know, whatever.
But
what actually happens when you read what these people have to say about the world is
I'll be on DS2.
They are stupid.
Later.
Their
Maybe.
view of the world is cringe. Their view of politics is cringe. Their sense of edginess is manufactured in the most cringe, non-subversive, borderline autistic way possible. Like, these are not cool people. They are always losers. They're always
we're dead.
idiots. Bro thinks he's the Unabomber. Even the Unabomber is a fucking people act like the Unabomber has some great point. He did not. He's a fucking idiot.
No, he's my favorite example of what desperation takes people to.
The only way you can think that he has some great point is if you haven't actually read into him. The only way you could think that the Unabomber was actually right is if you've read one like Reddit talking point from him and you're like, oh, well, actually, he had a good point.
He can drop one good Reddit talking point. That's it. People should have a sense of self to feel okay. That was agreed upon by other organizations. It seems like he literally fucking holy shit. Okay, cool. Hold up. It seems like that man, in that case, legitimately co-opted that consideration from the old CIA director's inquiry on how to, he was implored to like reduce homelessness in Los Angeles, right? So we end up with this constant thing in humanity and society that's repeated a lot. People need to have a sense of self to feel like they can like have something to work for, to feel as though they can pull themselves up. That's the one thing that you can give tribute to that man. And to be fair, that isn't a fucking lot. But my dears, I do need to run off. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you for being present. I'll drop the timestamps in the VOD. I meant to get you the timestamp of this thing actively right now. There you go. And here, I'll make sure that the timestamp's in for when I dip. So that way if someone does want it while they're watching the VOD, they've got their thing dinger. But I gotta run off, my silly goopers. I want you to be okay. And have a lovely one. And yeah, if you want, I'll be on like a Soulsborne that I know how to play. Not the one that I'm like. I want to do more fucking shit in DS2, okay? I want to be a helpful blue. But honestly, thanks for being you. Take care. Be well, and have a lovely one. Bye-bye. YouTube, yeet. Twitch,